Chapter 191. Chin, didn't she follow you guys just now? Chin nodded. Yes, I remember she was pulling me, but just when they were angry about the management attitude here, they might have lost their focus for a while, and the little girl disappeared. Chin broke out in a cold sweat. Although Xiao Ai was indeed very sensible, they couldn't expect the people here to be very kind to children. You can tell from the look in the eyes of the thin man all the way. It's definitely not a good thing for Xiao Ai to disappear at this time. Maybe the people here took her away? Chin, calm down, Lele. They don't dare to do such a thing in broad daylight. Chin, but this is their territory. Isn't it easy for them to take a little girl away and hide her quietly? After saying this, Chin opened the door and rushed out. The rest of the people looked at each other and had to follow her. Chin came to the corridor, but there was no one in the corridor, only the square-shaped lights above her head, emitting cold white light. Damn it! Chin cursed in a low voice and walked forward with big strides. She opened a door casually, and the person inside was shocked. A naked man climbed up from the bed and put on his clothes with a red face. Chin She really didn't expect to encounter such a situation, but in order to express some apology, Chin still half covered her eyes with her hands and turned her head to the side. Excuse me, Lin Zhonghao, who was following closely behind, came up, grabbed Chin wrist, and pulled her behind him. A little girl disappeared just now. Did you see her? Chin was not sure if he saw anything, but the man in front of him was probably just naked and lying on the bed. When Chin reacted, he quickly pulled his clothes over and put them on. Chin closed his eyes and tried to quickly forget the scene in his mind. The man was also very angry about his privacy being seen, and immediately yelled, "Who are you? Why did you open the door like that? Don't you know this is the accommodation area?" "I'm really sorry." Chin behind him tried to be a peacemaker. "We didn't mean it, but you see, a child is missing here." "What does it have to do with me?" The man yelled angrily. "You guys are obviously not good people, and the kid you brought with you is probably not a good person either. What on earth are you trying to do?" It was wrong for Chin to open the door in anger, but at this time, the man started to bombard them without explanation, saying that they were not good people, and his words were really too much. What's more, since Xiao Ai was involved, Chin got angry and didn't bother to say more nonsense. "Where's your boss? I need to see him." "Team leader Chin." Someone shouted from behind. Chin turned around and saw a tall man coming in from the corridor. He was wearing a burgundy suit and a small square hat, but the white shirt inside the suit had several buttons unbuttoned, looking quite unruly. "This must be team leader Chin, right?" The visitor smiled slightly. Perhaps this person wanted to try his best to show a seemingly romantic and suave feeling, but he was really lacking in the dandy style, and was so greasy that it made people feel disgusted. This feeling of overdoing it was also noticed by several people in the action team. Sun Yang shifted his gaze and stared at a green plant outside. Gu Lingyu fiddled with his fingers, and Lin Zhonghao was very straightforward and waited for Chin to speak. Among so many people present, it seemed that only Chin was a little interested in the man in front of her. She whispered in her friend's ear, "This person seems to be a star." Chin frowned slightly. "Star?" The man was wearing a pair of white gloves on his hands, and he looked at Chin as if he was waiting for her to speak. "Team leader Chin, what are you doing?" Chin had no choice but to go up to him and say, "Hello." The man pulled the white glove on his right hand and said, "I came here as soon as I received the news." Team leader Chin is indeed a military man, and his actions are very fast. "Mr. Yuan?" The man who had just put on his clothes in the room behind him said, "I already know everything." The man called Mr. Yuan said, "I will solve it." "Okay, you go back first." Chin was surprised to find that although the man in front of him seemed to be very pretentious, the people here really listened to him. Because the man behind him looked like he wanted to plot with Chin for a while, and now he had to go back to the room very reluctantly after hearing what Mr. Yuan said. When he left, he gave Chin a very resentful look. "Chin It's none of her business. What on earth is this man doing?" Mr. Yuan smiled and said, "So, I think all the problems have been solved now, Ms. Chin Chin interrupted Mr. Yuan very rudely and said, "A girl in our group is missing. Mr. Yuan, please tell me where she is?" Mr. Yuan stood there and took a step forward. Chin realized that the man had a lot of makeup on his face. When he frowned, she could even see the traces of eyebrow pencil. Mr. Yuan said very unsatisfiedly, "What does Miss Chin mean? We don't want a little girl to do anything." "You lost her? Why do you want us to be responsible?" Qin Jiala said confidently. Mr. Yuan, we strongly suspect that Xiao Ai got lost here. Mr. Yuan frowned until a slender woman came down from the next building. Qin Jiala knew that this woman was with Mr. Yuan. The clothes of these two people seemed to be bought in the same store. They were both outer coats of the same material, but the woman was wearing a long cheongsam inside. She had a delicate face and used the brightest red lipstick, which gave her delicate appearance a different kind of charm. Her long black hair was spread out, and she walked to Mr. Yuan's side, twisting and turning. Qin Jiala and Qinshan stared at the jade-white cheongsam on the woman at the same time. Compared with ordinary cheongsams, the opening of this cheongsam seemed a little too big, because it was almost split from the waist. Qin Jiala had no doubt that as long as she moved a little more, it would be possible to see the scenery under her skirt. Qinshan, too coquettish. This kind of woman is truly terrifying. From the outside, she is just an ordinary pretty little woman, but from the way she walks, you can see that every step she takes is calculated. The red high heels on her feet are light and delicate, and every step seems to step on the hearts of the men present. Quite pretty. Qin Jiala commented so pertinently. More than pretty. Qinshan glanced at Sun Yang next to him. Seeing that there are a few people over there, their eyes are straight. Qin Jiala looked over and found that Qinshan was talking about Gu Hengyu and Sun Yang. Those two people really stared straight, looking at the lady, who was slowly coming over very rudely. Qinshan slapped Sun Yang's back hard, and when Sun Yang looked back strangely, Qinshan said unceremoniously, "Don't look at it." Sun Yang was a little embarrassed, and his ears were red. Qin Jiala moved his legs. Everyone has a desire for beauty. This lady in cheongsam came to see Mr. Yuan. Like a clever little bird, she came down from upstairs and fluttered to Mr. Yuan's side. She held his arm with one hand and said, "Mr. Yuan." Once this lady spoke, Qin Jiala felt that all the bones in his body were soft. Her voice was sweet and gentle, which was in line with her appearance. This lady whispered a few words in Mr. Yuan's ear, and Mr. Yuan's face changed. What did she say? Qin Jiala had a bad feeling. "This, you guys follow me first," Mr. Yuan said, and took out a small handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat off his face. "I arranged for a few people to rest first. If I really find the little girl, I will contact you." It's so weird. In the room, Qinshan said this with his arms folded. Qin Jiala sat on the bed without looking. This is the place Mr. Yuan arranged for them. It's late now, but no one is sleepy. Qin Jiala remembered something and said, "You said that Mr. Yuan is a star? Really?" Qinshan nodded. She used to be keen on all kinds of gossip, and of course she would not let go of celebrities. He got to the top by using hidden rules. Qinshan's eyes were full of gossip, but even if he was used by hidden rules, he was just an 18th tier celebrity. Do you know? He has also taken many photo albums of that level. Qin Jiala felt a chill, shivered, and asked, "What is that kind of photo album?" No, I can't stand it." "Gu Hengyu. What about his full name? Does everyone call him Mr. Yuan?" Qinshan shrugged. His stage name is just the single character Yuan. Qin Jiala stood up, walked back and forth in the room, and asked, "I think there is something wrong with Mr. Yuan. Why doesn't he say anything?" During the process of dealing with him just now, Qin Jiala asked a very direct question. How did Mr. Yuan get the things to supply these people? Faced with such doubts, Mr. Yuan was not in a hurry and slowly explained, "This is what I exchanged from the neighboring city. Of course, I will send people to work there every day. It's not for nothing, team leader Qin can rest assured." His expression was so perfect that if everything was fake, Qin Jiala almost doubted whether the 18-line star mentioned by Qinshan was real. Because from her observation, Mr. Yuan's acting skills were quite good. Gu Hengyu suggested, "Why don't we start with this person's background? I always feel that the unspoken rules are a bit wrong." Sun Yang interrupted, "By the way, let's check the identity of the sister next to him." Sun Yang was talking about the woman in cheongsam in the afternoon. Qinshan sighed. "Sun Yang, tell me the truth, do you like her?" Sun Yang's face flushed. "I don't." "No, don't talk nonsense. Qinshan, even if you like her, you should give up this idea as soon as possible. Hanging out with that Mr. Yuan, he's obviously not a good guy either." Sun Yang muttered something, but before Qinshan could hear clearly, he shut up. Gu Hengyu opened his backpack, and a palm-sized tablet escaped from it. At the same time, he said to Qin Jiala, "You could also ask Amanda for help. With her, we should be able to move faster." Qin Jiala activated the artificial intelligence program on his headphones. "Amanda, it seems like you have encountered some difficulties again?" Qin Jiala, "Yes, you always guess it." "Amanda, what do you need me to do?" Qin Jiala, help us look up the name of this medical company, its internal structure, and this person called Yuan. Qinshan took a glass of mixed juice from the side. Of course, it was the kind of drink made from cheap juice powder. It's not easy to drink real juice now. Qinshan drank half a glass of juice, and Gu Hengyu and Amanda listed the results almost at the same time. Gu Hengyu, okay, Mr. Yuan is one of the shareholders here. Qin Jiala, shareholder? Gu Hengyu, oh, it's Cute Medical. To be honest, it's a pretty good organization, with many chains in many places across the country. Qin Jiala was a little confused. Since it's a big company, then Mr. Yuan should be very rich, right? How can he go back to be a celebrity? Qinshan added, and he can also take those photo albums. Amanda, I can't find out about that, but the photo albums he took are not sold. Qin Jiala, not for sale, not for profit. Amanda, maybe you can say that. After he took these photos, he only displayed some of them on the internet. Qinshan gulped down the juice. Yes, these photos were also on a small hot search. That's why I know this person, and checked it out by the way. Amazing. Qin Jiala muttered, celebrities who don't sell photos. Although she herself is not keen on chasing stars, this is the first time she has heard of it. Gu Hengyu made a face. Maybe it's because no one wants it even if it's sold? He didn't like this Mr. Yuan at first sight. He always felt that something was weird about him, and it was not just because of the clothes he wore. Chapter 192. Chen, actually. He's just too fancy. If he didn't wear those messy jewelry, maybe he would be good? Although he is a little greasy, his facial features look okay. Come on. Gu Hengyu said helplessly. Did you see so many rings on his hands? There are rings on every finger. When Mr. Yuan was talking just now, he had already noticed that there was really a ring on every finger, and they all looked like silver products. Sun Yang made a conclusion, flamboyant. Qin Jiala whispered, his celebrity status seems fake. He obviously doesn't seem to be short of money, but he wants to be a celebrity, and he doesn't do it well. It's like, hide your identity. Lin Zhonghao, who had been listening, said, hide your identity? Qin Jiala repeated this sentence silently, and then suddenly found that this sentence made sense. If it wasn't to hide his true identity, then why did Mr. Yuan want to be a celebrity? And he clearly had the background to make himself more popular, but he didn't use it. Qin Jiala hesitated and said, there is another. What is the unspoken rule? Qinshan shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's a big boss behind the scenes. However, it's time for dinner now, but Mr. Yuan doesn't look like a host. Until now, no one has come to ask them to go out for dinner. And this is after Qin Jiala, and the others have clearly heard the coming and going outside. Qin Jiala, Mr. Yuan really doesn't like us, right? Chen blew a breath. Isn't it obvious enough? Qin Jiala thought about it, and a cunning light appeared in his eyes. I think it's time for us to see what Mr. Yuan is doing here. Chen suddenly became excited. She knew that Qin Jiala, as a good friend, would definitely think the same as her. Mr. Yuan's attitude was so arrogant that they would simply waste such an opportunity if they didn't do something. Are we going to cause trouble? Chen said. Qin Jiala said righteously. Wait a minute, what are you talking about causing trouble? We are just going to eat something, after all, we are guests. Gu Hengyu, how can there be uninvited guests like you? He could figure out with his toes that if Mr. Yuan saw them at the table, he might be furious. He might even wonder why these people are so thick-skinned. Qin Jiala pouted. Okay, let's go out and take a look at the cafeteria here. This is also for the military to do some field investigation. Gu Hengyu's guess was indeed correct. When they wandered around upstairs for a long time, and finally found the cafeteria, Mr. Yuan almost lost his so-called aristocratic demeanor. The moment he saw them, Gu Hengyu was sure that his eyes had stiffened. Great, Gu Hengyu thought so. In the eyes of Mr. Yuan, they were probably just a group of gangsters. Qin Jiala was not ashamed at all. Their action team had done similar things many times in the past period of time. So this time, she still walked over with a smile on her face, sat down in an empty seat, and said, Oh, Mr. Yuan, I didn't disturb you, did I? At this time, many people who were about to have dinner in the cafeteria also looked at them with a very horrified look. Mr. Yuan's teeth were clenched, and he almost jumped out word by word. It's okay. Qin Jiala said in a very pitying tone. You know, the members of our team haven't eaten for a long time. Our mission is too much, so we have to eat something quickly. Yes. As one of Qin Jiala's best partners, Chen sat down hurriedly. We are all starving to death. Are these starving ghosts really a military action team? Mr. Yuan felt that the veins on his forehead were about to push his hat out. He closed his eyes, and told himself in his heart that he must not bother with this group of people. Even though he was very helpless at the moment, he had to say, "Please sit down, everyone." After saying this, he whispered a few more words to the people beside him. Not long after, steaming hot meals were placed in front of Qin Jiala and the others. Qin Jiala still had a smile on his face, but he was still thinking in his heart. Her guess was right. Mr. Yuan didn't know what his purpose was in managing the shelter well, but he still didn't dare to have any direct conflict with the military. The meal in front of him was rich enough for the end of the world. A large pot of hot vegetable soup, although the taste was relatively bland, could warm people's bodies. There was also a portion of rice in front of each person, and the side dishes were potatoes and beans stewed in a big pot. Qin Jiala took a bite, and it tasted really good. Mr. Yuan was standing next to him, looking at the group of people with a very gloomy face, and sat down to eat like a robber. The group of people next to him, probably Mr. Yuan's minions, all surrounded him and looked very dissatisfied. Finally, a man wearing a turban spoke, and he quietly approached Mr. Yuan and said to him, "Mr. Yuan, how about I?" He made a gesture, meaning that he wanted to secretly deal with this group of unknown people at night. Mr. Yuan shook his head. No matter what Qin Jiala and his team's purpose was, he could still feel that there was a strong strength hidden under the careless appearance of this group of people. If it was not a dispute that had to be started, he still didn't want to attract the attention of the military too blatantly. Qin Jiala and his team ate the rich meal with a slurp, because they were really tired after running around in the car for the past 2 days. And although there were all kinds of food in the car, they were not really meals. So when Qin Jiala saw the various stews in front of him, he felt his appetite increase greatly. Not to mention 1 bowl of rice, she could have 2 more bowls. Mr. Yuan's fingers tapped on the metal table, one by one, enough to reveal his not-so-good mood. Not long after, the very beautiful woman that Qin Jiala and his friends had seen in the afternoon appeared again. This time she was not wearing any coat, just the plain white cheongsam. Although the canteen is called a canteen, the lighting here is not very bright, and the decoration and layout cannot be regarded as a normal canteen. The metal table does not look like a dining table. Qin Jiala feels that this is simply a temporary dining place. No wonder other people left quickly after eating. When this cheongsam lady appeared, it seemed that the light of the canteen was gathered on her, as if there was a faint milky white light around her, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Jiala, she is really beautiful. Sun Yang, but why would you want to be with a man like Mr. Yuan? The two of them are totally incompatible. One is so showy, while the other is as pure and clean as a white flower. Chin, look, our Sun Yang is not convinced again. Sun Yang's face flushed. I don't mean anything else. Chin smiled teasingly. Yes, you don't mean anything else, you just like her very much. The woman walked to Mr. Yuan, and sat directly on his lap. Qin Jiala let out a long sigh. Oh, Lin Zhonghao, they are really in this kind of relationship. Chen, could this woman be Mr. Yuan's hidden lover? Just as Qin Jiala and the others were whispering about gossip, the woman over there whispered something into Mr. Yuan's ear. Mr. Yuan listened to what the woman said, with a puzzled expression on his face. After she finished speaking, the woman did not leave. She sat sideways on Mr. Yuan's legs, one arm around Mr. Yuan's neck, and looked at this side very gently. Qin Jiala suddenly met the woman's eyes, and suddenly felt cold in her heart. That's right, Miss Qin. Mr. Yuan let the woman lie on him, and said to Qin Jiala, we found your little friend. Swish. Qin Jiala pushed away the bowl and chopsticks in front of her and stood up. She didn't care that her meal was spilled, and stared at Mr. Yuan. What did you say? Xiao Ai, where is she? She tried to find some clues from Mr. Yuan, but maybe this person was really good at hiding. She didn't find any suspicious traces on Mr. Yuan's face. It was as if he had just heard about this matter, and didn't care at all. Could it be that Xiao Ai's disappearance really had nothing to do with them? But how could Xiao Ai get lost by herself? Countless questions lingered in Qin Jiala's mind, but she just stared at Mr. Yuan, wanting to see what his reaction would be next. Mr. Yuan nodded lightly. Yes, she was found unconscious outside, but someone found her, and she has been sent to our medical room. Qin Jiala took a deep breath and said, then please tell us where the medical room is, Mr. Yuan? It's downstairs. Mr. Yuan said coldly, but you may find that she hasn't woken up yet when you get there. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Jiala rushed out like an arrow, and the others followed closely behind her. Only Lin Zhonghao deliberately slowed down and followed at the back. When he left, he took a last look at Mr. Yuan. He still held the Cheongsam beauty in his arms. The two of them were like some kind of plants, with the same roots and life and death, tightly attached to each other and unable to separate. As if she felt Lin Zhonghao's gaze, the Cheongsam beauty raised her head, looked at him coldly, and then smiled gently. Qin Jiala hadn't been so anxious for a long time. She almost went downstairs quickly, jumping and skipping on the last few steps, and almost bumped into a person who was passing by. "I'm sorry," Qin Jiala grabbed the man. "Do you know where the medical room is?" The man looked at Qin Jiala in confusion, and then pointed in a direction. "Thank you." Qin Jiala quickly said this, and ran to the place the man pointed. What she didn't expect was that there were quite a lot of people at the door of the medical room. "Chen, why are there so many people? Is everyone sick?" Chen couldn't be blamed for being curious, because they had been to so many shelters, but this was the first time they saw such a scene. There had never been a medical room in a shelter with so many people at this time, when everyone was full and could go to bed. Some people were standing at the door in twos and threes, some were chatting in the corridor, and some were talking to those dressed as doctors. They all looked like they were going to see a doctor. There were even many rooms in the corridor, some of which had special glass outside, all of which were medical rooms. Gu Hingyu stopped a young man in the corridor and asked, "Excuse me, why are you all here? Are many people sick?" This lively attitude was quite good. When they heard Gu Hingyu say this, they immediately realized that he was not a local, but an outsider. So he answered, "Oh, it's mainly because the air in City X is not very good, so those of us who go out sometimes, if we are not in good physical condition, we are prone to some minor problems." Minor problems? Wang Yilin stared at the person in front of him. He and his master learned a little skill to judge the physical condition of a person from his face. So at this moment, he roughly estimated that he could feel that the person's health should not be very good. The reason why he looks fine is that all these minor problems are hidden, just like cancer cells. Maybe you don't notice them at ordinary times, but they may suddenly break out one day. The air is bad? Qin Jiala curled his lips. The air here is indeed not very good. Even the rain is radioactive. Living like this for a long time is certainly not good for the human body. But there are too many people here, right? Qin Jiala gritted his teeth and got out of the crowd. He said to a man in a white coat who was writing something, "Excuse me, has a little girl been sent in?" "About 8 years old." The doctor slowly raised his head from the paper, pushed his glasses, took a step back, and looked at the person in front of him carefully. "Oh? It seems that there is one. What's wrong?" "Qin Jiala, I am her family member. Please let me go in and take a look." After hearing this, the doctor lowered his head again. "Qin Jiala? Question mark." Until Qin Jiala couldn't help it and wanted to ask a second time, he raised his head again and said, "It's on the bed over there. You can go and see if there is the person you are looking for." Chapter 193. Qin Jiala had to work hard to not get angry at this bossy little doctor. She was asking in a nice way, but what was his attitude? Qin Jiala felt a surge of anger in her heart and sneered, "Thank you so much." "Yes." The doctor seemed to not feel Qin Jiala's anger at all and answered directly, "If you know, go in quickly. There are so many people outside, and they have to line up. If you have nothing to do, just go over there quickly." After hearing this, Lin Zhonghao and the others finally stopped Qin Jiala from getting even angrier. Look at the tone of his voice. Qin Jiala stood there angrily, and walked inside angrily. It's as if my Xiao Ai wasn't injured because of their problem. Now she was even more certain that Xiao Ai's accident was definitely related to these people. She was definitely not taking her anger out on them, or for any other reason. Chen went over to coax her. "Lulu, don't get angry over such a small matter. Just think they are ignorant." And what's strange is, Sun Yang walked forward and looked back. Why are there so many people here? Qin Jiala raised his mouth with disdain. It seems that the air pollution here is also caused by people. For example, these people are unwilling to evacuate with the military, and would rather stay in such a small city. It would be strange if nothing happened. Looking at the zombies outside, she was surprised how these people stayed here without any trouble. Sun Yang looked back. They were standing in front of the doctor, so they didn't feel anything. But now that they left, the position was vacant, so the rest of the people all squeezed in. Gu Hingyu asked, "Is it a zombie virus?" Wang Yilin shook his head. He was more authoritative on this issue. "No. When I first arrived in this city, I did an air test. There was indeed a bad component, but it was not a zombie virus." Chen was a little confused. If it's not the zombie virus, what else could it be? "I don't think they're injured, could it be?" "I can't say for sure." Wang Yilin shook his head and continued, "Maybe if there are special instruments here, I can still do some testing, but from the existing data, there's nothing else to find." Lin Zhonghao, if we stay here for too long, Will we also be infected with this virus? Wang Yilin's expression became serious. He had considered the question raised by Lin Zhonghao. Not for now. Anyway, this place is weird, Qin Jiala muttered in a low voice. Ah, Xiao Ai. The team members behind him could only see Qin Jiala running over like a gust of wind and rushing to a bed. All the beds here are separated by special glass, like small compartments. In the room Qin Jiala just ran into, a nurse just opened the door and walked out. Excuse me, is she okay? Qin Jiala did not forget to ask the nurse before entering the room. The nurse was wearing a mask. Wang Yilin had always looked at this place with a very critical eye, which made him relax a little. Fortunately, the people here at least have a sense of safety and hygiene. The nurse walked out of the ward compartment, pulled down the mask on her face, and asked, "Are you the family of this child?" Qin Jiala nodded. The nurse looked at Qin Jiala suspiciously, because Qin Jiala was not very old, and if he was her sister's flower, he seemed to look different from Xiao Ai. She's fine, but I heard she was found on the stairs, the nurse explained. You'd better pay attention. She was unconscious. But she's fine now. And unconscious? Qin Jiala gasped. How could he be unconscious? Malnutrition. The nurse said impatiently. He will be back in a few days. Qin Jiala knew very well that he could not get anything out of this impatient nurse. Qin Jiala was about to pull Chen Chen in with the poor little girl, but was stopped by the nurse again. Only 2 people can go in at a time. It's very small inside. The nurse said so. Qin Jiala pouted and said, Wang Yilin, you go in with me first. Wang Yilin is very professional in this matter. Maybe he can see some other problems of Xiao Ai. In the bed compartment, Xiao Ai's face has been scrubbed clean, revealing her originally clean little face. Her facial features are very regular, but due to long-term malnutrition, her complexion is a little ugly. At this moment, she is curled up in the quilt, with one hand exposed outside, a needle inserted in the back of her hand, and she is receiving an 4 drip. Qin Jiala walked over, gently lifted the hair around Xiao Ai's face, and said with a little heartache, Poor Xiao Ai, she really looks listless. Wang Yilin, It turns out that Qin Jiala really regards Xiao Ai as his sister from the bottom of his heart. Look at the concern in his tone, that is almost overflowing. Qin Jiala looked left and right, and Xiao Ai couldn't wake up for a while. This was something she was anxious about but couldn't do anything about. So Qin Jiala had to say to Wang Yilin, Can you take a look at her current condition? For example, is she poisoned or something? Wang Yilin's eyes moved slightly, and soon understood what Qin Jiala meant. She was worried that Xiao Ai didn't faint because of malnutrition. She was suspicious of the people here. She suspected that someone here was plotting against Xiao Ai. What if they did something to her to make her unconscious? Wang Yilin's heart clicked. At once, I also thought of some very scary possibilities. If these are true, then no matter what secret Xiao Ai is now, I am afraid it will affect her. Wang Yilin, if you want to test, I need some blood. Blood can more easily reflect Xiao Ai's current condition. If she has really been injected with something, it can be found as long as it is tested. Qin Jiala was stunned. Blood. But you don't have anything on you. It's okay. Wang Yilin bent down and took out a pack of brand new syringes from the bedside table in front of the bed, and found some disinfectant. After unpacking, Wang Yilin pulled out a syringe from it, and showed a relatively satisfied expression on his face. Not bad, at least the equipment is complete. It seems that the big words "Cute Medical" hanging outside are not used to scare people. Qin Jiala watched Wang Yilin's actions. To be honest, if she was asked to do this, she probably wouldn't have thought that there would be these things stuffed in the bedside table, right? The most likely scenario is that she went out to look for it somewhere else. She probably wouldn't have thought that there would be so many tools in such a small place. Wang Yilin, help me get Xiao Ai's hand out of the quilt. Qin Jiala lifted a corner of the quilt, and held Xiao Ai's hand tightly from inside the quilt. Even inside the quilt, her hand was only warm and cool. Wang Yilin disinfected a part of Xiao Ai's arm with his hand, and then slowly put the needle in. Hiss. Qin Jiala took a breath, feeling that the needle didn't seem to be inserted into Xiao Ai's body, but into her own body. Wang Yilin turned his head and looked at Qin Jiala, and said helplessly, Relax, she's fine. I just need a little blood. Although Qin Jiala felt a little distressed, she had to admit that Wang Yilin, as a medical member, had very steady hands. She watched the small translucent needle tube, and as Wang Yilin moved, some bright red blood was sucked in. Wang Yilin was right. He just wanted a little blood. When he pulled out the needle, he pressed Xiao Ai's skin to prevent blood from seeping out of the wound. However, when he pressed the small wound, he noticed that there seemed to be a very small red dot on the side of Xiao Ai's neck. Wang Yilin originally thought that he didn't see it clearly, but when he looked closer, he found that there was indeed a red dot there. As a doctor, Wang Yilin quickly realized that it was a wound caused by another needle. How could there be a second needle? Could it be that someone had injected Xiao Ai before? Wang Yilin kept imagining whether this situation would happen. The nurse just said that Xiao Ai was already unconscious when she was found. So how did she fall into a coma? Could it be that someone injected something into the side of her neck that could make her unconscious? Thinking of this, Wang Yilin felt even more terrified. However, no matter what secret Xiao Ai had now, he began to agree with Qin Jiala's point of view that this was indeed not a good place. But he didn't tell Qin Jiala about this discovery. These were just his guesses. Qin Jiala hated this place very much now. What if it was just a sedative injected by the doctor? Why did he think too much? Is it done? Qin Jiala couldn't help but urge, have you been pressing on the wound for a long time? Oh! Wang Yilin quickly took his hand away. I was a little distracted for a moment. Okay, Qin Jiala looked a little skeptical. We should go. Do you need anything else? Qin Qin and the others were outside, so they had to let others in to take a look. Wang Yilin only drew a little blood, and then very gently put Xiao Ai's arm back in the original position, so that people who came later would not notice it. After the last Gu Hengyu came out, several people gathered outside the medical room. Qin Jiala leaned against the wall, his arms folded, and he looked like he was interested in the green plants next to him. How is it? She saw Gu Hengyu coming out, and hurried forward to ask. What else can it be? Gu Hengyu shrugged. I'm not a doctor, I can't see anything. Qin Jiala whispered. I asked Wang Yilin to collect some blood from Xiao Ai. Qin Qin, why? What are you going to do? Perhaps Qin Qin didn't understand, but Lin Zhonghao beside him understood what Qin Jiala wanted to do in an instant. Do you think there is something wrong with the doctors here? Qin Jiala coughed twice. Let me correct you. I think it's not just the doctors here that have problems, but everything here has problems. Gu Hengyu frowned. So you just drew some blood? But if there is no machine for analysis, we still can't do anything. In his impression, there is always a white machine at the place where blood is drawn for testing, which is quite large, and they can't go back to the base or find a similar place to do blood analysis. Qin Jiala had obviously thought about this. I know, so we can analyze it here directly. Analyze it here? Lin Zhonghao understood a little. I know you want. Qin Jiala nodded, feeling that his mind was calculating. Since this is a medical company, there must be an analysis machine. Let's go back and take a look when no one is around late at night, and we will definitely find one. Gu Hengyu sighed. There was really nothing he could do about Qin Jiala's personality that was full of tricks. But he looked around and found that the other members of the team were very supportive of her doing this. Even Wang Yilin, who had just come in, was nodding at this moment. Gu Hengyu asked, Wang Yilin, do you also support her doing this? Wang Yilin was puzzled. Why not? This place is obviously problematic. Can't we investigate more? Gu Hengyu was speechless. Qin Jiala's influence was so terrible that even Wang Yilin, who had just come in not long ago, began to unconditionally believe in Qin Jiala's judgment. Gu Hengyu felt that he didn't need to remind them at this moment. In previous missions, how many times did Qin Jiala want to do something, which triggered a series of side plots? He could only pray that everyone here could sleep peacefully in the middle of the night, and no one would get up and suddenly want to see how the medical department was. Don't worry. Qin Jiala patted Gu Hengyu on the shoulder. It will be fine. Even if we are really discovered, we can say that we just borrowed the machine, and it won't cause any damage here. Gu Hengyu thought of Mr. Yuan's disgusting and helpless look every time he saw Qin Jiala, and just wanted to think that if Qin Jiala was really discovered, it would be difficult for him not to be thrown out by Mr. Yuan's roar, right? Okay, Qin Jiala said, let's go back now. Is Xiao Ai's blood sample with you? This last sentence was said to Wang Yilin. Wang Yilin nodded. That's good, Qin Jiala said, let's go back to the room now, and come out when the time is about right. Chapter 194. Who would have thought that they would wait until 1:30 in the morning? It took too long, and there was nothing to do after they returned to the assigned room. Until Gu Hengyu took out a deck of playing cards, which was still brand new. Qin Jiala watched in shock as Gu Hengyu used a very skilled movement to remove the transparent film on the playing cards, then rolled up the film and threw it into the trash can. Qin Jiala felt that he had no other words to complain, so he had to ask helplessly, what is this? Gu Hengyu thought that Qin Jiala's question was a question that only a madman would ask. Poker, haven't you played before? Qin Jiala, no, I mean, where did you get it from? In their era, Even food is hard to guarantee, let alone playing cards, which can be used to kill time. To be honest, if you really need to do something to kill time, everyone will do what they can. Gu Hengyu, relax, this is what I got from the medical room just now. There are many things left, and no one has taken them, so I just picked a small one. Not only because playing cards are fun, but also because among all the things in the pile, only playing cards are relatively small, and can be easily put in a pocket and taken away. Qinjiala, why didn't I see it? She only remembered that there were people everywhere, and a lot of medical supplies, but she really didn't remember where they were playing cards. Gu Hengyu shrugged. Sun Yang, it's okay, as long as there are playing cards. We can play cards now, and wait for those people to come out of the medical room. Qinjiala had no choice but to agree. They were in a state where they wanted to sleep but couldn't. If they had nothing to do, they might feel sleepy after a while. It would be better to play cards to pass the time. After that, the room was filled with words like, bang, pears, bombs. Qinjiala was a little sleepy. She had been busy outside all day, saving people and looking for the base. She had spent a lot of effort, and she was the one who worried the most. During the card game, Qinjiala couldn't control his yawns, one after another. Even his eyelids drooped involuntarily, and he could hardly control it. Chen was sitting next to Qinjiala and soon noticed this because Qinjiala was listless while playing cards. Lele, if you are really sleepy, just take a nap, we are still awake. Qinjiala, no, this task is very important. It's just a little sleepy, I can overcome it. She had a feeling that if this matter was investigated, it would be of great benefit to them, and it might even help the base continue to make breakthroughs in virus research. But Qinjiala didn't look very energetic, and his eyes were sometimes dazed and unable to focus. Even Lin Zhonghao had to speak up. Go to sleep for a while, we are all here. We will call you when the people leave. Yes. Chen added, and if you are not in good spirits, you will not be able to keep up with us when we go out later. Lin Zhonghao is always more reliable than the remaining few people, Qinjiala thought to himself, but still a little hesitant. Then, as he was talking, Qinjiala yawned. The expression on Lin Zhonghao's face was exactly. Look, it's true. Qinjiala blushed a little. Okay, then I sleep for a while, you must remember to call me. Lin Zhonghao nodded. After Qinjiala got a guarantee, he dared to crawl to the bed next to him. The beds here are not very comfortable, they are very hard, and there is only a very thin blanket underneath. As long as you sleep on the blanket, you can feel the precarious wires under the bed. When you sleep on it, you can feel the wires rubbing against you. Compared with the dormitory in the base, it is completely different. But she was really tired and didn't care about how uncomfortable these beds were. She just pulled a quilt over and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. After Qinjiala climbed onto the bed, the noise from Gu Hengyu and the others playing cards became much quieter, and they played almost silently. Especially when Gu Hengyu went around, he had to cover his mouth to prevent himself from cheering, and his other hand punched wildly to express his excitement. Chen rolled his eyes and whispered, just this one win, look how happy you are. Even though he was ridiculed by Chen, Gu Hengyu still couldn't suppress his joy. He was not very good at chess and card games. He didn't expect that after playing for an hour, he finally had a chance to turn the tables. How could he not be excited? Sun Yang stretched his body and drank the cold tea beside him. This tea was found in the corner of the cabinet in the room, a small wrinkled bag, and no one knew who put it there. At this moment, the tea leaves in the porcelain white teacup had all been soaked, floating on the water like an octopus in the sea, and even had a faint oily sheen. Sun Yang didn't mind. He also felt tired, so he had to use the tea leaves to drink up and drive away the sleepiness in his body. Chen, aren't those people outside gone yet? Lin Zhonghao opened the door and went out to look around. When he came back, he said, most of them have left, but there are still some who haven't left. Sun Yang's face was written with the words unbelievable. Why do they like the medical room so much? Could it be that everyone here used to be an employee of this company, out of love for work? Chen was discouraged, and his arms felt weak. He threw the poker cards in his hand and scattered them on the table. No, I'm a little sleepy too. Gu Hengyu stretched his head over, took a look at Chen cards, and said happily, I can still win this time. Lin Zhonghao, there is no way, we can only wait until there is no one around. Wang Yilin, what if we tell Mr. Yuan that we need to borrow the machine here because of our mission? Chen made a gesture. Didn't you see Mr. Yuan's expression when he saw us? I think it's very good that he can take us in here. If they keep asking for this and that, they might not even have the chance to sleep here, and they will be expelled. How can they come in to investigate at that time? Sun Yang, and the one wearing Cheongsam. Qin, stop. We already know that you like her very much. If we can prove that they are good people after completing this mission, I will try to help you to connect with them. Sun Yang's face flushed. If Qin Jiala was not sleeping now, he would definitely yell. Don't talk nonsense. I don't think so. Sun Yang had no choice but to refute weakly. Qin raised his mouth, intending to make Sun Yang admit quickly. You didn't notice your eyes, right? Every time she appears you just... Lin Zhonghao, someone is coming. The room suddenly became quiet, and no one made any sound at this moment. Because they all wanted to hear who was coming. Because the soundproofing of the room here is not very good, they can still hear what the people in the corridor are saying. Lin Zhonghao has very good hearing, and he is closer to the corridor, so he can almost hear what the two people are saying. Do you feel the vaccine? Mr. Yuan, that organization, helped. It's all because of those damn military people. Lin Zhonghao, For some reason, the last sentence sounded particularly clear, as if the two people outside knew that they had passed by the dormitory of the damn military people, so they cursed so loudly. As it turned out, it was not just Lin Zhonghao who thought too much. When the two people walked away, and their footsteps could no longer be heard, Sun Yang put down the teacup in indignation. He was so nervous that he kept holding the teacup without changing his posture. It's so abominable. Sun Yang said, Who are they talking about? What's abominable about us? Lin Zhonghao, I don't know. But these people have been hostile to us for a long time, right? Qin looked confused. I heard the word vaccine, right? Lin Zhonghao nodded, his face a little gloomy. Yes, it's the vaccine. No matter what kind of unspeakable activities are going on here, the word vaccine makes them think of the vaccine for the zombie virus first. Wang Yilin's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that the villains could move so quickly. They developed a vaccine? This is impossible. They can't be that fast. Even the military, which spent a lot of manpower and resources, could only continue to advance the research direction, but there was no final result. Gu Hongyu, nothing is impossible. Didn't your medical team carefully read the information we brought back from the base of the M organization? Their experimental progress is really faster than ours. Now there is very conclusive evidence that the M organization just got the research location wrong, but the progress is rapid. Lin Zhonghao tapped the table in front of him with his index finger and said in a deep voice, In fact, I have always had a guess since I came here. Qin asked nervously, What? Lin Zhonghao, there are not many people in the M organization. It can be seen from the fact that they built such a large base, but did not arrange many people to garrison. So what factors make their research progress so fast? Wang Yilin, there is a better research team. Lin Zhonghao continued Wang Yilin's words. So we can imagine whether there is an external team that has been secretly helping the M organization to make them conduct research faster. Qin, and is it possible that there are some people who do not belong to the M organization and are secretly helping? Gu Hongyu and Sun Yang looked at each other. All the people in the room thought of the same thing. This so-called Cute Medical has not even changed its name, and it is hanging there so blatantly. I don't know if it is because they are really not afraid, or because they have a backer so they don't have to be afraid. However, it is already obvious. If Lin Zhonghao's guess is right, then they only have one route now. This medical company must be related to the M organization, and secretly assist the M organization in research. Wang Yilin touched his chin and said, But there is still a question that has not been solved. Lin Zhonghao, what's the question? Wang Yilin, I looked at the disc you brought back, but the research direction of the M organization is completely different from ours. How should I put it? If our research direction is to benefit mankind, then the research direction of the M organization is to destroy mankind. In general, they seem to be conducting some experiments to transform humans and make them more powerful, but making vaccines? This is totally different from their direction. Lin Zhonghao, this is the answer we are looking for tonight. He stood up again, opened the door and looked outside, and found that the lights in the corridor had been turned off, which meant that no one else would enter or leave this area. Lin Zhonghao returned to the room and said to everyone, Then now, we have to find the answer. Qin, have all the people left? Lin Zhonghao, almost. If anyone tries to stop us, we will knock them out and drag them out. Qin raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, which meant to praise Lin Zhonghao's way of thinking. Sun Yang, do you want to call Sister Lei? The person on the bed was sleeping soundly at the moment, breathing very rhythmically. And Sister Lei had told them very clearly before going to bed that they must remember to call her when they act. Sun Yang knew without thinking that if they acted secretly, Sister Lei would be very angry when she knew about it tomorrow. Lin Zhonghao, let her sleep. It's okay with just a few of us. Chen, really? Then when she wakes up tomorrow, if she's angry, you can comfort her. Gu Hengyu, is it really okay? Have any of you seen Qin Jiala get angry? It's really scary. Hearing this, Chen still felt a little strange. Lei has a good temper. If she's angry with you, then you must have done something very excessive. Gu Hengyu shuddered and stopped talking. Because the last time Qin Jiala was angry, it was because Meng Xian was in trouble, and they didn't tell her the real situation. Qin Jiala didn't have a good face for him in those days. Chapter 195. After discussing, several people still did not wake up Qin Jiala. In order not to wake up the people who were still sleeping, they all tiptoed out, paying attention not to make other noises. Until Sun Yang was the last one to leave, he quietly closed the door. Lin Zhonghao and the others stood outside in the dim corridor. There was no light, and they could only see each other's eyes. In the dark, this scene looked particularly funny. Chen asked, "Where is the flashlight? Don't you have one?" Wang Yiling quickly replied, "I got it." He then took out a miniature flashlight from his pocket. He unscrewed it, and found that the light from the flashlight was quite bright. Chen looked at him with a very approving look. He felt that although Wang Yiling had not been in the group for a long time, he had adapted very well, and had a good understanding with them. In addition, Lin Zhonghao also had a flashlight, so they divided into groups. Wang Yiling and Chen walked together, while Lin Zhonghao walked with Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu. The 5 people walked slowly along the corridor of Hunan. As they were walking, the white square brick-like light sheet above their heads suddenly flashed, and everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, as if it was an illusion. When Lin Zhonghao reacted, he heard the sound of footsteps at the corner in front, and immediately pulled Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu into the next room. "Someone is coming," he whispered. Lin Zhonghao's group separated from Chen's group, and hid in 2 rooms opposite each other. Sun Yang followed closely behind Lin Zhonghao, walked into the room with 1 step, and leaned against the door, but when he looked up to observe the room, he found a black hole in front of him. Sun Yang was quick-witted and quick-handed. When he saw this scene, he was the first to reach out and cover his mouth to prevent himself from shouting. What on earth is this? Gu Hengyu was going to see this, but his reaction was even more funny. He wanted to avoid it, but his feet suddenly slipped, and he didn't know what he stepped on. As a result, he rushed forward and hit the thing hard. Crash! A sound similar to bones breaking apart came. Gu Hengyu looked at the thing in front of him in horror. Lin Zhonghao was quick to take it over and prevent it from falling to the ground. The people outside just happened to come over, so of course they heard the sound. One of them asked, "Did you hear any sound?" The other one was more careless. "What sound? No." The first one was very suspicious, looking back and forth like a dog, and said firmly, "I heard it. It's nearby. It seems to come from this room." Another, "Inside the room?" "No way. There is no one here at this time." Lin Zhonghao paused for a moment, and his right hand almost instantly accumulated a force, waiting for this person at any time. If they dared to come in, he would definitely punch each of them and knock them out first. Gu Hengyu looked regretful and nervous at the same time. He regretted why he always messed up their plans, and was also very nervous whether the 2 people outside would come in because of these noises. Tap. Tap. Just as the footsteps of the 2 people were getting closer and closer, and one of them had already stretched out his hand, and was about to touch the door handle, some noises came from the room opposite, and it sounded like something was moved. One person said, "Look at how you heard it. It's obviously this room that has the sound." The person who was about to open the door looked suspiciously at the room where Lin Zhonghao and the others were, but he didn't hear anything. He hesitated for a second, turned around and left, and even spit. "It's obviously here." "Is there anyone else here?" his companion asked. "I don't know," said the man who first suspected, and then lifted his clothes. If Lin Zhonghao could see it at this time, he would be very surprised, because on the waistband of this person's pants, there was a pistol that was definitely not just a model. He quickly took out the pistol from his waist, held it in his hand with a very standard gesture, pointed it at the door, and made a gesture to his companion, meaning that if he didn't have a weapon to defend himself, it would be better for him to leave first. His companion rolled his eyes, and had to follow him. The man turned the door handle, but was not in a hurry to go in. After the door was slightly opened, blackness came out from the gap. The lively man raised his leg, and kicked the door open. His companion saw this, and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, the boss said not to let us go out at night." "Shut up," the man said very angrily. After kicking the door open, the man flashed in, but he didn't forget to put down his gun. His companion walked behind him, and when he walked into the door, he raised his hand and turned on the light next to him. In an instant, the light illuminated the entire room, which was very unusual for them, who were used to the darkness in the corridor. The man expressed this very unhappily. "Don't turn on the light, you idiot," he cursed angrily. His companion was scolded like this, but he didn't feel angry. Maybe he was used to being treated like this, so he shrugged his shoulders and continued to raise his hand without caring, just like the action of turning on the light just now, trying to turn off the light that was already on. "Don't worry about it." The man was almost furious. "It's already been turned on. What's the point of closing it again?" His companion was a little irritated. "Then what do you want?" "It's just that you said that you suspected there was someone here, so I wanted to be kind and help you turn on the light." In the end, this person didn't let him turn on the light, and wanted to turn it off again. What did he want? The man had put down the hand holding the gun. He just took a quick look at the room, and it didn't look like there was anyone inside. So he still held the gun in his hand and pointed the gun at his companion. "So you have no sense of vigilance at all, right? Before you do anything, can you use your pitiful brain capacity to think about it? If the light is turned on, if there is someone here, they may use this opportunity to turn on the light to rush towards us. Then how can we fight back?" After saying this, he took a deep breath and looked at his companion, who was obviously very unyielding, and felt even more angry. Besides, the light has been turned on. Why turn it off? Enjoy the light show? He really didn't understand. He was a former mercenary after all. Why did Mr. Yuan let such a person always act with him? This person has no common sense at all and always does the wrong thing. Lin Zhonghao and others in the next room were enjoying this sudden interruption of the skit, and at the same time, they were a little worried about their companions. Lin Zhonghao gently placed the skull in his hand on the table next to him. It was a skeleton in this room that scared Gu Hengyu and others just now. They didn't expect that there would be such a lifelike skull standing in front of them as soon as they came in, so it was understandable that Gu Hengyu was scared. While the two people outside were arguing, Gu Hengyu apologized quietly. "Sorry, it's all my fault." Lin Zhonghao shook his head. "It's okay." Fortunately, Gu Hengyu didn't shout it out loud. If he really shouted it out, they would really be finished. But fortunately, the two men opposite were also a very uncoordinated combination, so this trick was saved. When they were almost discovered by the door being opened, Chin Chin's group in the opposite room deliberately made a little noise to attract the stupid pair outside. I don't know where Chin Chin and the other two are hiding, but I can be sure that they haven't been discovered yet. At this moment, Chin Chin, who was hiding in the big closet, held his breath. When they entered this room, Chin Chin and Wang Yilin found two different places to hide very tacitly. This room looks very small, but there are many places to hide. For example, Wang Yilin hid under the bed, and Chin Chin ran into the closet. For her figure, the narrow closet is still very suitable. The two idiots standing at the door were both panting, and then glared at each other. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat, and felt that it was the other's fault. The man who had been a mercenary snorted coldly, turned the pistol back and forth in his hand, and held it tightly in his hand. "Forget it. I don't know what I'm fighting with you for." His companion was not to be outdone. "That's right. I don't know who wants to start a war." The man held his breath, and kicked the small stool at the door hard, kicking the innocent stool far away. He strode in, walked around the room, and found nothing. But the sound just now was very real. If it wasn't made by a person, how could there be such a sound? The man continued to walk, looking around the room with a suspicious look, and finally locked his eyes on the more conspicuous cabinet in the room. He almost had an impulse in his heart, as if there was really someone in the cabinet, and he could feel it. Then, as if he was possessed by some kind of demon, the man slowly walked over, just like he was going to open the opposite room. Just now, he slowly stretched out his hand. Chin Chin in the closet heard no sound outside for a moment, and her heart seemed to be in her throat, fearing that the closet would be opened in the next second, and then she and the person opposite would stare at each other. That scene would not only be very embarrassing, but also very scary. She could guarantee it. "Why is this window open?" His companion suddenly said this. Nan Ri was originally very focused on opening the closet in front of him, but was suddenly interrupted by this sound, and was in a very bad mood. It felt like a very comfortable yawn that was interrupted. The man felt furious, turned around, and roared at his stupid teammate. "What?" His teammate was very innocent, and pointed at the window. "What are you doing? I mean, the window here is open." He was indeed right. The window opposite was open, and the cold wind outside the window rushed in, blowing all the documents on the table under the window to the top. "Hey, what is this?" He bent down and picked up something from the ground. The man couldn't think of any words to complain, and his voice was full of helplessness. What is that? His companion looked confused, holding the square object in his hand. It's an ink bottle. Hey, could it be blown in by the wind? The man who had been a mercenary put away the pistol in his hand and hung it back on his waist. Ink bottle? No, 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 the wind can't be that strong. If the wind wants to blow small things like paper and pens, it is understandable. But the ink bottle? How can something made of thick glass be blown down so easily? Who knows? His companion shrugged. It sounds like the ink bottle was blown to the ground, right? He put the ink bottle back on the table, and simulated the bottle being placed on the table and then blown down by the wind. The man had no expression on his face, but he felt a very tired feeling all over his body. Since he partnered with the man in front of him, he felt this tired feeling almost every moment. The man wiped his face and said in a slightly desperate tone, "Let's leave first, okay?" He no longer wanted to care whether there was anyone in the room or not. Maybe he was too nervous and hadn't slept well for several days. What he wanted to do most now was to go back to bed, cover himself with a quilt, and sleep until tomorrow morning. Okay. His companion shrugged very easily. You look so bad. Do you need to take some medicine? We don't have much else here, but we have a lot of medicine, which you can eat as much as you want. The man didn't say anything. He was trying his best to control himself, not to take out his pistol and shoot a bullet at his so-called companion. He just gave his companion a firm back and walked out. Okay. His companion followed him and put the ink bottle back on the table in a hurry. Am I not sleepy? I also want to go back to sleep quickly, really. He complained a few more times in a low voice and followed the man closely. In the closet, Chin Chin finally let out the breath she had been holding back. You know, not only was the air not circulating, but more seriously, she was always on edge. I really have to thank this uncoordinated team for helping me escape successfully. Chapter 196. Chin Chin waited until there was no sound outside before coming out. She gently pushed open the cabinet in front of her, and the old cabinet made a long creak sound, which scared Chin Chin. The air in the cabinet was very bad, and it was also very hot and stuffy, with an unspeakable feeling of stuffiness. After Chin Chin walked out of the cabinet, she felt that the air outside was really fresh, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath several times. If the two people didn't leave, she would have to jump out of the cabinet in a few minutes, otherwise she would suffocate to death. Wang Yilin also slowly crawled out from under the bed. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and kept coughing. Chin Chin was startled and ran over to help him up. Are you okay? What happened? Wang Yilin waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. There's too much dust under the bed. Cough, cough. He regretted it when he was afraid to go in just now. He didn't know how long it had been since anyone cleaned it. Anyway, there was a lot of dust under the bed, thick and covered him all over. And the smell is really not good. For so long, he relied on covering his nose with one hand to prevent himself from coughing. As a result, when he just came out, he wanted to speak, but his throat seemed to be itchy as if he had inhaled something, so he had to cough non-stop. Chin Chin heard it and felt helpless. Are you okay? Wang Yilin. It's okay, it's much better. He suddenly realized that he was in a very uncivilized posture, with one hand on Chin Chin's shoulder. Wang Yilin suddenly blushed, quickly retracted his hand, and hurriedly stood up. Chin Chin looked at the man in front of her suspiciously, as he stumbled to his feet. He almost bumped into the cabinet next to him, because he didn't stand firmly. Are you really okay? Why did she feel that this man seemed to have lost his soul? Wang Yilin felt as if his hands and feet were uncoordinated, and his tongue was almost unsteady. Let's go see how Lin Zhonghao and the others are doing. Oh yes. Chin Chin remembered that something had gone wrong in Lin Zhonghao's room just now, and a loud noise had attracted the two patrolling men. Then Chin Chin came out of the closet where she was hiding and knocked over something. She didn't think much about it, but just wanted to quickly attract the attention of the two men. As a result, it happened to be something near the window, and there was a reasonable explanation of blown over by the wind. Wang Yilin and Chin Chin hurried out, and found that Lin Zhonghao and his friends on the opposite side had also come out. Chin Chin glanced at Gu Hengyu's face and said, Are you the one who made the noise? Gu Hengyu was so irritated by this that he jumped up and down, and even spoke incoherently. What? Why do you suspect me? I clearly. Although he was indeed the one who made the noise, logically speaking, Sun Yang couldn't be considered completely quiet, right? And what was Chin Chin's tone like? It actually sounded quite hurtful. He is not a giant monster. How can he have such thick hands and feet? Chin Chin did not retract his suspicious eyes at all, but continued to stare at Gu Hengyu, as if he really had some genes for thick hands and feet. Gu Hengyu said unhappily, "Okay, it's me, but I really didn't mean it. There is a skeleton model as soon as you walk into the room. Anyone who puts it there will be scared. Chin Chin, if we hadn't made some noise, you would have been finished." Gu Hengyu said in annoyance, Okay, thank you." His words didn't sound like a thank you, but a bit of a gnashing of teeth. Chin Chin had been waiting for a long time, and just wanted to hear this sentence. Now that he finally heard it, he couldn't help but laugh happily. "Don't laugh," Gu Hengyu said in a rough voice. "I don't believe you haven't been careless. Chin Chin, at least I didn't let down at the most critical moment." When Gu Hengyu wanted to refute, Sun Yang quickly separated the two people who were about to fight. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. There are still business to do." Gu Hengyu stopped talking, but still glared at Chin Chin fiercely, as if to express his dissatisfaction. Wang Yilin sighed in the back. He also understood that these people in front of him could be mature when they wanted to be mature, but when they were childish, no one could control them. They went downstairs based on their memory, and walked to the medical room. Lin Zhonghao was right. The door of the medical room was very quiet at this moment. Everyone might have gone back to sleep. Even the lights were turned off. Wang Yilin and Lin Zhonghao walked one after the other. Wang Yilin muttered softly, "If it were me, I would choose to put the equipment near the clinic. Chin Chin, it's so dark here, even the lights in the corridor are off." Lin Zhonghao said, "Let's go slowly, it should be here." He walked slowly along the wall until he touched the door of a room. According to what Wang Yilin said, the most likely place to put the testing equipment is inside this door. Lin Zhonghao said to the three people behind him, "You wait here now. The two of us will go in and see if there is anything." After entering, Lin Zhonghao placed the flashlight on the table at the door and pointed its light at the ceiling. In this way, there will be a little light in the whole room, which is enough for them to see the general idea when they go in. When the whole room is lit, Wang Yilin can see directly at the end of the room. There is a device that he is very familiar with. He patted Lin Zhonghao excitedly. "That's it, found it." Lin Zhonghao also looked very happy. If he could find it in one go, he could save a lot of time. Finally, Lin Zhonghao called Chin Chin and the other three people outside in. They all stood in the room, watching how Wang Yilin operated. Being stared at by so many eyes, Wang Yilin felt very stressed. He tremblingly took out the small bottle of very precious blood from his arms, and said, "You don't have to look at me like this. It will make me very stressed." Gu Hengyu said, "Are you stressed? Don't be afraid, we just want to see." Although it may sound strange to say this, they really have never seen how blood is tested. In the past, when doing physical examinations in the hospital, they always waited obediently for the results, and never observed closely, so they were really curious. However, under Wang Yilin's insistence, they still couldn't see how the test was done. Because Wang Yilin said very firmly that if they kept watching like this, they would make mistakes. "How long do we have to wait?" Lin Zhonghao asked. Wang Yilin, "The machines now do these tests very quickly, at most 20 minutes. You guys wait for me at the door?" Since they had already said so, Lin Zhonghao and his friends had no other choice but to wait at the door diligently, waiting for the test results to come out. After waiting for almost half an hour, Lin Zhonghao was worried and went in to take a look, and they finally waited until Wang Yilin had a printed test report in his hand. Wang Yilin had a serious expression. It looked like there were a lot of things written on the test report in his hand, and none of them were very good. "Chin Chin, what's wrong? Is the result not good?" Wang Yilin shook his head. Rather than saying it's not good, it's just too weird. He gave the report to Chin Chin, but after Chin Chin took it and read it, she found that she couldn't understand it. It was full of very professional terms and data, which was difficult for her to understand. Gu Hengyu glanced at the report and said directly, "Just tell us the result first, it's okay." Wang Yilin said, "The test report shows that the people here injected Xiao Ai with very common anti-inflammatory and disinfectant drugs, without any other ingredients." Chin Chin was surprised. Impossible. If that's the case, why did Xiao Ai faint? They had originally thought that Xiao Ai must have been injected with some bad drugs, which was why she became like this. But maybe they were wrong? Wang Yilin also looked confused. He originally thought that there would be something in Xiao Ai's test report that he couldn't understand, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. It's like sitting in the classroom for the college entrance examination, but finding that there is only a very simple elementary school math in front of you. Lin Zhonghao, it's so strange. How does this kind of drug usually appear? Wang Yilin, there are many possibilities, such as infection from the outside world or poor resistance, etc. At this point, everyone paused and thought of a very incredible but possible possibility. Lin Zhonghao asked, will Xiao Ai be infected with the zombie virus? Although it was not obvious, maybe she was also a special case like Meng Xian, and the symptoms of infection were not obvious. However, Wang Yilan's next words dispelled their doubts. Don't worry, it's definitely not the zombie virus. I didn't find any zombie virus in her blood. Qinshan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no. If Xiao Ai was infected with the virus again, she was not sure what Qin Jiala's expression would be. But it's not simple either. Wang Yilan took the report and stared at the data. Sun Yang, what's not simple? Wang Yilan pointed to one of the data and said, there are some undetectable components in her blood. It is toxic, but it is not the type of toxin I have seen before. Lin Zhonghao looked unhappy. Toxic? Where did the poison come from? Didn't they say that the people here injected her with ordinary drugs? They always thought that Xiao Ai fainted because she was injected with something. But the data in hand now shows that maybe things are not like that. Wang Yilan, I think that maybe Xiao Ai fainted, so there were those anti-inflammatory drugs later. He looked down at the report and continued, because according to the report, after these drugs were injected, the toxins in Xiao Ai's body were relieved to a certain extent. It didn't decrease, but the speed slowed down. Qinshan felt that what he heard was too magical, so the people here are actually good people. After they saw Xiao Ai fainted, they pulled her into a corner and gave her an injection, and they did it without leaving their name? After Qinshan finished his guess, he couldn't help laughing. This can't be blamed on her, because this paragraph sounds very absurd and incomprehensible. I know this may be difficult to understand. Wang Yilan said, but it seems. That's true. Sun Yang, my question is, since Xiao Ai has this toxin, why didn't they choose to tell us, but concealed it? No one could answer this question. Finally, Lin Zhonghao said, let's go take a look at the medical room again. Maybe we can find some clues that we haven't seen yet. Others agreed. The medical room was also very dark. Although Xiao Ai was the only one lying there, they didn't even leave the lights on. Wang Yilan was wearing a pair of thin rubber gloves, squatting on the ground, searching in the trash can at the door. Qinshan, what are you doing? Wang Yilan, looking for clues. Qinshan was even more confused. What clues can there be in the trash can? Wang Yilan excitedly pulled out a used syringe from the trash can. This is it. He had a very bold idea. Why are there so many people here during the day, and they don't look very anxious? If this scene has been seen before, it was when people lined up for vaccinations in the hospital before. Thinking about the medicine injected into Xiao Ai's neck, Wang Yilan felt that he could fully suspect that these people came here to inject something. Wang Yilan said this conjecture, and Lin Zhonghao frowned and thought. He originally thought that the toxin in Xiao Ai's body might have been infected after being touched by the big bug in the mall, but now he thought again. It seems that Xiao Ai felt a little uncomfortable after arriving here. So, if Xiao Ai can be infected with the toxin, the problem must be here. Lin Zhonghao, is there any way to check the code of this syringe now? Wang Yilan nodded. Lin Zhonghao, okay, then I will check the contents of these syringes with you first. If the ingredients are the same as those injected into Xiao Ai, it can only mean that everyone here has the same disease. If that's the case, he thinks he still needs to make this matter clear. Qinshan felt that her blood was boiling when she heard Lin Zhonghao's judgment. She had a hunch that they were very close to the answer to the mystery here. Chapter 197. Until Lin Zhonghao and Wang Yilan came over with serious faces, Qinshan knew that no matter how they experimented, they had already confirmed their guess. Qinshan swallowed and asked nervously, how is it? Wang Yilan nodded and said, these injected drugs have a larger dose and more complex ingredients. In addition to normal drugs, I also found something not so good. Sun Yang, what's not so good? He saw that Wang Yilan and the others looked really bad, so he couldn't help asking. The injected drug contained some toxins similar to zombie viruses. Wang Yilan said. Although his expression did not change much, his eyes were filled with deep worry. It must be said that the current situation was too weird. He had no idea what the people in this shelter wanted to do. While injecting drugs that were beneficial to the human body, they were also injecting chronic toxins. It's just similar. Wang Yilan saw that the faces of the people opposite him were very bad, and comforted them. They won't become zombies in a short time. Zombie virus? Gu Hingyu took a breath, the one on Xiao Ai. That's not the case. Wang Yilan said. It's okay. Gu Hingyu patted his chest. Lin Zhonghao thought for a moment and said, we must find out what these people are thinking. Chin Chin thought of something and immediately felt very uncomfortable and said, "Are they going to turn them into zombies and then form an army?" She just had this idea by chance in her mind, because she thought of what happened at the M organization base before, and it was hard to say whether it was a conspiracy. Gu Hengyu was a little puzzled, but Mr. Yuan doesn't look like a person with superpowers? Chin Chin glared at Gu Hengyu, angry that he had such a stupid teammate. You forgot that they are still connected to the M organization. If the two sides fight, all the people in this building are just zombie substitutes they raised. When Chin Chin said these words, everyone was silent for a moment. Although it sounds a bit absurd, it is not unreasonable if you think about it carefully. Since everyone knows that the people on both sides are connected, Mr. Yuan may be doing this purely for his own benefit. Sun Yang felt very incredible. It was the first time he really realized that human hearts could be so sinister. If their guesses were correct, then no matter what Mr. Yuan asked for from the M organization, the price would be that the people in the shelter he built would suffer all kinds of pain. And judging from the performance of those people, they were completely unaware that they had toxins in their bodies. Chin Chin was shaking a little. She said, "This is really too vicious. How could such a thing happen?" She thought about it, and turned around to leave, but was caught by Gu Hengyu. "Where are you going?" Chin Chin and Qin Jiala are good friends for so many years. The two of them are exactly the same when they are impulsive. As long as they think of something, they will rush forward without hesitation. Chin Chin shook off Gu Hengyu's hand, still looking angry. "Of course I'm going to settle the score with Mr. Yuan. She must teach Mr. Yuan a lesson for doing such a heinous thing." Gu Hengyu was very helpless. He turned around and looked at the other people who were just watching the fun. His face was full of help. Chin Chin's personality is too similar to Qin Jiala. When he gets impulsive, he really can't be stopped. Lin Zhonghao, ahem, that's enough. What's the point of looking for him now? If this drug is continuously injected into the human body, these people are now terminally ill and cannot be saved. This is what he and Wang Yilin discussed during the test. Because there are fewer and fewer people on Earth now, they believe that no matter whether the other party is good or bad, they can't just sit back and watch if they can be saved. But Wang Yilin said that these people are likely to be beyond saving. When I saw them in the afternoon, I was wondering. Wang Yilin said, "Why do they look healthy, but have the aura of a dying person? Now that I see these reports, I finally understand a little bit. The most pitiful thing about these people is that they don't know what's wrong with them. Since they all came to the medical room to receive injections, it means that this happened a long time ago, and the toxins may have already entered their internal organs and become a part of their bodies. This is a very scary thing. Is Mr. Yuan going to watch so many people turn into zombies and die in front of him?" Chin Chin said angrily, but they seemed to respect Mr. Yuan very much, who knew that he was full of evil intentions and only knew how to plot against the people who have always admired him. Thinking of this, Chin Chin couldn't help but get angry. "Gu Hengyu, okay, didn't you say in the afternoon that the people here were very rude and hostile to you? Why are you fighting for justice now?" Chin Chin paused, but still said stubbornly, "That's because I don't want to see lives disappear like this. More zombies mean more enemies." Although Chin Chin said this, everyone else in the group could understand that she was a typical person, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She clearly didn't want to see these people die in vain, but she expressed it in a not-so-direct way. "Lin Zhonghao, don't worry. Even if you run over now, and point your finger at Mr. Yuan and scold him, I'm afraid he won't admit it." Sun Yang, not admitting it, but we have evidence in our hands. Gu Hengyu understood. I understand. The people here respect Mr. Yuan too much. We alone can't correct it. Maybe they will turn around and scold us for being ungrateful. Chin Chin, what should we do? Can we just watch these people turn into zombies? Wang Yilin, unless we can get a large amount of sustained release fluid here, just like what we did to Meng Xian. Speaking of Meng Xian, several people were silent. Yes, they are now in a state of crisis. They have discovered so many things before they actually arrived at the mission site. Chin Chin had no choice but to recognize the fact that the people here could not be saved. Since they had no way to get those precious fluids, it was impossible to stop the spread of the virus. Lin Zhonghao, but we can investigate this matter and prevent more people from dying in vain. Sun Yang, then shall we go back now? No one said anything, but before leaving, they looked at Xiao Ai, who was still unconscious on the bed. The girl lay on the bed with a pale face, and she didn't look very well. Chin Chin touched Xiao Ai's forehead distressfully, and his disgust for this shelter increased a little more. They returned the same way. When they were about to reach the accommodation area, Gu Hengyu stopped. Sun Yang in front of him stopped and asked in confusion, "Why don't you move?" He thought that Gu Hengyu heard some noise, maybe the patrolman came again, and he immediately prepared. But Gu Hengyu shook his head with a strange look on his face. It's okay, I just felt something bad. It was not dangerous, but it was enough to make him stop. No one else had the same feeling as Gu Hengyu, but when they were about to open the door and walk in, Lin Zhonghao paused and said to Qin Qin, "You go ahead." Qin Qin looked puzzled. "What are you doing? There is no man-eating monster inside, only Lei Lei is sleeping." Lin Zhonghao felt the same as Gu Hengyu at this moment, and stubbornly let Qin Qin walk in front. Qin Qin put his hand on the door handle, turned it gently, and opened the door in front of him. The lights were not on in the room, and everything remained the same as before they left, but when Qin Qin looked up, he was almost scared to death. Qin Jiala sat on the bed, with a smile on her face, her arms folded. She probably heard the sound outside the door a long time ago, so she has been waiting here. Qin Qin did not tremble when facing the zombies, but at this moment, he trembled as if he had been electrified. He stood at the door, not daring to move forward any further, as if Qin Jiala was some kind of man-eating devil. Lulu. Gu Hengyu was behind the team, and heard Qin Qin's extremely weak cry very clearly. He made a gesture to Sun Yang, meaning that he was right, this bad feeling was indeed true. Sun Yang, They never thought that after experiencing so much outside, there would be a bigger hidden danger when they came back. Qin Jiala woke up, and found that they did not keep their promise to wake her up, but all went out to investigate secretly. This is also the point that Qin Jiala can't tolerate the most. Qin Jiala sat on the bed motionless, like a cold statue. "Why are you back so soon? I thought you would wait until tomorrow." Several people crowded at the door, not daring to go in. This scene is neither retreating nor advancing, which makes people laugh. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Qin Jiala was still worried that they might be discovered standing outside in the middle of the night, so he said, "Come in first." Several people walked in dejectedly. Everyone looked like a child who had made a mistake. They lowered their heads and dared not say anything. They all stood in the room as if they were punished. Qin Jiala raised his hand and turned on the lamp next to him. The warm orange light poured down and illuminated the small room. Gu Hengyu whispered, "Isn't this to let you sleep a little longer?" Before he finished speaking, Gu Hengyu was kicked on his calf. Qin Qin stared, not wanting to let Gu Hengyu continue, because this sentence might accidentally hit Qin Jiala's anger point. "Sure enough," Qin Jiala said unhappily. "Do you know what you are doing? You went out in the middle of the night without any organization or plan, and why didn't you tell me? If I had called you, you would definitely not let us go out alone." This was a rare unity among the members. But all the team members learned their lesson, and let Qin Jiala chatter on the bed, and no one wanted to talk back. Qin Jiala took a deep breath and said, "Besides, I have already said before that this place is dangerous. You don't have any weapons on you. What if they are doing some terrible experiments here? Just like the laboratory in the M organization?" Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu exchanged glances. Although they didn't want to admit it, Qin Jiala's sixth sense was always very accurate. She just relied on her own feelings to find that this place was indeed not simple, and mentioned some experiments. "Isn't Mr. Yuan also doing experiments here? What's that expression?" Qin Jiala noticed the little movements between Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu, and raised his voice slightly and said, "What did you find out?" Lin Zhonghao sighed. "There is good news and bad news." "How did you learn to keep people in suspense?" Qin Jiala asked in confusion. "Whether it is good news or bad news, I have to listen to it in the end, don't I?" Lin Zhonghao and Qin Qin both turned their eyes to Wang Yilin. Since Wang Yilin had just joined, they all agreed that Qin Jiala's attitude towards Wang Yilin might be better. Anyway, he should not be as harsh as them. Wang Yilin received the signal from the two people in front of him, so he had to be the first to speak. "The good news is that Xiao Ai is fine. They injected her with just some ordinary drugs." Qin Jiala was relieved to hear that Xiao Ai was fine. She was more worried about what kind of harm Xiao Ai would get here. What about the bad news? Qin Jiala felt that she was ready. Wang Yilin, the bad news is that everyone here has been injected with a chronic zombie virus. Wang Yilin reported their trip to Qin Jiala in great detail, but omitted the small setbacks they encountered when they first went out. Qin Jiala was reluctant for them to go out at night, and if she knew that they almost messed up, she would probably be even more angry. There is such a thing. After listening to Wang Yilin's narration, Qin Jiala felt a little unbelievable. It is undeniable that although she did not like Mr. Yuan very much, at least he had accommodated them to stay for one night and eat here. Although the latter was completely their own way, she could still feel that Mr. Yuan was at least not a particularly bad person. But who would have thought that it would be less than a day before he had to reacquaint himself with this person, and that he could actually do such a thing? It was really unforgivable. Is there no other way? Qin Jiala still asked with a little hope. Wang Yilin shook his head, with some reluctance in his eyes. Although it is a pity, these people will soon become zombies. Chapter 198. After listening to Wang Yilin's words, Qin Jiala fell silent. Facing the lives of so many people in front of her, she felt that it was difficult for her to remain indifferent. If their guesses were correct, then this Mr. Yuan was really too terrifying. Even in such a doomsday, his actions were really terrifying. Of course, Qin Jiala did not expect any righteous party to punish Mr. Yuan, but this approach was really disgusting. Qin Jiala sighed softly. What should we do? Since we can't save these people, are we going to watch them turn into zombies? Lin Zhonghao. First we have to find out what the earliest toxin is. Lin Zhonghao meant that there was another toxin in these people's bodies. The medicine injected into them by the medical room in the shelter can resist this toxin on the one hand, but it also injects the zombie virus into them on the other hand. According to Wang Yilin's analysis, the two toxins are very cleverly integrated together, and they coexist harmoniously in the human body. I think this is what Mr. Yuan has been hiding. Qin Shen analyzed. We must first find out what he and the M organization are planning together, and then we can. Qin Jiala listened to what Qin Shen said, and suddenly thought of another thing. What happened to the person they left in the car? I think we still have one person we can test, Qin Jiala said. The person in the car? Oh, right. Gu Hengyu slapped his head and remembered. The person seems to be still in the car. Should we go and take a look? It's been so long, maybe everyone is dead. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yang poked Gu Hengyu hard from behind. Gu Hengyu looked innocent. What? Did I say something wrong? Sun Yang, don't talk about those messy things now. Qin Jiala, does anyone else want to rest? If you want to rest, stay and rest. The rest of you can go to the car with me. When everyone heard this, they all thought that Qin Jiala was still worried about the fact that they didn't call her just now, so they all shook their heads in unison, saying that they were not sleepy at all, and had no intention of sleeping at all. Qin Jiala felt so embarrassed that he said, I'm not angry. If you are really sleepy, stay and rest. Wang Yilin raised his hand very honestly and said, I want to stay, but it's not because I'm sleepy, but because I want to take a look at these reports again, in case I can find something. Okay. Qin Jiala agreed very readily. Then let's go to the car first. You should be careful here. Wang Yilin felt that he was being taken care of like a novice, and was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Don't worry, what can be unsafe here? Not necessarily. Qin Jiala's eyes were meaningful, and his tone was also unfathomable. I can't say if anything will happen here, you should be careful too. It's okay, Wang Yilin smiled. I will wait here for you to come back. Sun Yang sighed and said, Wang Yilin is a good person. Qin Jiala glanced at Sun Yang sideways. She knew that everyone in her team still missed Meng Xian. Not only because they escaped from school together, but also because Meng Xian had established a very deep relationship with them over such a long time. Including when they were doing tasks, there was an unspoken tacit understanding between them. But now Meng Xian was gone, and there was a person to replace him, and this person was not familiar with them before. So it was normal to have a gap. In the team, only Sun Yang was the youngest. When Qin Jiala was in the car, he had already noticed that Sun Yang's attitude towards Wang Yilin was not very enthusiastic. Whether Wang Yilin saw it or not, she really noticed it anyway. But Qin Jiala said nothing about this. She could only wait for time for Sun Yang to really change his mind about Wang Yilin. No matter how much she persuaded him, it would be useless. But now, because of what happened tonight, it might be Wang Yilin's calmness that made Sun Yang really look at him with new eyes. Qin Shen joked, Why? I thought you didn't like him very much. Sun Yang told the truth. I didn't like him very much at the beginning. Although Wang Yilin said that he was sent by Dr. Song to investigate, Sun Yang now didn't trust anyone except the people in his team. What's more, Wang Yilin has never received proper training and looks quite weak. Not to mention others, even Gu Hengyu can knock him down with one punch, right? Tonight he really didn't expect that Wang Yilin and they cooperated well, and he didn't drag them down, which made Sun Yang very satisfied. He is really a good person. Qin Jiala said kindly, If you can really accept him, I will be very happy. After all, they are all in the same team, and of course, the most important thing is that everyone cares about each other. Sun Yang felt a little embarrassed when he heard what Qin Jiala said. He didn't expect that Qin Jiala had known his opinion of Wang Yilin for a long time, but still didn't say anything. Just based on this point, Sun Yang felt a little shy. He seemed to have become a child who couldn't get along well with his classmates at school and needed his parents to help understand. There seems to be someone in front. Qin Jiala suddenly stopped his steps, stood in place, and looked ahead vigilantly. Someone? Gu Hingyu looked forward, but it was too dark, like an abyss. Without a light, it was hard to see clearly. Although Qin couldn't see clearly, she could feel that something was staring at her in the darkness ahead. Qin Jiala touched the gun placed close to her body with one hand. After feeling the presence of the weapon, she felt relieved. Who is it? Come out, Qin Jiala said lightly. Slowly, footsteps appeared in the darkness. The footsteps were very light, as if they were deliberately trying to create a suspenseful effect in a horror movie. After a few seconds, the footsteps stopped. The man standing in front of them had a gloomy face, and was wearing black clothes, almost blending into the darkness behind him. The most important thing was that Qin Jiala saw very clearly that the man in front of him was holding a gun. A gun? Qin Jiala paid a little attention to it. Now those who have guns are not ordinary people. At least they know how to protect themselves. Qin Jiala did not speak for a while, but the person opposite him lost his temper first. What are you going to do? Just going out for a walk. Qin Jiala raised her eyebrows. Of course, she couldn't tell them that they had another car parked outside. Otherwise it was hard to say whether people here would go to rob it. No entry or exit at night, the man announced in a rough voice. Qin Jiala made a gesture. That's your rule. Unfortunately, I am not the same as you, so. Lin Zhonghao stood behind Qin Jiala without saying anything. He quietly listened to Qin Jiala communicating with the man in front of him, and at the same time, he was ready. If this man dared to make a move, then the gun in his hand was no joke. Including the few people behind him, they were all ready. The man in front of him was obviously not a good person. He held the gun in his hand very threateningly, as if he would raise his hand and shoot if Qin Jiala said something wrong. Compared with the team members behind her, Qin Jiala seemed to be at ease. She negotiated with the person in front of her calmly, so as not to have a conflict when it was unnecessary. This person should be a role of gate patrol. Although he was not very important, the weapon in his hand showed that if he wanted to shoot, then other people in the shelter would hear it, and it would be too late to leave. Qin Jiala took a deep breath, and before she could continue speaking, the person opposite said in a low voice, "You can go out, but you can't come back." Qin Jiala's face changed, and his tone also changed. What do you mean? Did Mr. Yuan ask you to say that? But we... The man opposite him didn't seem to have the patience to listen to Qin Jiala anymore. He turned around and left with his gun. Others, Gu Hingyu secretly glanced at Qin Jiala's face, and found that her face was indeed so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. But it's understandable. Anyone who is taught such a bad lesson will feel very angry. Qin Jiala stood there, trying to control herself from getting angry. Although this person's attitude was indeed very arrogant, she had to put the overall situation first and keep calm for a while. Qin, Lei, are you okay? Even if he was not next to his friend, Qin could feel the strong anger that was about to burst out from his friend. They were all worried that Qin Jiala would not be able to hold back for a while, and would just roll up his sleeves and rush over to compete with Mr. Yuan? Qin Jiala turned around and smiled at her friend. I'm fine. Qin, Although Qin Jiala said she was fine, it was hard to tell from her tone whether she was fine or not. Instead, she sounded a little gnashing her teeth. Lin Zhonghao, ahem, since this person has said so, let's go first. Sun Yang, but didn't he say that if he left, he couldn't come back? Are we really going to leave? Wang Yilin is still in there. Qin Jiala said confidently. Yes, it is because Wang Yilin is still inside that we can leave. If we are really not allowed to enter, I believe Wang Yilin will find a way to let us pass. Everyone didn't know what to say. Qin muttered softly, but this rule is too strange. What does it mean that you can't come back after you go out? I don't know. Qin Jiala pouted. Aren't there enough strange places here? It sounded like she really wanted to come back to this weird shelter. Obviously, the food and accommodation were not good, and she didn't know what charm Mr. Yuan had. When they came, they parked the car far away to avoid being discovered. But now when they really wanted to look for it, Gu Hingyu put on a very confused expression. Qin Jiala frowned and stared at him. What's the matter? You actually forgot where the car was parked. Gu Hingyu was also very aggrieved. The location clearly shows here? He didn't know what was going on. It was as if there was a strange magnetic field around this annoying shelter. Could it be that the location couldn't find it accurately? Lin Zhonghao looked up at the night sky. There were some stars in the sky, which was rare. It was hard to see in the past. A large amount of harmful air emissions polluted the atmosphere. Modern people rarely see such a clear night sky. However, Lin Zhonghao looked down and found that there was a layer of light green smoke around the building of the shelter. At first, he thought he was dazzled and misty at night, but when he looked carefully, it seemed that there was nothing. Qin Jiala was still arguing with Gu Hingyu about the positioning. Gu Hingyu insisted that it was not the machine's problem, but the magnetic field here was a bit chaotic. Qin Jiala put her hands on her hips and said helplessly, "We were fine in this place before. Could it be that the magnetic field would be disordered at night?" After saying this, she was stunned for a moment, because she thought of the advice of the man guarding the door when she was about to go out just now. Could it be that it is because it is easy to encounter some messy things when going out at night that they are not allowed to enter? The more Qin Jiala thought about it, the worse it got. But now, they could only rely on their own 2 legs to find the car. She thought about it, and then simply decided, I will be in one group with Qin Chen and Gu Hingyu, and the rest of the group will split up to find it. There happened to be 2 forked roads leading to the shelter, and it would be faster if they split up into 2 groups. After hearing this idea, the others all nodded and said, okay. Qin Jiala glanced at the electronic watch on her hand, and was surprised to find that the electronic watch on her hand seemed to have no power. The screen was just pitch black. Could it be that the magnetic field disorder here that Gu Hingyu mentioned was really just because of the night? In this case, they had no good way to manage the time. Qin Jiala had to let the 2 groups estimate the time in their minds. If there was no clue after half an hour, they would return to this place to gather. Gu Hingyu nodded, scratched his head and said, I always remember that we didn't park the car far away when we came here. Did I remember it wrong? Chapter 199. At this time, it is still very dangerous to go out at night. Not only are there hungry zombies wandering on the streets, but there are also groups of zombie animals. Because many people have found shelters or military bases now, they have very little food to eat, so as long as they encounter a group, it is very dangerous. The feeling of hunger makes the zombies more aggressive. Qin Chen followed Qin Jiala closely and thought of a more serious question. Could the person in the car wake up and drive the car away directly? This idea is very scary, but it must be said that if this is really the case, then the situation of their group will be very dangerous. Without food and shelter, how can they complete this mission? Qin Jiala shook his head. No. Even if he really wakes up, there is no way to break free from the rope. It is a special soft rope for ordinary people. Once tied to the body, it is difficult to break free. Unless, Gu Hingyu continued Qin Jiala's words, unless this person is a physically enhanced mutant. When preparing tools before setting out, he specially took some of this rope. Gu Hingyu knew its characteristics very well. There are very few physically enhanced psychics. Most of them are enhanced in one aspect of the body, such as upper limbs or speed. It is almost impossible to find a comprehensive player like Lin Zhonghao. That's why Qin Jiala told him to relax. If the person tied up is really a physically enhanced psychic, they should be able to see it when they first come into contact with him, and then they will be alert. If this is the case, it means that this person is likely to have woken up, but because his body is tied to the chair, he has no way to ask for help, let alone break free. This also rules out Qin Chen's guess. So where did their car go? The night is indeed very scary. When they had walked for about 10 minutes, Qin Chen found that she had seen more than one zombie animal. The distance was a bit far, and she couldn't tell what kind of animal it was. She could only see that in the eyes of those animals, there was a green light flashing, which looked very malicious. Qin Chen was a little nervous, and couldn't help but hold Qin Jiala's hand. Qin Jiala also saw those animals, of course, but there were 3 of them now, and these zombie animals should have been in this area for a long time, so it was easy to tell which people were easy to mess with, and which were hard bones. So for a while, these animals would not attack. Don't be afraid, Qin Jiala comforted his friend. Just go your own way, and don't look at them too much. Besides, even if these animals really want to attack them, Qin Jiala still has a gun in his hand, so killing a few of them is not a problem at all. Okay. Qin Chen nodded reluctantly, but in her opinion, it was impossible not to pay attention to these animals. She could only say that she tried not to look into those dark corners. It's been 15 minutes now. Gu Hingyu said very seriously. At the beginning, they agreed on a time of half an hour, which means that if they can't find any trace of the car within 5 minutes, they have to go back first. Although there is no result here, we can only pray that Lin Zhonghao and his team are very smooth. Wait a minute. I think I see it. Qin Jiala squinted her eyes, and noticed that in the darkness ahead, where the flashlight had not yet reached, there was a black thing standing in the darkness, looking in their direction. Gu Hingyu, are you sure? I didn't see anything. He had squinted his eyes, and looked forward, but to him, there was really only darkness ahead. I'm sure. Chinjiala quickened her pace, anxious to confirm whether it was their car or not. There is indeed something in front. Gu Hengyu muttered, and others couldn't hear what he said, but the general meaning was nothing more than it's better to be their car, not other monsters. Chen Chen trusted his friend's judgment very much when encountering various situations, so he followed Chinjiala forward without looking back, leaving Gu Hengyu behind. Gu Hengyu was stunned for a second, and had to follow him helplessly. Hey, wait for me. After walking a few steps, Chinjiala's flashlight could already illuminate the big guy. The bright yellow light just happened to shine on one of the car lights. Chinjiala looked closely, and saw that it was indeed their car. He couldn't help but grin. See, I said so. Gu Hengyu also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to find it. But this also shows that Lin Zhonghao and his team got nothing. Chen Chen and I are here, Chinjiala ordered. You go find them over there, and tell them we have found the car. Gu Hengyu nodded decisively, and was about to leave when Chinjiala seemed to have thought of something. He took out the gun from his body, and handed it to Gu Hengyu. Take this. If there are any zombies, just shoot them. Although she gave him all the guns, Chinjiala thought of the animals that were lurking in the corner when she came here. She was worried that one gun would not be enough, so she gave Gu Hengyu a long dagger. Yes, take this too. Chinjiala handed the long dagger to Gu Hengyu. Gu Hengyu looked at the thin blade and the small curved hook on the top of the dagger, knowing that this was something Chinjiala always carried with him, so he couldn't help but feel touched, but he still had to argue. You don't need so many. You asked me to carry so many things. Don't you feel like I'm going to die? When I think about it, it's true. Isn't that how it's played in TV dramas? Generally, characters who are about to die will receive a lot of useless care and weapons before leaving. Chinjiala probably thought of this when he heard this. However, TV dramas are TV dramas, and reality is reality. She glared at Gu Hengyu. Don't say such stupid things, hold the dagger. If it is bent or something like that when you come back, I will beat you up. Gu Hengyu nodded perfunctorily. Okay, I get it. Chen Chen, be careful, come back as soon as you find them. Gu Hengyu, don't worry, it's just a short road, what can happen? Chinjiala interrupted Gu Hengyu's confident words. Stop talking, be careful of being poisoned. Remember, if you encounter zombies, shoot first, and don't fight in close combat if you can. She said this because Gu Hengyu was not very skilled in close combat, and had no special abilities. If he was bitten by a zombie, he would have to go back to the pool with Meng Xian. Gu Hengyu took the gun and dagger given by Chinjiala and turned to leave. Chinjiala and Chen Chen looked at each other, and the two had to get in the car and wait. After getting in the car, Chinjiala turned on the lights in the car first. With the lights, their bodies that had cooled down in the dark finally warmed up a little. The light illuminated the interior of the car, and they could see everything in the car clearly. Chinjiala looked around and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, everything is the same as when we came. Chen Chen saw the man who was still tied to the chair. His head was lowered, but his body was still tightly tied to the chair, and he looked lifeless. Chen Chen asked hesitantly, Lulu, look at this person, what's wrong with him? Chinjiala glanced at him indifferently and felt that something seemed to be wrong. This person was like this when he left, but now, it seems that something has changed. Chinjiala held Chen Chen with one hand, asked his friend to step back a few steps, and walked forward himself. At the same time, Chinjiala also held an ice pick in his hand. Chen Chen was slightly shocked when he saw his friend's actions. What does Lele mean? Is this person awake, waiting for them to come forward and attack them, but judging from his posture, it seems that he has not woken up at all. Because his posture is a posture that relies entirely on the rope, without any other help. If it is to print them, then this person is a bit too costly, right? Chen Chen pulled Chinjiala's clothes. Lele. Chinjiala is very proficient. Standing in the car, with the light above his head, Chen Chen can clearly see the serious expression on his friend's face. This expression only appears when in danger, or about to be in danger. It seems a little wrong, Chinjiala said. She has been able to sense danger since a long time ago, unless the danger comes in an instant or the next second, leaving no time to think. But for example, if there are zombies lurking around a corner, most of the time it can still be sensed. And now, she also felt an unusual smell from this person. Chinjiala said nervously, Don't get close, I think he seems. Chinjiala couldn't tell what it was like, but the aura of this person was a little unusual, and she felt that she had to take a closer look. Chen Chen was behind Chinjiala, holding a gun in her hand. If there was any problem, she and Chinjiala would attack at the same time. Chinjiala poked the man with the ice cone in his hand, but he still didn't respond. Didn't wake up? Chen guessed. No, that's not right. Qin frowned and raised his voice. Hey! Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The man tied to the chair began to struggle. I don't know what stimulated him, but he seemed to have no way to sit still on the chair and started to move around. He swayed left and right, trying to struggle off the ropes on his body. But when he made this move, the man still didn't raise his head. Chen asked bravely, Hey, what's wrong with you? To the surprise of the two, after hearing what Chen said, the man immediately stopped struggling. He slowly raised his head, as if to react to this. Qin took a breath, and Chen was also completely stunned. Because the man in front of him might have been a human, but now, his face was completely purple, and blue blood vessels could be seen bulging on his face. His eye sockets were white, and he kept breathing out of his nostrils, and his mouth made a meaningless speech. This person turned into a zombie. Qin had seen many zombies, but it was the first time he was frightened by the appearance of a zombie. He took a step back and accidentally stepped on Chen foot. Ouch! Chen cried out in pain. Sorry! Qin apologized quickly. It's okay. Chen didn't care about these small details, but pointed at the zombie and said to Qin, Lulu, look at this zombie. Qin held the ice pick tightly in his hand, and did not kill the zombie immediately, because the one in front of him seemed different from other zombies he had seen before. But what was different? Anyway, it seemed that this zombie could not break free from the rope for a while, so Qin simply stood there in thought, and said to Chen, Help me get Gu Hongyu's camera. Chen was confused. She was still waiting for her friend to kill this zombie, but she turned around and asked herself to get the camera. Did she think it was time for some zombies to visit? What do you want a camera for? Chen asked. Qin, of course, I want to take a picture of this zombie. Qin clenched his fists and seemed quite excited. Chen, take a picture. Qin nodded, and his tone was also very excited. Chen, we may discover a new type of zombie. It is unknown what kind of zombie this is, but it is certain that it is different from the wandering zombies outside, so Qin wanted to keep the appearance of this zombie. Even if it is used for research in the future, it can be regarded as a reference. Chen looked very strange, but still helped her friend get the camera. Afterwards, Chen looked at her friend speechlessly, as she kept pressing the shutter button on the zombie that was still struggling crazily on the chair, making a click-click sound, and she almost didn't record it. Chen, what kind of strange habit does her friend have? Should she still be thankful that Qin didn't let the zombie shout eggplant and make a scissors hand gesture at this time? The zombie on the chair was harassed by the shutter sound and the flash, and looked even more irritable. Even the chair under it made a creaking sound. Chen whispered, really irritable. Qin heard this, and suddenly a light bulb came to her mind. She finally knew what was the difference between the zombie in front of her and the other zombies wandering outside. Chapter 200. The problem is here. The other zombies don't seem to be as aggressive as the one in front of them. If they can't bite people, they will just keep trying. The zombie in front of them is obviously irritated by them, and has started to lose his temper. Ouch, Qin shrugged, not afraid of the zombie in front of him. It's quite fierce. In her opinion, no matter how fierce the zombie is, it is tied to the chair at this moment, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Whether it was a normal zombie or an evolved zombie, they were no match for her alone. Chen looked at the zombie, and it seemed to become even more agitated. If they were not very clear that zombies were not conscious, they would probably think that the zombie had understood what Qin said. The zombie still did not break free from the rope. He struggled desperately, and the rope rubbed against the chair, making a creaking sound. Chen nervously pulled his friend's sleeve. Lulu, you should not irritate it, right? The rope I'm holding up is likely to break. Qin looked at the rope on the zombie with disdain. Just as he was about to comfort his friend by saying that the rope would not break, he saw that on the left side of the zombie, the rope on its body had been worn down to only a little bit left. The next second, there was nothing left. The zombie broke free of the rope and threw the broken rope on the ground. The zombie looked at Qin with a very greedy light in its empty eyes. It roared, and Qin could smell the stench of corpse coming from it, which was really disgusting. Roar! Veins popped out of the zombie's face, and it pounced on Qin. Qin had no expression on his face, and he just pushed the ice cone on his face forward. The zombie stopped moving, and looked at the long ice cone on his stomach in disbelief. The rage on his face seemed to dissipate a little, and only a slight confusion remained, as if he didn't know why he became like this. This delicious meal in front of him didn't seem to do anything, but his life, which was preserved by the virus, was gone. Chinjiala pulled out the ice cone and chopped it down hard, directly chopping off the zombie's head. The zombie wailed, and its body softened and fell down. The head chopped off by Chinjiala rolled twice on the ground, rolling into some shadow on the car. Chinchin breathed a sigh of relief. Chinjiala had refreshed his image in her mind. He could kill a zombie without any expression on his face, and he didn't even need any extra movements. She couldn't help but say, "Lele, it seems that you have become much more powerful." Chinjiala waved her hands. Nothing. After saying this, she quietly waved her hands away when her friends couldn't see her. Pretending to be cool also comes at a price. Although her attack just now seemed to be a breeze, only she knew that she had put a lot of effort into it. This evolved zombie not only had a worse temper, but also seemed to have become stronger. If she hadn't been prepared, this attack might not have caused it fatal damage. Chinchin walked forward, squatted beside the zombie and took a look, and unexpectedly made a discovery. "Lulu, come and see. Why does the zombie's body seem to be rotting?" Rotting? Chinjiala thought Chinchin had seen it wrong. Many people who were infected with the zombie virus will have more inexplicable wounds after becoming zombies, even if they originally had no wounds. Chinjiala thought his friend mistook those wounds for rotting. Chinjiala walked over and squatted beside the zombie with Chinchin. This surprised Chinjiala. Chinchin was right. The zombie's body was indeed slowly decaying. Its skin began to turn into an even uglier color. The stench on its body was also very serious, much stronger than before. There were even some black spots on the exposed skin. What's going on? Chinjiala frowned at the zombie in front of him. Could it be that because they have evolved, their bodies will decay accordingly, so that they will not harm nature? Chinchin looked at it for a long time and wanted to reach out to touch it, but before she could touch the zombie's skin, Chinjiala stopped her very sternly. "Don't touch it. We don't know what's so powerful about this zombie yet, so let's wait and see if Wang Yiling can do anything about this situation when he comes." Chinchin sighed and had to stand up slowly. She had been squatting on the ground for too long, and she felt a little dizzy when she stood up. "I find out where the head has rolled to first in case they come back and kick ahead with their feet. It's really scary." Chinjiala squeaked him, sat down next to him, opened the camera in his hand, and checked the photos inside. The zombies in the photos had hideous faces, their skin was purple in the dark, and their eyeballs were almost bulging out, which looked really scary. What Chinjiala didn't understand was why the zombies looked like this. Logically speaking, this person had been tied up in the car and had never been anywhere, so why would he be infected with the zombie virus? What's even more terrible is that the third type of zombie evolution has appeared. What does this mean? Is it possible for zombies to evolve into the fourth type? Chinjiala didn't dare to think too deeply about this question. She was afraid that if this question continued, the result would be very terrible. The current zombies are far less easy to deal with than the previous ones. They even have a little bit of human wisdom. If they really evolve to a level that is similar to human intelligence, then how to fight against them? Now, the world has been divided into two parts. One part is the surviving humans, and the other part is the zombies. But now there is another part, which is the mysterious M organization. Chinjiala believes that their goal should not only be to conduct those anti-human experiments, but there may be darker goals, but they have not been discovered yet. Thinking of this, Chinjiala sighed deeply. "Lulu?" Chinchin raised his head from the back seat of the car and called his friend with a confused look. "Why can't I find the head?" Chinjiala was still immersed in his own thoughts. When he heard his friend's words, he was a little confused. "What head?" Chinchin crawled out from under the chair. His hair was messy because he had been searching on the ground. "It's the head of the zombie. I remember rolling to this place just now, but there was nothing." Chinjiala finally reacted. "No way? Have you searched it all?" Chinchin nodded very seriously. "I have searched it. Under the chair behind here, I have searched it all." Chinjiala stood up and turned on all the lights on the back seat of the car. The interior of the car suddenly became very bright. She simply laid down and squinted her eyes to look under the chair. Indeed, there was nothing. The bottom of these chairs was empty. There was nothing except some food boxes piled up in the back. Chinjiala thought of a very scary possibility. Could it be that this kind of zombie will escape by cutting off its tail like a lizard? We cut off its head, but its head is an independent life form. Can it use this opportunity to escape? After listening to Chinjiala's analysis, Chinchin felt horrified. "Lele, don't talk nonsense. How could that happen? That is beyond the scope of zombies." As long as he thought of a head with its own ideas and arms and legs growing out of it, Chinchin felt that this was a very scary thing. If that was really the case, the difficulty coefficient of zombies would rise sharply. Ahem. Qin Jiala cleared his throat. Let's look for it again. I also think my idea is a bit exaggerated. So, the two of them began to search carefully in the back again, until Qin Jiala saw a small pile of black powder, which formed a small hill on the ground. Because this pile was in a very hidden corner, the two of them did not see it when they first searched. Is anyone smoking at this time? No, smoking wouldn't cause so much, right? Qin Jiala looked at the small pile of dirt and felt puzzled. Besides, cigarette ash is not pure black. The pile in front of him is simply coal balls ground into powder. Qin Shen also lowered his head curiously. I don't know, I didn't see this thing just now. Qin Jiala, don't touch it yet. I find a small shovel to shovel them out. Qin Jiala walked into Gu Hongyu's pile of tools and found a cardboard and a small brush. The two things together just looked like a pair of very many sweeping tools. Qin Shen looked at the tools in his friend's hand and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, what is this? Qin Jiala waved the small brush in his hand. I found it from Gu Hongyu's tools. How about it? Does it look like a broom and a dustpan? Yes. Qin Shen watched Qin Jiala squat down and carefully shovel the black powder onto the cardboard. But how can there be such a thing? Qin Jiala was very confused, and the shape of this pile of powder doesn't look like it was deliberately made like this, but it looks a bit like it was formed naturally. Just like the fine sand in an hourglass. Qin Jiala couldn't help wondering what the relationship was between the two after they found the zombie's head, but found all these things. The two of them went back to the front and carefully placed the cardboard on a table. This was a very important research clue and couldn't be lost. Qin Shen suddenly discovered that the rest of the zombie's body without a head was getting worse. This time it wasn't just rotten, the joints on its arms had turned into fine powder. Qin Shen screamed softly, Lulu. Qin Jiala, what's wrong? Qin Shen pointed at the powder falling from the zombie. Look at this. It turns out that the pile of powder is its head. Qin Jiala looked at the pile of powder on the cardboard, and then took a look at the gradually decaying zombie, and his voice was inevitably a little nervous. What's going on? How did it turn into powder? This was unheard of before. After all the zombies had their heads chopped off, they all fell to the ground, just like normal corpses. Meng Xian had said before that these zombies would eventually be naturally degraded and buried in the soil, just like garbage that was not disposed of in time. But now, in just 10 minutes, they have already decomposed on their own. This is really... Qin Jiala was so shocked that he couldn't speak, but after thinking about it carefully, this might indeed be a more reasonable explanation for the current situation. Otherwise, how did the zombie's head disappear? After thinking about it, the only suspicious thing on the ground was the pile of powder in front of him. This method is really environmentally friendly. Qin Jiala couldn't help but sigh. Qin Shen, does this mean that we don't care about it and wait until it turns into powder? Qin Jiala's face was solemn. Wait and see. They waited quietly by the side until about 20 minutes later, most of the zombie's body had turned into fine powder. It looked really strange, and only the broken body was left in the car. This is too weird, Qin Jiala shook his head. I'd never heard of anything like this. I have to tell the base about this. Qin Shen looked up blankly. Okay. She was also confused by what was happening now, and had no idea why it turned out like this. Qin Jiala picked up the communication and entered the channel band where the base was located, but a blue wavy line kept appearing on the screen, extending forward continuously, which meant that the communication was trying to connect, but it was useless, probably because the signal was not good or for some other reason. In short, the person on the other side did not respond. Qin Jiala dejectedly turned off the communication. If there was no response within 3 minutes, there was no need to continue. Qin Shen comforted his friend and said, It's okay, maybe the signal here is just bad. Qin Jiala said helplessly, Now I miss Gu Hongyu very much. Although this person is not serious at all and does things in a hurry, at least his skills are still good. Basically, as long as there are tools in hand, these things can be repaired. Speaking of Gu Hongyu, Qin Shen thought, why hasn't he come back yet? Qin Jiala, I don't know, maybe. He encountered something? Chapter 201. Achoo. Gu Hongyu sneezed loudly. The after effect of this sneeze was so strong that he felt a little dizzy for a moment. Gu Hongyu didn't even bother to rub his nose. He raised his gun and fired a bullet directly at the animal rushing towards him. In fact, Qin Jiala and the others were right. Gu Hongyu encountered some very difficulties before he walked far. At first, there were a few zombies still wandering outside, but Gu Hongyu ignored them and chose a slightly farther distance. Fortunately, These zombies didn't look very energetic. They might have no energy because they couldn't find food in the wild. They could only watch Gu Hengyu from a distance. When they wanted to chase him, Gu Hengyu had already run away. However, this evasion also made Gu Hengyu deviate from his original route. He went back in the direction he had just walked, but now he seemed to be on another path. Damn, Gu Hengyu muttered, this was not a good situation. Because when he first came here, Qin Jiala chose to walk on the main road, first because their car was parked on the main road, and second because it was easier to avoid all kinds of disasters on the wide road. Before leaving, Gu Hengyu kept telling himself to follow the route Qin Jiala had set, but because of these zombies, his route had deviated. What should I do? Gu Hengyu looked at the empty streets around him. Those once bustling stores were now empty. After no one patronized them, they now looked like monsters' eyes, looking out darkly. Gu Hengyu swallowed his saliva. It wasn't that he was afraid, but how could he not be afraid in this situation? Even a tough man would feel scared when facing such a wilderness. So Gu Hengyu took out the gun that Qin Jiala gave him when he left, with a small word Qin engraved on it. Gu Hengyu took the gun in his hand and felt a little more at ease. He walked forward slowly based on his memory. This place was too desolate, and he couldn't find any iconic buildings at all. Ah! When Gu Hengyu was walking forward, a low animal howl suddenly came from a corner. Gu Hengyu was startled and took out his gun reflexively, aiming nervously at a corner. But after finding that there was nothing in that corner, he turned around and slowly checked his surroundings. At this time, without teammates by his side, he was unsure of any situation. There was no one to help him watch behind him, and no one could judge the danger. Gu Hengyu took a deep breath of the cold night air and said to himself, "It's okay, you can do it, they are just some zombies, there is nothing to be afraid of." He looked around carefully and cautiously, always paying attention to whether there was anything nearby. The howl just now did not sound like a zombie, so it could only be that. Several black shadows slowly walked out from a corner. They had a cold breath and a rotten smell, and their black claws pressed on the ground, slowly emerging from the darkness. It's a zombie animal. Gu Hengyu took a deep breath in his heart. This was what he feared the most. When Qin Jiala was fighting with those animals before, it could be seen that the zombie animals here were more powerful than zombies. Not only did they have a little wisdom, but their attack power was also higher. It's not that Gu Hengyu didn't have confidence in himself, it was just that these things were too dangerous. If he fought alone, he might still have a chance of winning. But Gu Hengyu calmly took a look at the group of animals in front of him, conservatively estimating that there were 5 of them. Judging from the size and condition of these animals, they looked a bit like wolves, and they were wolves that had been hungry for a long time, because Gu Hengyu could already see that the wolf in the front was drooling, and his eyes were glowing green, wondering if he had already considered himself as a midnight snack. However, he estimated in his mind how many bullets were left in his gun, and came to a very tragic conclusion. Even if it only took 2 bullets to kill each wolf, he could only just kill 5. Not to mention that he was shooting in such a dark situation, and the lighting equipment on his body was also very limited, and it was not certain that every bullet would hit the animal. Gu Hengyu could only curse these damn wolves in his heart. They only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. At the beginning, when Qin Jiala was there, and there were many people, these wolves never appeared. Why did they appear in groups when it was his turn? In the final analysis, he was too weak. Gu Hengyu regretted it very much in his heart. Although he had strengthened his training later, it seemed that he was obviously not a match for these wolves. He reached into his pocket and took out a small time bomb. Gu Hengyu did not look at the bomb in his hand, but very skillfully dialed a number on the bomb, that is, set the time on it, and then took the bomb in his hand. From beginning to end, he dared not take his eyes off the wolves in front of him. Because before the doomsday, he had heard that wolves were very cunning and very good at seizing people's weaknesses. As long as you show a little bit of timidity, this timidity will be captured by the wolf, and then it will use your fear to attack. Although these wolves have been infected, they still retain the blood in their bones as wolves. Gu Hengyu did not dare to be careless at all. Who knows if these wolves will come up and bite his neck when he lowers his head? However, he was very surprised. Why are there wolves in the city? Logically, these animals should be in more remote places. Before Gu Hengyu could figure out this problem, these wolves had already started to move slowly. They walked in an orderly manner and began to circle around Gu Hengyu. They didn't look like extremely hungry animals at all, and they didn't look like the kind of people who were patiently sizing people up. But Gu Hengyu knew very well that these wolves were just testing him. Once they found that he didn't have a weapon that was more lethal to them, they would probably start to attack directly. So Gu Hengyu stood there without moving. In fact, he was already very nervous. He kept his eyes on these wolves and didn't dare to let down his guard. Awoo! The leading wolf lay on the ground with its front paws, its back slightly arched, and let out a very low roar. This roar was like a command, and all the wolves behind it received an instruction and quickly started to act. When the leading wolf rushed towards Gu Hengyu, he had already prepared himself mentally. Gu Hengyu did not rush forward, but chose to retreat first. However, after seeing Gu Hengyu's retreat, the leading wolf was more convinced that he was afraid, so he howled again, and all the wolves behind him followed suit. Gu Hengyu saw the right moment, and the bomb in his hand was already ready. He threw the bomb directly, and the timing of the bomb was just right. When it was thrown into the wolf pack, the bomb had not exploded yet, but the leader wolf had reacted quickly and wanted to throw the bomb out. Damn! Gu Hengyu looked at the small bomb nervously. If it was thrown out, he might not have the possibility of survival. So he picked up the gun and wanted to attract the attention of the leader wolf. Hey! Look here! Gu Hengyu shouted at the wolf. Although the wolf might not understand what he said, it should be able to hear his voice and be attracted. Sure enough, after hearing the voice, the leading wolf turned its head quickly and roared at Gu Hengyu. However, the next moment, the small bomb exploded. However, because the bomb had been carried far away by the leading wolf, the shock wave generated by the bomb was not very large and only affected 2 wolves. The 2 wolves were relatively close to the bomb, and after being hit, their entire bodies flipped over, rolling a long way on the ground, and then lying on the ground motionless. The leader wolf saw this scene and seemed to be seriously enraged. It and its members have occupied this area for a long time, and even the zombies can't snatch them away, so over time, the wolf pack has become a little arrogant, and they think they can already look down on this area. But what was unexpected was that today, this seemingly weak man actually killed 2 wolves with 1 move. It was really unbelievable. Gu Hengyu made a somewhat vulgar gesture to the leading wolf. Ha ha, you didn't expect it. Although I may not be able to beat you, I have a lot of equipment in my hands. I didn't expect that the bomb would have such power. If he had known earlier, he should have brought more of these things with him, and thrown out 10 or 8 bombs. I guess even if there were more wolves, he wouldn't have to be afraid. The wolves were all retreating after seeing their companions die, but they didn't expect Gu Hengyu to yell without any modesty, and even made a gesture that would irritate them, so all the wolves were aroused, howling and rushing over. Oh no! Gu Hengyu saw this situation, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. It was all his fault that he couldn't hold it back. He had to show off to these wolves just now. If he had known earlier, he would not have done that. Maybe there wouldn't be so many things. Gu Hengyu wanted to run forward, but after a few steps, he knew that if he simply ran away, he would not be able to defeat these wolves. Just when he had not run far forward, he heard a faint breath coming from behind him. Gu Hengyu knew that these were the wolves catching up. At this time, the results of the training at the base could be shown. Gu Hengyu's reaction speed was very fast now. He held the gun in his hand and fired a bullet at the back. Although his reaction speed was very fast, the leading wolf was indeed very powerful. The moment Gu Hengyu turned around, he had already sensed it and quickly dodged. As a result, the bullet just grazed its body, leaving blood marks on its flesh. Oops, Gu Hengyu cursed himself in his heart that he should have waited until he could see more clearly before shooting. It must be said that he was a little panicked when he shot just now, otherwise, he should have shot after confirming the position of the wolf. As a result, this precious bullet was wasted. However, because of this bullet, the leader wolf has calmed down. It decided to re-examine the man in front of it. The weapon in his hand may cause great harm to itself. Gu Hengyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the leader wolf stopped running around, he would be confident to aim. Another wolf rushed up from behind. Gu Hengyu picked up the gun, narrowed one eye, and said viciously, "Wait and see, I am not easy to bully." After aiming, he fired quickly, and one shot hit the wolf's belly directly. The wolf was injured, howled, and rolled on the spot. Gu Hengyu had punched a big bloody hole in its belly, and it was bleeding. Despite this, the wolf did not seem to be dead, but stood up again staggeringly beside it. No way. Gu Hengyu looked at the group of wolves in front of him in surprise. Originally, I thought these zombie animals were not that strong, but now it seems that their vitality should have been strengthened by the virus. Awoo! After seeing its companion injured, the leader wolf rushed over again. Gu Hengyu had no choice but to dodge temporarily. This leader wolf was the strongest, and he planned to kill the other 3 wolves first, weakening their strength before rushing forward. Bang! Another shot. Gu Hengyu fired again, and this shot finally made the already injured wolf fall down, and fell to the ground with a plop, motionless. Great. Gu Hengyu breathed a sigh of relief. There are only 7 bullets left. It should be a piece of cake to deal with these 2 wolves, right? Gu Hengyu thought so and aimed at the leading wolf first. But just when he was about to press the trigger, another wolf rushed over at a very fast speed. Gu Hengyu was dazzled and raised his gun slightly. As a result, the leading wolf easily dodged the shot. I didn't expect these wolves to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Gu Hengyu thought so in his heart. One wolf can attract his attention, and the other wolf will start to attack. Is this really an animal? Why does it feel like the zombie virus has made them much stronger? Anyway, what he really needs now is to calm down and keep attacking. Chapter 202. Gu Hengyu pointed his gun at the wolf that was still on the ground preparing to attack, and fired with a bang. The wolf was not so lucky to dodge the shot. Before it had time to move, it had already hit Gu Hengyu's gun. The wounded wolf lay on the ground, feeling that the air it exhaled was no less than the air it inhaled. It licked the wound on its body very weakly and cried out. Gu Hengyu, Why did he feel like he had killed a protected animal? This zombie wolf really didn't look like it was infected with the virus. Its acting was very realistic. Although only the leader wolf was left, its momentum was not weakened at all. Its mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. When the virus entered these naturally ferocious animals, it seemed to have modified their genes, making the weapons they relied on for survival even sharper. Gu Hengyu cursed in a low voice. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but the air around him seemed to become colder. The night wind blew, pushing the rotten and smelly smell of the zombie wolf directly into his nose. It was really disgusting. Gu Hengyu raised his gun, intending to end the wolf's life with this bullet. But the next second, a shadow suddenly passed in front of his eyes. The wolf pounced on him at an incredible speed, showing its teeth, as if it wanted to bite Gu Hengyu's neck. It must be said that Gu Hengyu finally felt a little real fear at this moment. The canine teeth in the wolf's mouth were so sharp that it looked like it could end his life without hesitation. Gu Hengyu's shot missed, but he also took advantage of the situation to dodge the wolf's attack. The wolf and the man stood aside, panting slightly, calming their breathing, and observing the opponent at the same time, hoping to hit the opponent accurately in the next attack. The zombie wolf seemed to have realized that there were not many opportunities left for him. In the fight just now, his companions had died one after another, which meant that the human in front of him was not as simple as he looked. If it was a real wolf, it might have slipped away because of fear, but the zombie wolf still lacked a lot of wisdom. It only knew to gather enough strength and launch a fatal attack on the man in front of it. Who is afraid of who? Come if you have the guts. Gu Hengyu shouted at the wolf in front of him. He also knew that it was really stupid for him to do this, but at this moment, only this method could make him muster up the courage. I must hit this wolf in the next attack. Gu Hengyu had only this thought in his mind. He quickly ran forward a few steps, intending to prevent the wolf from jumping up and counterattacking in midair, because that would only make him lose his aim. He had no choice but to get close and take advantage of the opportunity when it didn't have time to dodge. Although in this way, he might also be hurt by the recoil of this gun, but it doesn't matter anymore. Gu Hengyu roared and pointed the gun at the wolf's head while running. The wolf's eyes had turned into a very scary scarlet color at some point, but Gu Hengyu was not afraid at all. At this moment, Gu Hengyu fired, and the bullet hit the wolf's neck accurately. Success! Gu Hengyu cheered in his heart, but before this cheer became a reality, he was very surprised to find that the wolf in front of him, although its speed was indeed slowed down, did not seem to fall to the ground like other wolves because of being shot. Gu Hengyu was so shocked that he even forgot to speak for a moment. Until the wolf's scarlet eyes got closer and closer to him, and he could smell the stench more and more. Gu Hengyu realized a very important problem. At such a close distance, he might not be able to escape. No way. Is he going to die here today? He has not seen the day of world peace, the day when all the zombies on the earth are eliminated, or the day when the virus serum is developed. Unwilling. Really very unwilling. Gu Hengyu only had this thought in his mind. But the wolf was too close, and there was no way for him to avoid the attack. Why did such a bad thing happen just to meet his team members? Gu Hengyu could only roar in his heart. Until the next second, get out of the way. A loud shout came from not far ahead. Gu Hengyu heard this voice, and his first reaction was to obey it. At that moment, perhaps this short sentence gave him a kind of strength, allowing his legs, which had no strength, to move again. Gu Hengyu rolled to the side, and then, there was the sound of a bullet breaking through the void and shooting straight into the flesh. Then, Gu Hengyu felt his face being scratched, and something hot was flowing down his back. Are you okay? The voice came over and asked himself. Wait, why does this voice sound familiar? Gu Hengyu supported himself with his hands and barely got up from the ground. He could feel that his face was definitely scratched, and maybe even bleeding, but now didn't seem to be the time to talk about this. Lin Zhonghao stood in front of him, frowning at the mess on the ground, and then looked at Gu Hengyu, who was at a loss. What's going on? How could there be a wolf here? Where's Qingjiala? Then, Lin Zhonghao was a little horrified to see that a very strange expression appeared on Gu Hengyu's face, as if he was a god who had descended from the sky, and he was almost crying with joy. Lin Zhonghao, what's that expression on your face? Gu Hengyu sniffed and looked like he was about to cry. Why are you here? Sun Yang leaned out from behind Lin Zhonghao and looked at Gu Hengyu, feeling very fresh. What's going on? Why are you crying with excitement? I never knew you missed us so much. Gu Hengyu, I miss you so much. Who would miss you? Sun Yang, what's wrong with you? Look at it. Sun Yang couldn't help but look around and found several corpses of zombie wolves on the ground. So many. Did you kill them all? Gu Hengyu, is it necessary to be so surprised? He was really unhappy with the expression on Sun Yang's face. It was as if he was questioning his ability. The gun in your hand. Lin Zhonghao frowned and looked at the weapon in Gu Hengyu's hand. If he remembered correctly, the owner of this gun should be Qingjiala, and Qingjiala even engraved words on the gun. Oh this, Gu Hengyu finally remembered that his most important task now was to take Lin Zhonghao and the others to meet up with Qingjiala. The good news is that we have found a car here, so Qingjiala asked me to come and inform you. Lin Zhonghao nodded. That's good. Actually, we came here to check because we found nothing there, and didn't get any news from you. Sun Yang took over this sentence very smoothly, but we heard your scream before we got close. Gu Hengyu stared at Sun Yang. He couldn't remember when he had screamed. Even if he was really scared at that time, he didn't think he would scream like a useless waste. Don't be ridiculous, I didn't even open my mouth. Lin Zhonghao, we heard the gunshots, so we hurried over to take a look. The arguments between Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu were so boring that he had to interrupt to end the boring topic. Gu Hengyu was still a little unconvinced. Well, I solved these things by myself. Don't forget, I don't have any special powers. The three of them walked and talked, and Lin Zhonghao took a last look at the corpses of the zombie wolves and said, these wolves should not appear here for no reason. Or someone brought it here and placed it here on purpose. Placed it here? Sun Yang was still a little confused, but is it necessary? There shouldn't be anyone else here, right? It's hard to say. Lin Zhonghao expressed his thoughts. Maybe we can imagine that someone knew in advance that we would pass by this place and set up an ambush here. Sun Yang shuddered this. They had discussed the question of whether there was a traitor in the base before, but every time they conducted a secret investigation, there was no complete conclusion. To be honest, everyone has some secrets, and it is impossible to tell who is really hiding in the team. And maybe it is just one of so many people. Lin Zhonghao, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Gu Hengyu, are you sure you are okay? Gu Hengyu's face was scratched by the stone on the ground. There was a long cut, and blood was oozing out very slowly. Lin Zhonghao was afraid that the place where the wolf fell just now seemed to be quite close to Gu Hengyu. Wash your wound first after returning to the car. Lin Zhonghao said so. Qingjiala and Qinshan were still sitting in the car, at a loss. Zombies in front of them had completely turned into a pile of black powder, and it seemed that there was no trace of the previous zombies at all. Qingjiala took out a tablet and wrote and drew on it, mumbling, Level 1 zombies, low attack power. Large numbers, Level 2 zombies, faster speed, tentacles will burst out of their stomachs to attack. Level 3 zombies, emotionally unstable, greatly increased strength. Qinshan felt overwhelmed when she heard this. Okay, I think we should send this information to the base and let them sort it out. Listening to her friends chattering, she always felt an inexplicable fear. Zombies have evolved, only humans haven't changed much yet. The number of psychics doesn't seem to have increased. Thinking of this, Qinshan felt a little depressed. It would be great if she was also a psychic. She didn't need any powerful abilities. It would be enough if she could help her friends in team battles. Okay. Qingjiala closed the tablet and looked helplessly at the pile of black powder below. We still have to clean these things up. It doesn't look very clean if it's left on the ground. Well, I remember Wang Yilin took some plastic bags when he left. Qinshan walked to the pile of debris at the back and pulled out Wang Yilin's medicine box. The password was too simple for once. Qinshan slowly opened the box and said helplessly, I think his password is a bit too simple. You said the things inside are very important. Why do you use such a simple password? Qingjiala shrugged. Maybe he thinks the simplest is the most difficult. Anyway, if it were me, the most ridiculous thing I would think of would be 12,345, or something like that. Chin Chin took out 2 transparent sealed bags from inside, which looked a bit like the bags needed to collect evidence at a murder scene. She handed the bag to Qingjiala, squatted on the ground, and used the small brush to slowly gather all the powder on the ground together. Ugh, it still smells so bad. Chin Chin wrinkled her nose. She could still smell the smell of decay from the black powder, but it was a little lighter than when the zombie body was still there. Qingjiala opened the small bag and put it on the ground, asking Chin Chin to sweep all the powder into the small bag. After all, this is the ashes of the zombie? It's very environmentally friendly. It doesn't even need cremation. It has already been cleaned up by itself. Ha ha ha, Chin Chin laughed dryly. After they cleaned up the things on the ground, they looked outside. The moonlight was bright. Chin Chin, Gu Hingyu should be back soon, right? Qingjiala narrowed her eyes. She noticed a few people coming towards her at the intersection. These should be them. The 3 men got into the car and immediately received Chin Chin's call. Gu Hingyu, you are finally back. We thought you had some trouble on the road. Wait, why are you covered in so much blood? What happened to your face? Gu Hingyu sat down tiredly. It's hard to explain. I'm a little tired now. Can you help me apply some medicine? Chin Chin went to get the medicine box. He knew how to deal with such a small wound. Qingjiala sat down, looked at the blood on Gu Hingyu's body, and frowned in disgust. Take off your clothes. This is not your blood, right? Did you encounter zombies? Gu Hingyu took off the blood-stained coat, rolled it up, and threw it out of the window. The blood on it will become worse overnight. If these things are still left tomorrow morning, I'm afraid the coat will stink. Fortunately, when they left the mall, they were a little greedy, and took several clothes that could be changed to avoid him from freezing. Gu Hingyu, it's not just zombies. If you tell me, you may not believe it at all. Chapter 203. Gu Hingyu told everything he had encountered, including Lin Zhonghao and his friends, who had not had time to listen to the details on the road. Everyone was very surprised after hearing it. Sun Yang, these zombie wolves really know how to find the time. They take advantage of you when you are alone. He suspected that these things might have a higher IQ than zombies, because zombies will rush over regardless of how many people there are, without any rationality at all. Gu Hingyu still felt a lingering fear when he thought about what happened to him just now. If Lin Zhonghao and the others had not arrived in time, he might not have survived now. It was just a difference of about 1 second. Lin Zhonghao, where is the person who was captured? Why don't we ask him if he can tell us something? He suddenly remembered that they still had a hostage in their hands. Qingjiala shook his head regretfully, picked up the plastic bag he had been holding in his hand, shook it in front of everyone, and said, he is right here. I am afraid he can't answer any questions. Sun Yang didn't understand what Qingjiala meant at all. He tilted his head and asked stupidly, is Sister Lele joking? Or did you burn him to ashes? You guys are so quick. Chin Chin knocked Sun Yang on the head and said angrily, what do you think of us in your mind? No matter what we do, we won't burn people to death in the car. Sun Yang is really asking for a beating now. Why can't he use his own brain to think about it? Even if it really burns here, can they still keep their car? Qingjiala had a strange expression on her face, and she told Chin Chin everything that had just happened in the car. But after she told the whole story, the other people looked even more unbelievable. Their story was more thrilling than Gu Hingyu's and more difficult to understand. Lin Zhonghao's brows were almost twisted into a ball. How could such a thing happen? Chin Chin shrugged. It took us a while to really understand it, but what Lele said was true. Although it sounds a bit crazy. Gu Hingyu looked embarrassed. It's not that I can't understand it, it just sounds. He seemed to be looking for words in his mind to describe his thoughts at the moment. After thinking about it, he could only say one word, curiosity. Chin Chin and Qingjiala looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. I guess so. If you didn't really see everything that happened with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it if you just heard others describe it like this. Qingjiala suddenly thought of something. Oh, I recorded the faces of the zombies. Can I show them to you? The others all nodded in approval. Qingjiala took out her camera and found all the photos she had taken. In addition to these photos, she also recorded a short video. Everyone stared at the small screen of the camera intently. In the video, the zombies kept roaring angrily. They were different from the zombies they had seen before. They looked more impulsive, and the danger could be felt through the screen. In addition to the video, they also saw photos. In the photo, half of the arm of the zombie lying on the ground had disappeared. turning into fine black powder scattered on the ground. This is really true. Gu Hengyu muttered to himself. Qin Jiala, Gu Hengyu, please send these things to the base. I think this kind of evolved zombie may continue to appear in other places soon. In order to prevent more people from being hurt, we should tell all the signs of this zombie. Gu Hengyu quickly understood what Qin Jiala meant and went to check the communication channel. The rest of the people looked at each other silently, not knowing what to say. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Qin Jiala said slowly, this shelter is really not simple. Lin Zhonghao, but how are we going to get back later? Before leaving, they received a very stern warning, telling them not to go back again. But Qin Jiala certainly didn't take this matter to heart. I don't care what he says, Qin Jiala shook his hair confidently. We will definitely find a way in. There must be more than one entrance to a shelter like this. We just need to find the second entrance. Chen Chen suddenly remembered that there was someone they had forgotten. Don't forget, Wang Yilin is still inside. If we were to talk about a pure battle of strength, then Wang Yilin would definitely be the worst among them. Putting such a teammate in the shelter always made me feel very uneasy. Maybe something bad would happen. Qin Jiala, don't worry, we go back after Gu Hengyu sends the data. They barely slept in the car for a night, and they all felt very tired after getting up. There was no way. Sleeping on the seat was really a very tiring thing. Chen Chen stretched an arm behind his back, pounded his back, and complained painfully, I feel very uncomfortable on my back. It was as if he had slept on some large machine for a night. Forget it. Gu Hengyu took over the words with some dissatisfaction. Look at me here. He put his back close to Chen Chen's eyes, and let her see his back. There was a large bruise near the shoulder blade, and no one knew how it was caused. It looked really scary. Gu Hengyu cried, I should have rested my head on Qin Jiala's gun last night. After falling asleep, he could still feel something was wrong, but he was too sleepy, so he didn't get up to check, but kicked the thing out in his sleep. As a result, when I woke up just now, the area on my back was so painful that I lifted my clothes and looked in the mirror, only to find that it was a bruise. Qin Jiala was holding back his laughter, and was very painful. Who told you not to get up and change your position? Gu Hengyu blew 2 puffs of white air from his nostrils. Are you still blaming me? Chen Chen tried to calm things down from behind. Okay, let's pack up quickly. Everyone got out of the car, and made a rough mark on the location of the car to prevent them from getting lost when they get out again. After doing all this, they replenished some ammunition and left with peace of mind. It was about 6 o'clock at this moment, the sky was white, and several people were wearing thick coats, but they still couldn't block the cold air outside. As long as they opened their mouths, they would definitely be a ball of white air. Chen Chen shivered. It's too cold. Qin Jiala felt that such a cold wind was quite comfortable, perhaps because of her own supernatural power, so she could withstand the cold more than before. Qin Jiala walked in the middle of the road and waved at the road next to her. A thin layer of ice immediately formed on the ground. Sun Yang looked at her with envy. Sister Lei is so amazing. It seemed that he had refreshed his understanding of Qin Jiala's strength. Qin Jiala smiled slightly. In fact, in this kind of weather, it is easier for me to use my superpowers stably, which is also a good thing for our team. Sometimes when you encounter zombies, you can just freeze them, and you don't need to fight them with real swords and guns. Gu Hengyu chewed something in his mouth, and when he heard what Qin Jiala said, he kept nodding. Yes, this is good. They soon arrived near the shelter. The original entrance was definitely not accessible. Since they had been warned, Qin Jiala thought that the people here would definitely be more defensive at the entrance, or at least add more people. In order to avoid a big conflict, they had to find another exit. Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao walked and searched, crossing the tall grass. Others did not gather together, but searched separately. Chen Chen saw a small cluster of flowers on the side of the road, and couldn't help but squat down to look out of curiosity. This was the first time she had seen this kind of flower. The petals and stamens were white, and even the stem was almost white. From a distance, it looked like a piece of white drawing paper with no green paint. Moreover, in this kind of weather, the flowers and plants here were still so lush. When Chen Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but touch the bud of the flower with his hand. The petals touched his palm, and it felt soft and tender, which made Chen Chen feel soft in his heart. It's been a long time since I touched the petals like this, Chen Chen thought with great melancholy. In the past, when there were still many flowers, many people didn't know how to cherish them, but now, there are fewer real plants, and people have hidden in high-rise buildings or underground, let alone touching petals. If I tell others at this time that I want to touch nature, I might get a big eye roll. Chen Chen sighed in his heart and wanted to pick this flower, so that the other people in the team could also feel the warmth of the petals. But just as she stretched out her hand, Qinshan noticed that there seemed to be a black shadow behind her. Ah! Before Qinshan could shout out, her mouth was covered by the person behind her. A strong smell of smoke came from the person's hand, and quickly rushed into Qinshan's nose. She wanted to cough, but her nose and mouth were covered. "Don't move," the person behind her said very rudely. Of course, Qinshan would not listen to this person, and was held hostage obediently, and did not dare to move. She just raised her leg and prepared to hit the man behind her, but she felt something hard against her back. Qinshan is no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. She was very sensitive to the fact that the man was holding a gun against her. "I advise you to be careful," the man behind her said in a rough voice. "I know what you are up to, but the gun in my hand has no eyes. If you keep moving, I can't guarantee that the gun will not go off accidentally." Qinshan was startled, not knowing what the man behind her was going to do. Robbery? But she didn't even have a backpack, so why would this man think she had something to rob? And the man's voice seemed familiar. Qinshan thought silently. Where had she heard it before? Anything she remembered must have been heard in the past few days. And the only place they had been in the past few days was the shelter next to them. So, "Hey!" the man shouted from behind. "You guys, did you see that? Your companion is in my hands now." Qinjiala was anxiously looking for the entrance, but there were too many abandoned things in this area, and there was a circle of barbed wire around the perimeter of the shelter. According to their guess, these barbed wires should be electrified, so be careful not to touch them. When he was getting anxious, he heard a voice coming from behind. Qinjiala turned around in anger, and found that Qinshan had fallen to the back of their group at some point. At this moment, her friend was held hostage, with one hand covering her nose and mouth, and the other hand was unknown. However, according to Qinjiala's judgment, it is very likely that the person was threatening Qinshan with a weapon. If not, Qinshan would never have resisted and let the person behind him do it. "Who are you?" Qinjiala quickly put one hand on the gun at his waist and asked. "Now is not the time for you to ask questions." The man said very angrily, "It's time for me to ask you questions. Don't forget that your companion is still here. Don't you want him?" Qinjiala was very angry, and took out the gun from her waist. Her mind was full of Qinshan being threatened at the moment. She had an irresistible urge to shoot the man in front of her. "Calm down." Lin Zhonghao walked to Qinjiala's side. Through his observation, the man who held Qinshan hostage was likely to have some basic skills. Judging from his movements, one hand had already tied up half or even more of Qinshan's ability to resist. "The other party may just want to provoke you," Lin Zhonghao said. "It's okay to be alone. We can do it." Qinjiala nodded and took a deep breath. "I know, don't worry, I won't shoot." The man on the opposite side saw that they were still whispering with their heads down, and thought that they were discussing how to deal with him, so he smiled viciously. "Don't joke. I used to be a mercenary. How could I be scared by you little kids?" "Mercenary?" The man said this casually, but Qinjiala caught it. This person turned out to be a mercenary? How could there be such a person here? She remembered that the military had summoned a group of mercenaries outside at the beginning. Chapter 204. Of course, there are still some people like Mr. Yuan, who have built a shelter by themselves. However, this still requires a certain amount of food supply, a stable environment and manpower, and the right time, right place and right people are all indispensable. But I didn't expect that all mercenaries look like this. Qinjiala took a look at the man. Although he had a gun in his hand, to be honest, Qinjiala could beat 10 of this kind of people alone. But because he was holding Qinshan hostage, he couldn't do it. Qinjiala glanced at the man's back. He looked a little excited. Maybe he drank too much last night, so he was still a little excited. Sun Yang turned around and whispered to Qinjiala, "I have seen this man before." "Qinjiala, you have seen him before? When?" She was surprised that she had no impression of him at all. And this man looked quite unique, and his clothes were sloppy. "Sun Yang, it was last night, You fell asleep at that time, so we went out that time." At this point, Sun Yang's voice involuntarily lowered a little. It was obvious that he felt a little guilty when he thought about this problem. Qinjiala snorted coldly when he heard this, and it was obvious that he had not forgotten this matter. This group of people went out to act privately without telling him, and they didn't even report some other things they encountered. Qinjiala felt that he no longer had any prestige in the group. "What's going on?" Qinjiala asked with a straight face. Sun Yang took a deep breath. "Well, actually we met this person when we went out that day, and then..." He saw Qinjiala's face turn very ugly in an instant, and he shut up and didn't dare to continue. Gu Hengyu quickly added, "But don't worry, He didn't find us. Lin Zhonghao, ahem you guys, let's talk about this issue later. He motioned Qin Jiala and the others to look up and see the situation around them. The man holding Chen hostage seemed to be mad with anger. He thought that the people on the other side had not paid any attention to him, and he was holding their friends' lives in his hands. Did they think that what he did could not threaten them at all? The man felt that he was being despised, which made him even angrier. Hey, you guys, the man said rudely, if you think she... He grabbed Chen and shook her. If you think she is not important, then I will do it. Qin Jiala snorted coldly, looked at the man's actions, and said disdainfully, I would like to ask you, what is your purpose in coming here alone? Did Mr. Yuan instruct you to do this? The man's eyes suddenly shook, and no one saw that there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It has nothing to do with Mr. Yuan. I have already told you to leave. Why do you want to come back? I know without Mr. Yuan telling me that you, the lackeys of the military, must be up to something bad. Qin Jiala. Who is more of a bad guy? On one side, they look like students who are just graduated, and on the other side, there is a strong man pointing a gun at people. No matter how you look at it, he looks like the bad guy. Anyway, I know what you are thinking. The man said very manically, you must be thinking of finding out the conspiracy here and killing us all, right? Gu Hengyu. I think his mind is a little unclear. Sun Yang nodded as if he agreed. I think so too. What kind of lunatic would think that they came here to do such a thing? What's more, they themselves think that they did nothing in this shelter. Could it be that they are suffering from paranoia? Qin Jiala rolled his eyes, and said, I really feel helpless about your idea. We just came here to find our friends, but you robbed us on the way. Logically, we are the victims. Friends? The man chuckled twice. Do you still think that Mr. Yuan would leave your friends here? He seemed to be really amused by Qin Jiala's words, and his shoulders kept shaking. A hot and disgusting breath came from his exposed yellow teeth. Chen moved with disgust. Being a hostage was indeed a helpless thing, but being held hostage by this person really made her very disgusted. Qin Jiala heard the man's words, and some bad thoughts suddenly came to his mind. They did leave the shelter, but Wang Yilin was still in the shelter. Qin Jiala was sure that Mr. Yuan would not dare to confront them directly. After all, there was a huge force, like the military, behind them. But listening to what the man said, could it be that Mr. Yuan had already taken action against Wang Yilin? Impossible. Qin Jiala, calm down. Why should I believe you? The man stopped explaining and pinched Chen's neck, saying angrily, Okay, if you don't want to, let your friend die here. Anyway, I don't think you care much. He took his hand off Chen's neck and pinched Chen's neck instead. Chen's face showed a very painful expression, and it seemed that the man was very strong. Let her go. Gu Hengyu said angrily, otherwise we will not be polite. Okay. The man was not afraid of this threat at all. He had never seen the strength of their group of people. He just thought that they were a group of little bastards who had just received a mission from the military and ran away. There was nothing to be afraid of. As for the big talk of these little bastards, he didn't need to care about it. The strength of his hands became stronger and stronger, and Chen's face was flushed. She grabbed the man's arms with both hands, but the air could not enter her lungs, leaving her hands and feet completely without strength. How could she refute? Chen tried to open her eyes a little, and saw Qin Jiala and Sun Yang muttering to each other, knowing that they were trying to save her. But no matter what method, she felt that she could not wait for a long time. Chen felt that the remaining air in her body was being squeezed out bit by bit, and she could only make some squeeze sounds. Just when she thought she was really going to die, Qin Jiala suddenly made a move. Her movements were so fast that not only the man on the opposite side, but also Gu Hengyu and the others could not see Qin Jiala's movements clearly. They could only see that she suddenly made a move, and then it seemed that something under the ground was about to break out of the ground. The man smiled smugly and was about to say a few more sarcastic words, but behind him, suddenly an ice cone broke out of the ground, broke through all obstacles, and pierced the man's heart accurately with lightning speed. Superpower. The man was about to say that he was a superpower, but he fell to the ground before he could finish the sentence. The ice cone on the ground behind him pierced his chest. Chen lost his restraints, but unfortunately he had no strength left. He fell to the ground with a plop, coughing continuously. Chen. Qin Jiala ran over and helped his friend up. How are you? Chen leaned on Qin Jiala's arms, and finally breathed real air, which made her feel better. Chen waved her hands very weakly. It's okay. But if you want to save me next time, please change to a gentle way. Qin Jiala looked worried. Sorry, We can't act quickly, and we have to know what this man's purpose is. Unfortunately, it seems that this man is nothing more than a drunk lunatic, and he is still talking about mercenaries. If a real mercenary is as brainless as him, he probably won't be able to complete a mission. And he is talking nonsense all the time, and he didn't even ask what Mr. Yuan wants to do. It doesn't matter. Chen Chen can finally breathe freely. Since this person came alone, maybe Mr. Yuan didn't ask him to do this. Sun Yang looked at the wound on Chen Chen's neck. Only this wound could tell them that the man just now was not threatening them, but really wanted to kill Chen Chen, so he used such great strength. Judging from the wound, the circle has turned purple and looks very scary. Qinjiala, I think so too. After all, there are several people here. He dared to come here alone to hold you hostage. It's not something that Mr. Yuan would do. Although everyone didn't have a very good impression of Mr. Yuan, Qinjiala knew very well that if Mr. Yuan could build such a large-scale shelter, he must not be a fool. If he wasn't, he wouldn't do such a thing. But Lin Zhonghao pondered. I think Wang Yilin might have really had an accident. Judging from the attitude of the man just now, if Wang Yilin hadn't had an accident, how could he be so sure? Qinjiala glanced at Chen Chen. How is it? Are you okay? How about we send you back to the car first, and you can wait for us there? She felt that Chen Chen should not be able to participate in the rescue of Wang Yilin in this state. But Chen Chen shook his head very firmly. No, I must go. There are too many people in the shelter. If Mr. Yuan really wants to go against the military, then one more person means more manpower. Gu Hengyu raised his head from the communicator in his hand and said to Qinjiala, I just tried to contact if there are any military shelters or bases nearby, and found that there is indeed a small one in the city not far away. I have sent a message to the people there, explaining the difficulties we are facing here. They agreed to send some people to help us. Qinjiala was immediately happy. Great. This way, we don't have to worry even if we are short of manpower. The reason why she has been holding back is because there are so many people here. Even if she can beat 10 people by herself, she probably can't take care of the others. Lin Zhonghao, so do we still want to sneak in now? Or can we just go straight to the main entrance without worrying about anything? Qinjiala, no, we still can't be so high profile. I actually saw a place similar to an entrance just now. Let's take a look from there. As she spoke, she bent down to look at her friend. Chen Chen, how are you? Can you stand up? Nothing. Chen Chen shook his head, just a little dizzy. Of course, the neck hurts a lot, and those bruises from being pinched are not so easy to get rid of. Qinjiala looked at her friend with heartache, and could only say, then you have to be patient for a while. After we get rid of this damn place, Wang Yilin must have medicine for you to use. Sun Yang nodded. Yes, then what about this person's body? Just put it here. Qinjiala glanced and said, just put it here, it looks very heavy, we don't need to bother to deal with it. Several people walked to the entrance Qinjiala mentioned, but after they all pulled away the grass and looked, Gu Hengyu's face turned black. When can we go through the normal entrance openly without having to drill these rat holes? Yes, in front of them was a very narrow hole, which looked like it should be the place where groundwater is discharged. A hole was punched in the wall, and the hole was fenced off with railings. Dirty and smelly water kept flowing out, and gathered into a small stream outside. No one knew where it would flow to. Gu Hengyu looked at the hole in front of him with a complicated expression. Although this was also an entrance, it was too shabby. If you went in, you would definitely be stinking. And he just calculated that since they started the mission, it seemed that there were not many times when they got out of the mission very cleanly, right? It was as if drilling this kind of pipeline was the only way. Qinjiala said bluntly, there is no extra time to find another entrance. Don't forget, Wang Yilin is still inside. Who knows what method Mr. Yuan will use to deal with him. She didn't think that Mr. Yuan was very kind and could spare his life. Chen Chen's mind flashed through many TV dramas in which gang bosses dealt with traitors and interrogated those people, and then applied this situation to Wang Yilin. It felt that they agreed to let Wang Yilin stay last night. It was a very big mistake. That's right, Chen Chen couldn't help but urge, don't dawdle, hurry in. If it's a little later, maybe even Wang Yilin's body won't be found. Chapter 205. Gu Hengyu muttered, but in the end, he did as Qinjiala said and took out the tools from his body. Qinjiala looked at the terrain nearby, not caring that he had stepped completely into a muddy puddle. The groundwater mixed with the smell of grass made it even more unacceptable. Not to mention, the soil under Qinjiala's feet had been soaked and softened by someone, mixed with all kinds of garbage discharged together, and it looked really disgusting. Qinjiala waved his hand and said, let's start from here. After hearing this, Gu Hingyu had no choice but to use the tools in his hand to carefully pry the railings at the hole in the wall. If he only had an ordinary crowbar in his hand, he would definitely not be able to open it. But Gu Hingyu was holding new weapons developed by the R&D department, which were much harder and sharper than ordinary tools. So, after Gu Hingyu seemed to be prying the wall easily for a while, all the railings broke and fell all over the floor. Huh? Gu Hingyu wiped the sweat off his face, shook his sore hands, and said, "This should be fine, right?" Qin Jiala gestured at the hole twice. Although this was just a place for drainage, the people who built it were obviously not very careful. It looked like they just installed a railing at the hole very roughly. Animals that were slightly larger might be able to get in, but for them now, this was enough. Qin Jiala bent down and looked at the hole, but the stench inside made him wrinkle his nose tightly, so he had to say, "It's okay to get in, but the smell. Everyone just bear with it, we will definitely get out soon." Qin sighed. "It's okay, we are all here to save people." Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao were the first to go in, and Sun Yang was the last. When they went in, Qin Jiala didn't forget to remind them, "Remember to clean up the outside before coming in case someone passes by and sees that the railing has been pried open." Sun Yang nodded in agreement, and used his supernatural power to raise the ground under the weeds a little bit, so that the weeds could completely block the hole. Even if someone passed by and didn't turn it over to check, there would be no problem. Qin Jiala held a flashlight in one hand, and covered his nose with the other. This place has definitely never been cleaned by anyone. It's like the darkest corner of the city. Not only is there garbage everywhere, but sewage mixed with plastic bags, bottles, and all kinds of garbage are constantly flowing out. In the middle is a long sewage drainage pool, with steps only on both sides, so you can walk on it and minimize contact with sewage. However, the pools on both sides are very narrow, and can only accommodate one person walking on them. Now Qin Jiala is walking in the front, and Lin Zhonghao follows her closely. What surprised them was that there was no light at all. No one would think of installing lighting equipment in a dilapidated sewer. Although the building looks very new from the outside, the inside is as dirty as other buildings. In such a dark place, there is no telling how many bacteria will breed. Just like zombies like to move around in dark places, these places are simply natural refuges for those things. Qin Jiala snorted in his heart and said nothing. "Jiala." Lin Zhonghao suddenly called Qin Jiala from behind. Qin Jiala turned around after hearing the voice, and because he didn't want to speak, he used his eyes to ask Gu Hingyu, "What's the matter?" Lin Zhonghao took out a mask from his pocket, handed it to Qin Jiala helplessly, and said, "I just reached into my pocket to find it. I don't know when I put it in, you can use it first." Qin Jiala saw the small white mask handed over by Lin Zhonghao, and her heart couldn't help but warm up. She didn't refuse, but took it obediently, and said softly, "Thank you." Gu Hingyu was behind Lin Zhonghao, so he naturally saw this scene. Of course, he understood why Lin Zhonghao did this. Qin Jiala was a leader in the group, and usually had clear instructions for what to say, so she would be better to them after protecting herself. But Gu Hingyu still wanted to liven up the atmosphere, and deliberately pretended to be sour and said, "What's going on? People are showing off their love in this place? Wait, you have already caused my dissatisfaction." Chen behind him poked him. "You still want to talk even if it stinks? Don't you feel uncomfortable with the stench?" Gu Hingyu grinned unconvinced. "What's wrong? I think everyone stinks the same now, who is still disgusted with who." This is true. No matter how clean he was when he came in from outside, as long as he stood in this stinky sewer, he felt that everyone was the same. It can only be said that the commonality of this place is too strong. Chen was about to say something like, "Then you should at least shut your mouth to prevent the smell from entering," when she noticed that Qin Jiala in front of her had stopped moving. What happened? This was what Chen was thinking. She didn't dare to ask this question, because when something really happened, keeping silent was the best choice. Qin Jiala stood still in front of her, just saying lightly, "There's something, don't move yet." She shot the light of her flashlight parallel to the object, and when the light fell on something, a hint of surprise flashed across Qin Jiala's eyes. "Just now I was wondering if something would grow in this dark place, and now it has indeed appeared." Her flashlight shone on a fat zombie rat. But this rat was different from the ones they saw outside. Not only was it bigger in size, but it also seemed to have some consciousness. Its red eyes emitted a very uncomfortable light. Qin Jiala had a feeling that this rat was watching everything outside with its own thoughts, and was looking at Qin Jiala and his group. How could it be possible? Qin Jiala was frightened by her own thoughts. Even if the cats and dogs outside were intelligent, it would be fine, because cats and dogs were only as intelligent as children, but mice. She really didn't think there was anything good about these creatures. While she was thinking, the mouse had already taken action. Qinjiala could only see its body shaking, revealing a fork in the road behind it. In the blink of an eye, the mouse had disappeared. The speed is really fast. Qinjiala couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although it was indeed fast, her own speed was faster. An ice cone appeared in Qinjiala's hand in an instant, and stabbed towards her head like lightning. Qin and Gu Hengyu, whose dynamic vision did not reach this level, could only see a gray shadow flashing quickly above Qinjiala's head, and then the ice cone in Qinjiala's hand seemed to accurately pierce something. The gray shadow made a very sharp cry, and fell to the ground. Humph! Qinjiala shook the ice cone in his hand. A big rat fell down in front of her. It seemed to have been killed by Qinjiala's stab. A small piece of white frost spread from the rat's belly. It was almost dead in an instant. Awesome! If the current situation was not wrong, Qin would have wanted to applaud his friend. See, this kind of operation that only appears in games is something her friend can do easily. Qinjiala's movements suddenly stopped, and there was a little hesitation on her face. Wait! There seems to be more sound. At this time, Gu Hengyu saw what Qinjiala meant by there is still sound. He felt that the blood in his body had turned cold, and his body was so stiff that he couldn't move. He could only point at a place and say, "Is it there?" Qinjiala looked at the place where Gu Hengyu pointed, and was indeed stunned. At the place where the rat was standing, several more rats appeared at some point. No, not several, but dozens of them, standing densely at the intersection, staring at the malicious invaders in front of them with their little red eyes. Qin, how are there so many? She really couldn't control the fear in her heart, and couldn't help sweating in her heart, and even took a step back. Although Qinjiala had easily solved the one just now, how could they solve the problem facing so many rats now? If all these rats come together, Qinjiala can't stop them all. Qinjiala said in a deep voice. Don't be afraid, don't retreat, we have no way out. The only entrance is here. If they don't deal with these rats, all their previous efforts will be in vain. After listening to Qinjiala's words, the whole group calmed down. I don't know when it started, but what Qinjiala said always calmed people down. Even at a very dangerous moment, it always made her team members feel at ease. Lin Zhonghao, try not to use guns. In this place, the sound of gunfire may spread far and attract other people. Qin and Gu Hengyu, the two main gun users, nodded and put away their guns, replacing them with cold weapons such as long knives and daggers. Although Qinjiala's voice was trapped in the mask, others could still hear exactly what she wanted to say. Although these rats are very fast, they are not very strong. Eliminate them before they get close to you. Who knows if these rats that breed in the sewers will have any infectious diseases, or whether they can spread bacteria to themselves. Qinjiala had just finished saying this when he saw the rats taking action. Lin Zhonghao said in a deep voice from behind, It started. Everyone be careful. Qinjiala released a large amount of freezing mist to temporarily slow down the movements of the rats, and then the rest of the people desperately hacked at the rats when they slowed down. Qin swung his long knife and clang, chopped a mouse with it. The mouse didn't make any sound, and fell to the ground stiffly dead. This kind of cooperation was quite tacit. Of course, Qinjiala was the busiest one. Not only did she have to control her own abilities, but she also had to make up for the mice that accidentally slipped in under their defense and wanted to bite them. Sun Yang used his own abilities to block the mice that rushed over like crazy with earth walls, and at the same time carried out small-scale attacks. They cooperated very well. Even before this small-scale fight began, no one of them wanted to explain how to deal with these rats, or what strategy to adopt. It was only when Qinjiala made his move that everyone seemed to have a common mind and understood what they needed to do. However, in the end, the rats at the back were a little difficult to deal with. They were getting faster and faster, and one of the rats suddenly opened its mouth, not to bite people with its canine teeth, but to spray a stream of purple liquid from its mouth, splashing on Sun Yang's earth wall. The soil wall that was splashed suddenly showed signs of corrosion, and a sizzling sound was heard from the wall, as if it was burned, and then the small area of soil began to melt partly under the corrosion of this purple liquid. Sun Yang did not expect such a situation to happen, and he slipped and fell directly into the sewage pool below. Be careful. Fortunately, Gu Hengyu was close to Sun Yang and pulled him up, so that Sun Yang did not fall flat on his face. Sun Yang wiped the sweat from his head. I'm fine, but what on earth are these? Qinjiala waved his hand, and the ice spikes in his hand ruthlessly pierced into the body of the zombie mouse. It collapsed on the ground, its chest trembled, and then there was no movement. Gu Hengyu smiled reluctantly. What's wrong? Let the mouse have a killer move. Killer move? Sun Yang stared at Gu Hengyu. You saw the liquid that sprayed out of the mouth. Is it an alien? Qin Jiala frowned and looked at the few mice left, and said coldly, there are not many left. Everyone, come on, buy some time. If it sprays that liquid, just kill it. Sun Yang looked at the mouse that was still on the ground, and no longer moving. It seems that this kind of mouse spraying this liquid is like a bee using its stinger to sting the enemy's body, not only for self-protection, but also a desperate gamble. Chapter 206. Qin Jiala glanced at the dense pile of rats on the ground and rolled his eyes at Gu Hengyu. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and leave. Gu Hengyu stared at the rat on the ground. The fat rat had a round body, and a lot of fat on its belly. It seemed that the atmosphere that humans found unbearable was quite comfortable for them. There was still a trace of purple liquid on the corner of the rat's mouth, which was just sprayed out of their mouths, and still remained on it. Chin, Gu Hengyu, what's wrong with you? We have to keep going forward. Gu Hengyu came back to his senses. For a moment, he even thought about taking a mouse back to study. If they could figure out how these things survive, maybe it would be good for them in some sense. Although it was quite easy to deal with these mice, Qin Jiala didn't dare to be careless at all. Some mice could become a disaster here, and other creatures might be able to do the same. In the past, she would never have thought that she would study rats one day. This kind of thing is often seen as an ominous sign, because rats often carry various viruses and bacteria. In ancient times, many serious and incurable diseases were transmitted by rats. Although it is still unclear what the zombie virus is this time, Qin Jiala thinks that since these animals can become so powerful now, it means that there must be many things in animals that humans cannot achieve. What exactly is that point? Qin Jiala has no clue yet, but she is sure that the zombie virus must have something to do with animals at the beginning. The group continued to move forward slowly. With the rats just now, they became very careful now. Not only should they use flashlights to illuminate the road ahead, but the people behind should also pay attention to whether there will be any sudden attacks from behind. In this way, they walked forward for about a few dozen meters. When they first came in, everyone was very unaccustomed to the smell here. Not only was it very smelly, but there was also a rotten smell that made you feel uncomfortable all over. But now, as they go deeper and deeper, they spend more and more time inside, as if everyone has gotten used to the smell here. Even Gu Hengyu, who was very dissatisfied with them going into the sewer at the beginning, now has no complaints at all. Chin was walking behind, and just wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere in the team at the moment, when he heard a gurgling sound next to him. This sound would be very familiar to everyone. Just like when an empty bottle is stuffed under the water, the compressed air will bubble up one by one on the water surface, and then this sound will be made. But now, Chin couldn't help but turn her head, and saw that bubbles began to appear on the surface of the sewage pool next to them. Because the water was also very dirty, the bubbles were all black, and they kept appearing one after another on the water surface, which looked really weird. Chin, you step back first. Qin Jiala shone the flashlight over, and the strong light made Chin unable to see clearly at first. When she saw it clearly, she screamed, Lele, look behind you. Behind Qin Jiala, two monsters jumped out of the sewage pool and rushed to Qin Jiala with strange cries. Before Qin Jiala turned around, Lin Zhonghao pulled Qin Jiala over, and then a white light flashed in his hand. It was the long knife he had been holding. He raised his hand and chopped off the monster's head. Qin Jiala turned around in Lin Zhonghao's arms, still in shock. Although the monster's head on the ground had been chopped off, it was still moving. Strictly speaking, it was the tongue sticking out of the head that was moving. The long, forked tongue, like a snake, was still jumping around outside. Qin Jiala's face was pale, looking at the thing on the ground, not knowing what to say. What is this thing? Lin Zhonghao also saw it clearly at this moment. When the monster just came out of the water, he didn't see clearly what the monster looked like, but he could see the monster's head very accurately, so he chopped it off based on his sense. Now it seems that this is just a... Qin Jiala stared at the thing on the ground and said, Lizard? Everyone had a very strange expression on their faces. Although they had heard this name many times before, it was still rare to see a real lizard in real life. No one thought that this time they would be able to open their eyes in such a place. There was a green head on the ground, with very regular green scales distributed on it. Under the illumination of the flashlight, it exuded a green color that was not very dazzling. The monster's eyes were yellow, and on such a head, they seemed a little too big, completely protruding. Its body and head had been separated, and from the place where Lin Zhonghao cut it, the flesh and blood had turned into the same purple-black color as zombies, and the blood that flowed out was also dark. Chin Chin, this is the first time I've seen something like this. I only saw it in pictures before. Qin Jiala nodded. I don't know why this place has gathered so many animals infected with the virus, and even it feels like there are more than zombies. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. From the places they had been to before, the places still had the largest number of zombies. For example, there were only one type of zombie animals at most, and their attack power was not as high as that of this place. Sun Yang, so they live in the water. Lin Zhonghao, maybe it was because of the sound of our fight with the rats just now that they all woke up. Otherwise, these creatures should have attacked with the rats a long time ago. Qin Jiala calmed down. Be careful, I feel there should be more of this kind of thing. Everyone regained their vigilant expression. Since rats come out in groups, maybe this lizard-like species will also appear in large numbers. In order to avoid being attacked suddenly again, Qin Jiala and his team leaned against the wall, facing the sewage pool sandwiched between two roads, and began to move forward slowly. After being prepared this time, Qin Jiala saw bubbles coming out of the pool in front of him. Here it comes, Qin Jiala said. Since we are prepared, we won't be attacked so easily by this kind of animal. Puff! A lizard monster that is exactly the same as the one before jumped out of the sewage pool. It is dark green all over, and emits the same unpleasant smell as a zombie. There are some dirt from the sewage pool hanging on its scales, and it was thrown onto it as it moved. Qin Jiala dodged and quickly avoided the dirt that fell from the monster. The lizard monster had a big head and a small body, and its limbs were even shorter, but its tail was very long, and it would not be slow in the dark. Its thick tail swung over and hit Gu Hongyu's calf hard. Ah! Gu Hongyu kicked hard in pain, but the lizard dodged flexibly. Qin Chin chopped with a knife and cut the lizard's tail. The force used in this knife was really great, and it actually numbed Qin Chin's arm. And it really worked, the tail was cut off. Success? Qin Chin cheered happily. Hey, take a closer look. Sun Yang's voice was still very nervous. Without a trace of relaxation, its tail will grow back. Sure enough, everyone looked at the lizard, and saw that the tail that was cut off by Qin Chin, although it had left its body, was still moving around in the same place, just like the head that Lin Zhonghao had just cut off. Then soon, everyone could see that a new tail slowly grew out from where the lizard's tail was cut off. How? How is this possible? Qin Chin looked at the lizard on the ground in surprise. Everyone saw that he had cut off the tail, but why? Qin Jiala, it seems to have this function. Forget it, don't worry about the body, just cut off the head. Qin Jiala froze an ice cone from his hand, and stabbed it into the lizard's body. Although the lizard moved very quickly, Qin Jiala's movements were only faster, so after Qin Jiala aimed at the target, the lizard was stabbed and made a very painful cry. Qin Jiala turned his head suddenly, and looked at the people behind him. Cut off your head. Lin Zhonghao was stunned when Qin Jiala suddenly turned his head. The reason was that he seemed to see a touch of blue in Qin Jiala's eyes at that moment. Blue? Lin Zhonghao was amused by his own idea. Qin Jiala was not a foreigner, and there was no light that could reflect blue. How could there be blue? Normally, after Qin Jiala made her move, Lin Zhonghao would be able to quickly react to what she needed and cooperate very tacitly. But just now, he was only paying attention to Qin Jiala's eyes, and lost this 1-minute opportunity. The moment the others pounced, the lizard struggled violently. Zombie virus made their bodies much bigger, and a lizard was as big as a child. So if it really insisted on struggling, even Qin Jiala couldn't control it. The lizard broke free, and Qin Jiala's ice cone left a big bloody hole on its body, but the lizard seemed to feel nothing, and swung its tail triumphantly, as if showing off to Qin Jiala. Qin Jiala was furious, and immediately a strong icy wind came out of his hand, carrying some fine ice chips, whistling towards the lizard. The moment the icy wind touched the monster, it froze the lizard into a popsicle. Qin Chin, Sun Yang, Lin Zhonghao, Jia Luyu. He really wanted to confirm that he was not mistaken, because in the moment just now, he clearly saw that there was indeed a blue light in Qin Jia Li's eyes. Just at that moment, it flashed by. He had never seen that kind of light. It was very bright and dazzling, just like the snow on the Tianshan mountain that never melted, with a dazzling light. Qin Jialu, what's wrong? She noticed that Lin Zhonghao had been staring at her eyes. Lin Zhonghao looked again this time, but Qin Jiala's eyes reflected nothing except the light of the flashlight and the faint figure of a person. Could it be that he really saw it wrongly the 2 times just now? And Jiala didn't seem to react at all? She probably didn't know what was in her eyes, right? Nothing. Lin Zhonghao smiled awkwardly. Your ability has improved a lot now. Qin Jiala smiled happily, stretched out a finger, pointed at the lizard that was still frozen over there, and said, I feel the same way. Is it because it's winter? I feel like using my powers has become a lot easier recently. They are really becoming my own things. It seems that I don't need to do anything. I can do it as long as I want. This feeling makes Qin Jiala very satisfied. Lin Zhonghao glanced at Sun Yang. Both of them saw what each other wanted to express from each other's eyes at the same time. Neither of them felt the same way as Qin Jiala. Lin Zhonghao's body is strengthened, so it is naturally a part of his body. In addition, he had a lot of foundation before, so strengthening seems to be a very natural thing. Sun Yang has not had superpowers for long, but now he is considered one of the better superpowers. The biggest use of the earth element is defense, but defense should not be underestimated. Lu Tianqi said before that those who can truly achieve complete defense are useless even against powerful thermal weapons. Then Qin Jiala should be considered a genius. Maybe she hasn't realized it yet, but she is really strong just by virtue of her superpowers. Qin, what should we do with this lizard? If it is frozen, it will not come to us again, right? Qin Jiala shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe they were just in the pool. Sleeping or something, but we woke them up, so they came back to attack us. Gu Hingyu's mouth twitched. Sleeping? In a place like this? Excuse me, only animals can sleep in a place like this. Qin Jiala, don't waste energy fighting these things. We have to find Wang Yilan as soon as possible. Since they were frozen for a while, she believed that these lizard monsters would not take the initiative to come and cause trouble for them again. Instead of wasting energy fighting this, it would be better to leave here quickly. Lin Zhonghao, I think so too. Everyone should work harder and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Next, several people dared not waste any more time, because there were companions around them in this mysterious building, and their lives and deaths were uncertain. What they needed most now was to find him. Qin Jiala was still walking in the front, and they had passed two relatively large drainage pipes. From those drainage pipes, sewage kept flowing out, and then all gathered in the pool. She thought they should be almost out. Gu Hingyu pointed out the affirmation of Qin Jiala's idea. It stands to reason that the more drainage pipes you see, the closer you are to the end. Qin Jiala clenched his fist, not only to cheer himself, but also to encourage other members of the group. We are almost there, come on. As they continued to move forward, the sound of water became more and more deafening. But strangely, the stench seemed to be gradually decreasing, and slowly, the air felt fresher. Qin Jiala asked this question, and soon got Gu Hingyu's answer, because these sewage are gradually polluted during the discharge process. Just like when we were still in the normal world, one harmful air emission might not be a problem, but the more it is emitted, the more serious the pollution will be. Qin Jiala, so that's how it is. Qin felt sympathetic. Through this doomsday, she truly felt how warm and peaceful the world they lived in was. Although wars still exist all over the world, at least humans are a community. Who would have known that a few years later, the outbreak of the zombie virus would give the whole world a real baptism? They continued to walk forward, and everyone was thinking the same thing as Qin. Sure enough, everything was just as Gu Hingyu said. Before they had walked far, they saw a fork in the road. The sewage pool split from this place, and it seemed that no matter which fork they chose, they could reach the top. Qin Jiala hesitated. Which side should I choose? Gu Hingyu, the right side. Qin Jiala thought that he had some basis for his decision for answering so straightforwardly, so he immediately asked excitedly, why? Gu Hingyu's answer was simple. Because in many novels, the protagonist always chooses the right side. Qin Jiala was furious. Could this person stop making trouble? Lin Zhonghao suddenly said, Jiala, try your own sense. Sense? Qin Jiala paused for a moment, then realized that Lin Zhonghao was probably talking about his sixth sense, that he could sometimes sense the existence of danger. No. Qin Jiala shook his head in panic. The sixth sense sometimes works, and sometimes doesn't. I can't take risks like this. Besides, isn't it a bit too arbitrary to use this method to determine which way to go? She was still expecting some scientific basis. If she sensed it wrongly, and led her team members to a more dangerous place, it would be a big mistake. Even for this, she couldn't do that. Qin comforted Qin Jiala. It's okay, Lei. Just give it a try, we all believe in you. Gu Hingyu said carelessly. Yes, even if you really encounter danger, what can you do? With the strength of our team, can't we defeat these monsters? Qin wanted to cover Gu Hingyu's mouth. If this person doesn't know how to comfort, then don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, if Qin Jiala hears it, it's better not to say it. Sun Yang also insisted on this idea. Sister Lele, it's good to try. Anyway, we can see so many times that your feeling is still very accurate. Chinjiala was a little shaken when he heard this. Anyway, if you don't sense it, you can only choose one at random. But it's good to really try to sense it. Maybe you can avoid these difficulties. Okay, Chinjiala finally gave in. Then I give it a try. If I'm wrong? Chin quickly replied, it won't be wrong. Well, since everyone said so. Chinjiala took a deep breath. She began to imagine in her mind that there was a force surrounding her limbs and slowly transmitting to her brain. This force could help her see what these two roads would look like in the future. In her imagination, this force was a rope that could slowly rise around the two forks in front of her. Slowly, she seemed to see that there was a ball of black gas in the fork on the left, but there was light in the fork on the right. About a minute later, Chinjiala slowly opened his eyes, his face a little pale. Chin hurried over to hold his friend's arm and asked worriedly, "How is it?" Looking at his friend's face, "It seems not very good." "Could there be something wrong?" Chinjiala shook her head. "It's okay, just a little tired." This was her first time trying to do this, and she didn't expect it to be much more tiring than the usual conditioned reflex. Take the road on the right. Chinjiala's eyes were firm. Because she believed everything she saw, the road on the right is safer. Gu Hengyu, then let's go to the right. They walked in along the road on the right, but unexpectedly, although there was no sewage pool here, it didn't look very clean. The fresher air they felt just now seemed to be their illusion. Chin pinched his nose. These people aren't they afraid that the sewer will be blocked? It's either dirty water or garbage, all of it. She frowned as she looked at the plastic bag under her feet. She didn't know what was in it. It was soft and sticky when she stepped on it, which was very disgusting. Chinjiala said, "This road shouldn't be very long. We can get there in a few minutes." As for the garbage, there was nothing we could do about it. As they went up, they really didn't see any zombie animals similar to the ones just now. Not only did they not see any, but it was incredibly quiet here. Gu Hengyu accidentally said what he thought, and was met with a cold stare from Chin. "What? Are you not satisfied with safety?" Gu Hengyu was angered by Chin's attitude again. "How could I say I'm not satisfied? I just..." "Chinjiala, don't talk, there's something ahead." "Something?" Everyone was startled. Could it be that Chinjiala's perception was wrong, and there was still something here? As a result, everyone watched Chinjiala and not only did not go up to attack, but also did not raise the weapon in his hand, but slowly walked over. Lin Zhonghao called out from behind, "Jiala? What's going on?" Chinjiala vaguely responded, "There seems to be something here." Even before she came over, she had already seen that there seemed to be something hanging on the wall in front of her. Chinjiala walked over slowly, and took a closer look, only to find that it was actually two corpses. These two corpses must have been hanging here for a long time, because the marks on the corpses showed that they had begun to rot, so they must have been hung there before. Lin Zhonghao followed Chinjiala and walked over. He also saw the body on the wall. I don't know where the rope went through a hole, and then tied it into a circle at the bottom, and then put the person's neck on it. It looks like he committed suicide by hanging. Chinjiala, is this a living person? She looked at the two bodies in front of her, wondering whether they were living people who hanged themselves or zombies. Lin Zhonghao stood below and watched, feeling that he couldn't tell. But the only thing that is certain is that these people are definitely beyond saving. The rotten pieces of meat slowly fell from their bodies, and were taken away and eaten by the animals here, turning it into a natural place to feed zombie animals. Gu Hengyu, did someone commit suicide? This rope and this location look very much like suicide. But if it was suicide, isn't this place too strange? Although I have this idea, at least choose a spacious and bright place. But if they didn't commit suicide, why were they here? Chin looked at the two bodies hanging on the rope and felt a little scared. The two bodies were so broken that they looked like human beings. Their eyeballs had fallen out of their sockets, and were hanging on the rope with their skin and flesh. One of their eyes had been eaten by something. On the half of the face, you could see the teeth exposed on the side of the face, which had also been bitten clean by something. Gu Hengyu shuddered. Could they have been killed and hung here? After seeing the corpses, he had these unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He always thought of something like intentional murder. Chinjiala shook his head. I don't know. Forget it, let's keep going forward. Chinjiala's feeling was correct. Apart from the two corpses, they didn't encounter anything else along the way. It seemed that all the zombies were at the entrance. Speaking of which, all this was thanks to Chinjiala's induction. They were glad that the road they chose was the right one. If they chose the left, they would definitely not have such a smooth journey. As they continued to walk forward, The garbage on the ground became less and less, and soon, it was no longer visible. Qin Jiala shook the flashlight in his hand and shone it in front of him. Everyone saw that in front of them was a long staircase hanging on the wall, and this was the end of their journey. No matter where the ladder led to, they had to go up now. Gu Hengyu finally arrived. Qin Jiala leaned over to take a look. It seemed that no one had moved the ladder for a long time, and the original color could no longer be seen. In addition, it was very humid here, and the rust was already all over the place. When Qin Jiala touched it with his hand, he could see the rust fragments falling off bit by bit. Wow! Qin Jiala looked at the tip of his finger, and the embroidery pieces fell to the ground. Has this place really been used? I feel like no one has been here for a long time. If anyone had been here and stepped on the ladder, the rust would not have covered their hands with just one touch. Gu Hengyu looked around. There was only this wide wall in front of them, and there were no entrances around. It seemed that as long as they climbed up this ladder, they would be able to see the light again. Go up. Gu Hengyu said, it's better to go up early. I feel like I've been here for a long time, and my whole body is getting wet. And I always feel like something is growing on my body. Let's go! Qin Jiala took a deep breath and put away the flashlight. If it was just a ladder, she wouldn't need any light, and she didn't have the hands to take it. Qin Jiala grabbed both sides of the ladder and stepped on it with one foot. When she walked up, she found that the ladder was not placed against the wall, but was firmly nailed to the wall. Qin Jiala was very close to the wall in front of her, and she could see the moss on the wall without any effort, and even small ants crawling over the wall. The ladder was not very long. When they were about to reach the end, Qin Jiala heard a voice coming from above their heads, as if two people were talking. Gu Hengyu, who was following behind Qin Jiala, saw that Qin Jiala's movements had stopped, but he was unable to retract his movements, and almost hit Qin Jiala's shoes with his nose. He braked urgently, not knowing what had happened. Qin Jiala freed one hand and waved it down. There is someone. The others thought that only people could prove that they were on the right path. If there is no one up there, that would only mean something is strange. Qin Jiala concentrated and listened carefully to who was talking up there. One of them was a little impatient and spoke very quickly. Qin Jiala could only catch a few simple words. He seemed to be angry with the other person and was very dissatisfied with his words. The other person basically didn't say much. It could also be that his partner said too much and he couldn't find a chance to fight back. However, these two people must be arguing about something. There is no doubt about that. Qin Jiala wondered, if the two continued to argue, would they be able to find a chance to go up and catch them off guard? More importantly, if there were only these two people up there, it meant they could go up very easily. 5 people against 2 people, or in other words, Qin Jiala alone would be enough. But she hadn't thought about it for long. Just when Qin Jiala was about to climb up and deal with the 2 people up there, the voice disappeared, and their conflict seemed to have stopped. Then, she heard a very heavy door slamming. He actually left? Isn't this a waste of her thinking so much here just now? Qin Jiala didn't know what to say for a moment, so she had to nod to the person behind her. Let's go, there's no sound. Let's go up first. Chapter 208. After climbing to the top, Qin Jiala found a brick on the ceiling that was obviously different. She stretched out a hand and knocked on the stone, and the stone made a crisp sound that was different from ordinary stones. Gu Hengyu watched Qin Jiala's movements from below and felt that it was very dangerous. Qin Jiala's half body was still on the ladder, but the other half had stepped out of the ladder and was completely in the air. Seeing this, he swallowed his saliva behind him. Qin Jiala, be careful. Qin Jiala didn't seem to care at all. He said and then said to Gu Hengyu, this stone should be able to be pried open. It seems to be hollow. She could easily tell that the material on it was different. Ordinary stones would make a very dull sound, but this stone. The sound was quite crisp. Gu Hengyu, really? Then it must be the exit. Wait a minute, I'll help you find some tools. As he said that, Gu Hengyu lowered his head and searched in the bag on his waist. Although the bag was filled with small tools, Qin Jiala obviously couldn't use his strength at this time, so he decided that it would be easier to find a tool. Before he found a suitable one, he heard Chen Chen exclaim, Lulu. Gu Hengyu hurriedly turned his head back, and he almost fell off the ladder. Qin Jiala didn't know when she used her supernatural power to completely wrap her right hand. Now her whole right hand was frozen, as if her hand had turned into a big lump of ice. Then Qin Jiala exhaled slightly, secretly exerted force with her right hand, and smashed it hard on the stone. Too reckless. This was Gu Hengyu's first reaction after seeing Qin Jiala's action. Let's not talk about whether it was really an exit or not. If Chinjiala hadn't knocked the stone down, he might have been affected by inertia and would have fallen directly off the ladder. Does this woman have a cautious idea in her head? Unfortunately, Gu Hengyu still worried too much about Chinjiala. Although Chinjiala was very reckless, once she made a decision, it must have been something she had thought about seriously, or something she was sure of. Although each method was relatively rough, it did not prevent her from achieving her goal every time. Boom! With a sound, the stone that Chinjiala had hit hard finally broke into pieces. It was actually broken by Chinjiala. The broken stones rolled down one after another, and then the light from outside came in from the square-sized hole. Gu Hengyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He always felt that he had not seen the light for a long time. Even this little bit of sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Okay, Chinjiala was a little proud. There's no way to find tools faster than this. She simply used a very rough and direct method. Really direct. Gu Hengyu said unhappily, "Can't you notify us in advance next time?" Chinjiala, there is no way to apply force on this stone. If we try one by one, the two people may come back soon. We might as well be more straightforward. Besides, she herself was not unharmed. Punching and hitting her wrists still had some damage, not to mention the violent collision just now. In a place where no one could see, Chinjiala shook her wrist slightly, and she felt that her hand had been pierced by the broken ice. But it should be just some minor wounds, nothing serious. Chinjiala used both hands to hold onto both sides of the hole, then stepped on the ladder, pushed hard, and went up. Outside was a small room that looked like a converted ward. Because there was a bed in the room, and a small sofa and table next to it, the two people should have been talking on the sofa. Chinjiala was observing when he heard Gu Hengyu's voice below, which sounded very laborious. "Please, help me." Although Chinjiala seemed to be as light as a swallow, and went up very easily, Gu Hengyu didn't expect that it would be a bit difficult for him to do it. First, the ladder does not reach the end of the wall, and there is still a certain distance from the hole. Secondly, if you grab the hole with your hands, but don't use your feet, you still can't get up. Gu Hengyu was stuck in such a place. His hands were tightly grasping, but he was almost out of strength, and his legs were also weak. He looked a little pitiful, like a monkey, hanging there. Gu Hengyu heard very clearly that behind him, Chin Chin was still gloating and making some meaningless sneers. Gu Hengyu gritted his teeth. "Don't laugh, you know how difficult it is when you come up later." Chinjiala stretched out his hand and helped Gu Hengyu to stand up. After he came up, Chin Chin followed Gu Hengyu out. Although he was not as cool as Chinjiala, at least he was not as embarrassed as Gu Hengyu. Especially after Chin Chin came up, he gave Gu Hengyu a very provocative look, which made Gu Hengyu even more angry. "What do you mean?" Gu Hengyu looked at Chin Chin's expression. Although she didn't say anything, she could see her disdain from her expression. Chin Chin sighed. "Oh, nothing, you should practice more often otherwise." Chin Chin looked at him with a meaningful expression. This is too much of a delay. Gu Hengyu was so angry that he wanted to explode, but at this moment, the door of this small ward was suddenly opened. Everyone in the room was stunned, and all looked at the door, and several pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. The man standing at the door was stunned. His hands were still on the door, but his face was stunned. He could not imagine that there were several people inside the door, and they were all strangers. The man's eyes quickly slid over Chinjiala and the others, and then gradually moved down, and saw the floor tile that was broken by Chinjiala's punch. "Chinjiala, eh?" The man turned and ran. When Chinjiala moved his body, he had an idea. He couldn't let this person inform others, otherwise they would be in even greater trouble. So, almost subconsciously, Chinjiala's hand burst out a strong icy mist, blowing on the man's back. The man just wanted to open his mouth and shout for help, but found that his body was frozen, and the only thing that could move was probably his eyeballs. Woo woo woo. The man wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't move at all. He felt a sharp needle-like pain from his body. He knew that it was because he was wrapped in ice. Chinjiala pushed the ice sculpture into the room. The rest of the people sat on the sofa, looking at the ice sculpture in front of them leisurely. Chinjiala was originally a little worried that his ability would be exposed to others, and then used by those people to fight against him. They all regarded their abilities as secret weapons, but now that it has come to this point, there is obviously no need to hide anything. Chinjiala no longer wants to hide his ability. Anyway, it will be exposed to everyone sooner or later, so it is better to solve it now. Woo woo woo. The man in front of him couldn't speak, he could only accuse with his eyes. Chen Chen, Lulu, get the ice off him first. Talking to people like this, he seemed to be quite wronged. Before Chinjiala took action, he shook in front of the man's eyes and threatened, "Be careful, If you dare to shout out loud, I will immediately make you unable to speak forever. Chin Chin secretly whispered to Sun Yang, "Look at Lulu. Does she look like a gangster boss?" Sun Yang shook his head very honestly. Sister Lele is so pretty. How could she be a gangster? Qin Jiala reached out to untie the ice on the man, and they watched helplessly as the man took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide, obviously about to shout out something in the next second. Qin Jiala was quick-witted and slapped him with a slap, directly knocking the words that the man was about to shout back into his stomach. Qin Jiala stared, pulled up the man's collar with one hand, pulled him closer to himself, and then narrowed his eyes and threatened, "What did I say? Didn't I tell you not to even think about speaking?" Her slap contained a bit of supernatural power, so half of the man's face was frozen, and he could only make some vague sounds. In fact, the man was already confused. Aren't these people in front of him from the military? Why did he think they were quite honest when they were here, but now that they have come back, they seem to have changed their style? Could this be the true face of those military lackeys? The man turned back tremblingly, and finally felt a little power from Qin Jiala's slap. Qin Jiala continued to threaten, "Did you hear me? I give you another chance. If you still don't cooperate, I don't think there's any need for us to talk." She melted the ice on the man's face, but still didn't loosen the restraint on his body. After all, she couldn't be careless. What if this man didn't intend to speak, but wanted to run away, but this time, they were overthinking. Although the man wanted to seek help or inform other people, he still felt that his life was more important at the moment, especially the people in front of him, who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Why would he provoke them? Qin Jiala stretched out a finger. "Who are you?" The man widened his eyes. "Who am I? I want to ask you something." Qin Jiala paused. "Don't you know who we are?" The man said unhappily, "Of course I know. You are the lackeys of the military. You came here to seize the resources in Mr. Yuan's hands." What a joke. Qin Jiala looked at the man on the ground with contempt. "You have probably never been to the military. We have food and drink there, so there is no need to come out. Although you have no worries about food and drink here, the conditions are much worse than those in the military." How is it possible? Hearing Qin Jiala say this, the man seemed unwilling to believe it at all. "This is all made up by you. I know that the military all sleep on straw mats and eat tree bark and grass roots." Puff. Qin Shen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha! How is that possible? Are you kidding me?" The man was a little confused. He didn't know what Qin Shen was laughing at. Was there something wrong with what he said? Mr. Yuan said that to them. Qin Jiala took a deep breath and told himself in his heart that these were just some boring words spread by boring people, and he didn't need to take them to heart. "Although I don't know where you heard this rumor from," Qin Shen said, "but look at us. Do we look hungry or cold?" "Of course not." The man secretly said in his heart, "Not only not like, but these people gave him the feeling that they were not like what others said, coming here to grab resources, but why?" The man was already a little lacking in confidence at this time. "Then what are you doing here?" "Investigate the truth of the matter." Qin Jiala said seriously. "First of all, why did you inject Xiao Ai with such disinfectant?" "Man, who is Xiao Ai?" Qin Jiala gestured at Xiao Ai's height, a girl about this tall. "When we first arrived here, she was found unconscious on the stairs. Then we found out that you secretly injected her with some disinfectant. Where did the poison in Xiao Ai come from? Don't you know?" The man was very honest about this question, perhaps because he felt that this was not a question worth hiding. People who have lived in this city for a long time have a kind of poison in their bodies. There is no way to avoid it. It is naturally carried in the air. The air is poisonous? When this was said, everyone present was shocked. It turned out that they had been guessing for a long time, and they had been wondering whether there was some strange reason why so many people here were carrying toxins. Qin Jiala even suspected that it was Mr. Yuan who did it, but now it seems that the problem is actually in the air? Qin Shen was a little panicked. They have been here for several days, and since even the air is poisonous, it means that they are likely to have been poisoned by the same poison. The man rolled his eyes. "You are fine. Only people who have been here for a long time will be poisoned. Generally speaking." About a month. Chapter 209. Qin Jiala heard this and muttered to himself. "No wonder all of you have to inject disinfectant. So it's because of this? How do you know we have to inject?" The man looked over suspiciously. Qin Jiala frowned. "We are the ones asking you questions now, not you, so watch your attitude." Really, is this man so tolerant? Even though he has been held hostage to this extent, he still dares to ask them back. Lin Zhonghao knocked on the table and brought the topic back. "No matter how we know, answer our questions first. Since even the air here is poisonous, Why don't you move away? Why do you continue to stay here? The man paused. Lin Zhonghao probably asked a question that was very difficult for him to talk about, so he was a little uncomfortable to speak, and could only reluctantly say, because Mr. Yuan wants to exchange supplies with others, so we must stay here and cooperate with the other party in the investigation. At the beginning, they didn't understand it at all, but because Mr. Yuan was the one who led them to live here and gave them food, they naturally listened to Mr. Yuan's words. And some of those who came later, many of them were people who escaped from other cities, and they obviously didn't understand this. So many of them fled, and in the end there was no result. So, the man swallowed his saliva, and guessed that those who left here would be poisoned to death on the way. The more this happened, the more they felt they had gotten used to life here. They didn't have to work very hard, and Mr. Yuan's distribution was absolutely fair, and everyone had about the same amount of resources. More importantly, when they were fleeing outside, they had seen the fate of those who had no food and no ability to resist, who were simply torn apart and eaten by zombies or animals. That kind of life. No one wanted to experience it again. So Mr. Yuan, who gave them everything, naturally became a god here. The same existence. It is because he brought everyone together that they have their current life. Over time, they even began to reject outsiders. Every time they saw them, they would think that they wanted to come and try to take away their current life. But now, after Qin Jiala's reminder, the man found that his original intention of living here seemed to have changed unconsciously. Why are there toxins in the air here? Why did Mr. Yuan insist on letting them all live here even though he knew this? The man was awakened by Lin Zhonghao's words and immediately fell into a panic, because he found that he could not find the answers to these questions in his heart. How could this be? Lin Zhonghao and Qin Jiala looked at the man's confused eyes and the concealment that was suppressed in his eyes, and they immediately understood. The two exchanged glances and saw the answers they wanted in each other's eyes. This man seemed to have been brainwashed very successfully by Mr. Yuan, so when they asked some key questions now, he would have such a look, right? Chin. Well, if you don't know, then let's change the question. Do you know that everyone here has the zombie virus? The man was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then his reaction was so violent that it was beyond their imagination. He didn't look like he had only heard this sentence, but more like he had heard some sensational bad news. He was about to jump up from the ground, but Qin Jiala held his shoulders to prevent him from falling. This is impossible. The man fiercely retorted, zombie virus. Impossible. Mr. Yuan never mentioned this. Chen sneered. It would be strange if he told you. If he told you, would you still stay here? I already said this is impossible. The man was filled with righteous indignation, as if Chen was insulting Mr. Yuan, who was sacred and inviolable in his heart. Mr. Yuan couldn't have known this. What is your purpose? Qin Jiala spread his hands. We investigated the injections you had, and found a small amount of modified zombie virus in them. Now each of you should have this stuff in your body. Don't you find that something is wrong with your body? Hearing this, the man suddenly became quiet. Qin Jiala's words made him start to recall himself. Indeed, when he got up every day, he felt dizzy and nauseous, and sometimes he would vomit blood. The blood he vomited was dark black, and there would be some purple-black things on his body. But he never paid attention to it, because Mr. Yuan said that they were indeed polluted here, so the air was not very good. He always thought that this was a normal manifestation of toxins, so he went to the medical room for injections very actively every time. Qin Jiala raised his stakes and continued, then, maybe you will notice this more easily. Have you ever observed that people here often disappear? That is, when you don't know, you can't find them? The man's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered that there seemed to be some people who always disappeared and were never seen again. Of course, he asked others, but they didn't care and said that they just didn't like it here, so they ran away. You mean? The man was trembling all over, and his lips were trembling. He didn't look as arrogant as before. Chen looked at the man with sympathy. She knew that in this situation, you need to subvert all your previous knowledge. It's like your world is about to be reshaped. You will find that your previous cognition is completely wrong. This is a bit uncomfortable for people. But Qin Jiala didn't give the man a chance to think, and immediately said, maybe we can tell you that we found some corpses down there. It's very likely that the people here turned into zombies, and then they were disguised as suicides and hung down there, just to prevent you from seeing them. The man couldn't hear what Qin Jiala said next, and at this time, he remembered what he had experienced before. There were several people who came here with him at the beginning, and one of them was not very familiar with him, because that person was always very introverted and didn't like to deal with others. So over time, they always habitually ignored him. After coming here, the existence of that person became weaker and weaker. He never competed with others to do anything, nor did he take the initiative to stand out, so others had very little impression of him. Even the man himself only greeted this person when he saw him. But one day, when the man suddenly remembered this, he found that he could not find this person at all. He specially asked for this, but everyone said that he had left long ago. Left? Where did she go? The man asked at the time. Who knows? The person being asked said lazily, maybe she just got tired of living here and went somewhere else. That's not the case. In the man's heart, there was a small voice saying this, but he ignored this small voice as usual and didn't care. And then today, now, he didn't know why, he suddenly remembered this matter, and after thinking about it, he began to tremble all over. Hello? Qin Jiala looked at the man, who seemed to be overwhelmed by something, with a pale face and trembling all over. He thought that he had said too much and hit him hard. Are you okay? Did he accidentally hit this man's weak heart? Qin Chen was beside him, and said reluctantly, Lulu, why don't we ask someone else? I think he can't hold on any longer. Gu Hingyu also looked miserable. I didn't expect that the people here are so respectful to Mr. Yuan. This is simply a cult. It should not appear in this era of fair rule of law, Qin Jiala sighed. She knew that she could not get more information from this person. Even if she ignored him now, he probably would not have the energy to refute. The truth about Mr. Yuan was revealed. For them, it was like the sky fell. Lin Zhonghao, let him calm down here. We can go out and find someone directly. It is now clear that Mr. Yuan is not a good person. For so many people who believed in him so much, he dared to hide it from them and conduct experiments on them. It was really too much. Qin Jiala, okay, let's go out and take a look, but we still have to be careful. If we see anyone, we should hide quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as Qin Jiala was considering whether to split up, the man who had been sitting on the ground with his head down finally moved. Wait a minute. He raised his head tremblingly and shouted to Qin Jiala. Qin Jiala, what's wrong? I can. The man almost gritted his teeth and said, I can help you. I know where your companion is imprisoned. I can take you to find him. Qin Chen raised his eyebrows. Why did you suddenly come to your senses? Didn't you always want to defend your Mr. Yuan? Why don't you praise him now? It was really surprising to see this scene, just like a person who had always been a vegetarian suddenly said that he wanted to eat braised pork elbow tonight. The man shook his head angrily. If what you said is true, it means that Mr. Yuan has been lying to us all the time. So many people are here, and they are all kept in the dark. I can't just watch them die without helping them. Qin Jiala opened his mouth, wanting to tell this person that even if they wanted to save them now, it might be too late. Because the toxins of the zombie virus have spread into their bodies, it might only take a short time for them to become zombies. No matter what means Mr. Yuan used to make the infection of these zombie viruses so slow, it is certain that the current zombie viruses are incurable. As long as there is no serum, no matter how slowly it develops, the virus cannot be stopped. Becoming a zombie is just a matter of time. But Qin Chen next to her pulled her friend's hand. When she saw Qin Jiala's expression, she knew what her friend wanted to say. But she did not support her friend to tell the truth at this time. If she was selfish, if she didn't tell the person in front, it might still make him hope to help them solve the current problem. If she told him, maybe this person would give up on himself and even tell others. At that time, it would be a mess. Qin Jiala secretly sighed and had to say, well, how are you going to help us? There are so many of us here, and we can't move freely here. The man hesitated and said, I know the medical room here, and your little companion is still in the medical room. Shall I? Qin Jiala was excited for a moment. She hasn't woken up yet? The man shook his head. I don't know about that, you need to go and see to know. Lin Zhonghao, what else? If you only talk about this, even we know where the medical room is. Man, I know the location of the dungeon. It's very dangerous there. If it were you, you might not be able to get through. Very dangerous? Qin Jiala frowned. Why are there so many dangerous places here? Isn't this a shelter? A normal shelter wouldn't have a dungeon or something like that. The man shook his head. I don't know either, but this dungeon may have existed here a long time ago. Your friends are locked up in there. I can take you there, but I won't go in. Qin Jiala couldn't help but feel a little amused. Why? Is there a trap? The man suddenly began to stammer. It's not a trap. I just heard that there are terrible things there. It seems to be a monster or something. Monster? Qin Chen felt very incredible. You actually locked up the monster? Why don't you just let it go? If it's here, won't it attack people? The man was also very embarrassed. These problems seemed to be commonplace to him before, but after Qin Jiala pointed them out, he really found that these were incredible and even unreasonable. Ahem. The man cleared his throat. I am familiar with the guards there. After I take you there, everyone. Don't do anything yet, because I will explain it to him clearly, and then convince him to let you in. What he meant was to try not to let Qin Jiala take action again, so as to avoid some casualties. Chapter 210. Okay, Qin Jiala thought it was a little funny. She had seen so many monsters, whether zombies or animals, or those failed experiments, but none of them had really scared her, so she would only take the man's words as a joke. However, Qin Jiala was very kind, and didn't say what she was thinking. After all, maybe in the eyes of others, it might be a very scary thing. She didn't think there would be anything scary here. At most, the zombies and animals outside were brought in. The man nodded. Okay, let's go to the medical room first to see if your little companion has woken up. Because it was inconvenient for so many of them, Qin Jiala divided the people into two groups. On one side, she and Lin Zhonghao followed the man to rescue Wang Yilin, and on the other side, Sun Yang and Chen Chen went to find Xiao Ai. Only by dividing into two groups would it be less noticeable. And Chen Chen and his friends didn't have special abilities. If they really encountered any danger down there, they would be limited in what they could do to help. Chen Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with the assignment plan and immediately began to protest. No, why should I go to the infirmary? I also want to save people. Xiao Ai will definitely not have any major problems in the infirmary, so their mission is really boring. Qin Jiala said earnestly, no, if too many people go, it will be more conspicuous. Chen Chen, but aren't we originally here to find Mr. Yuan? We must meet him in the end. Since we have to meet sooner or later, we might as well make everything clear now. Qin Jiala said coldly, no, it's better not to act rashly before the reinforcements arrive. After all, there are so many people here. Even if Mr. Yuan's conspiracy is exposed, these people are still stubborn and swear to follow Mr. Yuan to death, then they may not necessarily have the upper hand when fighting. Chen Chen lowered his head like an eggplant hit by frost, and said aggrievedly, well, wait until we go over to pick up Xiao Ai, and then we will meet up with you. No problem, Qin Jiala smiled very cheerfully. Please, what's your name? She looked at the man who was going to lead them to the dungeon. After talking for so long, they still didn't know his name. The man muttered, just call me Ashung. Okay, Ashung, Qin Jiala made a palm-up gesture, indicating that the man should walk in front and lead the way, take us to the dungeon first. Although they had already split into two groups, Ashung still suggested that they should wear masks or something like that, at least to cover up. If they see Mr. Yuan and his friends on the street, at least they won't be recognized so quickly. At first, Gu Hengyu thought it was a bit of an exaggeration, but since they put on masks, they still looked at other people head-on with doubts. But it was obviously for Ashung's sake, and at most asked, who is this? How come I haven't seen him before? And Ashung would always answer in the same way, this is XX, who just came to make up for it. It's normal that you haven't seen him before. Normally, the person walking over would stop his nagging at this point, but some people were still not satisfied with this question and had to ask, why are you wearing a mask? Ashung would shrug and say, I have a serious cold recently, Achu. Don't you feel it? The person on the other side turned aside with disdain, patted Ashung's shoulder perfunctorily with one hand, and said, you should go to the medical room, brother. I didn't expect that this Ashung's acting skills were so superb. Qin Jiala watched the whole process from behind, and felt like he was watching a movie or TV series. And facing so many people's questions, this Ashung didn't feel uncomfortable at all, as if he was used to saying these things. But then again, the people here were actually quite enthusiastic. Because they saw a few of them. Basically they were people Ashung knew, and they all came over to say hello. There was no sense of distance between them. It seemed that the hostility shown by the people here before was only directed at outsiders like them. Not bad, Qin Jiala patted Ashung's shoulder. Because she was wearing a mask, her voice sounded a little bit depressed. You have a quick reaction ability. You can consider working in the military in the future. Is this a disguise poaching? But since there are problems with the shelter here, these people must not stay here any longer. At that time, even if Ashung is a survivor, they can certainly take him to the military. Qin Jiala thought happily, without thinking whether he had asked others' opinions. Ashung reacted strongly. What? I don't want to go to the military. Lin Zhonghao, excuse me, if you can't stay here, the military is your best place to go. There is no food outside. Yes. Qin Jiala was a little confused. What are you still obsessed with? If it was because Mr. Yuan gave Ashung and his friends a wrong hint, saying that there was something wrong with the military, such as no food or no place to live. In short, he described the military as very ugly. But now they have solved this misunderstanding and told Ah Sheng that the military is not a stingy place. Why is he still so resistant now? Because when this place just fell, Ah Sheng explained with a gloomy face, we used to look forward to the military coming to this place and saving us all. But we waited till the end, and no one came. Even many of us who were in poor health had died, so it was Mr. Yuan who saved us. It's just a pity that he didn't save you for any good reason, Qin Jiala thought to himself. Mr. Yuan had a lot of tricks in setting up such a shelter, and Qin Jiala completely suspected that this shelter was built for Mr. Yuan to do those little experiments in private. Taking advantage of the air pollution here, there are some toxins, so they use this as an excuse to do these messy experiments on their subordinates. Too vicious. First here, Qin Jiala's face is very bad. Although they also don't like the people here, they are innocent after all. Maybe they have great hostility towards them, but that is all because they don't understand the current situation. In the final analysis, the people here are all pitiful people, with no one to rely on, and can only live in this ghost place. Ah Sheng walked in front. The corridor was a little narrow. He turned slightly and passed by a woman holding tea. From the back, his shoulders were slightly hunched, and he looked unhappy. His voice was also muffled. I know what you want to say. You should have been rescued by the military a long time ago, right? And you. Speaking of this, he glanced back at Qin Jiala. You are a superpower, and people will rush to get you wherever you go. Your situation is completely different from ours. He had seen the abilities of people with special abilities with his own eyes. This woman was not weak, but might be even stronger. Gu Hingyu, who was walking beside Lin Zhonghao, was silent when he heard this, because Ah Sheng's words also enlightened him. They were the luckiest group of people in this disaster. Although they were in a crowded place like the school at first, they did not encounter any major disasters after they came out. In fact, they were picked up by Zheng Herong, who met them by chance within a few days. The hunger, infection, and pain these people talked about were hard for them to imagine. Moreover, as a companion of the superpower, Gu Hingyu also deeply felt this unfairness. It seems that anywhere, as long as you make friends with the superpower, you will have more resources and get more things. Although the saying that the strong are respected is old-fashioned, it will never go out of date. Lin Zhonghao suddenly said, I know what you mean. But in the military, you can still play your role. As long as you have strengths, they don't necessarily have to be supernatural powers. Or, if you also want to come out and kill zombies, you can participate in the training. After passing, you will be one of us. Lin Zhonghao's words almost instantly lit up Ah Sheng's inner world. He was still sighing. If he really didn't go to the military and couldn't live here, where should he go? And Lin Zhonghao's words, for him, simply added another possibility in his life. Really? Ah Sheng turned around in surprise. Can I really join you? There was a cluster of light in his eyes. Even though Qin Jiala was used to seeing the sun, she felt that it was very dazzling at this moment. And facing such eyes, she felt that she had no way to say no. Well, it's okay. Qin Jiala smiled reluctantly. The military is also short of manpower, so it's no problem. After saying this, she saw that Ah Sheng's mental state was different. How should I put it? It seems that I am a little more happy than before. Lin Zhonghao, this is too easy to please. Can I ask about your special ability? Ah Sheng suddenly thought of this, and came over to ask in surprise, is your special ability ice? When I saw you trap me, you used ice. Yes. Qin Jiala generously admitted his special ability. Since Ah Sheng had seen it, there was no need to hide it now. Don't people here have special powers? Gu Hingyu asked. They had the impression that they saw so many people, but none of them seemed to have special powers. They were all ordinary people. No, said Ah Sheng, we are all ordinary people here. Yes, Qin Jiala suddenly remembered that it was because all the people here were ordinary people that they were all infected with the zombie virus. How could she forget the most critical information here? Ah Sheng led them down the stairs, and came to the underground ground floor. As soon as you enter here, you can clearly feel an unusual atmosphere. Qin Jiala himself couldn't explain it clearly, but he could feel that the air here seemed to be stagnant, and there was a faint musty smell lingering at the tip of his nose. It's here. Ah Sheng said very honestly, it's on the lower floor. I have asked my friend to help me open the door of the dungeon. The rest? You can go down by yourselves. I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Qin Jiala didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are there really monsters? If there are really monsters here, why didn't Mr. Yuan release them earlier to deal with them? But he hid all these secret weapons in such a deep place, which really doesn't make sense. You don't know? Ashung was obviously very scared of this place. Even standing here, Qin Jiala could feel the breath coming from him. When I passed by here before, I often heard some sounds inside. Qin Jiala looked at Ah Sheng with amusement. What sound? Ah Sheng swallowed his saliva. It's a sound of nails scratching on the wall, really. He looked at Qin Jiala's obvious disbelief, and couldn't help but get a little anxious. I really heard it. And it was very close to me. Then you wait for us here. It can be seen that Ah Sheng is really scared, so Qin Jiala doesn't intend to force him. After all, as a person who once lived here, it was not easy for Ah Sheng to agree to bring them here. Don't run around, otherwise we won't be able to find you when we come out later. Qin Jiala and the other three walked down the stairs slowly. Since there would be no one down there, they took off their masks. The air here smells bad, and wearing a mask will only make it more uncomfortable. What do you think of this, Ah Sheng? Gu Hengyu hesitated and said, Is he reliable? Qin Jiala, what's unreliable? Didn't you bring us here? You agreed quickly. Gu Hengyu said, I always feel something is wrong. Could this be a trap? Qin Jiala recalled all the performances of Ah Sheng since he met him, and directly denied Gu Hengyu's words. No. I can feel that everything he said is true. Feeling. Gu Hengyu scratched his head. What if your feeling is inaccurate? Qin Jiala glared at Gu Hengyu. From the beginning to now, when have you found that my feeling is inaccurate? This is true. Gu Hengyu has no way to refute this point. Many times, they rely not on their abilities, but on Qin Jiala's accurate judgment of the situation. Chapter 211. Chen Chen and Sun Yang were about to reach the medical room. Fortunately, many people outside were no longer here. They might have gone to other places to do some labor in exchange for food, as they had heard. And they were glad that most people here didn't know them. So there was no need to hide at all. They could walk with their heads held high, and no one would suspect them. Until the two of them walked to the door of the medical room, they were surprised to find that it was crowded with people last time, and they couldn't see what was going on inside the medical room. But now it was empty, with no one. How could this happen? Chen Chen looked confused, but no one could answer her doubts. Sun Yang certainly didn't know what was going on here. The two of them turned around in confusion, and found that the door of the medical room was still closed. Chen Chen walked forward and pushed it, and as expected, he found that it couldn't be pushed open. Sun Yang also walked over and took a look. The glass was very thick. This thickness also told him that this must be a wall of thickened professional glass. After all, Q was once a well-known medical company, and the equipment here is of course very good. However, now, this good equipment has become a roadblock. Chen Chen looked around helplessly. The good news is that no one should come here in the short term. Since the door is locked, it means that someone will definitely not come back. In order to prevent the things inside from being lost, the door is locked. But the bad news is that if no one comes here, they may not be able to enter, let alone take Xiaoyai out. What should we do? Chen Chen put his hands on the door handle, and shook it gently. The door was as solid and stable as it looked. It was hard to shake it. We can't destroy this door, can we? Chen Chen asked. No, Sun Yang noticed that there was a small digital panel next to the door, with some very detailed buttons. It was obvious that a password was required. If there is no password, an alarm will probably sound. At that time, they should send someone over. It's really annoying. Chen Chen shook her head in frustration and punched the wall with one fist. We can't just do nothing. She hated wasting time on these little things, especially when they knew their mission was not far away, but they still had to stand here stupidly. I can't help it. Sun Yang also looked anxious. For both of them, they didn't expect such a situation to happen. Maybe it was because there were still many people here when they came here last time, and they didn't observe carefully, and it turned out that there was such a small password input keyboard on the wall. Chen Chen glanced at the ground. Can you use your special ability to think of a solution? Maybe we can go from underground. No. Sun Yang had already imagined the solution Chen Chen mentioned. After spending a long time with Gu Hengyu, he also learned a little bit of knowledge. For such a security code, as long as it is touched, it will sound an alarm regardless of whether the door is opened or not. Just when the two were at a loss, suddenly, a very sharp scream came from the medical room. What's that sound? Chen Chen suddenly became nervous. Is there anyone else? Sun Yang glanced at the medical room next to Chen Chen, ran over, and looked inside through the thick glass, but he couldn't see anything. There's someone else inside. Chen Chen said, what happened? Xiaoyai is still inside. Sun Yang frowned tightly, and couldn't help but say what he thought. Chen Chen, what should we do? Or should we break the glass door first? It's already this time. Even if someone comes, It doesn't matter, after all, the people inside are likely to be in danger. Just when Sun Yang hesitated for 2 seconds, he heard another scream from inside. Help! Chen Chen could hear this scream clearly. It was clearly Xiao Ai's voice. Although I don't know what's inside, but listening to her voice, it's obviously not a good situation. If something really happens, she will definitely regret the time she wasted here. Get out of the way. She grabbed Sun Yang's shoulders and pulled him back, while she smashed the fire glass next to her with her elbow and took out an axe from it. The handle of the axe was painted red and was specially used to cut things in disasters. Chen Chen took a deep breath, raised the axe in his hand, and smashed it against the glass door. Clang! The glass door made a loud noise. But the glass here was really thick and of very good quality, so there was only a crack on the door and no changes. You're too slow. Sun Yang said this, and at the same time used his supernatural power to attack the piece of glass close to the ground. 2 people attacked at the same time. One used physical force, and the other used supernatural force to break it. As expected, the combined force was much greater. The glass door made a loud noise and shattered. At the same time, the alarm installed above the corridor sounded, making a shrill siren sound and emitting red light. Sun Yang, forget about this, let's go in and take a look first. Chen Chen and Sun Yang stepped over the broken glass at the door, protecting their heads with one hand to prevent them from being hit by the falling broken glass, and walked in quickly. The interior of the medical room was a bit complicated. There were not only beds, but also some laboratories similar to those for experiments, and there were also many corridors inside. Help! Just when the 2 people didn't know how to move forward, Xiao Ai's voice rang again. Behind. Chen Chen determined Xiao Ai's location through the sound and ran over quickly, and Sun Yang followed closely behind her. Xiao Ai's voice appeared in the last row of corridors, although he didn't know why. Because Chen Chen was sure that when they came to see Xiao Ai's condition last time, her bed was clearly in the front position. Why did it suddenly move now? As soon as he walked to the back, Chen Chen found that there was a dark mark on the white floor tiles. Oh my god, it's blood! Chen Chen stared at the ground. The dark mark was obviously blood. Although the color looked a little dark, it could not be denied. Xiao Ai must have been in trouble. We have to go over to see her. Don't panic. Sun Yang saw that Chen Chen was about to go crazy, and quickly grabbed him. This is not Xiao Ai's blood. Chen Chen said angrily. Who else could it be if not her? She was the only one shouting for help. Look carefully. Sun Yang pointed at the blood on the ground, and saw that this blood trail was dragged to the end of the corridor, about 5 or 6 meters long, and it kept appearing intermittently. If this is really Xiao Ai's blood, do you think she, a malnourished little girl, would have the strength to shout for help? Chen Chen, who was reminded by Sun Yang, finally reacted. This really didn't look like something that would happen to Xiao Ai. If she had really been dragged for so long, she might have died long ago. How could she have the energy to shout for help? Sun Yang, let's go and take a look first. The 2 of them came to the end of the corridor. There was a ward on each side, and only the ward on the left was where Xiao Ai's voice had just been heard. They walked in, but were shocked by the scene in front of them. Standing in front of them was a zombie that was obviously too tall. It was standing on the left side of the ward, holding a pile of bloody things in its hands, chewing them non-stop, as if they were some kind of delicious food. Even if they just walked to the door of the ward, Chen Chen and Sun Yang could smell the bloody smell coming from the zombie. The smell was really disgusting. The blood trail dragged on the ground also began to increase from the door. The piles of blood trails extended directly into the room, and finally came to the feet of the zombie. Chen Chen had sharp eyes, and almost immediately saw the little girl shivering under the bed on the right side of the ward. Xiao Ai. She ran over and hugged the poor little girl in her arms. Xiao Ai didn't know how long she had been here. She was shivering all over, and seemed to be so scared that she couldn't speak. She huddled in Chen Chen's arms. Roar. The zombie noticed the 2 people standing at the door and in the ward. Maybe because there was food at hand, it didn't pay too much attention to the skinny little girl. But the 2 humans who came in later. The zombies thought that they must taste better. Chen Chen first checked the wounds on the little girl. How is it? Are you injured? This is the most important thing. If Xiao Ai has wounds, the possibility of being infected with the virus is greater. Xiao Ai finally saw a familiar person, and tears welled up in her eyes. She trembled, and the tears that had not burst out for a while, burst out completely at this moment. I'm fine. She sobbed, but the monster, the zombie, ate 2 people. If Xiao Ai hadn't been too thin, she probably wouldn't have been able to avoid the zombie's attack. And those 2 people were in the same ward. When the zombies came in, they had no ability to resist at all. Chin Chin looked at the little girl with heartache as she was frightened like this. She looked at the zombie fiercely, and she was very surprised to find that this zombie was the third-level zombie that she and Qingjiala had killed before, the latest mutated zombie. It's just a zombie. Sun Yang didn't seem to take the zombie seriously. He asked Xiao Ai about her injury in a ward away. Are you okay, Xiao Ai? Chin Chin was irritated by his careless attitude and couldn't help but curse. Look carefully, this zombie is different from the one you saw before. This is an evolved one, just like the man in the car. Evolved? After being reminded by Chin Chin, Sun Yang began to pay close attention to the zombie in front of him. If there was any difference, it was indeed that this zombie looked a little smarter and seemed very irritable. Sun Yang stared at the zombie, although he couldn't see anything from the zombie's expression. Just as he was writing a zombie observation diary, the zombie had already pounced on him. Sun Yang was frightened by the speed of the zombie and quickly dodged. It's quite agile. It's very fast. Chin Chin said this, and at the same time saw that where the zombies were standing, there was a large pool of leftover human flesh, bloody on the ground, looking sticky and disgusting. Chin Chin covered Xiao Ai's eyes and said softly, "Be good, don't look at these." "Can he win?" Xiao Ai asked tremblingly. Chin Chin smiled very easily. "If he can't even kill a zombie, I'm afraid he can't be a qualified member." The evolved zombies were indeed much faster, but all their attacks were flexibly resolved by Sun Yang. Seeing that his attacks were completely ineffective, the zombie grabbed the salt water bottle next to him and threw it at Sun Yang. Sun Yang flexibly dodged, but the moment he turned his head, the zombie seized this gap and attacked quickly. Its claws were still stained with blood, which was very disgusting. Sun Yang frowned, and it was not very easy to dodge this time. He used his supernatural power to imprison the zombie's feet from the ground, trapping it directly in place. This zombie has learned tactics? Sun Yang frowned and looked at him. I thought they would just attack blindly. Me too. Chin Chin admitted honestly, and now they are. Before Chin Chin finished his words, the zombie had already broken free from Sun Yang's restraints. It pulled its feet out of the soil, roared, and continued to pounce, and it has become stronger. Chin Chin calmly completed what he was going to say. Thank you. Sun Yang gritted his teeth and said, It's really a timely reminder. You're welcome. Chin Chin lazily touched the hair of the little girl in his arms. You better solve it quickly. I can still hear the alarm outside. Maybe someone will come soon. Okay. Sun Yang didn't plan to continue to dawdle with this zombie. Anyway, for such a long time, he mainly wanted to see how powerful this upgraded zombie was. But now it seems that the improvement is not very large. In Sun Yang's hand, a long sword made of earth appeared. He swung the earth sword in his hand, swung it hard, and directly chopped off the zombie's head. Really? Chin Chin lazily stood up from the ground with Xiao Ai. This is the level you should have. Chapter 212. Sun Yang sighed and said, You think it's easy now. Although the zombie had been killed very cleanly by him, now think about it, it is actually a little harder than killing ordinary zombies. But for them, the superpowers, it is only a little harder. The power is much greater. Sun Yang concluded, It's not so easy for ordinary zombies to break free. Just when he used his superpowers to wrap the lower half of the zombie in the soil, this zombie was able to struggle out, which made him feel the most incredible. Maybe this time, the main direction of the zombie's evolution is strength. Chin Chin, who was standing next to him, also felt the same way. Indeed, when we found the zombie in the car, it was also very strong and struggled to break free from the ropes on its body. It killed 2 people. In Chin Chin's arms, Xiao Ai couldn't help crying. Don't cry, Xiao Ai. Chin Chin gently touched Xiao Ai's head and said, Tell us first what is going on here. I don't know either, Xiao Ai sobbed. At first, the 4 of us were in this ward, and then 2 of us left. But after a long time, when they came back, one of them had become a zombie, and in his hand. At this point, Xiao Ai seemed to find it difficult to talk about it. She shivered, but still insisted on saying that sentence. I saw that the zombie was holding a human head in his hand. It was the person who went out with him. This scene was so terrifying that it would be hard to understand it if one had not seen it with one's own eyes. Zombies were indeed terrifying, but in Xiao Ai's eyes, those who became zombies were just strangers, but from now on, zombies became strangers that she was very familiar with. For her, this shock was more terrifying than anything else. Chin Chin could understand Xiao Ai's feelings. They had encountered similar things before they were in school. Maybe it was those classmates who had just met, who were infected and turned into something neither human nor ghost in the next second. It's okay. Chin Chin hugged the trembling Xiao Ai tightly in his arms, and said, "Everything is over, you are safe now." Sun Yang crossed his arms, and watched the two people from the side, as if they were consolidating their relationship. In contrast, he seemed much calmer. Sun Yang couldn't help but say, instead of talking about this, "You should check whether Xiao Ai is injured or not, don't." Infected? Sun Yang didn't dare to say the last three words so easily. He thought that Qin Jiala and Chin Chin both liked this little girl so much. If he said it out loud, would it seem too cold-blooded? Although he didn't say it out loud, Chin Chin understood what Sun Yang meant in an instant. He glared at Sun Yang, but still said to Xiao Ai, "Xiao Ai, let me see if you have any wounds on your body." Xiao Ai nodded obediently, while carefully looking at Chin Chin's face. What will happen if there are wounds? Sun Yang suddenly felt like playing a prank and wanted to scare Xiao Ai. He made a face and said, "If there is a wound, it will be infected and turn into a monster there." This sentence successfully scared Xiao Ai. The poor girl stood there blankly. Although she was stronger than her peers, she was still a child, and didn't have such a strong heart. Xiao Ai shook her head. "I don't want to become a zombie." Chin Chin rolled up the sleeves of Xiao Ai's hospital gown, took a closer look, and then looked at other places. After confirming that everything was correct, he comforted Xiao Ai. "It's okay, you don't have any wounds on your body. I think the zombies must not have had time to hurt you, right?" Xiao Ai nodded, "Yes." It went straight to the other person. The situation in the ward was very complicated at the time. When the zombies appeared at the door, Xiao Ai immediately covered her mouth and suppressed the scream that wanted to burst out in her heart. But the person on the other bed didn't seem to be so lucky. He shouted out and attracted the attention of the zombies at the same time. Xiao Ai rolled down from the bed and crawled directly under it. The cold metal poles surrounded her, as if they could protect her. The person who shouted was attacked by the zombies, and threw himself on the bed. Xiao Ai watched the zombies bite the man's neck. Blood spurted out, dyeing the white sheets red. Xiao Ai couldn't help it, and finally screamed. Without Xiao Ai's description, Chin Chin felt that he could imagine what the situation was like at that time. Of course, it was thanks to the little girl's quick reaction, otherwise they would not have been able to see her. Thinking of this, Chin Chin touched Xiao Ai's head excitedly and said, "Let's go, I take you to find Qin Jiala and the others." Xiao Ai's eyes lit up. "Sister Lei, are they all here? And Brother Yun?" "Well?" Chin Chin hesitated and considered the wording, not knowing how to say it more appropriately. Sun Yang was blunt. "Your brother Yilin is trapped by the people here, and Qin Jiala and the others are rushing over to rescue him now." "Is he in danger?" Xiao Ai's eyes widened. In her imagination, Qin Jiala was always omnipotent and very reliable, as if with her around, there was nothing to worry about. "Is it a zombie?" Xiao Ai asked. "Chin Chin, it's possible, but we don't know yet." Xiao Ai was silent for a moment, then walked to a row of cabinets behind the bed, opened one of them, and then took out a long iron pipe from the cabinet under the watchful eyes of the two adults behind. Chin Chin looked at the weapon in the little girl's hand in surprise, and said, "Xiao Ai, where did this come from?" Xiao Ai said firmly, "I want to kill zombies too." Chin Chin, Sun Yang, ha ha ha. Chin Chin looked helpless. "No, listen to me, Xiao Ai, you are too young, maybe you can't help us." "Xiao Ai, you said maybe I can really be useful?" Chin Chin couldn't stop this girl, so he could only nod his head at this time, and not stop this childish behavior. If they really need to fight down there, she will consider protecting Xiao Ai. "Okay, let's go first." Chin Chin said, "Maybe your sister Lei is really in trouble now." "It's hard to say." Sun Yang replied, "Didn't you say there might be monsters down there?" Chin Chin wrinkled his nose. "I don't believe there are any monsters. If there really are monsters, they are definitely man-made, so there is no need to be afraid." "Okay." Sun Yang shrugged, followed the two ladies, one big and one small, out of the ward, leaving this hell full of blood behind. "I hope your feeling is right. I'm afraid our problem now is..." Chin Chin looked at the empty corridor outside in silence. Why did the alarm sound? But no one came. Don't these people care that they will lose something here? I don't know. Sun Yang was also very confused about this question. The alarm had been going on for a long time, and would not be triggered at all now. The piercing alarm had also disappeared, but it was as if no one cared about this place at all. They didn't see anything. Even from the corridor here, it didn't look like anyone had been here, let alone no one came to stop them. If it weren't for the broken glass door on the ground, both of them would have thought that all this was just a dream. Chin Chin seemed helpless. "What should we do? Should we stay here?" Sun Yang shook his head. Let's go out and take a look first. For example, find where the dungeon is first, and then find Qinjiala. Okay. Chen Chen could only accept this suggestion helplessly. The dungeon should be at the bottom, right? Is there a basement or something like that here? I think it's very likely there. Sun Yang looked at the empty corridor and said, let's go down and take a look. Qinjiala and his group gathered together, nervously and cautiously, with their backs against each other, facing some dark walls. They were definitely not crazy or anything, and Qinjiala heard the sound here a second ago. That sound was like long nails drawing marks on a blackboard, and the lingering sound can still give people goosebumps. And not only Qinjiala, no one else heard the same sound afterwards, so they all agreed that they probably encountered something dangerous, such as the good monster mentioned by Ah Sheng. Of the kind. Although no one thought there was really a monster, the sound had to alert them all. As they were on high alert, the sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. Qinjiala and Lin Zhonghao were close together, and they both thought that the sound came from above their heads. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed slowly, until the next second, the sharp sound that made people's scalps numb came again. Here it comes. Qinjiala noticed very keenly that the thing might have been hovering above their heads, but for some reason, they couldn't see it at all. Lin Zhonghao frowned and looked at it, and said to Qinjiala, try the water bomb. He had a feeling that the ceiling above their heads might have a layer above it, and the monster was hiding in that gap. That's why there were constant sounds coming over, and they couldn't see where the monster was at all. Qinjiala understood what Lin Zhonghao meant, and quickly conjured a small water ball in his hand, threw it towards that place, and then silently calculated the time in his mind. The moment the round water ball touched the ceiling, Qinjiala had already noticed this time point, and then quickly recited a sentence in his mind. Next, the water ball quickly exploded, and the ice wrapped inside shattered. The impact of the explosion caused the ceiling to explode directly. Bang! The ceiling made a loud noise, and all the broken stones on it fell down. Avoid these. Qinjiala did not expect that the power of his bomb was a little stronger. Several people scattered. At this moment, Qinjiala suddenly heard the familiar sound of nails scratching the ground, and this time, the sound seemed to be very close. Qinjiala's pupil shrank sharply, and in the next second, she saw a very vague black shadow rushing towards Gu Hongyu's back. Qinjiala also rushed over at the same time, still shouting, Gu Hongyu, watch your back. Gu Hongyu didn't have time to look back, and quickly took out a small bomb from his bag, pointed it at his back, and threw it out without even looking. Bang! The bomb exploded when it came into contact with the black shadow. Although the black shadow was hit, Gu Hongyu himself was also affected by the shock wave generated by the explosion. He was rushed forward by the waves and fell directly to the ground, motionless. Lin Zhonghao also ran over, but he also saw that the black shadow on the ground did not die because of this. On the contrary, it could still move after being hit by such a shock wave. Lin Zhonghao found this very incredible. You go and deal with that first. Lin Zhonghao said to Qinjiala, I go see Gu Hongyu. The black shadow was severely damaged by the bomb, and it should not be a big threat for a while. It is also the best choice to let Qinjiala deal with it. Qinjiala had no choice but to change her direction and walk towards the shadow angrily. She wanted to see what it was, hiding in the crack of the ceiling timidly, but she didn't dare to confront them head-on. When she saw the shadow on the ground, Qinjiala was stunned. What kind of creature is this? It looks a bit like a human, but not quite. If you have to describe this thing, then you can only say that it is like a person with a layer of skin plucked off. Although it still has human-like limbs, it is covered in blood and has turned into a burnt black color. At the same time, it is bloody. It doesn't look scary, but it does make people feel very weird. Qinjiala will have a long ice cone in her hand, staring at the monster. The monster doesn't look dead yet, and its whole body is still trembling slightly. It seems that the bomb in Gu Hongyu's hand should have directly hit this weird thing. Chapter 213. Qinjiala frowned and looked at the monster on the ground, unable to help thinking. She also saw what Gu Hongyu did just now. He had thrown the bomb before she turned around. It can be said that the distance between the bomb and the monster could not be smaller. If it was this distance, then if it was an ordinary zombie, it would have been blown to death long ago. Even if it was not blown to death, it would have turned into a bloody mess. And now the monster in front of him. Although it was injured, it was obvious that it still had the strength to fight back. Qinjiala frowned, and the ice cone in his hand quickly turned in a direction, with a sharp end facing the monster. She didn't plan to study it any further. Anyway, no matter what kind of monster it was, it hurt them, and the best way now was to stop its life here. Qin Jiala took a deep breath, raised the ice cone in his hand, pointed its tip at the monster's heart, and then stabbed it hard. Ah! The monster let out a final wail, and then collapsed on the ground motionless. Dark red blood slowly flowed out from the spot where the ice cone had pierced its heart. Qin Jiala sighed and stopped focusing on the monster, choosing to return to his companions first. Lin Zhonghao was still squatting next to Gu Hengyu, who didn't look very good. He lowered his head and covered his forehead with one hand. Because he didn't raise his head, Qin Jiala couldn't see what was happening on his face. "Are you okay?" Qin Jiala ran over in panic, and only when she walked in did she find that half of Gu Hengyu's face was covered with blood. It seemed that the explosion had affected the right half of his face. Gu Hengyu was covering his forehead with one hand, but blood was still dripping from his fingers and palm. How could it be so serious? Qin Jiala hurried over to ask. "Gu Hengyu, I don't know. The distance was too close. Where is the monster? Is it dead?" Qin Jiala didn't want to tell Gu Hengyu that even the bomb didn't completely kill the monster. She was worried that if she said it bluntly, even Gu Hengyu might be irritated by such a fact, so she had to change to a more euphemistic statement. "He's dead, don't worry." "That's good." Gu Hengyu slowly took his hand off his forehead. After he finished this action, Qin Jiala realized that Gu Hengyu was really seriously injured. There was a large wound on his forehead that looked like a scratch, and the wound was bloody and blood was even constantly flowing down his forehead. Qin Jiala looked at Gu Hengyu worriedly. Such a wound looked really shocking. She didn't know how to deal with it. "What should I do?" Qin Jiala said anxiously. "How about sending you up there first? There might be more monsters down there." At that time, according to Gu Hengyu's condition, she couldn't take care of him. Just in case, it would be better to send him to a safe place now. Although the wound affected his head, so Gu Hengyu felt a little dizzy when he was doing the action, he still shook his head firmly and slowly saying, "No, if we go up, there will be even fewer people to act with you. Sun Yang was not here in the first place. If he left again, there would be only these two people left." They all saw how ferocious the monster was just now. What if there were more monsters like this? Then what should Qin Jiala and the others do? But Qin Jiala was a little anxious. She could see the state of Gu Hengyu's face clearly. Could she just let her companions get injured and continue the mission? Gu Hengyu pulled out a small square handkerchief from his backpack, pressed it on the wound clumsily, and said, "It's okay, I can still hold on for a while. Don't look at me now. In fact, these are just external injuries." At most, he was a little dizzy because of excessive blood loss. Now, even Qin Jiala didn't know how to persuade him. Lin Zhonghao had to say, "Then you protect yourself. We can't be distracted to protect you during the battle. So, as long as Gu Hengyu takes care of himself, there will be no big problem." Qin Jiala had to agree reluctantly when he saw this. Just when the three people were about to move forward, Qin Chen and the others arrived at such a critical moment. Lei. Qin Chen saw three people sitting on the ground in a very embarrassed state, and ran over quickly. She thought something big had happened, but she didn't expect that even Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao would be affected. As a result, when she ran over, she saw that only Gu Hengyu was in a bad state. "What's going on?" Sun Yang asked these people. Qin Jiala had to answer briefly. Gu Hengyu was just affected by the air wave of the bomb. "Why did you bring Xiao Ai here too?" She accidentally saw the little girl hiding behind Qin Chen, and immediately felt that her heart beat faster, and even her blood pressure rose. Qin Chen was a little embarrassed, so he had to take Xiao Ai out and push her in front of Qin Jiala, saying to her, "Ahem, actually I didn't want to either. But this girl insisted on seeing you, so..." Since she accidentally mentioned that Qin Jiala and the others were still down there, and there might be many monsters, Xiao Ai was very determined to go down there with them. Qin Chen had already given Xiao Ai a painstaking warning, such as, "There might be something very scary down there." Or something like even scarier than what I saw in the mall before, but Xiao Ai obviously didn't care about that. I don't know if it was because she was stimulated in the ward just now, but the girl didn't want to stay alone anymore, and she kept holding Qin Chen's hand tightly, asking her to bring her down. Qin Jiala glared at Xiao Ai a little angrily, which was completely different from her plan. In her plan, Xiao Ai should stay up there honestly, maybe let Qin Chen accompany her, anyway, as long as she was safe, it would be fine. And this place below, especially after such a fierce battle, is really not suitable for children to stay. She didn't want to find out that Xiao Ai was also injured after the melee. However, she looked at Xiao Ai's tender face and firm eyes, and really didn't know what to say, so she had to turn her eyes to her friend. Qin Chen waved his hands and refused repeatedly. "It really has nothing to do with me. I was anxious to come down to see if you were okay, but Xiao Ai. Alas, she was too impatient. She knew that Qin Jiala would not agree to Xiao Ai coming down at this time. Sun Yang was more concerned about Gu Hongyu's injury. He saw that the wound on Gu Hongyu's face had gradually stopped bleeding, but the dried blood on his face still looked very hideous, so he couldn't help asking, "What's going on? Why is the injury like this?" Gu Hongyu was a little embarrassed to admit it. After all, it was not a particularly bright and beautiful reason. Being hit by the bomb he threw out. In fact, it was still a bit embarrassing to say it. So Gu Hongyu had to say, "Nothing, just a mistake." A mistake? Sun Yang didn't believe it. Could a mistake cause such a big wound on his face? Qin Jiala, there is indeed a monster down there, right over there. She nodded at the dead body of the monster. If you want to see it, go and see it yourself. It has been dealt with. But it's not clear what it is. It looks a bit like a zombie, but it seems not that similar. Qin Shin shook his head, saying that he would wait until he actually encountered it to find out. Sun Yang seemed quite interested, and slowly walked over to check the body of the monster. Qin Shin just glanced at the pile of black things, and quickly turned her head away. Just kidding, she was not interested in the corpse of the monster. Qin Jiala looked at Xiao Ai, and then looked at Gu Hongyu, who was squatting on the ground with a handkerchief covering his head, and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Why did she feel that she had a family to support, a child and a disability, so was she going to save her companions like this? Do you have any ideas? In desperation, Qin Jiala had to throw the problem out, and let this group of people solve it. Lin Zhonghao, just protect Gu Hongyu and Xiao Ai. Qin Jiala understood that Lin Zhonghao didn't want to give up halfway. How could there be such a monster in a shelter? If it really wasn't formed naturally, then she could prove that Mr. Yuan must have a lot of things on him, and maybe there are some deep secrets waiting for them to discover. So Qin Jiala had to say, "Then let's move on?" Before he finished speaking, they all heard the familiar sound of nails scratching the wall. Qin Jiala stood up almost the moment she heard the voice. She had a very bad impression of the voice. It must be those monsters coming again. Everyone became nervous. Even Sun Yang, who had been on the monster side, returned to the team. Then, a creature quickly crawled over from the corner of the stairs in front of them. "Shoot and attack." Qin Jiala gave the order. The moment they heard the order, everyone took out their prepared weapons and shot at the shadow continuously. But the monster's speed was not slow, and the most important point was that it could not only walk on the ground with its limbs, but also crawl on the wall like a gecko. "It's up there, be careful," Qin Jiala said seriously. She didn't forget that the monster that attacked Gu Hongyu just now fell from the gap in the ceiling, which meant that these monsters must have something with strong suction in their hands, so they could cling to the wall without falling. Just like Spider-Man. At this point, Qin Jiala did not forget to complain. However, the appearance of this thing is not similar to Spider-Man at all. One is in the sky, and the other is in the ground. How can this thing climb up? How did it do it? Qin Shin looked at the thing crawling back and forth on the wall in a very frustrated manner. She had just fired 4 shots with the gun in her hand, but it seemed that this thing had dodged them flexibly. At this time, Sun Yang's ability seemed to come in handy. He used his ability very calmly, and aimed at the monster's position. He could make a certain part of the wall collapse instantly. Basically, the monster was driven to nowhere by this move. It was forced to jump down when the wall was full of holes. "Now!" Qin Jiala looked at the falling monster and ordered. Lin Zhonghao raised the gun in his hand, and shot at the moment the monster fell without hesitation. Because it was originally thrown down, even this monster needed a certain amount of time to relieve the impact, so this time, it provided convenience for Lin Zhonghao's attack, allowing his bullet to hit the monster accurately. The one in Lin Zhonghao's hand was made by the R&D department. It has greater lethality against zombies and monsters, in short, creatures infected by viruses. For example, if this bullet lands on an ordinary person's leg, it may make the person unable to walk. But if it lands on a monster, it may paralyze the monster's limbs completely through the nerves. So this bullet, combined with tacit cooperation, achieved a very good effect. Qin Jiala had been waiting for this moment to appear. After seeing the monster unable to move and being shot, the ice arrow in her hand quickly shot in the direction of the monster, drawing a very beautiful parabola in the air and piercing straight into the monster's head. No one spoke, as if they were all waiting for this moment. "Is it dead?" Qin Shin asked. "It should be dead," Qin Jiala answered. With the cooperation of the 3 of them, it was enough to kill the monster. Qin Shin wiped the sweat from his face and felt that he was about to collapse. This is too difficult. It's much harder than killing zombies. If it comes to killing zombies, maybe Xiao Ai can do it easily if she gives him a knife. It's a bit difficult indeed. Qin Jiala's face didn't look good. Generally speaking, any zombie that walks on the ground can be defeated. But the zombie in front of him has obviously broken through this point. It has increased the routes it can move, making it even more difficult for people to capture its weaknesses and positions. This is indeed not good news for the action team. Maybe they need to try to tell this news to others. New monster. Qin Jiala said to himself. Although everyone's abilities have improved in each mission, for some reason, the abilities of these monsters are also improving. Could it be that the zombie virus is also slowly changing? Qin Jiala felt horrified when he thought of this. Humans are already at a disadvantage. In such a crisis, what should they do to get rid of these viruses? When can the serum be obtained? Chapter 214. There is no extra time for the action team to rest. There are too many secrets hidden here. For Wang Yilin, who doesn't know where he is now, without his companions, his life safety is not guaranteed, which is very dangerous. We must find Wang Yilin as soon as possible. Qin Jiala said so. Chen Chen also nodded in agreement. If the person who was kidnapped was any one of them, I'm afraid things wouldn't be as bad as they are now. The most important thing is that Wang Yilin does not have a good ability to protect himself, and he is not familiar with everything here, let alone facing these monsters. So, in the eyes of the two girls, Wang Yilin is like a little rabbit with no ability to survive, and then this little rabbit is thrown into a very dangerous environment. Of course, in the eyes of others, Wang Yilin's situation may not be so bad. Because after getting along with each other for a few days, they can also find that Wang Yilin may not be as fragile as he appears. At least, he was cautious enough, and would flee when in danger. It shouldn't be too far. Gu Hongyu said. Chen Chen just took out a piece of treasured chocolate from his body. Although it was only a small piece, the sugar and calories in the chocolate had quickly entered his body, making his face look not so bad and cheering up. We can tell from the road we have walked. Gu Hongyu said, Wang Yilin's location should not be too far away. If this dungeon is too deep, it will not only be bad for them, but also for Mr. Yuan in the shelter. After hearing this, Qin Jiala was relieved. She said, we still have to be alert to the monsters that may appear at any time, and then continue to move forward. When Qin Jiala said this, he was still a little uncertain. They were in this dungeon, shooting and fighting, and they walked all the way to the medical room arrogantly and rescued Xiao Ai. It can be said that they did not deliberately reduce the noise during such a long period of time. So the strange thing is, why did no one come to stop them for such a long time? This is what Qin Jiala wants to know most. She came up with two hypotheses in her mind. One is that everyone here has become a zombie, and is trapped up there, cannot come down, and the other is that all this is just a conspiracy of Mr. Yuan. He planned to let this team of people come here, gather in this dungeon, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Overall, the second possibility is more likely. However, knowing that this is likely to be a trap, Qin Jiala felt that she had to step in. She attaches great importance to every teammate. Although Wang Yilin has just joined, she treats him the same as Meng Xian, and subconsciously regards him as her important companion. Therefore, if it is the second possibility, then Qin Jiala can be sure that Wang Yilin should be fine at this time. At least, the person must still be alive. Because if Wang Yilin was killed, then Mr. Yuan would lose his bargaining chip. Just now, I heard from Ah Sheng that there were no superpowers here, so facing so many ordinary people, Qin Jiala thought that if he wanted to fight, the possibility of winning over these people was still very high. Thinking of this, Qin Jiala said, everyone speed up and find Wang Yilin first. They walked forward for 10 minutes, because they had to be on guard against whether there would be monsters, so the speed of several people was not very fast. But they soon saw a tunnel, the ground was dug with pits, and no one knew what was dug out. There was also an abandoned cart next to it. Qin Jiala saw at a glance that there was a small room in front of him, surrounded by iron railings. There was a tattered small lamp hanging on the wall, emitting a very weak yellow light, attracting one or two small flies, which fluttered around the light bulb. Wang Yilin. He's there! Qin Jiala shouted in surprise. She could vaguely see that there was a person locked up in the small room. Judging from the general outline, it should be Wang Yilin. The others were also very surprised. They didn't expect that they could find Wang Yilin's location without much effort. Qin Jiala ran over first and slapped the railings, making a loud noise. Wang Yilin, it's us, are you okay? But no matter how loud she shouted, the person inside seemed to have fainted and lay on the ground without a sound. How could this happen? Chen Chen squatted down and looked at the person inside through the gap between the railings. Because the light was too dim, they could only confirm with the help of the flashlight that the person lying on the ground was really their companion. He couldn't be, Sun Yang said hesitantly. He didn't know how to express this sentence, but if Wang Yiling couldn't get up, the first possibility he thought of was dead. No. Qin Jiala took the flashlight and pointed the light at Wang Yiling's chest. He could see that Wang Yiling's chest was still rising and falling slightly, indicating that he was breathing. He just fainted. Is there any way to open this railing? Qin Jiala looked at Gu Hengyu for help. Among all the people present, only Gu Hengyu was familiar with these things. Gu Hengyu held the railing with one hand and shook it vigorously. What he didn't expect was that in such a shabby place, the railing was made very carefully, and even if it shook, it didn't move at all. Gu Hengyu tried hard to think about how many tools he brought and which of them could be used. After thinking for a long time, he could only say, "We can try to pry it. But I didn't bring any large tools, so it might take more time." "It's okay," Qin Jiala said. "We watched the surroundings for you, and then you." Before he finished speaking, he heard Lin Zhonghao next to him say, "Forget it, that's a waste of time." Qin Jiala looked at him eagerly. "Then do you have any good ideas?" Lin Zhonghao glanced at the railing. "I try to open it directly." Hearing this, Qin Jiala was stunned for a moment. Maybe because he was used to seeing Lin Zhonghao do everything, he often overlooked that he was actually a strong psychic. Moreover, physical strengthening originally includes strength. So, under the expectant eyes of everyone, Lin Zhonghao rolled up his sleeves, put his hands on the railings, slowly added strength, and then pulled the two railings to the side. It moved. Chen Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Because he had been paying attention to the railings, he could see that the railings were slowly being pulled out by Lin Zhonghao. Ah! Qin Jiala heard a monster's howl, and she turned around instantly. Sure enough, she saw that at some point, two human-like monsters suddenly appeared behind them. The two stood on the opposite wall. The dim light on the wall stretched the shadows of the two monsters into long thin ones, casting oblique shadows on the ground. Qin Jiala's heart stopped for a beat. The monsters did not give them time to react, but rushed over immediately. One of them knocked over the cart, and the iron cart fell to the ground with a clang sound. Lin Zhonghao looked behind him, and Qin Jiala said, "We can deal with these two monsters. You open the door first, we are here." After hearing Qin Jiala's words, Lin Zhonghao turned back with confidence, continued to make up for his strength, and focused on the railing in front of him. Since Qin Jiala could make such a promise, it means that she must be sure that she can kill these two monsters, so at this time, he only needs to believe in Qin Jiala's words. Qin Jiala threw out an ice cone in his hand, and the ice cone drew a cold arc in the air, directly passed through the monster's calf, and nailed it to the ground. Awoo! The monster struggled, as if it didn't feel the pain in its calf at all. These monsters seemed to have learned how to identify whether the enemy in front of them was the one that was easy to deal with. Another monster dodged Qin Jiala's attack, and then pounced on Gu Hengyu behind him. Qin Jiala's heart was lifted up, fearing that Gu Hengyu would take out another bomb from his arms. If it exploded on him again, he might really lose his life. Sun Yang's movements were relatively fast. He faced the ground, as if he was holding the air, and then pulled it up fiercely, as if there was an invisible big carrot in the air. As he moved, the earth on the ground rose up, and formed a wall of earth in front of Gu Hengyu, instantly blocking the monster's way. The monster was stunned for a moment when he saw the wall of earth, not knowing why there was suddenly an obstacle blocking his way. But it quickly reacted. Since this side didn't work, it had to try other directions. Sun Yang clapped his hands together, and waved them fiercely at the place where the monster was. The earth wall originally stood there, but with Sun Yang's action, the earth wall instantly broke into pieces, wrapped the monster, and formed a human-shaped earth ball. Wow! Chen Chen's eyes widened. This trick is quite powerful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Sun Yang smiled very proudly. In fact, this was something he had just figured out not long ago. When he was using his superpowers, he accidentally discovered this little bug. It turned out that he could summon and use superpowers in this way. Sun Yang, who had discovered a new world, tried to change the direction of the soil block's movement with his mind, so that the mobility of the superpowers would be stronger. Give it the final blow. Qin Jiala smiled, and said to Sun Yang. I didn't expect Sun Yang to have improved so much. Although Qin Jiala didn't understand earth-related abilities, she knew a lot about elemental abilities. Although Sun Yang didn't say much, Qin Jiala had a feeling that earth-related abilities should be more than what Sun Yang showed now. She felt that Sun Yang seemed to have been using traditional and conventional methods to use his abilities, which was not good. Although the performance was very stable, It was obviously not good enough for the zombies, whose states were so changeable. However, the attack just now made Qin Jiala see a different side of Sun Yang. She began to find that Sun Yang also began to try to attack while thinking, and was able to perform effectively. This was enough to make her, the team leader, happy. Sun Yang grinned. The zombie wrapped in a ball of dirt was completely unable to move and fell to the ground with a thump. Sun Yang clenched his right hand into a fist, added a layer of soil to his hand, wrapped his hand with supernatural power, and then aimed at the zombie's head and hammered it hard. Blood slowly flowed out from the soil on the ground and seeped into the ground. The soil that had been struggling was no longer moving at this time. The first monster had been solved. At the same time, the second one opposite Qin Jiala had already gotten rid of the ice cone on his leg. It seemed to be bigger and more ferocious than the one Sun Yang dealt with. Qin Jiala tried to shoot with a gun several times, but failed to hit the vital part of the monster. He could only tickle the monster. Qin Jiala's hand conjured up a bow made of ice, and the string was also a thin ice silk, shining with light blue and silver. Qin Jiala's expression was very calm. She had an ice arrow in her right hand, and slowly put it on the bow. At this time, Qin Shen also began to pursue the monster relentlessly, and bullets were thrown out as if they were free. However, she did this not to hit the monster, but to make it more and more manic and unable to calm down. Then, with the tacit cooperation of the two people, they slowly pushed the monster into a small corner. The monster also began to notice this, and like a trapped beast, it began to roar constantly, trying to tear a big hole from the encirclement and escape. But with Qin Shen's attack on one side and Qin Jiala's attack on the other, the monster could not find the direction at all, and could only try to climb out from the wall, and then along the wall. At the moment when the monster just climbed up, Qin Jiala showed a faint smile on his face. Sun Yang stood aside with his arms folded, watching, and had no intention of intervening, but his face showed a very sympathetic expression. I actually feel that this monster is quite pitiful. At the moment when the monster climbed up, Qin Jiala suddenly pulled the bow, and the ice arrow pierced through the air, with extraordinary momentum, piercing the monster's head. Just this arrow nailed the monster's head to the wall. In order to eliminate the trouble forever, Qin Jiala shot 2 more arrows, and only stopped when the monster's head became a mess. Great Lele. After the end, Qin Shen cheered and ran to Qin Jiala's side and hugged his friend tightly. Chapter 215. Qin Jiala smiled proudly and said, I told you, it's not that difficult. With her strength, dealing with these monsters can be said to be a piece of cake. As long as she doesn't underestimate the enemy, she can easily deal with them. Lin Zhonghao was beside her, and had already broken the railing. He squatted beside Wang Yilin, who was lying on the ground, and looked over leisurely. He could see that Qin Jiala was more than capable of dealing with these things, but just now, he seemed to see a flash of blue light in Qin Jiala's eyes again. Qin Jiala hugged Qin Shen and walked over here. As she walked, she noticed that Lin Zhonghao's eyes were always looking at her. Being stared at with such a serious look, Qin Jiala felt a little weird. She touched her cheek and said, Is there something on my face? Lin Zhonghao smiled slightly, stood up from the ground, stretched out his finger, and gently wiped Qin Jiala's face. When he put his finger down, there was a little dark red blood on it. Qin Jiala noticed the bloodstains and smiled embarrassedly. Maybe it was rubbed just now. During the fight, she was concentrating all the time. It was normal for her to not care about something like this being rubbed on her face. Ahem. Qin Shen couldn't help but clear his throat. You two should pay attention. The sour smell of love emanating from you two has already drifted to us. Really, can these two people pay attention? Guling you. Let's not talk about this for now. I feel sorry for Wang Yilin, who is still unconscious on the ground. You should pay some attention to him. At this point, everyone rushed to check on Wang Yilin, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. They found that he was indeed still unconscious, but there were no obvious wounds on his body, which meant that he might not have fainted because of an injury. Except for Wang Yilin, the others in the group knew nothing about medical treatment. Faced with their companion's condition, several people didn't know how to deal with it. What should we do now? Qin Jiala was a little worried. Should we carry the person out? Qin Shen shrugged. I'm afraid this is the only way, right? Wang Yilin is in this state now, and he may not be able to wake up for a while. Okay. Qin Shen sighed helplessly, and began to direct others to lift Wang Yilin up. When they started to act, Qin Jiala suddenly noticed that there was a black shadow outside where they had just dealt with the two monsters. It was unknown when it appeared, but it was standing there at the moment, looking at this sight quietly. Qin Jiala, regardless of the fact that he was still holding Wang Yilin's arm, immediately let go and pulled out his gun, aiming at the shadow. Who is it? Wang Yilan's arm was released and drooped limply. Others could not help but become alert when they saw Qin Jiala's action. They put down Wang Yilan, who had just been lifted up, and took out their weapons. Sun Yang, why is it her? The person standing in front of them was the lady in cheongsam that Mr. Yuan had always brought with him. At this moment, she was still wearing the plain white cheongsam, but her expression was very cold, and her eyes were empty, as if she was sleepwalking and facing an object instead of a few people. Qin Jiala happened to meet the woman's empty eyes. There seemed to be an abyss in her eyes, attracting people to look into them, but he found that he could not see what she was thinking at all. Those eyes were cold and emotionless. Qin Jiala was stared at by such a pair of eyes, and he couldn't help but shudder from the bottom of his heart. This woman's identity is definitely not simple, but why did she appear here? And why did she look at them with such an expression? Do you still need to ask this? Qin Chen looked at Sun Yang angrily, as if he didn't understand why Sun Yang asked such a stupid question. Of course this woman is in the same group with Mr. Yuan. She is our enemy now that she appears, and she wants to stop us from taking Wang Yilan away. Sun Yang, but Qin Chen has already loaded the gun in his hand, and held it in his hand. Hearing that Sun Yang was going to oppose his opinion, he couldn't help but get even angrier. It's already this time. Do you still want to protect her? Do you really like her? Sun Yang's face flushed. He was a little reluctant to be told that, but also felt very embarrassed to talk about such things now. No, I mean, look at her. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with her? Qin Chen said unhappily. What's wrong? This woman looks very evil. I don't know if it's because of the aura. Anyway, Qin Chen disliked the woman very much from the first sight. Qin Jiala agreed with Sun Yang's opinion at this time. No, Qin Chen, take a good look. She is indeed a little bit wrong. Qin Chen took a deep breath and glared at the woman. No matter where she comes from, she looks very wrong now. Qin Chen picked up the gun in his hand. Qin Jiala felt helpless when he saw this. Sometimes, his friends are even more impulsive than himself, and he doesn't know if this is a good thing. Just when she wanted to say something, Qin Chen had already shot the woman. Wait, Qin Chen! Qin Jiala shouted, but it was too late. The bullet in Qin Chen's gun had already been fired, and of course, it was impossible to take it back. So everyone watched the bullet fired by Qin Chen fly towards the woman. However, the woman did not move, and had no intention of hiding. She just watched the bullet fly towards her silently. Next, the blood-spraying scene that everyone expected did not appear. They just watched the woman in front of them move her hand quickly, and then, an incredible scene appeared. She just waved her hand, and the fired bullet was firmly held in her palm. How is this possible? Even Qin Jiala was very surprised for a moment, and stood there, staring blankly at everything happening in front of him. She originally thought that she might have seen it wrong, but it was true that her eyesight was very good, and the brass bullet was held tightly in the palm of the woman's hand, and it even flashed with brass light. This, Qin Chen was also shocked, and didn't know what to say for a while. The woman moved slowly. She was like a beautiful doll, except for holding the bullet just now. She didn't do anything else. But at this moment, she slowly lowered her head, and her beautiful eyes without any emotion glanced at the bullet in her hand. It was as if Qin Jiala had a very bold guess in his heart when he saw the woman's appearance. She looked as if she didn't know what a bullet was, but this was impossible. In this era, although guns are not legal, in the past society, many families with some connections or rich people would keep various guns at home. How could anyone not know what a bullet is? The expression on the woman's face was very innocent. She pinched the bullet with her index finger and thumb, and then exerted a little force. Everyone watched the woman's movements nervously, and saw that the brass bullet was easily crushed between her fingers, just like pinching some small toy. This, Lin Zhonghao frowned and watched the woman's movements. Gu Hengyu, how can she have such great strength? This is not scientific at all. Is the woman in front of him a superpower? But judging from her body, it seems that she has nothing to do with the psychic. Because the psychic nowadays will more or less show it in the body. For example, Qin Jiala's ice will make her body temperature lower and more adaptable to the lower temperature outside. And for a psychic with enhanced body like Lin Zhonghao, his physique will be particularly strong and stronger than usual. But the woman in front of her, she is wearing a white cheongsam with light-colored flowers embroidered on it. Her skin is also very white, and the whole person looks delicate, like a small white flower blooming in this dungeon, which is very inconsistent with the atmosphere here. How could she be a psychic? And judging by the strength she used to crush the bullet just now, she must be at least a physically enhanced mutant. The problem is that they didn't notice it before. Qin Jiala sneered. She had long felt that there must be something wrong with the shelter being built in such a place. Since all the people here are ordinary people, How did they protect this shelter from being discovered by other zombies and animals? But now it seems that she has found the answer to this question. All the problems are with the woman in front of him. What is your relationship with Mr. Yuan? In the silence, Qin Jiala spoke first. The woman seemed to be unable to understand what Qin Jiala was saying. She raised her eyes and glanced at Qin Jiala. She was only interested in the 3 words Mr. Yuan in Qin Jiala's words, but she could only repeat dryly, Mr. Yuan? Mr. Yuan? Is it my illusion? Gu Hingyu muttered softly, I feel that this woman seems not very intelligent. This sentence does not mean that she is stupid or anything, but the various things the woman showed made people feel that she might have the IQ of a child of a few years old, and even made people feel that she had some cognitive errors in some places. Help me. Help me. The woman looked at Qin Jiala and said confusedly, What can I say to this idiot? Chen Chen said angrily, No matter what, she is here now to stop us. We can only get out if we get rid of her quickly. Chen Chen. Qin Jiala said hurriedly, Calm down. But she didn't succeed this time. Chen Chen had already fired a few more shots at the woman. Then, everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and only Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao could barely see the woman's movements. She seemed to be able to teleport, flexibly dodging all the bullets shot by Chen Chen, and quickly came in front of Chen Chen. What? Chen Chen had no time to react, and saw a face without any expression in front of him. Be careful. Qin Jiala quickly used his supernatural power, and shot an ice cone at the woman. The woman didn't even turn her head to look at this side, but it was as if there was an eye on her side face. She saw Qin Jiala's action directly, and then raised her hand to block the ice cone. Dang. The ice cone was blocked, and fell to the ground and shattered. Qin Jiala was simply stunned at the moment. Except for some times, when others were prepared, no one else could block her fast-moving ice cones. At the base, it had been tested. There were only a handful of people in the entire base who could block her attack. Others were also very surprised. Chen Chen took this opportunity to dodge from the woman. Since this woman could crush bullets, she didn't think her neck was much harder than bullets. Obviously she couldn't win, so of course she had to dodge the attack. Sun Yang, what happened just now? Sister Leily's attack was blocked. Lin Zhonghao nodded solemnly. Yes, this woman should be a superpower. With this speed and strength, she may be more powerful than a superpower. So what is it? Qin Jiala's face was also very bad. This is simply. She didn't seem to notice my attack at all, but just blocked it so easily. She originally thought that her strength had improved, but who was this woman in front of her? Qin Jiala. Gu Hingyu, you and Chen Chen go stay with Wang Yilin first. After hearing this order, not only Chen Chen, but also Gu Hingyu felt that it was very unfair. Why? Gu Hingyu said angrily, Don't say those words about danger or not. Do you think that if you can't do it, this woman will let us go? We are grasshoppers on the same rope. If Qin Jiala and the others can't hold on, they will definitely be next. Qin Jiala, she is very dangerous, need I say more? Being able to block my attack is definitely at the level of my master Luo Yunshin. Not to mention that she may have some weapons. It is the best to let the 3 of us with special abilities come. Gu Hingyu wanted to say something, but Chen Chen pulled his sleeve. Chen Chen didn't shout this time, but chose to believe Qin Jiala's judgment. Leave it to them. Maybe without protecting them, Qin Jiala and his team can be more flexible in battle. The woman in front of them is very powerful. Regardless of what kind of creature she is, just standing there already feels unusual. So, this battlefield will be left to Qin Jiala and his team. They only need to be by their side, and remind them of the things they need to pay attention to. Chapter 216. The current situation is that Qin Jiala, Lin Zhonghao, and Sun Yang are standing in the same position, and opposite them is the woman who looks mentally unwell. The reason why she is mentally unwell is that she looks like she has lost the ability to think. Although she is very beautiful, she looks at them with a dull look at this moment, as if the person opposite her has nothing to do with her. Qin Jiala glanced at the woman again, and a strange thought popped up in his mind. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have no ability to think independently, but judging from the attack just now, she was very powerful, so Qin Jiala didn't think about it anymore, and the 3 of them rushed up at the same time, intending to knock down this strange woman as quickly as possible. The 3 of them formed a very advantageous triangle, each responsible for a corner, so that they could use the limited space to achieve their goals, and the woman couldn't escape from their encirclement at all. But the woman's reaction surprised Qin Jiala. She didn't seem to have any intention of struggling, and she didn't have any weapons in her hands. She seemed to be at a disadvantage, but Qin Jiala swore that he saw it clearly. When Sun Yang's long knife chopped down at the woman, She just raised her arm and blocked her head. Impossible. Qin Jiala stared. Even if she was a superpower, she couldn't block such an attack at this moment. Because even if they are superpowers, they are also mortals, and if they are cut by a knife, they will bleed and get hurt. But the woman actually took this attack in full view of everyone. The long knife in Sun Yang's hand cut her arm. They imagined that no matter what kind of arm it was, even if it would not break, there would at least be a long wound. But the fact was just the opposite. Sun Yang jumped up, and the knife in his hand seemed to cut on some metal, making a collision sound. Dang. A sound. The woman's arm actually took the attack without any damage. Sun Yang, who was attacking, was a little surprised. This attack used almost 60% of his strength. For a thin woman, how strong a body would she need to be to withstand it? What's more, she didn't look injured at all. On the contrary, her hand could feel the feedback from the collision. Is this still a human? Qin Chen stood outside the court, paying close attention to everything that happened on the court, and secretly marveled in his heart. Such a body function. Gu Hongyu frowned and said, obviously not something a normal person can have. What the hell is this? Qin Jiala swung the ice cone in his hand in an arc in the air, and then cooperated with Lin Zhonghao. When the woman blocked Lin Zhonghao's attack, he attacked from the back, found an angle, and stabbed the woman's body fiercely. This attack made them all relax, because it seemed that the woman still had some human-like parts. Her upper body did not look as hard as her arms. The ice cone in Qin Jiala's hand pierced straight into the woman's abdomen. Qin Jiala gasped and jumped back hard. Her face did not look like the expression that should appear after a successful attack. Qin Chen, who was outside the field, saw it very clearly. She could vaguely feel that Qin Jiala's attack might not have been successful. It seemed that there was something hidden in the woman's body, which was why Qin Jiala had such an expression on his face. At the same time, she said to Sun Yang, who was constantly hacking, "Step back first." Sun Yang didn't understand what was going on, but he still followed Qin Jiala's order. The three men stepped back at the same time, standing outside the woman, staring closely at her movements. The woman's face finally showed a little pain. She frowned tightly, and that look might make many men feel pity when they saw it. But the movements of her hands were different from her weak appearance. She reached out her hand, grasped the ice cone that Qin Jiala had inserted into her body, and then pulled it out with force. When it was pulled out, they could indeed see that a large hole appeared on the woman's body, and blood was still flowing out. But what made them even more terrified was that the woman's wound was gradually healing. Everyone could see that the wound on the woman's back was healing at a very slow speed, until the wound became smaller and smaller. This is definitely not a human. Qin Chen cursed. What the hell is this thing? Forget it. Qin Jiala looked at the wound that was almost healed and said, if she can heal, we will use a faster tactic. Create more wounds on her body, so that she has no time to heal. A person's ability to heal himself is limited. Qin Jiala had learned about this kind of ability in women at the base before. But it's not from their side, maybe it's a superpower from other places in the country, who can heal all the wounds on his body by himself. But at the same time, the range of healing is also limited. If you lose your arms and head in a battle, there is no way to restore it to the previous state. Moreover, if there are too many wounds on his body, he may not be able to heal in time, and his fate will be the same as that of a normal person. Therefore, Qin Jiala made a decision. Avoid her limbs and create as many wounds on her body as possible. Sun Yang and Lin Zhonghao both nodded and agreed with this decision. However, when they really started fighting, they found that such a requirement was not easy to achieve. First of all, it might be because Qin Jiala's attack really hurt the woman, so she had a counterattack attitude. In short, she didn't seem to be as confused as before, and even knew to take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. This made their attack very difficult. Qin Jiala was not a strong player, so he could only find the right time to attack and try to inflict wounds on the woman. When the ice arrow hit her abdomen again, the woman punched Sun Yang in the stomach. This punch was very powerful, and it seemed to have a little wind, which directly knocked Sun Yang to the side and fell heavily to the ground. Too much. Qin Jiala roared, and the bow and arrow in his hand turned into an ice sword, swinging it directly to the woman's neck. She was really angry now. No matter what this woman was, she wanted to prove that they were not vegetarians either. Isn't it just that her body was a little harder than others? Isn't it that the wound can heal automatically? The main thing is that her attack speed is fast enough. There must be a breakthrough. Perhaps Qin Jiala didn't notice that when she attacked, the ice sword in her hand seemed to have something extra. Although it still looked sharp, its light blue sword body now seemed to be wrapped with a little silver thread. Lin Zhonghao blinked beside him, not knowing if he had seen it wrong, but he seemed to have caught it this time, and Qin Jiala's eyes also had some brilliance that he had never seen before. That brilliance was silvery white, flashing with a sharp light. Dang! This was one of Qin Jiala's attacks that was blocked, but she seemed to have expected such a time, and did not entangle too much, but quickly moved away, slashed with a backhand, cut off the broken hair on the woman's temples, and the sword wind left several bloody marks on her neck. Ahem. Sun Yang has slowly come to himself. He was hit hard by the woman's attack just now. When he fell to the ground, he seemed to have fainted, but fortunately, he had a strong body foundation and was able to wake up soon. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw Lin Zhonghao and Qin Jiala working together in front of him. Their moves were so fast that people could not see them clearly. They could only see some blurry shadows flashing back and forth in the open space. So fast. Sun Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. He originally thought that he was already pretty good, but now it seems that he is still too young to face these seniors. However, at this moment, it seems that the woman has no time to care about him, which proves that he can use a little trick to help the two people on the field. Sun Yang covered his stomach and slowly supported his body to climb up. He felt very painful all over his body, and there was a strong fishy smell in his mouth. He was already enduring the pain. However, he still had a firm idea in his heart to do this. Although he didn't know how useful it would definitely help the two people on the field. Sun Yang slowly approached on the ground, tremblingly stretched out a finger, and then pointed it at the woman's feet. Some clods of earth rose from the ground, like silt, tightly wrapped around the woman's feet, trapping her in place, unable to move at all. The woman roared, and Qin Jiala took advantage of the situation to attack. The ice sword in her hand seemed to carry the power of thunder and lightning, drawing a very bright arc in the air, and then with all her strength, it broke through the air and chopped the woman's neck. The woman's head fell in a twisted posture, then rolled on the ground and stopped in a small corner. For a moment, no one spoke. No! This voice did not come from anyone in the action team, but from a small dark corner where they were now. A figure slowly emerged from the dark corner. Qin Jiala frowned as he watched the figure slowly walk out. Mr. Yuan, who looked aloof and arrogant, was still wearing a wine-red suit and pure white suit pants, but his hands were tightly covering his face. He slowly walked to the woman's head, lowered his hands from his face, and then tremblingly held the woman's head. He looked very collapsed. Although he didn't say a word, everyone around him could feel it from his silent aura. He seemed to be unable to accept what was happening now. He was shaking all over, his eyes wide open, looking at the head in his hands. You? Mr. Yuan said tremblingly, what on earth did you do? What did we do? Qin Jiala felt that this sentence sounded extremely funny and ironic now. Instead of asking us what we did, why don't you tell us what you did now? Her chest rose and fell violently, as if she felt unfair. In fact, she already had a rough guess about the situation here, because all the clues ended with the woman. Why is she so strong that it takes 3 people to deal with her together? Why does she follow Mr. Yuan all day long? Qin Jiala sneered and said, Mr. Yuan, I would like to ask, using so many people for experiments, do you feel even a little bit of shame in your conscience, facing so many lives? Do you really feel guilty? Mr. Yuan trembled all over and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Qin Jiala, you don't understand? If you don't understand, let me tell you now. You use so many people to do experiments, I'm afraid it is inseparable from the zombie virus. Although I don't know what your experiment is now, I can be sure that this lady is the product of your experiment. The product of the experiment. Qin Chen listened at the side and felt that he couldn't keep up with his friend's thoughts. What's going on? Qin Jiala took a deep breath and said, this Mr. Yuan has been conducting a secret experiment using all the people here. I'm afraid those ignorant people outside don't know that the people they trusted were cruelly abandoned like this. And all the experimental results, Lin Zhonghao slowly took over Qin Jiala's words, are all on this lady. Qin Chen was a little slow, and only now did he react vaguely. Although in today's turbulent society, there is no longer any legal issue. Qin Jiala said, but I want to ask you, when you were doing these inhumane experiments, did you ever think about other people? Aren't they just lives? You use so many lives to promote the integrity of one life. Is this what you are pursuing? Mr. Yuan, who was attacked by such words, trembled all over, and then he knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, You don't understand anything at all. Then, without giving Qin Jiala and the others any time to refute, Mr. Yuan stood up. Chapter 217. Qin Jiala looked cold and looked at the man kneeling on the ground, feeling very complicated. She knew that Mr. Yuan might have hidden some deep secrets, such is why he did this, and he used such a large project. There must be something behind him supporting him. Qin Jiala didn't want to know what it was. She just didn't understand why Mr. Yuan did such a thing. Although so many people outside had no relatives or friends with her, and even a large part of them had deep hostility towards them, in the final analysis, what humans need now is unity. Qin Jiala thought, according to what Ah Sheng said, the hostility of these people was probably just because they did not get timely assistance from the military when the virus broke out, and they even thought they had been abandoned. Then they finally met Mr. Yuan, so they naturally regarded him as a savior. After all, it was him who saved these people from that abyss. No matter what his purpose was, in the eyes of these people, Mr. Yuan gave them food and clothing, as well as a safe and stable environment, which was enough for them. But now, Qin Jiala felt that he had no way to face these problems. Mr. Yuan took advantage of these people's trust in him, and actually did such a thing. Qin Jiala asked with a trembling voice, "Who is this woman?" Mr. Yuan showed a sick smile on his face, as if he was holding not a head that was gradually getting cold, but the face of his beloved. He looked at the thing in his hand, his eyes full of love, and said fascinatedly, "Su Wan is my lover, and she is also the one who has accompanied me through so many trivial times." Qin Jiala frowned. "She is a superpower?" Mr. Yuan seemed to have heard a joke and laughed softly. "Superpower? No, she is just an ordinary person without any external energy." "Are you kidding?" Sun Yang was also helped up at this time, but he still had internal injuries, so he didn't dare to move. He had to sit on the ground with the help of Qinshan, leaning against the cart next to him. With a body like that, how could she be an ordinary person? Although his wound would hurt if he spoke now, he still wanted to speak out his doubts. If people who can crush bullets with bare hands, and whose bodies are as hard as rocks can be called ordinary people, then what about these serious superpowers? What are they? Lin Zhonghao stared at Mr. Yuan on the ground and suddenly said, "Did you modify her body?" Qin Jiala was also shocked when he heard this, and couldn't help but think of a very scary fact. Mr. Yuan nodded. "You think the zombie virus is a bad thing, right? But now I can tell you that the zombie virus is a double-edged sword. It can turn people into terrible demons, but it can also bring people back to life." Gu Hengyu, resurrection from the dead? You mean like those zombies outside? Can the state of Walking Dead be called resurrection from the dead? If that's the case, I would rather die and reincarnate. You? Cough cough cough. Mr. Yuan was a little excited, and said before Gu Hengyu, "You know nothing at all. Those ugly monsters outside are just failed experiments of the zombie virus. Among thousands of people, there may be one person who perfectly integrates with the zombie virus. Only such a person can survive this catastrophe." Because of his fierce attitude, he said this very quickly, but Qin Jiala felt that she seemed to have caught something from this sentence, but she couldn't grasp the key points for the time being. Mr. Yuan looked at the head in his hand, and fell into deep thought. He and Suin grew up together, but Suin's family was much better than his. But this did not interfere with the relationship between the two. Later, as he grew up, Mr. Yuan fell in love with the colorful world of the entertainment industry. However, through participating in some talent shows, he gradually realized that in this circle, without connections or enough money, it is impossible to climb to the top. Many stars who look glamorous on the outside have different forces behind them to support them, and some even have many inferior means. Mr. Yuan was discouraged after learning about this. He could not really enter this circle by himself, and he did not want to go along with the crowd. But at this time, Su Wan, despite her family's opposition, resolutely invested a lot of money to help Mr. Yuan buy some spots on the show, which really brought him into everyone's sight. Since this incident, the relationship between the two has been better than before. They even agreed privately that no one else would appear between them. All of them were originally heading towards a bright future. Mr. Yuan once thought that he and Suin were the ones who could really go on and spend their lives together. But later, something unexpected happened. At first, it was some coastal cities, where a strange disease gradually began to spread. It was a bit similar to rabies. People infected with this virus would become abnormally manic, not like living people, and even have to eat the flesh of living people to survive. But after all, the outbreak was too small, and did not cause much waves. Many people infected with the virus were mysteriously dealt with in the end. But at the same time, the government is also paying close attention to this matter, and has begun to study these viruses. Later, people infected with the virus began to appear in the mainland, from small cities to big cities, and finally broke out overnight. People in the whole city may be infected with this virus overnight. The night before, you may still appreciate the beautiful night view of the city outside, sighing at these neon lights and steel and concrete, but when you wake up the next morning, you will find that the city has been infected with the gray virus overnight, and the streets are full of zombies. Burning, poisonous gas. These terrifying factors spread throughout the city. There were only a few survivors, and the city became a small isolated island with no exit. It was at this time that Suwon was infected with the zombie virus. That day, Mr. Yuan and Suwon were just being affectionate in the office, discussing their next travel plan. On the desk in front of them, a large map was spread out, on which the route they were going to this time was drawn with colored pins. At this time, Mr. Yuan's assistant suddenly knocked on the door. Mr. Yuan felt very strange. He looked at his assistant and felt something was wrong. Generally speaking, although he was just a small assistant, he would be very neat and tidy when he went to work every day, and from a person's point of view, this little assistant was also very confident. But from now on, he looked disheveled and his face was still green, as if he had not slept for a long time. And when he came in just now, he just stumbled in without even knocking on the door. This had never happened to this assistant before. Originally, Mr. Yuan valued this assistant because he was very measured and serious, but today, what happened? Are you okay? Mr. Yuan felt something was wrong and walked over. He walked around the long desk, came to the assistant, and patted his shoulder. But the moment the assistant looked up, Mr. Yuan was stunned. His assistant's eyes had no pupils, only the whites of the eyes and red bloodshot, and his face was pale and dark blue, like a dying person. Mr. Yuan was shocked. He had never seen such a scene before, and could not help but take a step back. At this moment, Suwon also felt something was wrong. She came from behind and pushed Mr. Yuan away. Then at the same time, the assistant opened his mouth and bit him. If Suwon had not come over and pushed him, maybe Mr. Yuan would have been bitten, but now, the assistant bit off a piece of flesh from Suwon's arm, and blood immediately flowed from there. Suwon fainted before she could even scream out in pain. Ah! Seeing his beloved injured, the frantic Mr. Yuan grabbed the lamp next to him and smashed it hard on the assistant's head. He smashed it again and again, as if venting his dissatisfaction, until the assistant's head had turned into a pool of blood and mud, and Mr. Yuan stopped panting. He was stunned for a second, then threw the lamp in his hand hard to the side. The lamp was smashed to the ground and immediately shattered. Mr. Yuan ran to his lover anxiously, but he found that his lover in his arms also began to look like his assistant. It was not until later that he realized that this was a virus. He took Suwon, who had turned into a zombie, to his hometown, City X, and hid there. Most of the people outside had turned into the living dead, wandering the streets. Maybe there are still living people now, but they dare not come out. As long as they appear in front of the living dead, they will be swarmed and eaten to death. Mr. Yuan had no choice but to find every opportunity to feed his former lover with raw meat. But he didn't need to think about it, and he could see that Suwon's face was getting more and more haggard. Could it be that the living dead would also die one day? Just when Mr. Yuan was desperate and wanted to commit suicide with Suwon, a stranger suddenly came. The stranger told Mr. Yuan a way. He could provide Mr. Yuan with a virus. As long as he caught enough people and extracted something from them, synthesized it, and injected it into Suwon's body, he might be able to restore her to normal. Of course, these living people also need food every day. This person promised to deliver enough food to Mr. Yuan regularly. Mr. Yuan was like a person who had been floating on a deserted island for a long time, but suddenly saw new hope at this moment. He was determined to grab this piece of wood regardless of anything. But this person only said the method, but did not say what he needed. Mr. Yuan did not believe that there was still a good thing in the world that could be done for free. "What can I do for you?" Mr. Yuan asked. "For me?" The man smiled. "You just need to write a report about your lover's daily changes to me." So Mr. Yuan did what the man said. What he didn't expect was that there were still many people staying in City X. It didn't take long for him to gain a group of his own believers. When injecting those things into these people, Mr. Yuan did not regret it. He once deeply reflected on whether it was right for him to do this. For the possibility of Suwon's survival, he had to sacrifice so many people. He thought about it for a long time, but still resolutely did it. Suwon was very important to him, and he couldn't lose her. Even if it was just a tiny possibility, he had to hold on tightly. As expected by that person, the synthesized thing was injected into Suwon's body, and she really became normal day by day. One day, when Mr. Yuan walked into the laboratory and found that his former lover was standing in front of him intact, with a smile on her face, looking at him tenderly as before, Mr. Yuan couldn't help but shed tears. Although Suwon, who woke up, was a little different from before, her IQ seemed to be much lower, and it was difficult for her to express complete sentences. Her body also changed a lot, such as her super fast speed, but these problems were ignored by Mr. Yuan one by one. As long as the person is still there, everything is fine. As long as Suwon can still stand in front of him intact, even if his hands are stained with more blood and human lives, he feels at peace at this moment. When Qin Jiala and the others just came, Mr. Yuan had already secretly wondered in his heart whether he was discovered by the military because of his loud movements, but they found that Qin Jiala and the others seemed to know nothing. But who knows? Suwon still died. If the head is chopped off, no matter whether it is a zombie or a human, it can never come back to life again. Is this, Mr. Yuan said tremblingly, is this retribution? He used some innocent people to achieve his own goals, which is really despicable. Maybe now is his retribution. After listening to everything Mr. Yuan said, Qin Jiala couldn't help but remain silent. This story is short, but it is helpless. There are so many people outside, many of whom have relatives who have been turned into zombies, but perhaps none of them have gone as crazy as Mr. Yuan. However, although he wanted to repent for his mistakes, he still made mistakes. Hey, hello. Just when everyone was silent, a voice that was not very timely suddenly came from the front. This voice was cheerful and optimistic, and it didn't seem like it should appear at this time. Chapter 218. The voice sounded a bit frivolous and unserious at first, but at this time, it certainly wouldn't make people wonder who this person was. Qin Jiala quickly turned the gun in her hand and pointed it at the place where the voice came from. No matter who this person was, she decided to be cautious. He. The man walked out of the darkness very leisurely. I'm not in the same group as them, don't shoot. This scene was very dramatic. I don't know if it was this person's problem or something else, but now everyone's eyes were focused on him. Even Mr. Yuan, who was still going crazy on the ground a second ago. The man who came out was wearing camouflage uniforms, which must have been worn for a long time. It looked a little yellow and old, and even wrinkled. His facial features were very regular, but he had a pair of peach blossom eyes with the turn ends. Although they were also very beautiful, when combined together, there was always a sense of seriousness with a hint of teasing. He was wearing a hat with a golden badge on it. When he saw the badge, Qin Jiala let down his guard. Because this badge was very familiar to them, it was worn by the military's unified action team. But even though she recognized the man in front of her, she still insisted and did not put down the gun in her hand. The man noticed Qin Jiala's actions, but he was not dissatisfied, but a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. It seems that the young action team leader in front of her is not as naive as she imagined. At least, she still retains a trace of vigilance against the sudden arrival. Is this Miss Qin? The man walked over with a smile and stretched out a hand, wanting to shake hands with Qin Jiala. But Lin Zhonghao stepped out from the side and blocked Qin Jiala in a very subtle way, as if this man was a bad guy who intended to do evil. Lin Zhonghao showed a somewhat overbearing desire to protect. The man raised his eyebrows. His eyes flickered between Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao. From the information obtained, it seems that there is no mention that team leader Qin already has a partner. Qin Jiala said very calmly, "This? Can you introduce yourself first? After all, you suddenly broke into our conversation time, which caught people off guard." Ha ha ha. The man laughed after hearing this. Look at me, I forgot. Then it's not too late for me to introduce myself now, right? The man looked at the people behind Qin Jiala with a smile. Wang Yilan was still unconscious. Jin Chen was squatting on the ground to support him. Gu Hengyu had a piece of cloth wrapped around his face. Blood seeped into the cloth, and now it had turned into a light brown. Sun Yang leaned against the cart. His face was pale, and he was obviously injured. And the one huddled in the corner was actually a little girl. What kind of weird group is this? Bringing children to the battlefield, is this actually possible? Then, the only two people in good condition here are probably the two in front of him, right? The man stared at Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao, and suddenly smiled. I am Li He, the leader of the 2nd Action Team of the Northwest Regional Headquarters, the man said, Do I need to remind you that this is the signal you said to request assistance? He pointed out the electronic identity information sent by the national base on his wrist, and showed it to Qin Jiala to prove that what he said was indeed true. But when he spoke like this, his tone was unconsciously a little sarcastic. Qin Jiala could understand. After all, they were now in a group with some injured and some unconscious, looking like a pile of loose sand. And in the eyes of the old-school action team, they were probably just fledglings that were still crying for food, the kind that needed to be taught by the old birds. Qin Jiala glanced at the certificate on Li He's wrist, which had his photo and the information of the base he belonged to, which was the same as the information they had received from their own base before, so he felt relieved. But she was open-minded, But the others behind her might not have such an idea. Especially Sun Yang, who was young and energetic, and did not know how to be humble, and said in a straightforward tone, "But you may not have noticed that the danger here has been eliminated by us. The biggest crisis is Miss Su Wan. Mr. Yuan is at best a military advisor, who can only talk and plot." Li He was not angry when he heard this, but just said, "Maybe you have indeed eliminated the danger here, but there is one thing I still need to tell you. Everyone in this building has turned into zombies not long ago. Maybe you will have to face hundreds of zombies after you finish your work here." He said this without any sarcasm, just to explain to these ignorant kids in front of him. After fighting here, there are still so many zombies outside. Maybe zombies are nothing, but when most of the people in a group are unable to move, it is of course very difficult to face so many zombies. After hearing this, Sun Yang thought with a pale face that there were indeed many zombies waiting for them outside. Because he had dealt with Su Wan, he forgot about this very important matter for a while. Qin Jiala frowned and took the initiative to say, "Sorry. We still didn't think about this whole thing. We are very grateful for your timely arrival." She could feel that the man in front of her should also be a superpower, and a very powerful superpower. Although she didn't know how many people came in total, it must be very unusual for this person to appear here alone. "It's okay," the man said with a smile. "I'm always very patient with beautiful girls. Is this the mastermind behind the whole thing?" Li He looked at Mr. Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. His face was full of tears, and his snot and tears were mixed together. He looked completely different from his usual appearance. He also became a little stupid, and seemed to be immersed in Su Wan's death, and couldn't extricate himself. TSK. Li He didn't judge much, but others could see from his eyes that this man must be very dissatisfied with Li He's current performance, as if the person who planned such a big event should be more powerful. Qin Jiala briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident to Li He. After listening, Li He couldn't help but sigh. "So you found it by chance when you walked here," he said. "I thought you came back because you noticed something. But it's not bad. People from our northwest base have also come here twice, but they didn't find anything except the mole. The reason for not noticing this may be that the magnetic field nearby is disordered, which affects walking. In addition, the building looks really shabby and doesn't look like anyone lives here. No wonder they didn't find anything." "Well, if you put it that way," Li He looked at Qin Jiala and said, "You guys really worked hard. This guy should be a relatively important clue, thanks to you for finding it." As he was talking, he stretched out a hand and picked up Mr. Yuan from the ground, as if he was grabbing a small animal. He was obviously a big man, but he didn't seem to feel any effort when he made such a move. "That?" Qin Jiala didn't know whether she should ask this question, but she hesitated for a while, and said, "How are you going to deal with him? After all, we are now in someone else's base. When we are in someone else's territory, we have to listen to others. They have no right to interfere, even if they caught Mr. Yuan." After hearing what Mr. Yuan said just now, Qin Jiala was still very angry, but she had to say that she felt very complicated at the moment. Li He said, "We should be able to pry some useful information out of him, right? Didn't you just say that he was also instructed to do these things? In my opinion, this person is very likely the person behind this zombie virus. This person obviously knew the characteristics of the zombie virus before the outbreak. Even if he had nothing to do with the outbreak, one thing was certain: he must have a deep understanding of the virus. Based on this alone, he could infer that this person must be extraordinary. If we could find out who this person is, it would be of great help to the current progress of mankind." "I understand." Qin Jiala nodded. Li He's meaning was very clear. After taking the person to the northwest base, he would definitely interrogate Mr. Yuan, and it would be best if he could pry more information out of him. "Oh, it seems that one of you has fainted." Li He glanced at Wang Yilin, who was still lying unconscious on the ground, and took out a small black object from his trouser pocket and threw it to Qin Jiala. "Use this. It will work quickly." Qin Jiala hurriedly took it, but found that what he had in his hand seemed to be a spray-type thing. Li He packed Su Wan's body and put it all in a large black bag, tied a knot at the opening of the bag, and casually carried it on his body, then pushed Mr. Yuan. "Let's go." Mr. Yuan looked lost, as if he was floating on the ground, and followed Li He slowly towards the exit like a wandering soul. The remaining team members looked at each other, and they could see some helplessness in each other's eyes. Qin Jiala took the bottle of spray and walked to Wang Yilin's side. When he was about to spray it on his face, he suddenly stopped. Chen Chen was a little surprised. "Why don't you use it?" Qin Jiala's expression was complicated. "I don't know if I should spray it on my face." "Lin Zhonghao, if you want him to inhale these gases, Why not put it into his nose? It seems that he can breathe it in. Qin Jiala thought about it, and felt that what Lin Zhonghao said made a lot of sense, so he changed the direction and pressed the spray pump twice towards Wang Yilan's nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yilan coughed violently almost the moment he inhaled the gas, sneezed loudly, and woke up. Qin Jiala was a little surprised. What on earth is this? It's amazing. It actually worked after just one spray. It's like a panacea. Chen Chen had a complicated expression. Are you sure he was awakened by the medicine, not by choking? Qin Jiala admitted that for a moment, he did feel very embarrassed. But since he woke up, it was a good thing. After Wang Yilan woke up, he obviously didn't understand the situation in front of him, and his expression was very confused and helpless. Qin Jiala? Chen Chen? You? Where are you? Wang Yilan's memory still stayed in that small room. He was studying the printed data when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Because it was already late, Wang Yilan was not sure whether it was Qin Jiala and his team who found the car and returned, or someone else. So when he opened the door, Wang Yilan deliberately kept a watchful eye. He held a medical knife in his hand, hiding it in his palm. He planned to stab out other people with bad intentions with the knife in his hand. But the people outside obviously didn't intend to give him this chance to ease up. The moment Wang Yilan was about to open the door, the other party had already kicked it open, not only giving Wang Yilan a big jump, but also hitting Wang Yilan's face with the door. The other party was too fierce, and there was more than one person. They walked in directly, clamped Wang Yilan's movements, and twisted both of his hands behind his back. The knife in Wang Yilan's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The man laughed grimly, and kicked the poor knife far away. You want to resist just like this? Wang Yilan was very unconvinced. Although he was just a weak medical worker, he also wanted to prove to these people that medical workers were also very strong-willed. But before he could prove his strength, these people had knocked him out. And after knocking him out, they seemed to be afraid that Wang Yilan would wake up halfway, so they covered his mouth and nose with drugs, so he has been unconscious until now. After listening to Wang Yilan's narration, the others wanted to complain for a while, but they didn't know where to start. Finally, Qin Jiala patted Wang Yilan on the shoulder and said, next time you encounter this kind of thing, you should just admit defeat. Wang Yilan glared and was about to refute this, but Qin Jiala added, there are mercenaries among them. You can't do it. Just this sentence made Wang Yilan give up the idea of resistance. Maybe it's okay to deal with ordinary people, but forget about mercenaries. So what's the situation now? He asked, have you investigated it clearly? Basically clear. Qin Jiala nodded. It's almost the same as what we guessed. This Mr. Yuan is indeed not a good guy. He uses so many people to do experiments. Chapter 219. Are you sure this he is okay? Wang Yilan rubbed her nose, feeling that Qin Jiala sprayed too much spray just now, and her nose still felt very sore and uncomfortable. Qin Jiala shook his head helplessly. He is very skilled, and I checked the identity verification, and he is indeed from the Northwest base, with the same mark as us. She had doubted this at first, but it has been confirmed, so it shouldn't be false. Wang Yilan nodded and said, then let's set off quickly. What happened to Gu Hengyu? As soon as he looked over, he found the wound on Gu Hengyu's head. Gu Hengyu smiled awkwardly. Being hit by the bomb he threw out was not something to be happy about. Even now, he would feel a little embarrassed to talk about it, so he began to talk about other things, trying to divert Wang Yilan's attention. Actually, it's nothing. These are just minor injuries, nothing serious. Chen Chen snorted coldly beside him, his eyes full of disdain for Gu Hengyu's attitude. You'd better say it out, otherwise you will say you are not feeling well when we set off later. Gu Hengyu was furious and glared at Chen Chen, but found that he had no way to refute, so he had to say to Wang Yilan. In fact, it was affected by the explosion of the bomb. He wanted to take off the cloth that he had been covering his face, but found that this action made his wound very painful. Gu Hengyu gritted his teeth and made 2 hissing sounds, and dared not move. Wang Yilan was indeed a professional, and he knew what was going on at a glance. He looked at the gauze that Gu Hengyu had been covering his face with and said, wait a minute, don't rush to take it off now, it may be because the wound and the cloth are stuck together. I help you deal with it when we get to the car later. Gu Hengyu felt very painful when he heard this. The wound was stuck to the gauze. It would probably hurt just to take it off. But as long as he thought about the wound, which was caused by his carelessness, he didn't know what to do. Wang Yilan stood up slowly with the help of Sun Yang. Although he was still a little dizzy, he knew that it was because he inhaled too much drugs, so he felt uncomfortable for a while. Qin Jiala saw that his face was so pale, and felt that Wang Yilan's current condition was not good, so he had to ask, are you sure you are okay? Do you want to rest first? Wang Yilin, no need. When you went out, I investigated the destination of the mission. This Northwest Research Institute should be the fastest place in virus research, just like the capital. When Wang Yilin found this, he was also very surprised. He was surprised that there was a research institute with such fast progress in this place, and he was also surprised that this place, as a very important task, would actually hand over such a thing to a not-so-important action group like them. Qin Jiala was very surprised and widened his eyes. Is that so? So this institute is quite powerful? She didn't know much about this mission, and the information Lu Tianqi gave them was very limited, so she didn't read the above content carefully. Qin Jiala originally thought that this was just a very ordinary handover task, but she didn't expect it to be quite important. Wang Yilin nodded seriously. So, everyone should take this action seriously. I think what the institute wants to give us should be very important. After Wang Yilin said this, everyone felt a little ashamed. They have been carrying out this mission, but in terms of seriousness, they are still a little worse than Wang Yilin. However, it is also possible that there are always various problems in the mission, which disturbs their vision, so the progress is always delayed. Qin Jiala waved his fist and said, okay, then let's move on. Let's get in the car first, and take care of our injuries. Wang Yilin insisted not to let Sun Yang support him. He said that he was fine, and could walk by himself. Sun Yang saw that he seemed to be fine, so he didn't insist. They walked along the way they came, and when they reached the door, Qin Jiala's footsteps stopped. What's wrong? Lin Zhonghao couldn't help asking when he saw that she didn't move. A sheng. Qin Jiala's voice trembled a little, and her eyes kept moving down to the ground. Others followed Qin Jiala's gaze, and saw the body that was chopped into pieces on the ground. The zombies didn't look good to begin with, and now, after being cut by some sharp weapons, there was basically no good flesh on their bodies. It's a sheng, Qin Jiala said with a complicated expression. Although he had expected this day to come, Qin Jiala still felt a little unbearable when it appeared in front of him. The person who was alive and well in front of him not long ago has now become like this, a living person, turned into a zombie. And who did this, and how much hatred do they have for zombies? Qin Jiala thought of Li He who had just left. He was probably the only one who could deal with the zombies here. When Qin Jiala saw Li He always felt that this person was not a good person, but a villain, because from his eyebrows, he always gave people a sinister feeling. Moreover, his aura was careless, but it made Qin Jiala feel very dangerous. If we must describe the smell on Li He, it should be more appropriate to use the smell of blood. When Qin Jiala stood beside him, he could smell the strong smell of blood coming from him. That smell should be the smell that comes from thousands of trainings, from the pile of human flesh, and from the bloody field. And seeing the scars on Ah Sheng's body, Li He had the ability to kill him with one blow, but he didn't do it. Just like a hunter seeing his beloved prey, he always has to appreciate it first. Li He must have had this thought at the time, so he used his weapon to cause so many scars on a sheng. Qin Jiala didn't know what Li He had experienced, and she didn't want to guess, but from this method, she could feel that Li He should be much more than he showed on the surface. Moreover, it was not only Qin Jiala who felt it, but others also expressed that they were a little uncomfortable with the scars on Ah Sheng's body. Especially those who just came in with Ah Sheng. From the contact between them, it can be found that Ah Sheng is a good person by nature, but he was used by people like Mr. Yuan, and he did think about repentance during his time here, but it was too late. If he didn't have the zombie virus, then Qin Jiala would definitely fulfill his promise, take Ah Sheng to the military base, and then let him know what real assistance is. But now, everything is too late. Gu Hengyu took a breath and said that Li He was really too cruel, wasn't he? It's obviously unnecessary. Is torturing zombies his hobby? Qin Jiala glanced at Ah Sheng who was still lying on the ground, and felt a chill in his heart. Such a person is actually a member of the Northwest Base Action Team. I don't know how he passed the review at the beginning. Is there no such thing as moral character? Lin Zhonghao now knows Qin Jiala very well. Just by looking at her, he can tell that Qin Jiala must be deeply suspicious of whether Li He has any problems. However, Lin Zhonghao did not know this person before. Today, like Qin Jiala, he also met him for the first time. To be honest, this person did not give Lin Zhonghao a very good impression. He always felt that he despised life. Lin Zhonghao put his hand on Qin Jiala's shoulder and gently embraced him. He used this method clumsily to comfort Qin Jiala. Qin Jiala felt the warmth of Lin Zhonghao's palm, and a shallow warm current was transmitted from his shoulder to his heart, making Qin Jiala not feel so cold. Chen Chen curled his lips. Who knows? If Lele hadn't checked it, I would have doubted whether this man was really in the action team. He looked like he was very disdainful of all this. Wang Yilin was confused listening to the side. He had been unconscious just now, and he didn't know what kind of thrilling experience the team members had just gone through. What happened? Wang Yilin now regretted a little. When the group of people knocked him out, why didn't he realize to take a few breaths of air, causing him to be confused now? Sun Yang patted Wang Yilin on the shoulder and said, "It's nothing. We just met a madman who said he was from the Northwest base." As Sun Yang told Wang Yilin about his experience, they walked all the way up. Qin Jiala held Xiao Ai with one hand, and Lin Zhonghao on the other. Xiao Ai didn't really watch the battle, but she could feel how exciting it was just by listening to the sound, not to mention that Gu Hengyu and Sun Yang were already injured. Xiao Ai huddled in the corner the whole time, covering her eyes with her hands, but when she saw the zombie corpse just now, Xiao Ai's face was a little dazed. Qin Jiala couldn't help but worry when she saw this. She was afraid that Xiao Ai was stimulated in the battle for some reason. I heard that those who were stimulated in childhood will show some degree of split personality in the future. Anyway, they will suffer some mental damage. Qin Jiala was worried about Xiao Ai's current state. What if she became mentally ill in the future? What should she do? So about this, she planned to ask Wang Yilin later to see if he had any solution. Along the way, they saw a lot of zombie corpses, most of which had extra wounds. Originally, Sun Yang and the others thought this matter was nothing, but as they saw more and more, they felt a little uncomfortable. Why do you have to do these unnecessary things? Sun Yang muttered in a low voice, these zombies are already dead, just kill them. Why do you have to create so many innocent wounds? Qin Shen pursed his lips and said, maybe his relatives were hurt by zombies before, so he holds a grudge? Qin Jiala had the same idea. There are too many people in the world who hate these zombies, but what they should hate most is not the zombies, but the people who created these zombies. It is precisely because of the emergence of the zombie virus that so many innocent people have become zombies. Qin Jiala thought of the person who gave Mr. Yuan advice, and she was very suspicious that the person was very likely the mastermind behind the scenes. Maybe he is one of the people who created the zombie virus? With this idea, Qin Jiala was more determined to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Is the research institute in the Northwest base far from here? Qin Jiala asked. Wang Yilin shook his head. Not very far, just past through a city. We can try to take the highway, maybe we will find something. When several people returned to the car, their expressions were a little strange. Qin Jiala looked at the back of the car. If he remembered correctly, when they left, there were still a lot of food and weapons here. But now, if his eyes were not mistaken, the luggage in the back was missing a little. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. I feel like I'm a little short-sighted. Why do things seem to be missing a little in the back? Lin Zhonghao's face was not very good. He said, it's not your problem, it's just a little less. When he left, he took a special look at their equipment, and left only after he was sure there was no problem. Hearing this, Gu Hengyu immediately rushed to the operating table, quickly started the control system on the car, and his fingers flew on the keyboard, clicking on several windows to check. After seeing the result, Gu Hengyu's face turned pale, and he dropped a bomb in front of everyone. You are not mistaken, the monitoring system on the car shows that someone came into the car when we left. How is it possible? Qin Jiala muttered to himself. Because the systems on the car are all installed uniformly by the base, it is difficult for outsiders to open the locks on the car without proof from the base. However, Qin Jiala quickly thought of a person. It's Li He. Is it him? Only he can come here and steal our things when we are not here. This is simply too despicable. Qin Jiala originally thought that this person was just cruel, but he didn't expect that he would steal things. This is really too bad. Attacking zombies or something, Qin Jiala can understand it as just Li He's personal interest. Lin Zhonghao, we need to go to the Northwest base to see what this person is like. Chapter 220. Because the things in the car were taken away, it felt like something that originally belonged to me was taken away by someone with bad intentions. This feeling made everyone in the car feel bad. Gu Hengyu was trying to connect to the base. He was sitting in the front, and the wound on his head had been treated by Wang Yilin. Recalling the process of treating the wound just now, it was indeed thrilling. Because the cloth and the wound were completely stuck together, the longer the time was delayed, the worse the condition of the wound would be. When they sat down and Wang Yilin began to take over Gu Hengyu's wound, the scene, if Qin Jiala were to describe it, would be horrible. Wang Yilin tried to remove the cloth on Gu Hengyu's head, but just as he started, Gu Hengyu yelled that it hurt and wanted to do it himself. But after Wang Yilin let go, Gu Hengyu couldn't bring himself to do it when facing the wound on his forehead. Chen Chen and Qin Jiala kept shaking their heads and smacking their lips, saying, "You are a grown man. Why are you afraid of such a wound? It looks like he is too weak." Besides, Gu Hengyu has encountered more serious situations than this before. "That's different," Gu Hengyu said. "When I was injured before, it was either a minor injury or I fainted. I didn't know what happened at all." Wang Yilin sighed frequently as he watched from the side. When Gu Hengyu was not paying attention, he suddenly pounced on him, put one hand on Gu Hengyu's shoulder, and the other hand came from behind. What? Gu Hengyu hadn't figured out what Wang Yilin was going to do, but the pain that followed made him understand it. A tearing pain came from his head, and Wang Yilin grabbed the piece of cloth that was about to fall off and tore it off. It was like tearing off the couplets posted on the door of the house during the Chinese New Year, and the force was not much less than tearing off the couplets. "It hurts!" Gu Hengyu screamed. The wound on his head started bleeding because of Wang Yilin's rough action. "Hold him down," Wang Yilin said sternly, and quickly found the disinfectant from his medicine box, mixed the 2 bottles of medicine together, and quickly dipped some liquid with cotton. Qin Jiala and Wang Yilin showed amazing tacit understanding at this time. She and Chen Chen were responsible for one side each, holding down the restless Gu Hengyu, and then Gu Hengyu watched the large ball of cotton being pressed on his wound. The disinfectant was very powerful, and the burning pain came quickly. Although half an hour had passed since the disinfection, Gu Hengyu still held a grudge and sat in front of him, fiddling with the communication equipment. Qin Jiala was not in a hurry, because she knew very well that Gu Hengyu was not really angry. He was just being petty and refused to turn around, so she simply ignored him. Sun Yang's injury was a bit serious, but after Wang Yilin helped to deal with it, it was no longer a big deal. The most important thing now was to rest. Qin Jiala lazily leaned back in his chair, watching the scenery passing by leisurely, and sighed quietly. It was so rare to have a time like this without worrying about anything. Qin Jiala originally thought that this mission would be very easy, but now it seems that it is not that simple from the many things they encountered. Especially the people they met, it seemed that they were involved in a bigger conspiracy without knowing it. "Hey," Qin Jiala sighed. Chen Chen was sitting next to his friend. Hearing this long sigh, he found it a little funny. "What's wrong?" Sighing. "It just feels like we are still a little bit unpredictable now." Qin Jiala blinked and looked at the scenery outside and said, "Don't you think so? We seem to have touched the edge of the facts now, but it feels like we still know nothing." Chen Chen also felt the same way. This feeling of being neither up nor down was really terrible. If we talk about the luckiest people, it's really those people who do basic work in the base, right? They don't have to worry about not having food or water, nor do they have to worry about when the zombies will come in. Because we are still guarding outside. Qin Jiala nodded. "But a year ago, I never imagined that I could do such a thing as defending my country." "Ahem, ladies," Sun Yang said unceremoniously from behind. "Don't sigh about life now, look outside. The situation doesn't seem to be good." Qin Jiala moved his eyes out again in confusion, and found that the weather was still very sunny a minute ago, but it was suddenly cloudy at this time. However, since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the weather on Earth has become unpredictable, so it is not surprising that there are such changes in a short period of time. Qin Jiala did not take this matter to heart, but just said casually, "It's just going to rain, nothing." It doesn't seem to be raining now. Lin Zhonghao was driving in front, and the car had already entered the highway. Fortunately, the highway channel in City X is still intact, and there are not too many zombies like last time. Qin Jiala frowned. "What do you mean? Isn't it raining?" Gu Hengyu also looked up from his communication device and said with a worried look, "No, I can't contact the base for the time being. I think it may be due to signal problems." At this point, he looked up at the sky again and continued to add, "It may also be related to the current weather." In order to make it easier for others to understand, Gu Hengyu connected the communicator in his hand to the car, then pointed one side of the screen at everyone and randomly selected a channel. Crack, crack. The screen was gray, with silver-gray white light flashing from time to time. Intermittent sounds came from the external speaker, which sounded very uncomfortable, as if a person was forcibly crushing a can, and the iron sheet outside the can made a sound of being overwhelmed. Qin Jiala left the back of the chair and sat up, asking nervously, "What's going on?" Gu Hengyu said, "We may have entered a stage of magnetic field disorder. Based on this phenomenon, I think it may be a magnetic storm caused by solar eruption activities. Although the intensity is not high, I will do a test later." Magnetic storm. When Chen Chen heard this term, she was confused at first. There was no way. She and Qin Jiala both graduated from liberal arts, and didn't watch many science fiction works. It was normal that they didn't know. Gu Hengyu pondered, if you really can't understand it, you can just regard it as a magnetic field disorder phenomenon. It's a bit difficult to explain, but as long as everyone understands the general meaning, it's fine. Will there be any harm? Qin Jiala was the first to pay attention to this issue. Although it sounds scary, it's okay if it doesn't cause any major harm. If it's a weak geomagnetic storm. Gu Hengyu thought for a while and said, it will probably affect our electronic equipment. Communication will definitely not work, and the power system will also be damaged. It will also have a certain impact on nature. There may be storms or something. It's hard to say now. It doesn't sound good, Qin Jiala said. We are still a long way from the research institute now, right? Lin Zhonghao glanced at the screen next to the steering wheel. Just like the communication device in Gu Hengyu's hand, some disordered letters appeared on it, floating in the air without any meaning. He sighed and said, the map also relies on these, so it is impossible to read it now. But I can roughly estimate that it may take dozens of kilometers to walk. Dozens of kilometers should be no problem. Qin Jiala perked up again after hearing this number. Let's go forward along this road first. If we come across a place where we don't know how to move forward, we will decide later. As a result, the car ran out of gas before they reached the end. They were stuck on the highway, unable to move forward or backward, and were completely caught in a dilemma. Gu Hengyu and Lin Zhonghao both looked at the dashboard and agreed that the car could no longer move forward. Even Qin Jiala didn't know what to do. The weather outside was gray, as if it was covered by a thin veil, although it felt like something was coming down. Lin Zhonghao said, there is no other way. Everyone take some things that must be taken, and then we can only leave the car here. Qinshan was surprised. Leave it here? But we still have so many things, it is impossible to take them all. Although that bastard named Li he took some away, they still have a lot of supplies. It is impossible to take them all away with just a few people. Lin Zhonghao's tone was very firm. Then leave it here, we can't live in the car. If it's not rain, but hail or something like that, the car won't be able to protect us. Everyone had to admit that what Lin Zhonghao said made sense. Because all the electronic equipment was broken, they couldn't detect whether it would be harmful substances that would come down later. The best solution was to find some houses first and hide inside them. But what about these things? Qinshan was still reluctant to leave. Qin Jiala has already taken action. It's okay, we can come back to get it after the storm is over. Qinshan had no choice, and knew that there was no other choice now. Several people packed up quickly. Qin Jiala only took some weapons and food, and most importantly, enough fresh water. She didn't expect to find anything to eat in such a city. Gu Hengyu didn't take too much equipment this time, just some necessary things. After packing up, several people set off. The sky outside was gloomy and foggy. It was all over the sky. You couldn't see anything a few meters away. The visibility was very low. This kind of weather put a heavy stone on everyone's heart. They were already worried about the car problem. Now the weather is bad. If you can't see the front clearly, you will feel insecure. Regarding this situation, Lin Zhonghao said that he had encountered it before during training. At this time, we need to move forward together, and it is best not to separate. Qin Jiala listened to Lin Zhonghao's words, and immediately stepped forward, and followed Gu Hengyu in front of him. Several people followed one another like this. Although the posture was a bit strange and looked awkward, the possibility of getting lost became very small. Several people walked in silence for a while, and above their heads, gray clouds began to slowly gather. The shape of these clouds was very strange. It didn't seem to be formed naturally. It seemed that something was stirring in the sky, mixing all these clouds together to form a paste. There was even a feeling of impending storm. Qin Jiala, what's going on with this day? Gu Hengyu said, this should also be one of the phenomena of geomagnetic storms. It's okay. It will probably be like rain. Have you all changed into thick clothes? Everyone nodded in agreement. Sure enough, just as Gu Hengyu said, it didn't take long for the clouds in the sky to change. At a speed that can almost be seen by the naked eye, these clouds are rapidly changing their moving direction. Something fell, Sun Yang said. Qin Jiala blinked, and felt something falling on her forehead. It was cool, but not like liquid. Qin Jiala looked up, and found some gray and fine willow catkins. Of course, she knew that it was definitely not willow catkins that fell at this time, but something very similar to willow catkins. Qin Jiala didn't know what it was. I saw that this thing was gray and fell lightly on my hand, as if I didn't feel anything. Gu Hengyu said in a muffled voice from behind, this thing is not good, it has radiation, Try not to touch these things with your body. After hearing this, Chinchiala reacted very quickly, and threw away the catkins in his hand. It turned out that it was not a good thing. Fortunately, they were wearing thick coats now, which were enough to block their bodies, and prevent them from touching these objects. The gray catkins fell very quickly, and it didn't take long before a thin layer of them had accumulated on the ground. Chin, how much of this stuff will fall? Gu Hingyu, how would I know? In fact, we didn't have this kind of stuff here before. It might be because of the magnetic storm that these dirty things have grown again. Saying this, Gu Hingyu shook his body in disgust to shake off the gray catkins that fell on his clothes. Chapter 221. Several people walked forward silently in this environment. Because the visibility was very low, they had to turn on the flashlight. However, even with the bright light of the flashlight, the scene they could see was very limited. All they could notice was the yellow light of the flashlight, trying to penetrate part of the fog. How long do we have to walk? Gu Hingyu complained, my legs are a little weak. You are the least qualified to complain, Chin said bluntly. You had already eaten all the chocolate in the car to replenish your energy. You know, they are the hungriest now. The food on your back cannot be consumed too quickly, and needs to be kept for emergency use. Although the temperature outside is already very cold, Chinchiala, wrapped in a jacket, still feels a little cold sweat on her palms. She is not tired or for other physiological reasons, but feels that if she continues to walk aimlessly like this, everyone's nerves may collapse first. Chinchiala had some experience with psychology before, so she understood that walking aimlessly at this time would easily cause anxiety in people's hearts, and anxiety would oppress their nerves and eventually become the last straw that broke the camel's back. When she heard Gu Hingyu's complaint just now, she actually wanted to yell, but thank God, she controlled herself in time. If even she, as the captain, couldn't control herself, the others would be even more panicked. Chinchiala stopped thinking, and began to focus all his attention on the road ahead. Judging from the distance they had walked, they should be not far from the residential area. Chin was walking at the end. For some reason, the flashlight in her hand suddenly became flickering and unstable. Could it be that the damn magnetic storm also affected her flashlight? Chin thought so. But she quickly rejected this idea. Gu Hingyu said that magnetic storms only affect things connected to the circuit at most. Independent electrical appliances, like flashlights, that rely on batteries should not have such problems. That means there is no power. Chin suddenly thought of this possibility, and reached out to pat the base of the flashlight. This method is really clumsy, but she usually does this when the connection is not good. Paw! Chin slipped, and the flashlight fell to the ground and rolled behind her. Oh, really? Chin stamped her feet in anger, and took 2 steps back to get her flashlight. There were so many dirty things on the ground now, and the flashlight would definitely be stained by them. Fortunately, it didn't roll far, and probably because of the fall, the yellow light at the front of the flashlight returned again. It was lying on the ground obediently, projecting its light straight forward. For no reason, Chin suddenly felt a little uneasy. She walked closer and picked up the flashlight on the ground, but when she stood up, her heart suddenly beat twice in panic. Chin looked up and glanced ahead. Just this one glance made her freeze in place. Through the mist in front, she could see a blurry black figure. When Chin saw it for the first time, she felt a little unbelievable. How could there be someone in this place at this time? But when she shone the flashlight over, she found that it was not a figure at all. How could a figure appear in front of her without even saying hello to her? Then, there was only one possibility left, that there could only be a group of zombies in front of them. Chin shivered and took a step back. To confirm her thoughts, she continued to shine the flashlight forward, but she found that there were more than just 1 or 2 zombies in front of her, because in the dim light, she could see some moving shadows, which looked even more terrifying in such a dark fog. Chin covered her mouth tightly, turned around quickly, and went back quickly. She wanted to find her companions, and tell them the news. Then, because she turned around too hastily, Chin fell to the ground, but she didn't care. Her hands might have been scratched, and she could feel the burning sensation on her palms. Chin quickly stood up and ran forward, until she bumped into Sun Yang. Sun Yang looked at Chin in confusion, and was frightened by her panic expression. What are you doing? Why are you so anxious? Haven't you been following me all the time? Why did she suddenly bump into him? And Chin's expression gave him a very bad feeling. Zombies. There are zombies. Chin felt her teeth chattering. She wanted to run away, and even tears flowed down her face. Zombies? Sun Yang was shocked. Where are they? The others walking in front were also affected by the noise here. They all turned around and found that Chin and Sun Yang were running together. Run! Sun Yang said anxiously. There are zombies behind us, and they are already chasing us. Qin Jiala's pupils shrank slightly. Seeing Chen Chen and the others' reactions, he knew that they were definitely not joking at this moment. It's so foggy now, I don't know how they found the zombies, but if they can be found, it means that the zombies must be very close, and there are definitely a lot of them. Lin Zhonghao, where are the zombies? Chen Chen pointed behind him tremblingly, and Lin Zhonghao used the flashlight in his hand to look over, and indeed found some dark figures, like demons hiding in the fog, taking advantage of the lost people's unpreparedness to deal a fatal blow to them. Run! Qin Jiala pushed the person in front of him anxiously. The fog was so thick that they couldn't completely lock the position of the zombies. The only thing they could be sure of was that the zombies would chase them after they made a sound. Now all they could do was to keep their distance. It would be best if they could find some places to hide, and then keep their distance from the zombies. They ran forward desperately, and Qin Jiala could only curse his bad luck in his heart. If they didn't encounter zombies when they were in the car before, then these zombies must have learned to be smart and knew that they couldn't catch up with humans when there was a car, so they took advantage of the victory to chase them. When they were alone, Qin Jiala ran, while using her supernatural power to stop the zombies. A light-colored ice mist erupted from her hands. Although she had no accuracy in the mist, she could only throw it all over the back. The ice mist probably blocked some of the zombies and froze them. But a large number of zombies were still moving. Because the use of supernatural power distracted Qin Jiala, her movement slowed down a bit. These few seconds were enough for the zombies that were not frozen by supernatural power to start moving. A dark purple claw swung through the air, and Qin Jiala dodged it, but just as he took a step back, he saw a face with half of its head cut off suddenly appear in the mist, and a bunch of white maggots were lying on the wound. Qin Jiala screamed, and for a moment forgot how he should react, and could only kick out reflexively. The zombie was kicked out directly, but he didn't expect that other zombies gathered because of Qin Jiala's scream. Qin Jiala was surrounded by zombies on all sides, and was almost surrounded by zombies. Lin Zhonghao and the others saw this situation and rushed over to help, but they didn't make it in time. At the critical moment, the zombie's hand had already reached Qin Jiala's front. At that moment, Qin Jiala's body seemed to burst out with a kind of energy, which suddenly erupted from his body. This energy seemed to have been accumulating in Qin Jiala's body until this time, when an unexpected opportunity made these energies burst out. Everyone felt a burst of light in front of their eyes, and in an instant, everyone was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Then, there was a sound of thunder, rumbling and crackling, and a flash of lightning. The lightning struck the group of zombies around Qin Jiala, turning all 10 zombies into charcoal. Qin Jiala didn't know what was going on. She could only feel that something seemed to be trying to break free from her body. She didn't try to restrain this force, but let it spread freely. Even she herself didn't expect why such a large group of lightning suddenly appeared, as if God was helping her. Qin Jiala sat on the ground, staring blankly at the pile of black zombie corpses in front of him, not knowing how to deal with it for a moment. Lin Zhonghao reacted the fastest. He hurried over and pulled Qin Jiala up from the ground. You know, although these lightnings only killed these zombies, he could see clearly that there were still many zombies outside with the light of the lightning just now. Come on, we have to leave quickly, Lin Zhonghao said. Qin Jiala ran forward behind Lin Zhonghao, still a little confused in his mind. What happened just now? So cool, Lei. Chen Chen did not hesitate to praise. What were those lightning just now? So cool. Is it your new skill? To be honest, when she saw Qin Jiala being tightly surrounded by a group of zombies, her heart almost stopped beating. But before they expected, Qin Jiala suddenly used a big move, a move they had never seen before. Sister Lei, are you okay? Sun Yang ran breathlessly beside Qin Jiala. He was always close to Qin Jiala, but because his injuries had not healed yet, he moved slowly. If it weren't for this, he should have rushed to help Qin Jiala when he saw her in danger. So thinking of this, Sun Yang still felt a little guilty. I don't know what's going on. Qin Jiala was telling the truth. It's like there's energy hidden in my body. She now wanted to reawaken that energy, but she found that she could not remember how she used the energy of lightning at that time. Gu Hingyu was very excited about this. Maybe it is your second superpower. I have seen information that there seem to be people abroad who also have 2 superpowers, but there are too few such people, and the information we can get is also very limited. He was completely in a state of mind to study with great interest, but he did not expect that the person with 2 superpowers was right beside him. It was really the right choice to follow Qin Jiala out of school. Wang Yilin asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Although the psychic will not turn into a zombie if bitten, it will still be injured. Qin Jiala felt that her mind was a little confused. What she needed most now was not everyone's comfort, but a very quiet environment to think carefully about the skill she just showed. The lightning struck the zombie to death directly. She urgently needed to recall that feeling. If it was the second psychic ability, then she must master this power. Lin Zhonghao was at the front and seemed to see a building vaguely, so he turned around and said, "I see the residential area, everyone follow me." This sentence really inspired everyone. They had consumed a lot of physical strength and energy in the long run. Even if the zombies were chasing them, they probably didn't have much strength to avoid them. No matter what building was in front of them, they decided to stop in the building and have a good rest. As the distance got closer, they finally found a wide iron gate in front of them. It looked like an ancient city gate, but it was all made of metal. Qin Jiala narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the gate. No, it seems there is no entrance. A door without an entrance would only give them hope in vain. Lin Zhonghao had already walked to the door and began to search the door quickly with his hands and eyes. Gu Hengyu also went to help. The two of them planned to find the mechanism on the door. As long as this door is opened, we will definitely be able to resist the zombies outside. Lin Zhonghao, first, please stop the zombies outside, and we will find the entrance. Okay. Qin Jiala agreed, then stretched out his hand, and skillfully released the ice mist. Sun Yang stood next to Qin Jiala. His physical strength was almost at its limit. There was a taste of rust in his mouth. I don't know if the exercise squeezed the wound and started bleeding again. Sister Lele. Sun Yang's face was not very good. Can you still use the ability just now? If a lightning strikes, the zombies in front of them will definitely be solved. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Qinshan fired a gun. Now there is no need to aim. The zombies have broken through the fog outside and come to them. Chapter 222. Qin Jiala fired and hit the zombie's head accurately every time. The bullet made the zombie's head explode directly, and it turned into a blood flower. The mincemeat mixed with blood flowed on the ground, and was ruthlessly trampled by the zombies that came later. She tried hard to recall what she was thinking when she used the lightning just now, and how she did it. But Qin Jiala found that she seemed to have lost that part of her memory, and could not remember it no matter what. Including the feeling of using that lightning, and the feeling that seemed to erupt from the body. Can never be found again. Qin Jiala panicked immediately. That lightning could be said to be a relatively favorable condition they had recently obtained. If they lost it, the road ahead would be more difficult. And wasn't this something he had used? How could he forget it? For a moment, the feeling of not being able to control this thing made Qin Jiala very scared. I can't remember it, she said in a panic. Can't remember it. No impression at all? Sun Yang looked at it worriedly. Gu Hengyu and Lin Zhonghao behind were still trying to find the entrance, and it seemed that they hadn't made any progress. Lin Zhonghao frowned and said, if you encounter this situation, what should you do according to your experience? Gu Hengyu also frowned and was extremely anxious. He could hear the sound of wind, gunshots, and the wailing of zombies. To be honest, his pressure was no less than that of Qin Jiala and others in front. Gu Hengyu looked frantic and said, I don't know. The entrance should be somewhere, just find it. It's unknown who made this broken mechanism. It looks like every part is tightly closed, and the defense is simply done to the extreme. But this makes it very difficult for those outside. If they can't find the entrance, they may have to feed the zombies today. There's no other way. Gu Hengyu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Anyway, he had to find it, so he might as well fight to the death. Judging from the look on Qin Jiala and the others' faces, even if they can hold on, their weapons probably won't last long. For the sake of so many lives, he should fight first. Lin Zhonghao, what are you going to do? Gu Hengyu opened all 10 fingers and kept tapping on the iron door in front of him. He said, I think maybe we just think too complicated. Maybe the person who made this mechanism didn't even think about stopping people. Maybe its mechanism is very simple, but we just ignored it. As he was talking, Gu Hengyu seemed to have found a different spot on the wall. A surprised expression immediately appeared on his face, and he hammered hard on that spot. Creaky. A sound came from the iron door next to him. I saw a rectangular door slowly opening on the door, slowly shrinking from one side to the other, until Gu Hengyu could see the scene inside the wall. The door is open. He was ecstatic and turned around to say to his companions, come in quickly. Lin Zhonghao pushed Gu Hengyu. You go in first, I help them clean up the zombies outside. If everyone wants to go in safely, at least they have to use weapons to force some of the zombies back in a place where they can't catch them, and then they can go in smoothly. The most important thing is that after Gu Hengyu goes in, he can also find the switch of the iron gate. With Lin Zhonghao's help, everyone feels relieved. They have been stationed outside for nearly 10 minutes. Not only are they extremely tired mentally, but their ammunition is also running out. Every time he changed the bullet, he prayed that the battle would end as soon as possible. Lin Zhonghao fired and said, "Sun Yang, you go in first." When Sun Yang heard this, his unwillingness to admit defeat came out immediately. He thought that Lin Zhonghao was disgusted with his injury, so his strength was reduced, and he said stubbornly, "No, I want to stay here with you." Lin Zhonghao irritably pulled out another bullet from his waist, quickly replaced the magazine, and sent out a neat "Papa. Stop kidding, how much ammunition do you have now? If you can't hold on, go in first." When it comes to the issue of ammunition, Sun Yang dared not say a word. Because he was indeed injured, and he had not expected that there would be problems with zombies chasing him, so the ammunition he brought was almost the minimum, and now he was barely holding on. There was no way, now was not the time to show off. Sun Yang sighed, grabbed his gun, turned around and ran in. Because one person was missing, there was immediately a gap in their defense circle. Seeing this situation, Lin Zhonghao immediately added. Even Qin Jiala used her superpowers to freeze the front wave of zombies, greatly slowing down their speed. Qin Jiala frequently used superpowers, and even though she was very strong, she couldn't stand it at the moment. Lin Zhonghao could see at a glance that Qin Jiala was just barely holding on, not to mention Chen Chen and Wang Yilan, who were next to her, and couldn't compare with the superpowers in terms of strength. So Lin Zhonghao said, "Everyone retreat first, little by little, to block the zombies outside." When he said this, he was also praying in his heart that Gu Hengyu had found the door mechanism, and when they went in, he could control the mechanism in time to close the door and block all the zombies outside. If he didn't find it, then the consequences can be imagined. They were all very tired and didn't have the mood to continue dealing with the zombies. There was little ammunition left, and only death was waiting for them. Qin Jiala exhaled a turbid breath and said, "Okay, Chen, you step back first." The four of them began to slowly narrow their encirclement, retreating step by step towards the small door. Click, click. Chen shook the gun in his hand, with a very desperate expression on his face. "What should I do? I have no bullets." "Don't panic." Qin Jiala quickly stabilized his friend's emotions. "You start to retreat first, we can hold on." But Chen could also see that no matter how strong a person was, he would have been exhausted in the face of so many zombies. She was not strong in the team. How could she still be a drag at this time? She thought of the long sword she still had. Although she rarely used it, it would be best to reduce the pressure on the team at this time. "Ha!" Chen pulled out the long sword from behind, waved it twice, and a silver-white sword light flashed. Chen concentrated, rushed to the front, raised the sword in his hand, and chopped off the heads of 2 zombies. Chen, you." Qin Jiala was very surprised. He didn't expect his friend to have such explosive power. Chen sniffed and kept moving. When the white light flashed, zombies' heads kept falling. Although she was not fast, she was very stable. Basically, every time she made a move, it was successful. "It doesn't matter. I can handle it myself," Chen said. "Compared to me, Wang Yilan is the one who needs to be worried about the most. He is a doctor, but he still has to fight zombies outside. His face is as white as a piece of paper. Is there any need to continue to hold on? Wang Yilan, you go back first." Qin Jiala saw that Chen could still handle a few more times, so he decided to let Wang Yilan go back first. Wang Yilan thought that his physical strength had reached the limit. If he continued to hold on, he might faint from exhaustion. So he took out the remaining bullets from his body without hesitation and threw them to Qin Jiala. "Go!" He is not on the battlefield anymore, so he might as well give all the remaining ammunition to his companions. Qin Jiala did not even use the corner of his eye to catch the bullet thrown by Wang Yilan. "Thanks." Wang Yilan finished his task and rushed towards the small door. Facing so many zombies, he can still stand there and fight steadily. Although he is young, the strength of the team leader Qin is really good. He staggered back to the door and saw Gu Hengyu and Sun Yang standing next to him. "How is it?" Wang Yilan asked anxiously. "Have you found the switch?" Gu Hengyu nodded and said with a curse, "It's here." He pointed to the place next to him. "I don't know who designed the mechanism. Since the switch is hidden in the door, it's really too insidious. If the people blocked outside are humans, they can use it if they can get in, just like their current situation, but if there are zombies outside, what's the use of this switch if they rush in?" Gu Hengyu was puzzled and came to a conclusion. The person who designed this gate must be an unconventional person. Wang Yilan looked at a big red button on the wall. There was a transparent plastic shell wrapped around the button to prevent it from being pressed by mistake. He felt helpless for a moment. It's crazy, right? Sun Yang patted Wang Yilan on the shoulder. I thought so when I saw it just now. Qin Jiala and his friends outside were gradually approaching the gate. They retreated step by step, but the zombies seemed to be endless. Qin Jiala spat out a mouthful of saliva, which was not very elegant, but the strong wind just now made her eat a mouthful of sand, and now she didn't care about her appearance. Let's get ready to go in. Chen Chen couldn't hold on any longer. Her arms had been overused in the process of frequently swinging the long knife just now, and now she almost didn't have the strength to lift them. Now she was chopping zombies with her breath, relying on her own perseverance. Qin Jiala, Chen Chen, you go back first. Chen Chen nodded, holding his long sword, and when he walked to the small door, he didn't know whether it was because he had consumed too much energy, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Gu Hengyu and the others were shocked. Are you okay? Chen Chen was supported by Wang Yilan, but he still felt that his limbs were weak, and he couldn't use any strength at all. He could only nod weakly. You found a mechanism to close the door. Gu Hengyu nodded, and showed Chen Chen the button on the door, with the same action as before. Chen Chen, Wang Yilan was very considerate. Seeing Chen Chen's expression and eyes, he knew what she wanted to say, so he rushed in front of Chen Chen and said, I know what you want to say. I was also very helpless just now. Chen Chen looked like he wanted to curse, but he really didn't have the strength. Sun Yang yelled to Qin Jiala outside. Sister Lele, you can come in. We are all ready. Understood, Qin Jiala replied. She and Lin Zhonghao put away their guns almost at the same time, and then Qin Jiala stretched out his hands and froze the zombies in front of him with the maximum strength he could exert at the moment. This might only last for 6 or 7 seconds, but if it was enough time for them to enter the door and close it, then it was enough. Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao ran into the door, and Gu Hengyu was ready and pressed the red button. The door closed quickly. The zombies outside seemed to have woken up. They roared, but they could only bang on the iron gate in vain and could not get in. The members of the team almost collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Jiala had almost used up all his ammunition, and so did Lin Zhonghao. If there were any monsters or zombies at this time, I'm afraid they would have to accept their fate. For a while, no one spoke. Qin Jiala lay directly on the ground, feeling the hardness of the concrete floor, and the stones on the ground made his head uncomfortable, but compared to his current state, this was nothing. I guess we probably won't be able to get back to the car, Sun Yang said dryly. Lin Zhonghao nodded. There are too many zombies outside. If we want to go back, I'm afraid the country will have to carry out a large-scale weapons cleansing of these zombies. But if we have to do that, we might as well not have the car. Where is this place? Qin Jiala rested for a while, and felt a little more comfortable, but she still didn't sit up, just squinted her eyes, and looked at the scenery nearby. This is a complete steel ruin. The steel and concrete of high-rise buildings were destroyed, leaving some remnants of buildings on the ground. There were vehicles parked on the roadside for a long time, and the blood stains on the window glass had long been dried. There were many cracks on the ground, probably left by an earthquake. In these cracks on the ground, some very strange plants grew. There was water flowing out from somewhere, crossing and converging with each other, forming small puddles in the city. All of this was very novel and strange, as if because of the zombie virus, the world was forming a brand new ecological environment that was completely different from before. Chapter 223. What appeared before everyone was a real city ruin. They could never imagine that this city, originally the industrial and economic center of the Northwest region, had fallen to such a state. The land was burnt, and the steel and concrete turned into broken walls. Not to mention these strange plants that seemed to have appeared overnight. They grew out of all kinds of unexpected cracks, looked weird, and bared their teeth and claws at any passerby. This place is like an urban jungle, with green plants and steel and concrete mixed together, intersecting each other, forming a unique landscape painting. Wow! Chen Chen whispered in admiration. The scenery of this city is really strange. Is it because of the water and soil? Anyway, they have never seen such a scene in other cities. Why are there so many mutated plants? Sun Yang was a little confused. Lin Zhonghao's eyes were deep. Maybe it's because the virus concentration here is higher, or closer to the origin of the virus. Qin Jiala naturally took over the topic and expressed her thoughts. Originally, she was just suspicious of this area, but now it seems that such a scene here may be due to the virus. So, this also means that she is one step closer to finding the truth about the virus, right? Qin Jiala guessed in her heart. Wang Yilan walked to the front, and there was a small pond not far away. The water source that came from nowhere converged here and formed such a small puddle. He took out a small test tube from his body, put on gloves, and filled half of the test tube with water from the puddle. It was afternoon, and the sun was still sufficient. Wang Yilin took the test tube in his hand, squinted his eyes, and observed the sun, and found that there were still many microorganisms that could be observed by the naked eye in the water, floating slightly in the test tube. Could it be that this water source is clean? Wang Yilin couldn't help thinking so. From Qin Jiala's judgment just now, he could infer that the virus content in the transmission medium here should be very high, otherwise so many mutant plants would not be automatically cultivated. But from the water source just collected, it can be seen that the virus content does not seem to be that high, otherwise how can there be organisms surviving? Then, on the test tube in Wang Yilin's hand, some changes suddenly occurred. There is a shrimp-like creature swimming above the test tube. Its whole body is translucent, almost blending into the slightly turbid water. If it weren't for the sudden change, Wang Yilin would never notice this little thing. Its body trembled violently, and suddenly exploded, causing a small wave in the test tube. As it exploded, white blood flowed out of its body and mixed into the water. All other microorganisms tried to avoid it, but the area inside the test tube was too small, so they were forced to inhale the white liquid. Not long after, all the creatures that inhaled the white liquid died, and their bodies floated to the surface of the water, densely gathering on the entire cut surface in the test tube, looking very disgusting. Wang Yilin was shocked to see what was happening in the test tube. Perhaps it was nothing to outsiders, but it was a radical change for the small world in the test tube. Most importantly, all of this was beyond Wang Yilin's knowledge of the water source. A tiny creature had such a huge killing power, so how many secrets were hidden in this urban jungle? Wang Yilin stood there stupidly with the test tube in his hand, until Qin Jiala shouted from a distance, "Wang Yilin, why are you standing there? Come here quickly." Wang Yilin walked over holding the test tube and told everything he had just discovered. Qin Jiala was also very shocked when he looked at the dead bugs in the test tube, and didn't know what to say for a moment. So scary. Qin Shen frowned and looked at everything in the test tube. How many poisonous things are there here? Wang Yilin swallowed hard. It's hard to say, I can't predict it. But it's better to be careful. Everyone was silent for a while. The enthusiasm they had when they first came here, and were attracted by the scene had disappeared. Although the scenery here is indeed very strange, if there is such a murderous intention hidden under all the novelty and fun, it is better not to get in touch with it too much. No wonder when they set out, the other people in the base heard about their destination and looked at them with sympathy. It turned out that this was indeed a very dangerous place. Lin Zhonghao, everyone, try to wear hats and gloves. There are many mutant plants, and they might attack us. They are now lost, and there are no people around, so they can only grope their way forward bit by bit. Qin Jiala has rested well, and after looking around, he found a small observation tower on the edge of the iron gate. Through this tower, he should be able to observe more things around. In order to accurately find the location of the research institute, Qin Jiala decided to go up the tower to take a look. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He didn't know how long this tower had been here. He had never heard of such a watchtower in this city before, but it looked very much like a communication tower. Maybe it was modified to become like this. This tower looked quite old, and the outermost layer of metal had begun to peel off. After years of wind and sun, the most original color can now be seen. Qin Jiala walked over and walked around the tower. He found that the entrance was hidden on the side close to the door. It was a very small door, as if it deliberately didn't want others to find it. It was very hidden. And there is another door outside, you have to push it open to get in. Qin Jiala pushed it gently with his hand, and not surprisingly found that there was thick dust on the door. If he hadn't been wearing gloves, his hands would have been covered with dust. But such a gentle push obviously didn't have any effect. The door still stopped in place, standing still. Qin Jiala took a deep breath, stepped back a few steps, then took a short run and kicked the door. The heavy door made a creaking sound. With a loud bang, it fell down, making a loud noise, and raising a large amount of dust from the ground. The other people who came behind unfortunately happened to see this scene, and inadvertently inhaled a large amount of dirty air. Facing the stare of his companions, Qin Jiala shrugged helplessly. I didn't know it would be like this. The tower is quite retro. Looking inside from the entrance, there is a long spiral staircase inside, which rotates around the entire tower. But unfortunately, all the lighting equipment inside does not work. Qin Jiala asked, does anyone else have a flashlight? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Lin Zhonghao took out a flashlight from his backpack. Facing the deep gazes of several people, Lin Zhonghao felt very stressed. Why didn't you bring anything? Chin Chin's face was full of black lines. Maybe it was because it was still daytime when we left, so we didn't think about this issue. At that time, her mind was full of the tragic situation at that time. The car was out of gas, and she had to walk there. She was already very upset. Sun Yang nodded in agreement. Besides, this flashlight is heavy and inconvenient. I thought it would be better to load more bullets instead of this. Forget it. Lin Zhonghao sighed helplessly. I go in front, and you all follow me. Keep a closer distance to avoid any problems. The air in the tower is not good either. As you can imagine, no one has come here to clean since the outbreak of the zombie virus. There are no extra windows in the tower for ventilation, and over time, this moldy and damp smell has formed. He used a flashlight. Fortunately, the stairs were narrow and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The light of the flashlight was enough to illuminate the road ahead. This tower is so retro. Qin Jiala was still sighing as she walked. After walking a short distance, she found that there seemed to be intermittent carvings on the wall. It was not because it was too old and no one took care of it, so it was not clear what the painting was. Soon they reached the top. The tower was not high, not even as high as the communication towers in other cities. Lin Zhonghao stopped only after he saw that there were no more stairs above, and there was a passage to the left. You can go in this way, Lin Zhonghao said to the people behind him, and then he was the first to go in, and Qin Jiala followed closely behind him. However, when they came in, the darkness and cramped atmosphere they had felt along the way was reduced a lot, and it seemed brighter here than on the stairs. Qin Jiala soon discovered why this was the case. There were windows on the walls here, and the sunlight outside could shine in directly through the windows. Although the light was weak, it was better than nothing. With this little light, the others felt much freer. At least they could see roughly what was here. It's the control room. Gu Hingyu and Wang Yilin walked to the room on the right, and saw a large screen hanging in the air, with countless operating tables below, all densely packed with buttons and levers, probably to control some system. Now there was no electricity, so naturally it couldn't be operated. In addition to this control room, there is also a small utility room, which is filled with a lot of messy cardboard boxes and cleaning tools, all very messy and crowded together, almost as high as the ceiling. In addition, there are some rooms whose purpose is unknown. Qin Jiala even found a bed, probably prepared for people who stay here overnight. The originally white sheets have turned yellow, and Qin Jiala noticed that mushrooms have even grown in one corner. Qin Jiala retched, not knowing how to react to that place, so he had to move his eyes to other places. Finally, several people found another door that could be pushed open. After opening the door, the fresh and natural air outside floated in directly, and the bright light also sprinkled on the ground. It's actually a small balcony. Qin Jiala felt very incredible and said in shock. What appeared in front of everyone was a small balcony, without any protective measures, just a semicircular ground with a short railing on the outermost edge. Qin Jiala walked over slowly, and found that the balcony was facing the outside of the iron gate. Such a coincidence made her think, is this balcony facing the outside world? In this way, as long as the people inside can climb up, they can observe what is happening outside. Everyone was eagerly breathing in the fresh air outside, but soon, Qin Jiala discovered a creepy scene. Because she could see the outside, the position she stood was just above the iron gate. As long as she lowered her head, she could see everything. The dark zombies were all crowded outside, knocking on the iron door frantically, but to no avail. Although she knew that these things had no way to break in, seeing this scene still made Qin Jiala feel creepy. What if a zombie really accidentally touched the switch on the iron door? This thought made Qin Jiala feel very scary, and she ordered her head not to think about it anymore. Chen Chen slowly walked to Qin Jiala's side. She originally just wanted to come and take a look, but when she saw the scene below, her face turned pale almost instantly. With so many zombies, even just looking at them would make people feel terrified. Unless they were to use large weapons, otherwise. Chen Chen didn't dare to think about it any further. Just looking at them made her sweat profusely. Qin Jiala forced herself not to look down, and then shifted her gaze. Lulu? Shall we go? Chen Chen asked tremblingly. Qin Jiala nodded and said solemnly, Okay. Qin Jiala, we have a discovery. Gu Hingyu and the others shouted in the house. They just found a similar balcony, but the difference is that this balcony faces the city, and it can be said that the city is in full view. And they found that almost everywhere was surrounded by green plants, except for one part. Obviously, there were mutant plants all around, but the one in the middle seemed to be afraid of something and could not invade. In their eyes, it was just a small dot, embedded in the city, and surrounded by a circle of green plants. Gu Hingyu said excitedly, "We think there may be a research institute there. The most attractive place in this city is there. Otherwise, what kind of research institute can do its own research surrounded by plants?" Chapter 224. Qin Jiala was also happy to hear such news. At least, he saw the approximate location of the research institute, and they could get there as soon as possible. Lin Zhonghao, but there is still a problem. Qin Jiala was ready to go down the stairs, but turned back when he heard this. Lin Zhonghao rarely said anything about their target, but if he really spoke, it must be a very serious question. "It's getting late," Lin Zhonghao said. "We can't get too close to those jungles. There will definitely be unexpected dangers. Just by listening to Wang Yilan talking about the microorganisms in the water source, we can know that there must be more dangerous things waiting for them here. Now each of them cannot guarantee lighting equipment, and the ammunition is almost used up. How can they enter the forest in this state?" Lin Zhonghao felt the danger just by looking at the jungle surrounded by buildings from a distance. What Lin Zhonghao said reminded everyone present. Shinshin scratched his head. "Yes. How can we go to the jungle in this state? At least everyone needs to have some lighting equipment." Lin Zhonghao nodded. "Well, of course, it would be best if we sleep outside at night. There are fewer trees here, so fewer plants are infected. It won't be too late to go in tomorrow morning. Although this will be a little slow, it is safer." Qin Jiala nodded in agreement. "Do you all agree? Then let's find a safe place outside to rest first." Qin Chen and the others nodded. What Lin Zhonghao said made sense. If they went out like this, they would definitely not be able to hold on to the end. Regardless of what is in the jungle, it will be much safer during the day. They returned along the same route. The weather changed very quickly at this time. Just now there was still a little bit of the residual warmth of the daytime sun, but now the sunset glow has come out, and the farthest horizon has appeared orange-red, intermittently blending with the clouds. The sky has gradually lost its previous blue color. Not only has it become gray, but also has appeared various colors, intertwined. Qin Jiala looked at the sky outside with a serious expression and said to everyone, "It's getting late now. Let's find some outdoor equipment stores and search for some lighting equipment." They are still on the edge of the city, but fortunately this city is not like the central city in the mainland, where all the stores are concentrated in the city center. There are only some residential areas with better environment in the city center. Walking along the path here, you can always see some equipment stores on both sides. For this, Lin Zhonghao still feels very lucky. Fortunately, this is a highly industrialized city, otherwise we may not be able to find it even if we run our legs off today. Ah! Chen Chen was concentrating on looking at the shops on both sides, and accidentally stepped into the pool. The road here is uneven and bumpy, and there is not much light now, so it is easy to step on something. Chen Chen just didn't see the ground under her feet clearly, and ended up stepping in. And she didn't know what she stepped on. She could only feel that her feet were sticky, like mud. "Are you okay?" Qin Jiala walked in front of Chen Chen and pulled his friend. Chen Chen smiled slightly, took her friend's hand, and was about to say that she was fine, but she felt something wet and slippery wrapped around her calf without her noticing. "Ugh, it hurts!" Chen Chen frowned in pain. She didn't know what was wrapped around her foot, but it seemed to have saw teeth, directly cutting through the military pants on her legs. "What's wrong?" Qin Jiala saw that something was wrong, so he held his friend tightly and looked down. Lin Zhonghao shone the flashlight in his hand downwards, and as the light moved horizontally, everyone saw the thing wrapped around Chen Chen's calf. "What is that?" Sun Yang frowned. It was a dark green vine, like a rose, with thorns all over its body. It grew out of the pool under Chen Chen's feet, and a long thin vine tightly wrapped around Chen Chen's calf. At this time, the sharp thorns on the plant had cut through Chen Chen's pants and sank into her flesh. Chen Chen was in so much pain that tears were about to flow down. She tightly grasped Qin Jiala's hand, and sweat came out. "Lulu. It hurts so much, help me." These thorns were extremely sharp. On the surface, they might be just ordinary plants, but they could actually hook onto my flesh tightly. And under its restraint, I was in so much pain that I dared not move at all, and could only let it bully me. Qin Jiala pulled out a dagger from his body. This dagger was made of a kind of black steel, which was thinner and stronger than ordinary daggers. Qin Jiala waved the dagger and slashed at Chen Chen's feet. The plants wrapped around Chen Chen's calves felt the pain brought by the dagger. The blade cut their bodies, and green juice flowed out. Ah! Chen Chen closed his eyes in pain. These plants seemed to be stimulated by the outside world, and their thorns pierced into him more mercilessly. Qin Jiala changed the direction of the dagger, and cut off the plant on Chen Chen's foot. After the severance, Chen Chen couldn't stand steadily at all and fell backwards. Sun Yang was quick and reached out to support her. Chen Chen was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Wang Yilin hurried over. He squatted on the ground and lifted up Chen Chen's pants. He was surprised to find that there were several blood holes on Chen Chen's originally fair calves in a very regular pattern. It seemed that they were all caused by the plant just now. Wang Yilin frowned and took out the hemostatic medicine and bandage from his backpack. What kind of weird plant is this that can cause such great harm to the human body in a short time? If he remembered correctly, it took only a dozen seconds for Chen Chen's feet to sink into it, and then he called Qin Jiala. Could it be that in such a short time, this plant can bite through the epidermis of a person? Wang Yilin quickly bandaged Chen Chen's wound. The hemostatic drug had a little analgesic effect, and Chen Chen's complexion improved a little. At the same time, Qin Jiala over there had already dug a piece of the plant. She took a very decisive approach and cut off a piece directly from the plant. The cut piece of the plant looked soft and lifeless lying in Qin Jiala's hand. If it weren't for the thorns on it still had the blood of his friend, Qin Jiala would really be deceived by the appearance of this damn plant. Lin Zhonghao stared at the plant in Qin Jiala's hand and said, "This should also be a mutated plant." Qin Jiala nodded, thinking back to his friend's painful expression just now. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, and wanted to bomb these plants to pieces with bullets. No, no, no. Wang Yilin could tell what Qin Jiala wanted to do from his bitter and vengeful expression. But although this plant is hateful, it is still useful, keep it. Qin Jiala looked at the plant in his hand angrily and said, "Why? Is there any benefit in keeping this thing? Can it be cultivated again to make plant weapons?" Wang Yilin explained, "We can use these plants to study their habits. Then when we go to the research institute, we can analyze and test them. This is very close to the source of the virus infection, so every organism here may carry a pure virus. Wang Yilin doesn't want to let go of every organism here. If it weren't for the urgent time, he would definitely do a good study here." Qin Jiala sighed, and reluctantly handed the plant to Wang Yilin, whose eyes were full of light. She could see that everyone who was engaged in medical research had a little abnormality in their brains. Qin Jiala walked to his friend, squatted down and grabbed his hand, and said, "What's wrong?" Chen Chen shook his head. "It's okay. Let's hurry on our way." It was getting later and later. The closer it was to the cold winter, the greater the temperature change, and the night seemed to come more suddenly. They don't have much time to dawdle here. Qin Jiala looked at his friend's calf and found that it was no longer bleeding, so he had to say, "Then everyone hurry up and try to find an outdoor equipment store as soon as possible." Maybe even God felt that they were too miserable today, so they found one not far along the road. At this time, the flashlight in Lin Zhonghao's hand was about to run out of power. This store still looks intact. The owner may have been in a hurry to escape when the zombie virus broke out, and he didn't even close the door of the store properly, and half of it was exposed outside. Lin Zhonghao walked over and opened the iron door with one hand. Qin Jiala looked at the dazzling array of equipment in the store with satisfaction, nodded and said, "Everyone try to take as much as possible." Half an hour later, they found some hand-cranked flashlights, as well as lighting equipment such as smart light sources. Gu Hingyu also found a dusty weapon from the back. It looks like a steel pipe on the top, but there are some barbs on the bottom. If you use this weapon to attack, it should be more useful than your ordinary pipe, right? Gu Hingyu handed the weapon to Qin Jiala directly. "Qin Jiala, take this and use it." Qin Jiala took it without hesitation, swung it in his hand, and made a few movements. He felt that it was particularly handy, and was very happy. "I just don't know what the boss here does, and why he has such a weapon." In addition, they also got some ropes, fixing belts and candles, etc. At first glance, it seems that they are going to climb mountains, but who knows if they will hear these things in the jungle? Lin Zhonghao found something that can emit flames. It can simulate the temperature and light of flames. It also looks like a torch. It should be useful in the jungle. When I read books before, I always saw some plants that were very afraid of fire. Although the plants here have mutated, maybe they still retain the same personality. They looted the store, took the things and left with satisfaction. When he walked outside, Qin Jiala found that it was dark outside without any surprise. The shadow of the sun was completely gone, and the moon was also invisible. There was only the deep blue night sky and the dark buildings around. Such a scene inexplicably gave people a heavy feeling, pressing on everyone's heart. When facing darkness, humans always have a sense of fear. Darkness means the unknown, and the unknown is the most terrifying. What should I do? It's so dark outside. Chin Chin thought about the state when he stepped into the pool just now, and was very afraid that there might be some plants waiting quietly in the dark to bite him. Guhengyu, I think so too. Chinjiala, why don't we go to the residential area, and take turns to watch the night in a nearby store? It might take a long time to get to the residential area, so it's better to just stay there for one night. Chinjiala hesitated. Okay, then let's take a look around here. They walked out to the street, and the thick darkness pressed over them, making it almost suffocating. Lin Zhonghao narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw a convenience store opposite. The letters on the sign were still slightly reflecting in the dark, so he caught it. Go to the convenience store? Chinjiala also saw the same store at the same time. To everyone's surprise, the doors of the stores here were still intact and not seriously damaged. You know, they passed through so many cities, and the convenience stores and supermarkets where supplies could be obtained were looted at the first opportunity. Chinjiala opened the door, and found that there was only a little broken glass on the door, but it didn't matter. She turned on the smart light source in her hand, and the bright and dazzling red light leaked from the top of the light source, illuminating most of the store. Oh my god! Chinjiala was a little surprised. She saw a big tree in the center of the store, rising from the ground, breaking through the ceiling of the convenience store, and rushing directly to the free sky outside. The roots of the big tree were stationed in the store, and its thick roots were intertwined, almost covering this small store. It's quite magical. This was the first comment made by Sun Yang after he came in. More than magical, Chinjiala muttered in his heart. In the past, you could always see those villas placed in the mountains and forests. Real estate developers call it to get close to nature, but it's just some gimmicks. What they saw now was a true picture of the integration of nature and modern technology. Lin Zhonghao took out a few candles from his bag, placed them in the corner of the store, and lit each candle with a lighter. With these light sources, the store suddenly became brighter. If someone looked from outside at this time, this convenience store would probably be the most unique one on this street. While other stores were dark, this convenience store actually had warm yellow light shining through the glass. At this time, it was not surprising. Chapter 225. Let's rest here. Guhengyu saw the warm yellow light in the room, and felt the fatigue of the day rising up in an instant. Even a strong man can't stand running around like this all day. Chinjiala nodded. She could see that everyone was really tired. You rest first. I see if there is any food that can be looted here. Although the gate was not damaged, the food inside was still looted. Chinjiala walked in along the shelves. The shelves were all clean, without even a speck of residue. Finally, she walked to the freezer. Except for a box of salad that had grown mold and mushrooms at the very back, she couldn't find anything else. And some of this. Lin Zhonghao had 2 small jellies in his palm. This was what he saw on the floor at the cashier's counter just now. Maybe someone came here to take something, and didn't expect it to roll out of his bag. Puff. Chinjiala couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Zhonghao holding the 2 pitifully small jellies. However, it was better to have something to eat than nothing. Chinjiala missed their car especially much now. There should be enough food left in the car. Now the zombies didn't need the food, so it was just a waste. However, she still hoped that if someone found their car later, they might be able to walk to the car and take away the food they hadn't finished, which could save some lives. Look what I found. Sun Yang smiled brightly, and came out from behind the counter, holding something in his hand. Instant noodles? Chinjiala was shocked. Instant noodles, in the past, might be considered junk food and not much wanted. But since the end of the world, instant noodles, the most common and cheap food, have become popular. It can be cooked and eaten directly, and it takes up little space. If you secretly put 2 packs on your body, you will not be discovered or robbed. Sun Yang just opened a few lockers and looked around. Unexpectedly, he found a few packs of instant noodles, and a few sausages hidden in a locker with spider webs on the door. He guessed that maybe someone put these things here specifically, so that they would have something to eat when they came back in the future. But obviously, that person didn't come back, which was a good thing for them. Everyone's mood became happy because they saw a few packs of the most common instant noodles. Chinjiala took the instant noodles and looked at the packaging. Old-style pickled cabbage flavor and fresh shrimp and fish cake flavor. It seems that we can have a full meal tonight. They did it right away. They found a small pot for cooking corn, made a simple rack, and put the small pot on it. Although there was no electricity, there were many trees outside. Just cut down a few, and you can start a fire. When the fire appeared in front of everyone, they all laughed. Although there is a lot of darkness in this world, correspondingly, there is also fire to overcome darkness. They poured some pure water into the pot, sat around the small pot, and watched the flames crackle. Although it was slow to boil water with fire, instant noodles were easy to cook. Gu Hengyu sucked the not-so-well-cooked noodles into his stomach and screamed from the burn. It felt like a small snake with flames had entered his stomach. "How is it?" Qin Jiala looked over eagerly. Gu Hengyu closed his eyes and nodded quickly. "It's delicious." He had never realized that instant noodles were so delicious before. After hearing what Gu Hengyu said, everyone stopped being polite. They were already hungry and tired after a day of running around. There were 4 or 5 bowls of instant noodles in front of them. They cooked them all together so that everyone could eat almost the same amount. Delicious. Qin took a big mouthful of noodles and felt warm all over. Although the instant noodles didn't taste very good because they added a lot of water and didn't cook for too long, that person was very satisfied with the food. The small pot still exudes a sour and spicy taste, and the noodles are cooked until they are slightly covered with a thin film, and they feel chewy in the mouth. Qin Jiala sighed and sat down comfortably. Until the end, everyone drank up the instant noodle soup, and Gu Hengyu looked like he wanted to lick the pot. Okay, Qin Jiala was really afraid that Gu Hengyu would lick it. "I can't eat it anymore." She had to stand up and throw the pot behind the counter. It's easy to feel sleepy after eating, and this is a safe place they finally found, so everyone's vigilance has decreased. Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao stood up and piled all the chairs, tables, and other things at the door, blocking the glass door tightly. Qin, Lei, what are you doing?" Qin Jiala, "Since everyone wants to have a good sleep, let's block the door. This way, if someone comes, we can know it at the first time. It can not only allow everyone to sleep well, but also prevent things from outside from coming in." She just checked that there is only this one exit in the entire convenience store. The back door leads to the warehouse and utility room. That road is already full of messy groceries, and no one will come in. After arranging all this, Qin Jiala felt at ease. She lay on the ground, took off her coat, and covered herself with it. Qin Jiala could feel the cold temperature of the ground, which was continuously transmitted through the floor tiles. Suddenly, he was hit in the lower back. Qin Jiala blinked and turned around to find that Lin Zhonghao was holding 2 heat packs. Qin Jiala didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and took them from Lin Zhonghao's hand. The mother kangaroo on the heat pack package smiled, and there was a smaller kangaroo in her pouch. "Where did you find it?" Qin Jiala asked. "I took it from the car," Lin Zhonghao replied. "You have a cold constitution, and you can keep warm with this." Qin Jiala listened quietly, holding the 2 thin heat packs in his hands, and suddenly felt that he was no longer cold. Originally, she was not afraid of cold, but since she gained a special ability, she seemed to resonate more easily with things like ice and water that have a cool nature. Although it was not a big deal, it always made her feel very good to be remembered at this time. Qin Jiala took it and nodded with a smile. "Thank you." After she said this, she lay down slowly again, still holding the warm baby in her hand. For some reason, Qin Jiala did not open it and use it, but kept it tightly in her palm. Just like that, she seemed to not feel the low temperature coming from the ground. Gu Hengyu over there snored loudly. Qin Jiala heard it clearly, and couldn't help but smile. In the first hour, Qin Jiala fell asleep very quickly, and soon fell into a deep sleep. She didn't dream, but in her mind, some fragments of what happened in the past often flashed. These fragments passed by so fast that she couldn't catch up at all, and she didn't have time to recall what these things were made of. I only remember that at the end, a voice broke through the air and shouted to her, "Qin Jiala." After hearing this, Qin Jiala suddenly woke up. Although her eyes were only slightly opened, her instinct told her that something seemed a little wrong around her. It was hard to tell what this feeling was, but Qin Jiala remained alert. She didn't open her eyes completely, but squinted and observed the surroundings. The candle seemed to have been blown out unconsciously, leaving only one in a corner, still stubbornly emitting light. However, just for lying on this little light, Qin Jiala was able to see clearly what was happening in front of her. She saw a figure on the glass next to the door in front of her, with his back to the bright moonlight outside, facing the people lying on the ground. Looking at this long figure, Qin Jiala couldn't help but be shocked. Who is this person? She was familiar with everyone in the team, and with just one glance, Qin Jiala could tell whether this person was familiar to her. And judging from his appearance, he was obviously not a zombie. So who was he? Qin Jiala did not move, but just kept his current appearance, squinting his eyes to observe the man's next move. He slowly walked in from outside, walked to Sun Yang's side, like a ghost, squatted down, took out a big bag from his body, and began to slowly stuff Sun Yang into the bag. What surprised Qingyala even more was that Sun Yang didn't feel anything at all about this movement. This is incredible. No matter how soundly a person sleeps, they are all trained. It is impossible for them to sleep like dead pigs in this state. Then there is only one possibility. Qingyala secretly swallowed her saliva. The people around her should have been knocked unconscious by some drug. Qingyala took advantage of the black-clothed man pretending to be Sun Yang and quietly moved her body. She found that her limbs began to become numb, as if she had been doing the same action for a long time. Qingyala was familiar with this feeling. She narrowed her eyes to look at Lin Zhonghao next to her, and found that Lin Zhonghao had not woken up either, but his eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he was obviously not very stable. Qingyala was suddenly happy when she saw Lin Zhonghao's performance. If Lin Zhonghao felt uncomfortable in his sleep, it meant that he was about to wake up. I don't know who this man in black is, but Qingyala believes that he still has a way to deal with him. The man in black put Sun Yang into a bag, which was specially used to hold people. It also had a ventilation hole, just in case someone might suffocate inside. Just when he thought his plan was foolproof, suddenly, something cold was placed on his neck. Then a female voice said, "Let him go." Qingyala finally waited until the blood in his hands and feet was circulating and his lost strength was almost back, and then he quickly stood up. Unexpectedly, the man in black moved so fast that he put Sun Yang into the bag within a minute. Qingyala was furious and pulled out a dagger, which he held across the man's neck. If he dared to move his neck, he would definitely die. "Who are you?" Qingyala asked in a deep voice. The man slowly raised his hand, indicating that he had no weapon in his hand. At the same time, when Qingyala was slightly distracted to look at his hand, the man quickly bent down with lightning speed, dodged Qingyala's knife, and then kicked him. The distance was too close. Qingyala had no time to dodge, so he had to cross his hands in front of his face and took the attack. When he was kicked, Qingyala could feel the man's strength. He was not an ordinary person. And even if he was an ordinary person, how could he suddenly run to this place? But Qingyala's mind was blank. He had no idea what kind of enemies they would have besides zombies. This person didn't look like a member of the M organization. They were all dressed in white, but this person was dressed in black, and it seemed like he came alone? Qingyala snorted coldly. This man was very courageous. However, even if she was the only one awake now, she could feel from the fight just now that this man's strength was obviously inferior to hers. In just a few seconds, Qingyala and the man in black had fought several times. Qingyala kicked the man in the ribs. She did not relax her strength. This kick would definitely cause a large bruise. The man took out a gun from his body, dodged Qingyala's tools, turned his back, and started shooting. TSK. Qingyala hid behind the shelf. The place here was too small. There was no place to hide even if he wanted to. Lin Zhonghao lay on the ground, feeling that his body was very heavy. The last time he felt so uncomfortable was after he was injured in a mission. There seemed to be fighting sounds in his ears, but he felt that he had tinnitus and a buzzing sound, which made his head almost explode. Qingyala stepped back until he seemed to step on something soft. Qingyala retreated in confusion until she saw Lin Zhonghao's face and the hand she stepped on. Qingyala, Lin Zhonghao, Qingyala laughed dryly, not knowing how to react, so she had to jump up like a rabbit and dodge to the side. Yes. Sorry, I didn't see it. This place is too small. Half of the convenience store is people, and the other half is just the big tree. She felt that she couldn't use her fists and feet in such a small place. Be careful. Lin Zhonghao yelled, and saw the man took something out of his body and threw it at Qingyala's back. Chapter 226. Qingyala didn't turn around, but her body shrank into a ball in an instant, as if there was a small spring in her body, which compressed rapidly with her movements. She dodged the thing thrown by the man, which was a dart with poison. Although it was a small one, it had barbs all over its body. If it hooked into the body, it would first cut out all your flesh, and then the poison on the dart would penetrate into the body. In just a few minutes, these poisons can infect your nerves, slow down the cells in your body, and finally cause brain death. Fortunately, Qingyala dodged it, and the dart was directly inserted into the tree root next to Lin Zhonghao. The poison on the dart penetrated into the branch, dyeing the small piece of wood black, and the original color could not be seen, and it quickly turned into dark purple. Lin Zhonghao noticed this and frowned tightly. If the poison on the dart is so strong. Lin Zhonghao looked at the man in black in front of him. This man must have an unusual origin. After all, no ordinary person would sneak into this place and attack them, and at the same time carry such a strong virus. Jialo, he has poison. Lin Zhonghao reminded her loudly. Qin Jialo slammed one foot against the wall, just like the special effects of flying over the eaves and walls in the movie, and quickly kicked a few times using the force from the wall. It may look very thrilling, and it doesn't seem like something a normal person can do, but in fact, it is just a way of using force. Qin Jialo, got it, you go check on Sun Yang and the others first. She should be able to handle it herself, but she is a little worried that Sun Yang, who has been suffocated in the bag, will faint because he can't breathe. Qin Jialo jumped down from the wall and kicked the man with both feet, kicking him into the corner. Lin Zhonghao got up from the ground. After the fight between Qin Jialo and the man, his strength had recovered a lot, and now he felt the same as usual. He ran to the bag on the ground, grabbed the zipper, and quickly opened it. Sun Yang inside was still awake, but his expression was very hideous and painful, as if he was suffering from some torture. Lin Zhonghao showed no mercy, pinching Sun Yang's ears and pulling them, and then pinching his face and nose until he woke up. Sun Yang opened his eyes in a daze. Brother Lin, what happened? Ah, my head hurts. Finally woke up. Lin Zhonghao said lightly, someone attacked. You recover first, I go call others. What attack? Sun Yang was startled. Zombies came in? Why didn't I know? Sun Yang felt that he had a very long dream, which was turbid, and he could not remember anything. He only remembered that the dream was very depressing, so depressing that he could not breathe at all. It was not until he was woken up by Lin Zhonghao that he felt better. But now, his hands and feet are still weak. Sun Yang was confused for a few seconds before he saw Qin Jialo standing with his hands on his waist in the corner. Qin Jialo looked at the man in front of him with a bruised face and a broken forehead, and was bleeding slowly, and said unhappily, Can you tell me now? Unexpectedly, this person is so weak. Qin Jialo felt that he hadn't used much strength yet, but he had already fallen to the ground. Qin Jialo felt that he couldn't attack again, otherwise he might get into trouble. Qin Jialo bent down slightly, grabbed the veil on the man's face, and pulled it off fiercely. She wanted to see what these mysterious people who came to attack in the middle of the night were. The man collapsed on the ground, and it seemed that he had no strength to resist. He looked like a lamb to be slaughtered, and let Qin Jialo pull the veil off his face. Qin Jialo looked at the man's face in surprise. Half of his face seemed to have been burned, and half of his face was uneven. Most importantly, the wound was very even, just divided from the middle of the face. Qin Jialo, who are you? You are not an ordinary person. Why did you come out to attack us? Did someone instruct you? The man did not speak. Just when Qin Jialo wanted to see if the man was okay, he suddenly moved. As he moved, there seemed to be a flash of white reflection in the man's hand. Qin Jialo immediately became alert, and quickly twisted her left foot backwards, leaning back to avoid the attack. No wonder she saw that this man had not moved before. Was it to gather strength, and then attack together now? Although Qin Jialo dodged in time, the distance was too close, and she was inevitably cut by the knife. Fortunately, it only lightly rubbed her cheek, leaving a faint blood mark. And the man saw that this attack failed, and he turned around and handed the blade to himself. Wait. When Qin Jialo realized something, it was too late. The man was determined, and his speed would be faster. He gave the knife in his hand to himself and stabbed it into his body. Blood splashed from the wound, and also splashed on Qin Jialo's face. She stared at the man's actions blankly, not knowing how to react. Qin Jialo? The people who slowly woke up in the back noticed the movement here and came over. As a result, they saw this terrible scene in front of them. The man was lying on the ground, with a dagger stuck in his stomach, blood flowing out of the wound and slowly flowing to the ground. Qin Jialo stood by, watching stupidly, as if he was even more confused than them. What was going on? Qin Jialo. Guling, you asked this? Looking at Qin Jialo's expression, it seems that she herself did not expect that this man was dead, right? Qin Jialo, he committed suicide? This was the first time she saw someone committing suicide. And this person's actions were very determined. When he stabbed the knife into his body, he seemed to have no regrets at all. Qin Jialo knew that suicide was actually a very painful thing, but when she thought about it carefully, she didn't seem to have done anything to make this man very painful. Lin Zhonghao frowned, feeling that things seemed to have become more complicated. It turned out that when this person was alive, some information could be obtained. But now that the person is dead, where can they get information from? Could this person be from the M organization? Chen Chen thought for a long time, and the only organization that currently has a conflict of interest with the military should be this one. Although the color of the clothes is not right, there is no other explanation. Qin Jiala reluctantly nodded. Maybe. If this is true, it means that there is still a base of the M organization in this city, and everyone should be careful. With the first attack, there may be a second time. Sun Yang rubbed his temples, trying to suppress the discomfort, and said, one question is, since you know where we are, why don't you send more people to deal with us? This is not his boasting, because it is not common to have 3 superpowers and an action team. If they are well prepared, they will have no problem walking around outside. The M organization must know this, so why not send more people over? Besides, do you really think that the drug that makes people faint is a trick? Qin Jiala showed worry on his face. I can't figure this out. But, apart from the M organization, who else would try their best to get rid of him? Don't think about it. Seeing Qin Jiala's headache, Lin Zhonghao stopped him. It's useless to keep thinking about it. Let's all have a good rest. Qin Jiala nodded helplessly. Okay. Then everyone go back and rest, and wait until dawn. Although the starting point of doing this is good, after what happened just now, no one can sleep at all. Even Gu Hengyu and Sun Yang, who used to be the most carefree, didn't feel sleepy tonight. Qin Jiala lay on the ground, wrapping her coat tightly. She could also feel that her companions were not asleep. Qin Jiala couldn't help but wonder, is this the conspiracy of the M organization? Not letting them rest well, distracting their attention? Qin Jiala couldn't figure it out, and even when it was dawn, she felt sleepy. She slept for a while, and was called again. Qin Jiala tried to open her eyes, and found that it was Qin Qin who lowered his head. Lulu, we should go. When Qin Qin moved his body away, Qin Jiala realized that it was already bright outside. The bright sunlight shone through the glass, adding some warmth to the empty convenience store. Compared to the darkness of last night, it was like heaven now. The warmth of the sunlight also warmed everyone at the same time. Although everyone did not rest well at night, seeing the bright sunshine made them feel better. They took all their things, and the body in the corner lay there coldly. Qin Jiala and the others pushed open the door, and stood in the sunshine. Qin Qin took a deep breath, and felt the warmth of the sun in the air he breathed in. The warm smell dispelled the cold. Sun Yang, which direction are we going? They stood in the middle of the road. There was only one main road in front of them, but there were also many small roads on both sides. Especially now that the mutant plants are all over the streets, their growth has made it difficult for them to tell the direction. Gu Hengyu held a compass in his hand, and recalled the location of the research institute they saw when they were on the tower. Gu Hengyu stood there, and turned around several times before he was completely sure. He pointed in a direction and said, let's go this way. Qin Jiala looked at the direction Gu Hengyu pointed, and was a little skeptical. Are you sure? It was really not that she was suspicious, but the road Gu Hengyu mentioned did not look like a road at all, and there were plants all around. These mutant plants are very aggressive. Who knows what this road will look like? Gu Hengyu shrugged. There is no way. We don't have a map now, only a small compass. And the information we have is very limited. We only know the location of the institute roughly, but we don't know how to get there. So, we could only go in a straight line now. That's right. Qin Jiala's shoulders drooped, and he felt that he couldn't find any good ideas. Let's go here. Lin Zhonghao said, everyone just needs to be careful. In fact, if this kind of jungle exploration is not carried out in this situation where they are forced to do so, they are still quite happy. Children like Qin Jiala, who grew up in the city, at most, have been exposed to large areas of green in scenic spots. They have never seen the natural jungle in front of them. The only difference may be that the jungle in front of them is not so safe. Qin Jiala looked at Sun Yang looking at the tree in front of him excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to move together, and wanted to go in to see what was going on. He reluctantly reached out and grabbed Sun Yang's shoulder. Follow me, you are not allowed to walk alone. Sun Yang turned his head innocently. Sister Lele, why? Qin Qin smiled. Who made you the youngest in the team? There's no other way. Lele will definitely keep an eye on you. Sun Yang, it's okay, I can do it myself. He was always very unconvinced. Although he was the youngest in the team, it didn't mean he was the weakest. As a result, they had just walked into the jungle when danger had already occurred. Qin Jiala heard the sound of something cutting through the air, and flying quickly towards them. She raised her hand, and swung her long knife, but was stunned. The blade of the long knife was wrapped by the thick vines. For some reason, the skin of this plant is hard and rough, and it can even touch the blade directly without being cut off. Qin Qin pulled out his dagger and chopped it over, saying to Sun Yang, did you see it? You wanted to do it yourself just now. Isn't this already a problem? If it was Sun Yang who met him at this time, maybe it was not the weapon that was wrapped up by the vines, but him. Sun Yang was speechless for a moment, but he couldn't change what happened in front of him, so he had to use his supernatural power to help. Wang Yilin still had a way. No matter how hard the plant was, it would be doomed when it encountered a corrosive potion. He poured the potion he had prepared all over it, and the vines of the plant were quickly dissolved. Qin Jiala's long knife, which had been entangled, also fell to the ground with a clang. Qin Jiala hurried forward and picked up the knife. Chen wanted to go over to take a look, but was stopped by Qin Jiala. Don't look, this plant may have some other means. Our main goal is to hurry on, and we can't waste time here. The corroded plant vines rotted into a pile of green mud, which fell softly all over the ground. Qin Jiala and his friends stepped over the green mud and continued to move forward. Chapter 227. At first, everyone thought that this jungle was not that scary. From the outside, it looked like a normal place that you often see on TV shows. The trees were lush and green, and the sun shone through the branches and leaves, casting dots of light on the ground. This scene looked not only beautiful, but also quite warm. But after half an hour, everyone no longer thought so. They wandered around in this huge jungle like a group of headless flies. Occasionally, you can see some cement that once covered the road under the tangled roots of the trees. The lush leaves of the plants above their heads covered the sky, blocking the sun above their heads. Despite this, the temperature did not drop at all. It may be sunny outside, but you can feel a hint of coldness from time to time in the bushes, blowing along the wind, blowing on your face, along the gaps in your clothes, and drilling into your bones. Along the way, they saw all kinds of mutated plants. Some plants would emit poisonous mist. Although the area was not very large, once the mist touched the skin would quickly burn and small blisters would appear one after another, causing unbearable pain. Although they were all very vigilant, after the poisonous mist spread, everyone was inevitably stained with some. Especially Gu Hongyu, because he acted too late. He also had a few blisters on his left face. He complained all the way, and said that he would definitely be disfigured because of this. Qin Jiala was tired of listening to this, so he kicked Gu Hongyu and said that even if he was not disfigured, no girl would choose him. This sentence seemed to have caused Gu Hongyu to suffer very serious mental damage. He didn't speak for a long time, probably because he was really thinking seriously about whether what Qin Jiala said was true. In addition to these poisonous fogs, those arms that emerged from the mud on the ground were simply child's play. Qin Jiala and his friends had originally escaped from the plants that were swinging vines quickly in the air, and saw a large muddy pool on the ground in front of them. The mud was dark brown, similar to the color of soil mixed with some water. On the surface, small bubbles kept floating up one after another, as if something was breathing under the mud. Qin Jiala had seen this kind of mud before, and reminded others to be careful. Although the mud occupied a large area, there was still a circle of intact land around it. As long as they carefully avoided the mud, they should be fine. However, just as they were divided into two columns and carefully passed around the mud, Qin Jiala noticed that more bubbles seemed to gather on the surface of the mud. Qin Jiala quickened his pace and urged the people behind him, "Walk faster, it seems something is coming out." Chen was at the end of the team and tripped over the moss on the tree roots. Two dry arms suddenly emerged from the mud and grabbed Chen's ankles. Ah! Chen was not only panicked, but most importantly she was afraid. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and chopped with a knife. These arms were very fast, but they were also afraid of the knife in Chen's hand. When they were chopped, the arms quickly retracted out of fear. Just like when they came, the arms retracted silently into the quagmire. Chen was still in shock, and quickly walked forward a few steps to catch up with Qin Jiala. Until they were far away from the quagmire, and were sure that there would be no more strange arms to harass them, Chen sat down on the ground, pulled up the pants stuffed into the military boots, and checked his ankles. There were only some bruises on the ankles, and no external wounds, which made Chen feel relieved. Too scary, Chen sighed. How many things are there that we haven't seen yet? Now, she no longer dared to have any interest in these unknown creatures. Qin Jiala was sweating. Just now, because she was afraid of being bitten by those small flies, she buttoned every button of her clothes carefully and strictly, not daring to expose an inch of skin. Now that she had passed through the quagmire, she was actually scared and broke into a cold sweat. She felt a little embarrassed to tell others about it. Although zombies are scary, they are creatures that they already know. No matter how scary they are, a bullet hitting their heads will still make their heads explode. And now this jungle contains too many situations that they cannot control. Because they cannot control it, they have to be careful. Sun Yang's pants are covered with mud, and his face is also bruised. Now the blood has coagulated, and the two scratches on his face are very conspicuous. He sat on a mossy stone and fiddled with his hair irritably. He couldn't help but think, if they chose a less difficult road, they might have to walk a little more, but would it not be as hard as it is now? After thinking for a long time, he denied all his thoughts. Because no matter what he thought now, entering the jungle was something he had already done, and there was no chance for him to regret it. After going through so much, he could only move forward and not retreat. Chinjiala took out the water bottle from her backpack. However, when she just took it, she found that the weight was not right. Chinjiala remembered very clearly that she should have filled the kettle before, but the weight in her hand now was obviously not the weight of a full kettle. Not good. This was the first thought that came to Chinjiala's mind. Sure enough, when she unscrewed the lid of the kettle, she found that the lid of her kettle had loosened at some point, and only half of the bottle was left inside. She felt that her backpack seemed to be a little wet. Chinjiala originally thought that it was the dew on the tree, but now it seems that it was the water spilled from her kettle. Chinjiala seemed to be struck by lightning, sitting there stupidly, holding the kettle with a little water left in his hand. Jiala? Lin Zhonghao looked over. What's wrong? It looked like something was not going well. Chinjiala frowned slightly. How could she tell everyone about spilling the water in her kettle now? Everyone was uneasy now, still worrying about the long and aimless road ahead. If she told everyone now, it would simply add to everyone's troubles. Chinjiala hesitated for only a second, then smiled. Nothing. Lin Zhonghao's intuition told him that Chinjiala must not have told the truth. But he didn't say it. Several people walked forward slowly. As they walked, Gu Hingyu used a compass to observe their current direction. Seeing that Chinjiala was about to walk to another fork in the road, Gu Hingyu quickly stepped forward and pulled him back. Wrong, it's this way. Chinjiala rubbed her head and felt a little dizzy. Lin Zhonghao walked up to Chinjiala from behind and said to her, Are you okay? Too hot? Chinjiala's face showed some signs of that. She had a cold constitution and could tolerate cold, but not heat. At this time, beads of sweat had appeared on Chinjiala's forehead, her lips were pale, and she looked very weak. Lin Zhonghao glanced at Chinjiala's backpack and had a very bold idea in his mind. He did not hold back this thought, but tentatively asked, Do you want to drink some water and take a rest? Sure enough, Chinjiala paused, as if to hide something, and shook her head quickly. No, I'm fine. Lin Zhonghao knew very well that whenever Chinjiala had such a reaction and action, it meant that she was showing off again. Lin Zhonghao's tone was neither hurried nor slow, and he said slowly, What's going on? If you don't want to say it, then I can only guess. Chinjiala was a little panicked. Before she could explain her situation, Lin Zhonghao quickly took over and blocked what Chinjiala wanted to say. Let me guess, is there no water? Chinjiala's face showed a shameful and embarrassed expression. The person she least wanted to let know was Lin Zhonghao. For a long time, she felt that she was quite qualified as a captain and could take care of everyone. But now such a small mistake happened, and at such a critical moment. Chinjiala felt that she really couldn't say it out. Lin Zhonghao, don't talk, then I guess right. Chinjiala bit his lower lip and simply kept silent. Lin Zhonghao took out his water bottle and handed it to Chinjiala casually. Drink mine. The distance between the two of them was very close. To the people behind them, maybe they were just whispering and couldn't see their movements at all. This is why Lin Zhonghao got so close. He knew that Chinjiala would definitely show off and didn't want others to see his weak side, but he did encounter a problem. If she didn't speak up, Chinjiala might have to hold on by her own will, and by the time they all found out about the problem, she might be exhausted to death. That's why Lin Zhonghao came up to ask about the situation. Chen Chen, who was behind them, narrowed his eyes, stared at the backs of the two people, and whispered, What's going on? Why are you so close? Gu Hingyu grinned beside him. Why do you care what they do? They are a young couple, and everything they do is reasonable. Are you jealous? Jealous? You want it too? Chen Chen got angry and kicked Gu Hingyu's calf, saying angrily, I'm jealous of you. Stop guessing other people's thoughts, okay? Although he said so, Chen Chen was determined not to admit it. When Gu Hingyu said that, there seemed to be a small voice in his heart agreeing. So, the girl who was exposed at once was naturally furious. Gu Hingyu covered his calf and cried out in pain. What are you doing? If you didn't hit him, why did you hit him? Really, if he were to say it, Chen Chen was definitely hit. You know, she was looking at the backs of Chinjiala and Lin Zhonghao just now. Her eyes were about to fall out, and the word envy was almost written on her face. Chen Chen ignored Gu Hingyu and walked forward on his own. Lin Zhonghao, actually, you can rely on us a little more. Chinjiala always protects his companions, but rarely considers himself. She was originally an ordinary and good college student, but she was dragged into this war between humans and viruses. Everyone thought that Qin Jiala should have a lot of responsibility and pressure on her shoulders, but she never said it. Qin Jiala sniffed and said, "I'm fine. It's just that sometimes I think I should do that." Take this matter for example. Others were almost losing their way. Food and water were scarce. If she told her problem at this time, others would definitely give her their water. Qin Jiala was very sure of this. But how could she take it? Lin Zhonghao sighed. He knew that it would be impossible to change Qin Jiala's idea of taking the responsibility alone in a short time. Just as the two wanted to continue talking, Qinshin called out from behind. "Look at the top of your head." Everyone looked over following Qinshin's voice, and found that there were several very beautiful butterflies above their heads. This butterfly had never been seen before. Its wings were azure blue, a little transparent, and a little gold could be seen through the sunlight. There were white stripes on the edges of the wings, which were really beautiful. The most surprising thing was that after noticing their gazes, these butterflies slowly flew down, circling around several people, flapping their wings. Qinshin smiled. Sun Yang stretched out his hand, wanting to see if the butterfly would land on his palm. As a result, the butterflies seemed to understand people's minds, and flew down and landed on Sun Yang's outstretched fingertips. "How amazing!" Sun Yang shouted. This was almost the most gratifying thing since they entered this jungle. After seeing so many terrible things, these little butterflies seemed particularly precious and cute, not to mention that they knew to stop and play with them. Sun Yang looked at the butterfly resting on his fingertips happily. The butterfly's wings trembled, and a long antenna slowly stretched out from its mouth, but because it was too small, Sun Yang did not notice it. As a result, in the next second, the butterfly's tentacles suddenly pierced into Sun Yang's fingers, causing him to scream in pain. "Oh my god!" Everyone watched Sun Yang desperately shake his fingers, but the butterfly seemed to be stuck to his fingers, and could not be shaken off no matter what. "What should I do?" Sun Yang frowned tightly. "I feel like it's sucking blood." Although he couldn't see clearly, Sun Yang could feel that the butterfly was sucking something from his body. "Don't move," Qin Jiala said in panic. Chapter 228. Wang Yilin was very calm about this. When everyone didn't know what to do, he took out a small wallet from his backpack. But when the wallet was opened, there was no money inside, but a row of neatly arranged small tools, each of which was carefully hung on it. Wang Yilin quickly pulled out a pair of silver tweezers from it, and then quietly walked to the side of Sun Yang, who was still wailing, and made a lightning move, using the silver tweezers to clamp the butterfly whose wings were slightly shaking. He pinched the butterfly's wings and pulled it upwards, as if he was trying to pull the butterfly out of Sun Yang's fingers. "It hurts." Sun Yang howled, "Be gentle." Although this action looks simple, only Sun Yang knows that Wang Yilin is just pulling flesh out of his body, which hurts terribly. Wang Yilin didn't say anything and was concentrating. Qin Jiala patted Sun Yang on the back of his head. "Don't interrupt me." Didn't this naughty kid see that Wang Yilin was actually very nervous? Wang Yilin was nervous purely because this method was based on his own memory. The butterfly in Sun Yang's hand should be quite similar to the information he had read before. Insects absorb nutrients and replenish their energy through their esophagus. If you pull it violently, the butterfly may absorb more. As long as these insects enter the human body, it is difficult to get them out. Now he was trying. If he could get it out, then there would be no problem. Wang Yilin slowly exerted force, and the hand holding the silver tweezers also increased the force, until finally, he suddenly poured in the strength of his arm, and squeezed the butterfly out in one breath. "Quick, light it!" Wang Yilin's hand had not yet loosened, and the beautiful butterfly, still under the control of the silver tweezers, desperately flapped its wings, and was almost about to break free. Lin Zhonghao was quick-witted and took out a lighter from his pocket. "Smoke. Light it up, and put the fire to the silver tweezers." The butterfly turned into ashes in an instant when it touched the flame. "Huh?" Wang Yilin breathed a sigh of relief, shook the tweezers in his hand, shook off the little ashes of the butterfly's body, and then put it in his wallet. "There is no time to disinfect it now, so I will do it next time I use it." Sun Yang looked horrible. He looked at his hands, from fingers to palms, and even to the wrists. The blood vessels turned purple and very obvious. "That butterfly is so fierce. What kind of species is it?" Qinshin looked at Sun Yang's hand and asked, "Does this butterfly suck blood?" "This is the first time I've heard of a butterfly that sucks blood." "Is it because of the zombie virus that gave these animals a different life?" Wang Yilin nodded. "In addition to blood, there may be a little meat." This is what he saw. Because if it only sucks blood, it won't cause such a phenomenon. After hearing this explanation, Sun Yang felt even more miserable. He felt horrified and disgusted when he thought of such insects lying on his body and sucking his flesh and blood. No wonder he felt like he was being sucked just now. It turned out that it was not an illusion. Qinjiala looked around. It seems that all the other butterflies have flown away. They were clearly flying around them before. I wonder if they didn't dare to come over because they saw their companions being burned to death. If she had known that these butterflies were of this species before, she probably wouldn't have thought these creatures were beautiful. Wang Yilin said, "It's good that they flew away. 1 or 2 of these things are fine, but if they come in a large group, we can't deal with them. Just in case." Lin Zhonghao said, "I'd better take the lighter in my hand. If I see these butterflies again later, I'd better burn them to death the moment they pounce on me." Fortunately, their distress in the jungle is almost over. When several people have reached the point where their legs and feet are sore, even Lin Zhonghao, if he faces some zombies that suddenly come, he may not have the strength to use them properly. Everyone was covered in dust and dragged their tired bodies slowly over. Along the way, there were no more stinging vines and muddy quagmires with arms. Those wonderful and very deadly little creatures also disappeared at this time. The sunset in the sky gradually set, and the orange and red light of the sunset glow intertwined, dyeing half of the sky red. The clouds turned into translucent liquid and slowly floated away. Qinjiala, it seems to be almost night. The jungle at night is definitely more terrifying than during the day. If you insist on walking, you must arrange someone to be on duty to watch over everyone. When Qinjiala was thinking about this, Lin Zhonghao suddenly said, "It seems that we are about to get out." "Really?" Qinjiala was overjoyed and his eyes widened. Lin Zhonghao pointed to the front. "There are fewer and fewer plants here. It may be that we are about to reach the research institute." According to their previous observations, the area around the research institute was surrounded by unknown methods to prevent these mutated plants from approaching. Now that there are fewer plants, it should be a sign that we are about to leave. Qinjiala thought about it and felt that it made sense. The trees around him seemed to have become larger than during the day because it was getting darker. It was originally enough to block out the sun, but now it was all dark, which made people feel uneasy. Sun Yang couldn't wait to leave this jungle. The various animals here always liked to bully him. Did he look easy to bully? Qin rubbed her hands and turned on an intelligent light source. The bright red light shone down, which also stimulated her. Qin couldn't help but narrow her eyes. At that moment, she seemed to see a dark shadow flashing past. After being frightened many times, Qin was mentally prepared. She grabbed Qinjiala's hand tightly and said, "Lulu, there is something in front." Qinjiala was puzzled. "What is it?" Qin didn't know what to say. Although it was dark around, if something was shaking, it could still be seen. However, how could she explain that she only saw it for a moment, and not that she was dazzled? Qinjiala glanced at the others in confusion, as if no one else noticed what Qin said. Qinjiala simply unscrewed a light source himself, raised his right hand, and walked forward a few steps. "Slow down." Qin pulled Qinjiala's sleeve from behind. "It doesn't seem to be a small thing. From the vague glance just now, it seemed to be something walking on 4 limbs. If she was not mistaken, then this thing should be difficult to deal with." "Don't worry." Qinjiala turned around and patted his friend's hand. They walked forward slowly. Qinjiala suddenly took a big step back. Before the people around him could see clearly what it was, they heard a sudden sound of wind passing by, and then an animal pounced on him. But Qinjiala had already dodged, so the thing missed and fell to the ground. When everyone saw it clearly, they found that it was not a so-called animal at all. It was made of metal all over, and the eyeballs were made of some strange material, with 2 glass bullet-like balls. If you look closely, you can also find the screws embedded in the limbs of this animal. Under the lighting, the metal all over its body is shining, emitting a beautiful metallic light. But there is no doubt that the creature in front of him is not a real animal. Machine? Robot dog? Qin blinked in confusion. It should be. Qinjiala looked at the robot dog in front of him, and said hesitantly, "Although I don't know how this thing appeared at this moment, I have to say that the owner who made it should be very powerful. Except that every part of the body is made of parts, everything else is very much like a real dog, it is simply lifelike. It's quite interesting." Qinjiala took a look at the robot dog and said slowly, "If this is man-made, doesn't it mean it was made by the people in that research institute?" Lin Zhonghao confirmed Qinjiala's idea. They all became happy. Since they saw the traces of the research institute, it meant that they would soon be able to get out. But unfortunately, the robot dog on the other side didn't seem to think so. It crouched like a real dog, with its front paws firmly grasping the ground, and panting like an aggressive dog. Too real. Gu Hengyu was actually more excited than scared at this moment. This kind of exquisite technique is rarely seen now. Could this be? He had seen something similar invented in the R&D department of the military base. It was only after learning that Gu Hengyu realized that the domestic machine manufacturing industry had become so advanced. They can now create many different types of robots, each with its own functions and very high precision. If it weren't for the fact that after joining the action team, he had to follow Qin to carry out missions all over the country, Gu Hengyu actually wanted to stay in the R&D department and do his own research peacefully. Now that I think about it, this person who has been staying in the research institute should be very powerful, right? You can tell by looking at the appearance of this robot dog. Gu Hengyu's eyes were filled with fascination, and he even wanted to reach out to see it. The robot dog's eyes suddenly glowed red. Qin said sternly, "Gu Hengyu, get out of the way." Gu Hengyu heard this, and took a step to the side belatedly. The robot dog's eyes emitted 2 red rays, which shot towards Gu Hengyu. Gu Hengyu looked at the 2 holes on his clothes in shock, which looked like they were burned by cigarette butts, and the surrounding area was pitch black. But of course, the power of this was much greater than that of a cigarette butt. Qin glared at Gu Hengyu. "What are you looking at? How come you don't have any vigilance at all?" If she hadn't warned him, the one with the big hole burned on him might have been Gu Hengyu. Gu Hengyu touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, I just want to know the structure of this robot dog." Of course, he understood it now. The robot dog's eyes can also emit lasers. Qin sighed, found the identification code on his wrist, and shook it at the robot dog. "This. Mr. from the Research Institute. We are the 6th action team of the Sea City base, and we have a mission to connect now. Since both sides are military personnel, there is no need to fight, right? Maybe it will be okay if we make things clear." Qin is very sure that this kind of robot must have some kind of camera on it, and the people in the Research Institute must be controlling the camera to ensure that they can grasp the situation outside. So she just exposed her identity information. Will this work? Sun Yang looked at the robot dog worriedly. Although it was made of various parts, he always felt that the dog was a bit fierce. Whether it is useful or not, you will know after trying it. Qin stared at the robot dog's movements closely. But who knew that the next second, the robot dog pounced on him again. Qin raised his hand to block it, and the intelligent light source in his hand stood up and stuck directly in the dog's mouth. From Qin angle, he could just see the rows of dense teeth in the dog's mouth. "Really? Why don't you welcome us?" Qin was a little angry, and kicked the robot dog out. A very strange scene was shown on a high-definition screen in the institute. The camera seemed to be placed on some kind of animal. Because the animal's perspective was relatively low, all the people in the photo were looking up. The picture suddenly turned. The girl in front of him showed the thing on her wrist. On her wrist was a light blue watch-like thing, but there was no time on it, but a very strange pattern, probably a badge or something. Below this pattern, there is a line of small words, a string of unambiguous numbers, which should represent something. The girl looked very angry, almost pushing her watch in front of the camera, and she was eager to let the people outside the screen see what was on her wrist. "Qin." A shrill voice, but with an old look. "It should be them." The man standing in front of the screen smiled. Although he was already middle-aged, he still looked very young, with a strong body, broad shoulders, and a slight beard. At this moment, his narrow eyes narrowed, as if he saw something that made him very happy, and his whole body exuded a sense of joy. "Probably." The old boy said disdainfully, "What can a group of young boys do? They kicked and beat my Huang." The middle-aged man did not answer, but just looked at the big screen. The girl on it had a high ponytail and fair skin. Although there was mud on her cheeks, her bright features could still be seen. Her face was full of life, and she was still talking to the camera. Chapter 229. "Oh, really?" Qin rolled his eyes. "Lulu, do you think it can understand what you say? No matter how smart it is still a small robot dog." Qin is very patient. She retracted her wrist and looked at the small robot dog in front of her and saw that it did not attack again, so she said, "It must have monitoring equipment on it. I think the owner of this robot dog should be monitoring us in the Research Institute, right?" Although Gu Hengyu was almost injured by this robot dog just now, he still said excitedly at this moment, "Look at the combination of its joints. It's so amazing. It's just like..." Qin glanced at Gu Hengyu. Okay, that's enough. We won't listen if you continue. Really, not everyone is a fan of weapons." But as Qin said, maybe the person sitting opposite the monitor really saw the mark on Qin wrist, and then controlled the robot dog's actions, and didn't let him attack again. The robot dog turned around and trotted forward with a cheerful pace. Chin, this. She still didn't understand what this meant. It looked fierce just now, ready to pounce and bite people, but now it suddenly became well-behaved. Chin, forget it, follow it. It should be able to lead us to the research institute. Although they were very close to the research institute, it had to be said that it would be best if they could meet a guide at this late hour. There was a small rectangular piece of metal on the puppy's forehead. The metal piece opened, revealing a small light. The light, snap, opened, emitting a yellow light, illuminating the road ahead. This scene looked strange at first glance. Several adults were running behind a small robot dog, which looked like something that would only appear in a sci-fi movie, but now, this scene happened very naturally. No one thought this scene was strange, and they all ran forward in unison following the dog. However, it turned out that they were right. Following the puppy, it seemed to automatically avoid dangerous places, or dangerous animals and plants. In the next 10 minutes, Chin and his friends did not encounter any danger. Gu Hengyu was a little out of breath, and he said, "Is this okay? Hoo, just follow it. Who knows if it will take us to somewhere." It's not that he didn't believe what was happening now, but he still had a skeptical attitude in his heart. Chin, that should be right. This puppy is very fast, but because it has to wait for us, it always stops and waits. What Chin observed was that when the robot dog attacked them just now, it was obviously so fast, but now it seemed to be consciously waiting for them to catch up with its pace. Chin, it should be the attitude of the person in the research institute? Although the process was not very smooth, they have now successfully connected with the research institute. I don't know what kind of things are in this magical research institute that would make him so alert. Gu Hengyu said excitedly, "If we really get to the research institute, I must ask about the structure of this robot dog." Chin, okay, we already know about this. After about another 10 minutes of driving, during this time, Chin found that the surrounding plants were slowly decreasing, revealing more of the original ground and houses. Although most of the houses have been destroyed by the plants growing under the ground, it does not affect the fact that they were once unique buildings here. "We're almost there," Chin said anxiously. She was too curious about this research institute. If she could get in, she would definitely take a look at who the person in charge of the institute was. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was pitch dark. The sparse plants blocked the moonlight above their heads. Fortunately, each of them had a light source in their hands, otherwise it would be difficult to distinguish them. Chin was already very tired. She put her hands on her waist and ran intermittently with Chin. "How long will we need?" "It should be soon." "Oh, we are here," Chin said in surprise. However, what appeared in front of everyone was not the high-end research institute they imagined, but just a plain open space with a simple wooden house built on it. When they were about a few dozen meters away from the wooden house, there were no plants around, not even a trace of green. Chin panted, turned around, and looked at the jungle behind him. The jungle they had walked through was now dark and unclear. It was hard to imagine that they had just walked out of such a place. Just as Chin was sighing, she suddenly saw that in the darkness, two fluorescent green dots suddenly flashed. Chin, wait, could it be that I saw it wrong? Chin stretched out his hand to rub his eyes, and looked again, but found that there was nothing. Maybe it was just two small fireflies or something. Chin comforted himself like this. Anyway, they have already walked out. This jungle adventure experience is enough once. She doesn't want to go in again. Chin, what were you looking at just now? She seemed to notice that her friend turned her head. Chin waved her hand quickly. Nothing, I just feel that this trip is really too difficult. Yes, Chin heard her friend sigh and felt deeply the same. It's really too tiring. After everyone settles down today, let's have a good rest. Although they said so, everyone was staring at the cabin in a daze. They were all thinking the same question. Can such a small cabin be used as a virus research institute? They could swear that this was not discrimination. But if you want to do research, you should at least have a decent place, right? What the hell is this cabin? Could it be that the person who developed this advanced intelligent robot dog is inside? Gu Hengyu's face was pale, partly because he was too tired and had not recovered yet, and partly because he was scared. In his fantasy, the research institute should have at least several floors and be equipped with the world's top equipment, right? This cabin is too ordinary. Chin said uncertainly, "Let's go in and take a look." The little robot dog had already run in happily, wagging its robot tail happily, and disappeared into the cabin. Qin Jiala, Gu Hengyu's face was grim. Isn't this a trap? Wang Yilin, I don't think so. There are only a few of us, and in this state, isn't it easy to catch us? What Wang Yilin said made sense. Although Qin Jiala felt that the whole thing was a bit strange, he couldn't figure out what went wrong for a while. He had to be the leader and walked in first. Lulu. Qin Chen looked at his friend's steps and hesitated. Lin Zhonghao followed Qin Jiala without any surprise. In her opinion, there was no need to consider the whole thing, just walk in directly. Could it be that someone who was against them would spend time to build a cabin that looked suspicious and wait for them to walk in? After thinking about it, there was only one conclusion. The owner of this research institute must be a freak. The others followed Lin Zhonghao and walked in slowly. Qin Jiala was the first to push open the door of the cabin. As expected, there was no anti-theft device on the door. It was just an ordinary door, and it was not even closed tightly. It might be because it was knocked open by the little robot dog just now. After entering, the whole room was filled with the smell of chemical reagents. Wang Yilin sniffed and felt that the smell seemed familiar. He thought about it and suddenly said in surprise, "This is the smell of CSA." Qin Jiala was at a loss. "What is that?" Wang Yilin said, "This is one of the most effective ingredients that can delay the zombie virus in the human body that has been studied so far. It's just that the smell is very pungent. What you smell now should be the smell after it has been diluted." "I see." Qin Jiala suddenly realized. No wonder she always felt that the smell was a little familiar. Now think about it, it was around Dr. Song that she smelled this smell. He must have dealt with this kind of medicine a lot, so it is natural that he has some on him. The big jar where Ming Xian is now soaked is filled with this kind of CSA-rich potion. Wang Yilin showed the same smile as Gu Hengyu. This ingredient is rarely extracted, and the purification method is also very complicated. It should be a large amount of CSA to fill the whole room with this smell. Qin Chen sighed helplessly and lip-synced to Qin Jiala. Two academic lunatics. The whole house was like a larger room. There was a wide table at the entrance, and two small rooms on each side. Qin Jiala walked over curiously and stared at the things on the table. It was a small ornament, very small on the table. Even the rooms on both sides, although there were beds, there was even an old TV and radio. Qin Chen picked up the radio and said in surprise, "I have this kind of radio at home, but it has been many years. It can be regarded as a family heirloom." She still remembers that her father put the radio in the safe with great care. She didn't understand it when she was young, but she realized when she grew up that this kind of thing is already an antique, and the longer it is kept, the more valuable it is. But like the radio at home, the one she is holding now doesn't look usable. Sun Yang thought, then it looks like this person is quite retro. Even the TV set now is a very old model. The other room was also empty. The bed didn't look dirty, but it was certain that no one had slept on it for a long time. Because there was no wrinkle on the bed, it looked very smooth. As a result, they looked for a long time and found nothing. There was no one, and there was no trace of the robot dog. Where did the people go? Qin Jiala said helplessly. Unfortunately, no one could answer her question now. Lin Zhonghao, maybe there is a secret room. Let's look carefully. Although everyone was very tired, the cabin in front of them was obviously not a research institute. No one would be stupid enough to believe that the head of the research institute could sit here and conduct research without any equipment. The robot dog led them here, which meant that this was the final destination. The research institute must be hidden in a certain mechanism. Gu Hengyu put forward his own opinion. Generally speaking, in such a large building, the hidden mechanism is likely to be something that can be flipped, most likely a switch, and secondly, it may be a password keyboard. It's better to look for it on the ground. It's obviously impossible to find it in the sky, so the research institute must be built here. I don't know why they have to use such a small earthen cabin on the ground to cover it. Everyone began to search around the cabin. They tried to pry anything that might look like a switch, and accidentally broke a lot of it in the process. Don't break it. Gu Hengyu looked at Qin Chen with a distressed look as he fumbled with the old radio. This thing obviously can't be a machine. He couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he snatched the radio from Qin Chen's arms. How do you know it's not? Qin Chen was very unconvinced. What if you turn it on? Is this it? The two were still arguing here when they heard that Qin Jiala seemed to have found something. Qin Jiala held a round object in his hand, which was connected to a rod and embedded in the wall. Because she herself was not sure, she did not move, and planned to wait for Gu Hengyu to come over before studying it. Gu Hengyu, it could be. Why don't you try it first? Wait. Qin Jiala said unhappily, you have to make sure it's this thing first, right? What if I press it? It turns out to be another mechanism. For example, like in the movie, after pressing the switch, some hidden weapon flies over. She didn't want to suffer. Gu Hingyu had no choice but to walk over and carefully check it before saying, "It's very likely this." Qin Jiala's eyes swept over mercilessly. Gu Hingyu himself felt wronged. After all, there is no standard answer to this kind of thing. You have seen that the person in charge here is a weirdo with a hole in his brain. Who knows if you don't try it? Qin Jiala had no choice but to prepare herself mentally, then pulled the joystick and pushed it up hard. Before Qin Jiala let go of her hand, she felt a vibration coming from the joystick. Chapter 230. Everyone felt a strong vibration coming from the ground. They couldn't stand still, so they had to quickly hold on to the things around them to stabilize their bodies. What's going on? Qinshan asked in panic. The passage should be open. Gu Hingyu said quickly, let's go outside and take a look. The vibration was a little smaller now, and everyone ran to the living room outside. Before they ran there, Gu Hingyu, who was walking in the front, had already stopped moving. Qin Jiala, why? Before she could finish asking this question, she already knew why Gu Hingyu was silent. In the center of the living room, the floor slowly opened from the middle to the outside, revealing what was inside. This was obviously a passage leading to the real research institute. Before she even stood there, Qin Jiala had already seen the white light coming from inside. Wow! Qinshan looked at the ground in surprise, unable to hide his feelings. Looking down from above, this institute was built entirely of white materials. What appeared under their feet now should be just one of the good halls. From the floor of the cabin to the floor of the institute, it was about 5 meters high, white and flawless. As the hole in the ground slowly expanded, they really saw the good acting skills. The floor of the cabin stopped expanding, and the vibration stopped. Qin Jiala and the others gathered in front of this entrance and looked down. How do we get down? Qinshan asked a very crucial question. Just jump down. Sun Yang was a little uncertain. It's not that high. If you really fall, it will just hurt your body a little. We're already here, of course we have to get down. Gu Hingyu shouted like this, unable to suppress his excitement. He had a vague feeling that in this research institute below, they would discover many things they had never known before. Gu Hingyu supported himself on the ground with his hands, and his legs were stretched down. Then, he loosened his grip on the ground, and let his body accept the force of gravity, and fell vertically. Ouch! Gu Hingyu fell on his butt, but to his surprise, it didn't hurt at all when he fell. This round piece of ground was made of some unknown material, but it was very soft. Come down. Gu Hingyu said to the people above, the ground here is soft. Since Gu Hingyu said so, the others no longer hesitated and jumped down. Really? Qinshan stepped on the ground, and could even feel the soft ground exerting a slight force on the soles of his feet. What are these? Qin Jiala asked about the glass cabinets that appeared in front of him. These glass cabinets were placed irregularly in front, and each glass cabinet was divided into 2 parts, separated from the middle. The upper part was transparent, and the contents could be seen inside, but the lower part was solid, a bit like the exhibits in a museum. They walked over curiously. Qin Jiala stood by a glass cabinet at the front and carefully observed the things inside, and found that they looked familiar. The things inside were specimens of plants or animals. And the one in the front was the butterfly that they encountered in the jungle, which sucked human flesh and blood. This butterfly was obviously still alive, although it did not look as lively as in the jungle. When Qin Jiala observed through the glass, it just shook its wings slightly to express its dissatisfaction with being watched. It's amazing. Qinshan looked at the cabinet in front of her. There was a dry arm in the mud, and she could observe it carefully because she was close enough. This arm looked like it was cut directly from a zombie, and it was covered with purple blood, which spread upward along the wrist and all the way to the broken end. The index finger of this arm suddenly moved, and Qinshan couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said in shock, "These things are alive." Sun Yang nodded with lingering fear. He had just experienced something similar to what Qinshan had experienced. A green bug was crawling on a branch. Sun Yang just got close to observe it, and the green bug suddenly rushed up and stuck to the glass. The bright green compound eyes on the bug's face met Sun Yang's. The distance was so close that he thought the bug was about to open its mouth and bite his nose. If it weren't for this layer of glass, it might really be like this. Qin Jiala, why did this person catch these things? Is he studying them in glass? Isn't he afraid that these things will suddenly come out one day? And there are so many cabinets, not only animals, but also plants. How did this person collect all these things? Is this also one of his quirks? Wang Yilan, I don't understand. We have come here. Why hasn't the person in charge here appeared? Is he testing us? Qin felt tired, maybe. But I don't know what's the point of testing this. I've already shown him my identity information. They stood at a loss in the hall of this pure white hall, because the surroundings seemed to be closed. There was not even a door. Even Gu Hengyu didn't know where to go out. Ha ha ha. From the front, a shrill and old voice came. This voice sounded like it came from an old man, but there were some scratching sounds in the middle, which made people very uncomfortable. Qin shuddered. Who is it? Young man, you are really too impatient. After the voice finished speaking, a door was silently opened from left to right on the white wall in front of him. A tall middle-aged man stood at the door, with a sharp gaze that fell directly on Qin. As the leader of the action team, Qin certainly couldn't be timid at this time. She took a deep breath, raised her chest and head and greeted him. Hello, I already know about the action team of the Sea City base. The middle-aged man said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting outside for so long. Although this person doesn't look easy to approach, he seems to be a good person. Qin thought secretly. Because when seeing this group of people, many people who come to connect with the task will look down on them. They think that this is nothing more than a group of young people without any qualifications. Qin also wants to change other people's views on them, but there is no way, their age cannot be changed. The middle-aged man walked over slowly. He was wearing a simple shirt and knitted vest, and a pair of suit pants. Ignoring his aggressive facial features, he looked like a university professor. I'm sorry to treat you like this, the middle-aged man explained. A lot of things have happened recently, and we were attacked before, so we are more or less wary of visitors. As he explained slowly, Qin suddenly felt that he was not so angry. However, there was one thing in the man's words that made her very concerned. You said attack. What kind of attack? Qin was slightly surprised. She could feel that the security system of this institute should be very good, so how could someone from outside attack? It was our mistake. The man did not explain Qin's question, but nodded and said, Why don't you come in first, and we can talk inside if we have anything to say. No one could agree with this request more. They walked forward along the path the man had taken, and after entering the door, they discovered that this was a very unique research institute. It was roughly cylindrical, but the middle was hollowed out. There were 4 floors from their feet to the bottom, and standing on the railings, they could see the people coming and going at the bottom. All the rooms were in a ring shape, spreading around the cylindrical research institute. Wow! Gu Hengyu let out a small exclamation. He also wanted to work in such a research institute in the future. The middle-aged man was very observant. He immediately said to Gu Hengyu, This is the researcher in the group, right? Gu Hengyu looked like he wanted to stand at attention and salute, using all the ways he had learned to show respect. He straightened his back and said excitedly, Yes, my name is Gu Hengyu. Gu Hengyu. The middle-aged man chewed on the name slowly. I seem to have heard of it. Your teacher should have mentioned it at the plenary meeting. He said you are a very special young man. Really? Gu Hengyu asked stupidly. His teacher was always strict and serious, and it was hard to believe that he would praise him. You can have a good discussion with the director. The middle-aged man said, But it's late now. The director is old and goes to bed early, so we can wait until tomorrow. Very old? Qin thought, this director might be the old man with a strange voice just now, but what position does the man in front of him hold? He seems to be very familiar with this place. The man saw through Qin's scrutiny and said, I was transferred here from the headquarters. I'm a former Special Operations soldier. My last name is Zhang. Special Operations soldier. Now it's Qin's turn to be the excited one. I didn't expect to meet the military force I always wanted to see in such a place. I heard that every Special Operations soldier directly under the country is the elite among the elites, and there is almost no field that they are not good at, including bomb removal, single soldier attack, rear coordination, etc. Qin had thought before that when he got promoted, he might be able to get a position in this Special Forces team. Zhang Qing smiled slightly. You are the captain? You are very powerful. It is not easy to lead everyone out of that dangerous jungle. Many people from the action team came to connect with the mission before, but many of them got lost halfway or encountered various dangerous things. These young people in front of him actually walked out without any injuries, which really impressed him. To be honest, before receiving this task, Zhang Qing was not very willing to lead this group of kids here. But Qin grinned after receiving the praise. Although this smile was a bit silly, she was really happy from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Qing said, The last floor is the accommodation, I will take you there first. On the right-hand side of them, there was a straight ladder. Zhang Qing walked over and pressed the down button. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Several people walked in and almost filled the elevator. When they reached the next floor, another person came in. This person was wearing a dark blue research suit, a mask and glasses on his face, revealing his tired eyes. The most attractive thing was that he was holding a transparent glass frame in his hand. Qin Jiala took a sneak peek and found that there was a green snake in the glass frame. Zhang Qing and the institute nodded politely, and the two did not have much communication. Zhang Qing said to Gu Hengyu, "The director's laboratory is on the second floor. If you want to go there, just go directly." Gu Hengyu was very excited that Zhang Qing could still remember this. He nodded seriously. "I understand." Qin Jiala was still secretly looking at the little snake in the glass frame. "I wonder why this researcher held it like this? Could this little snake be of any help to the research?" Qin Jiala thought about their mission this time and quickly said to Zhang Qing, "Mr. Zhang, our mission this time is mainly to retrieve research data and samples." "I know." Zhang Qing said calmly, "There is research data, but the samples have been damaged, so you may need to stay here for a while." "Destroyed?" Qin Jiala was a little surprised. Samples should be very precious, right? Such a precious thing could be damaged. In addition to the problem of storage, other things. Could it be that attack? Qin Jiala frowned and asked. This time Zhang Qing said, "I tell you tomorrow." It's impossible to explain it clearly in a short time. After hearing Zhang Qing's words, the researcher next to him secretly turned his head and glanced at Qin Jiala, but was caught by Qin Jiala. The researcher hurriedly shifted his gaze, not knowing what he was afraid of. Okay. Since Zhang Qing had said so, Qin Jiala had to believe that they all had their own reasons. The elevator stopped on the second floor, and the researcher went out. The first floor was soon reached. As Zhang Qing said, this floor is the accommodation area, and the bottom floor the institute. Except for a large screen and a long dining table in the middle, the rest are all rooms. Chapter 231. As usual, Qin Qin and Qin Jiala were assigned to live in the same room. Since there weren't that many empty rooms here, their room wasn't in a good location, right next to the elevator. Zhang Qing felt a little embarrassed about this. There really aren't any extra rooms. I guess you two girls don't want to live with other researchers. Zhang Qing meant that there were no other rooms here. Although the location wasn't good, Qin Jiala and the others had no choice. Fortunately, their action team had slept in all kinds of dirty and messy environments, so in comparison, this institute was relatively clean. Qin Jiala and his team went in to take a look at the dormitory conditions. All the furniture was dark green, with 2 small beds, a simple bathroom with a sink and a basic shower. This was already very good. Qin Jiala thought about how they slept on the floor of a convenience store yesterday, next to a native tree, and were attacked by others in the middle of the night. It's okay. Qin Jiala said to Zhang Qing, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry. The environment here is pretty good." Zhang Qing had no choice but to nod and said, "It might be a little noisy tomorrow, because all the researchers have to go through here to the lab upstairs, so..." Qin Jiala also understood this. When he was in school, Qin Jiala slept on the bed next to the door. The dormitory was not soundproof, so he could hear a lot of people coming and going. Not to mention that some girls always like to run around in the corridor screaming, and being woken up by fright is already a common occurrence. Zhang Qing was very satisfied with Qin Jiala's attitude. To be honest, looking at Qin Jiala's face, I thought she was a very delicate girl, but I didn't expect that she was not picky at all. After settling them all down, Zhang Qing said that he had something else to do and left first. Qin Qin threw himself casually on the big bed. The bed was not soft, but it was quite comfortable to lie on it, especially the slightly hard texture of the quilt. Qin Jiala put his backpack on the bedside table and took out the items inside to count. There was very little ammunition left, and apart from the cold weapons which were still intact, there was almost nothing left for self-defense. Then, there were some remaining lighting equipment, and miscellaneous items such as ropes. Qin Qin turned over in bed, hugged the pillow, and asked, "Lulu, you seem to be worried?" Qin Jiala forced a smile and said, "No, I'm just a little tired." Qin Qin expressed his understanding. "Go wash up and go to bed early. You have been through a lot today. You have to meet the director tomorrow morning. For them, this night is for rest, but for the excited Gu Hengyu, it is impossible to sleep this night." When Gu Hengyu turned over for the 7th time and made a lot of noise, Sun Yang impatiently smacked his lips and turned on the light in the room. He looked at Gu Hengyu angrily and asked angrily, "Are you going to sleep or not?" There are 4 beds in the boys' room, with bunk beds, which is just right for them to live in. Sun Yang and Gu Hongyu share the bunk beds, and because Gu Hongyu often turns over, Sun Yang can't sleep well. Gu Hongyu blinked aggrievedly. I'm just too excited to sleep. Sun Yang, get out if you don't want to sleep, or you can restrain yourself. Gu Hongyu saw that Sun Yang seemed to be really angry, so he didn't dare to say anything, so he promised, I go to sleep right away. Really? Sun Yang muttered a few unpleasant complaints, snap, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Although Gu Hongyu did promise that he would sleep well, in fact, he was so excited that he didn't feel sleepy at all, because he was going to see the technology he had dreamed of the next day. He kept his eyes open until the middle of the night, and fell asleep in a daze. So the next day, everyone saw the 2 blue spots under Gu Hongyu's eye sockets, but his eyes were still bright and expectant. Has he always been like this? Qin Jiala asked absent-mindedly. Sun Yang nodded tiredly. So the group split into 2 groups. Gu Hongyu went to see the director alone, while Qin Jiala and his group went to find out what was wrong with the institute. To everyone's surprise, although the institute was not large and had a small number of people, it actually had 2 training rooms specifically for exercise. Qin Jiala stood outside the training room and looked inside through a transparent wall outside. He was surprised to find that the equipment in the training room was quite rich. This is for all researchers. Zhang Qin walked out from the other end of the corridor. Unlike yesterday, he was wearing a white coat today. Zhang Qin walked over slowly and said, maybe it's because I'm a Special Forces member myself, so I know very well how weak those so-called researchers are. When encountering problems, although everyone knows to retreat, if the body's functions can't keep up, it's easy to hold everyone back. What Zhang Qin said was all true. Qin Jiala learned that those who sit still all day and do academic research in the laboratory, when they really encounter danger and need to evacuate, they also know how to do it, but they will feel tired after running for a while. Because of this, Qin Jiala immediately respected Zhang Qin. Many researchers did not want to do this, but they did not expect Zhang Qin to have such power to make them all obedient. Facing Qin Jiala's admiring eyes, Zhang Qin touched his nose awkwardly and said, in fact, it was not so smooth at the beginning. I was transferred here suddenly, and many people did not believe me. During that time, I often wandered around here and preached to everyone. They finally stopped resisting me. Of course it's not time for training yet, Zhang Qin continued, and you're welcome to come and give me some pointers. To be honest, I'm often too busy to handle it all by myself. Qin Jiala smiled. He didn't expect that Zhang Qin looked very serious, but he was actually a very easygoing person. Next, Zhang Qin took them to see the most important research project of the institute. They came to a large laboratory with a thick and large transparent pipe in the middle, and liquid was faintly flowing in it. There were many researchers around. Some of them were working with their heads down, and some were talking in low voices. Qin Jiala asked, is it about virus serum? Zhang Qin nodded. Although the formula of the serum part has not been figured out yet, there have been great achievements in dealing with plant mutations. Most importantly, the director has studied how the virus works in the human body. Is this true? Wang Yilan asked excitedly. You know, research all over the world is targeting viruses, but there is currently no serum formula that can be applied to everyone. Wang Yilan had heard that Country A had successfully conducted an experiment to convert zombies into humans, but that person died soon after, which meant that the results of the experiment were still incomplete. If the institute could find out how the virus works in the human body, it would be of great help to their serum research. Zhang Qin whispered a few words to a researcher in front of a computer, and the researcher left. Zhang Qin probably wanted them to go over and look at the contents on the computer. Qin Jiala and the others came over and found an image on the computer, which was a human model with every blood vessel in the human body marked. Zhang Qin gently clicked the screen to zoom in on the human heart. This zoom directly showed what was inside the human body. They could see the blood boiling and flowing in the blood vessels, and countless tiny cells swimming in the ocean of the body. Wow! Qin Jiala exclaimed, feeling as if he was taking a biology class. Let's take an example. For example, the zombie virus has invaded the human body. Zhang Qin said this, and typed a few letters on the keyboard. They saw a group of black cells slowly appearing in the human body. At first, these cells were not very fast, and did not make any extraordinary moves, as if they were just traveling in this person's body. But as time passed, these black cells became aggressive cells. They wrestled with the white cells that already existed in the human body, and the zombie virus quickly took the lead, devouring the white cells that originally existed in the human body. This scene is really frightening. Although everyone knows that this is just a demonstration animation, the cells are twisted and deformed, and the entanglement is still chilling. Zhang Qing pointed to a group of cells that were still devouring and said, zombie virus cells are very aggressive. When they encounter the original cells of the human body, they will assimilate them until they become part of themselves. Qin Chen frowned tightly, watching those cells gather together. The white cells struggled hard, but in the end, they could not escape the fate of becoming a delicious meal in the mouths of other cells. This is horrible, Qin Jiala said. It was the first time she saw the zombie virus today. It turns out that this is how it engulfs cells and turns people into zombies. Zhang Qing said, surprised, right? I didn't know this before, but I gradually learned about it after coming here. The director said that we now have two plans. One is to develop a serum that can kill these zombie virus cells, and the other is to enhance the activity of the original cells and engulf the virus cells in turn. No matter which one it is, in Qin Jiala's view, this is a fight between humans and viruses. Wang Yilan asked, what stage have you reached now? Zhang Qing, you should know that there is an ingredient called CSA, right? The researchers plan to start with this. If this ingredient can drag out the activity of the zombie virus, it may also be able to meet our requirements. Wang Yilan nodded thoughtfully. This is also a good method. Qin Jiala, Mr. Zhang, now you should be able to tell us what happened to the previous attack? Lin Zhonghao, we saw yesterday that the security system here is very good, isn't it? Why did attacks happen? Zhang Qing's face suddenly became serious, and he nodded to the researcher in front of him, indicating that he could continue his work. Then Zhang Qing took Qin Jiala and the others to a more secluded place and said, we didn't tell you before because we suspected that there were spies in this institute. Qin Jiala, spy? Lin Zhonghao, who is the other party? M organization? Or someone else? Zhang Qing, it's a large company that mainly deals in pharmaceuticals. They may think that this zombie virus is a good opportunity, so they have developed in various places. Pharmaceutical company? Qin Jiala was a little shocked when she heard this term, as if she had heard it somewhere before. She thought about it for a long time and finally found that this company might be related to Mr. Yuan's incident before, so Qin Jiala hurriedly asked, excuse me, what is the name of this company? Zhang Qing asked in confusion. Qud Medical, what's wrong? Do you know about this too? He looked at Qin Jiala, and the other party's face suddenly changed after he said the name. In fact, Qin Jiala was very speechless and told everything about Mr. Yuan and his group of people they had met before. Is that really the case? Zhang Qing's face was gloomy. I know that Qud Medical has done a lot of tricks in the Northwest, and I didn't expect that you have already encountered it. In fact, a month ago, this company sent people here, saying that they wanted to cooperate with us. They claimed that they had the best resources at hand, and there were many mercenaries, which could fully guarantee our safety. Then what? Qin Jiala didn't expect that Mr. Yuan's appearance there was not accidental, and it was possible that Mr. Yuan was just a pawn. Of course we didn't agree. Zhang Qing said, although the research resources are not very abundant now, we also know that at this critical moment, it is right to believe in the country, and of course we can't listen to those so-called medical companies. Zhang Qing had encountered this before. All such companies actually have some shady business in private. Wang Yilan, so that attack was? Zhang Qing nodded with a heavy expression. That's right. Because we couldn't cooperate, the other party planned to directly steal our research results. Fortunately, some of the most important things were hidden by us. The other party took away some unimportant things that would not help them. It was because of this incident that Zhang Qing realized that this research institute not only needed to strengthen its vigilance, but the people inside also needed to train themselves so that they would not be taken hostage when they encountered danger. That's good. Qin Jiala breathed a sigh of relief. If their mission, this time, was stolen by the other party, their trip would be in vain. Chapter 232. The only thing we need to worry about now is the remaining samples. Zhang Qing said. Thank you for telling us these things. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. After all, Qin Jiala and the others had just arrived here and everything was still unfamiliar. Even under such circumstances, Zhang Qing insisted on telling her these things. Qin Jiala didn't know how to express her gratitude, so she could only look at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing seemed to know what Qin Jiala wanted to say. He waved his hand, made a gesture, and then smiled and said, I don't know what happened, but when I first met you, I felt that you were a trustworthy junior. Then he told all the things about the institute. On the one hand, he was sincere, and on the other hand, he wanted Qin Jiala and others to intervene in this matter. You also saw it. Maybe you can find it without me saying it. Zhang Qing said, now we need more manpower. Because their people are likely to come again. Qin Jiala had also thought about the problem Zhang Qing mentioned. Since the people from Qud Medical failed the first time, they must have found out that what they stole was not important, so there will be a second time until they grab the real formula. After Qin Jiala sorted out his thoughts, he found another problem. I think their motives are really incomprehensible to me. Zhang Qing made an expression of listening attentively. What do you mean? Qin Jiala. Because from my point of view, it is better for the military to have this formula. Once there is a breakthrough, humans will be able to overcome the virus and survive. So why do they still want to rob it? Do they think the government will not share the research results? Zhang Qing's face showed a trace of astonishment. He thought Qin Jiala was going to raise some big questions, but it turned out to be such a simple question that he didn't even need to explain. As expected, she is still too young to see through many things. Zhang Qing had such thoughts in his mind. He laughed loudly, and did not think that it would be cheap for him, a former Special Forces soldier, to explain such a problem to a little girl. Instead, he said patiently, it is precisely because the military will share all the results that the people in the medical company will feel that they are wasted. Qin Jiala hesitated and said, sorry, I still don't understand. Think about it, when are the resources the most precious? Can everyone have one? Or is it only in the hands of a few people, who have to pay a lot of money to buy it? Zhang Qing asked a question. So that's it. Qin Jiala suddenly realized, because it was already worthless when it was announced by the military, so they wanted to get it first. Zhang Qing looked at Qin Jiala with a kind and appreciative look, and said, that's it. That's why we have to find a way to eliminate all possibilities. This is the country's precious wealth, and we must not let these people steal it. Yes. Qin Jiala nodded vigorously, feeling that he was filled with the light and strength of being trusted. We have already thought of a way to attack next time. Zhang Qing said, our people will guard outside, and you will be in charge of the innermost laboratory. Laboratory? Qin Jiala felt a little flattered when he heard this word. Did the other party trust them too much? Even though this was the first time they met, they handed over the most important rear area to them? Zhang Qing blinked and made a mischievous expression, which was inconsistent with his serious facial features and looked a little funny. However, Qin Jiala thought that this was an attempt to get closer to him. It seems that we are asking you to take on the heavy responsibility. Zhang Qing said, in fact, as long as our people outside can guard well, your duties will become very simple. Qin Jiala originally wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. As long as Zhang Qing's people can guard well outside, they only need to protect the laboratory. I really want to make you nervous, Zhang Qing said apologetically. In fact, this is just our judgment. If they don't launch a second attack, it will naturally be the best. Of course, it's not that simple. Qin Jiala knew it very well. Since Zhang Qing has already started training those researchers, it means that he is ready for the second attack. And although he said verbally that he was not in a hurry, there were many small movements on his body, which directly exposed his character. For example, he would unconsciously scratch the old wound on his other hand with one hand, which was probably a manifestation of anxiety. However, Zhang Qing was a good person. When facing Qin Jiala and others, he was very sincere in asking them for help, and Qin Jiala naturally would not refuse. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured, Qin Jiala said, giving Zhang Qing a reassurance, we will also work hard here. Zhang Qing was really relieved when he heard this assurance. He smiled slightly. Then I'm relieved. After confirming that there was no problem with this matter, Zhang Qing seemed to have a big stone drop from his heart. He felt that the burden on his shoulders suddenly lightened a little, and even walking felt light. He took Qin Jiala and the others with a smile on his face, and took a tour of the surrounding research laboratories, and briefly introduced them to the current research status here. They finally learned that this research institute was not only conducting research on virus serum, but also on many other types of viruses, but those were not the focus. Gu Hengyu also found them later. He looked very tired, but his face was full of a new glow. Qin Jiala, where have you been? Gu Hengyu was so excited that he didn't notice that there was another Zhang Qing next to him. He hurriedly said to his friends, you don't know, Director Li is really amazing. He told me a lot about the new achievements of modern technology, including more uses of Tesla coils. You know, I have always wanted to know more, but my master has always asked me to concentrate on the basics. He talked a lot, and Qin Jiala and the others were confused. In short, it seemed that Gu Hengyu was very satisfied with the director. Zhang Qing next to him did not avoid it, but stood there with a smile, until Qin Jiala noticed his gaze, and then expressed his apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Qin Jiala said. Gu Hengyu is like this, he is easily attracted by the things around him that interest him, and once he starts discussing, he will never stop. It's okay, Zhang Qing explained. Actually, you guys remind me of me. I also had a team like this before. Everyone valued each other. The feeling of having companions was really great. It's just that I haven't been in touch with you guys since I left. As for why he left, Zhang Qing didn't say, and Qin Jiala certainly wouldn't ask. It wasn't enough to say that. Gu Hengyu also took out a miniature machine and put it in his palm, showing it off to everyone. Look. Chen Chen nodded slowly. Is this a spider? Gu Hengyu nodded desperately. Yes, this is the world's leading biotechnology. How is it? Isn't it very delicate? Chen Chen looked at the little spider in Gu Hengyu's palm silently, and didn't speak for a while. From her point of view, a little robot spider is really not good. And this spider is very lifelike, with 2 red eyes and slender limbs, which looks a bit scary. Gu Hengyu pressed on the spider, and the spider's eyes glowed red, and suddenly moved. Ah, what's going on? Chen Chen and Qin Jiala were both startled. Gu Hengyu said proudly, let me show you the results of my research this morning. This is the latest biotechnology. The general idea is to combine animals and technology, just like the robot dog. Then use machinery to amplify the original characteristics of animals, and make them more agile. This is not the first time that Gu Hengyu has come into contact with such things. The main reason is that when he was doing research by himself before, he was just working behind closed doors. Although he had read a lot of relevant literature, he still gained more without the guidance of a master. What surprised him the most was that Director Li was actually a genius in this area. After this morning, he felt that he had learned a lot. The little spider jumped down from Gu Hengyu's palm and crawled quickly on the ground. Although it was indeed small, it was very fast. Gu Hengyu also had a controller in his hand. He controlled the little spider to crawl onto the clothes of a researcher in front. But the poor researcher had no reaction at all, and did not feel the existence of the little spider at all. Isn't this a bad idea? Qin Jiala thought. Maybe it would delay the research. But she turned her head, and saw that Zhang Qing next to her didn't mean to stop it, but looked at the little spider happily. Forget it, the administrator didn't say anything. Why should I worry about it? Qin Jiala thought. The little spider moved quickly on the clothes, and climbed onto the researcher's shoulder in a few moves. The researcher was studying the substance in the container. He took out a little, and put it on a small tray, and he was still calculating. The little spider jumped down from the researcher's shoulder, grabbed the tray with its 2 thin legs, and quickly jumped to the ground. Hey! The researcher finally found something wrong, but the little spider was not as big as the tray, and it seemed to disappear under the tray, so in the eyes of those who didn't understand, it might be a ghost, and the tray suddenly moved by itself. The little spider landed steadily on the ground, and the liquid in the tray did not spill out at all. It dragged the tray, and quickly came to Gu Hengyu's side. Then its body slightly lifted up, and the liquid inside also swayed, just like a puppy that had completed a task and was waiting for its owner's reward. Well done. Gu Hengyu actually bent down and said with a smile. Qin Jiala, The researcher caught up and saw Qin Jiala and the others, looking angry. Just when he was about to get angry, he saw Zhang Qing standing next to him. He knew Zhang Qing, but he didn't know why he was standing with the little brats in front. What's going on? The researcher thought for a long time before coming up with this sentence. He was too embarrassed to ask Zhang Qing directly, so he had to glare at Gu Hengyu. Sorry, Zhang Qing replied with a smile. This is just a small experiment of Director Li. He just made this kind of mechanical helper, so he asked me to try it. After hearing Director Li's name, the researcher suddenly felt like a balloon that was punctured and deflated. It seems that Director Li often does similar things. Qin Jiala was very curious. Gu Hengyu took the tray off the spider and handed it to the researcher. Sorry to bother you. The researcher saw that they were all very nice, and that it was just a small experiment, so he was not angry. Moreover, he showed great interest in the fact that the contents in the tray did not spill at all. Nothing spilled at all. How did you do that? Gu Hengyu was very proud. This is its stability, which is higher than that of ordinary biological machines. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. It was obvious that someone just mentioned it, but Gu Hengyu actually started to be proud. I really don't know what to say. The researcher took the small tray and said, so that's how it is. It's quite impressive. But you are? Zhang Qing. This is the action team coming from the military base in City C to help. During their stay, they will help us protect the completion of the research samples and transport them to the main base. So that's how it is. The researcher's face has turned from gloomy to sunny. It was my fault just now. I thought you wanted It's okay, Qin said. It's all a misunderstanding. The researcher nodded embarrassedly and took his things back to work. Chen poked Gu Hongyu's waist from behind. Look at what you did. It almost caused a misunderstanding. If it wasn't for Zhang Qing explaining it just now, maybe people would be even more angry. Gu Hongyu didn't care. In his opinion, it was just a small dispute, which was nothing at all. You haven't met directly yet, right? Do you want to meet him? Zhang Qing, I think so. At this time, Director Li should be out preparing for dinner, so we could all get to know each other. Qin nodded. No problem for me. What kind of person is this mysterious Director Li? Qin has only heard about him from others, and she is already full of curiosity about the director of this institute. Chapter 233. Of course, it is useless to ask Gu Hongyu about this kind of thing. After a discussion in the morning, Gu Hongyu has already regarded Director Li as a good teacher in his life and a capable assistant in obtaining modern scientific and technological means. Zhang Qing timely proposed, "Let's go out now." Director Li should have come out. As if to respond to his words, Qin and others went out and saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair at the end of the corridor, holding an ultra-thin tablet in his hand, poking the tablet with one hand. That's Director Li. Gu Hongyu's eyes lit up. The next second, when everyone wanted to go over and say hello, Director Li suddenly exploded. He threw the tablet in his hand fiercely at the researcher next to him and started to lose his temper loudly. Is this the result of your research in a week? What rubbish. The data doesn't match at all. Do you think this is a place to adopt idle people? Because Director Li suddenly lost his temper, Qin Jiala's left foot, which had already stepped out, was retracted. The tablet hit the researcher who was cowering beside Director Li. The researcher didn't have time to catch it with his hands, and the tablet bounced off him and fell to the ground, and the screen immediately broke into several cracks. What's going on? Qin Jiala asked with his eyes. Other researchers also walked out of the laboratory one after another, but they turned a blind eye to the scene. Obviously, they had seen it many times and were not surprised. How terrible, Qin Jiala thought to himself. Is this the true face of Director Li? An old man with a weird temper and a love of lecturing people? Gu Hongyu did not express any opinion for a while. He remembered that when he went there in the morning, Director Li was not so fierce. I don't know what's going on now. He suddenly started to make things difficult for others. Don't mind it. Zhang Qing said, the director has this temper, but he is actually a very good person. When he said this, Director Li cursed angrily. Get out of here. Qin Jiala, Well, he's still a good person. This sentence now seems to have no persuasive power at all. It was not until Director Li had scolded and vented all his anger that he let the poor researcher leave. He picked up his tablet from the ground, held it in his arms, and ran away, looking like he was eager to escape from here. Director Li pressed the button on the wheelchair. Qin Jiala discovered that this wheelchair was not an ordinary wheelchair, and there were tracks installed on the wheels. She knew that this kind of track was for going uphill and other inconvenient places. The track rolled automatically and brought Director Li to them. Now, they could observe closely what kind of person Director Li, who had a bad temper and great ability, was. From the perspective of physiognomy, this was indeed a very mean old man. Because his lips were very thin, the corners of his lips were unnaturally downward, the corners of his eyes were upturned, and his nose was very high and straight. His facial features showed that he was a person with a bad temper and looked very good at making things difficult for others. Qin Jiala couldn't help but think of his former middle school math teacher, who seemed to have the same appearance, with a kind of terrifying aura. Actually, he wasn't very irritable, but just by looking at him, he could give students a subtle sense of pressure. The old man in front of him was the same. While they were observing Director Li, the old man was also observing them critically. He focused his eyes on Qin Jiala and Lin Zhonghao, then raised the corner of his mouth and squeezed out a few words. Is it a superpower? His voice was shrill and hoarse, with a hint of old age that old people have, and it didn't sound very pleasant. Qin Jiala was not surprised at the old man's observation ability. In the later stage, the superpowers were different from ordinary people, not only in terms of physique, but also in aura. If the old man didn't observe it at first glance, it would make them feel something was wrong. Not bad. The old man laughed strangely, narrowed his eyes, and shrugged his shoulders slightly. A few superpowers came. No wonder you were able to escape from that jungle, Director Li continued. You are indeed extraordinary. You? He stretched out a thin finger and pointed at Qin Jiala in the air. Your ability? Is it polite to ask someone about their ability in public? But the other party is the target of their mission, and the country's current talent. They must not be offended. Although Qin Jiala felt strange, He still answered very obediently, I am an ice-type ability user. Elemental. Directorly muttered to himself, as if he was lost in thought. His slender, dry fingers kept tapping on the armrests of the wheelchair, making a da-da-da sound. No one interrupted the old man's thinking, just as no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. How many superpowers are there in your team? The old man suddenly looked up, and there was something different in his eyes. Qin Jiala pointed at Lin Zhonghao and Sun Yang and said, one of them is body strengthening, and the other is earth-based. Great, great. Directorly muttered to himself, you three should come to my lab this afternoon. It seems like you can help me. Finally, when Gu Hongyu's eyes had dimmed, the old man seemed to finally remember him and mentioned Gu Hongyu. You come over later. Ding dong. If Gu Hongyu had a light bulb in his eyes, it should be fully powered up now. He was very disappointed just now. He thought he had been there for the whole morning, but the old man didn't remember him. Does it mean that he is not good enough in this aspect? Just when Gu Hongyu was regretting that he was just an ordinary researcher, Directorly finally showed mercy and mentioned him, as if by chance. No matter whether it was by chance or not, the fact that he was mentioned showed that he, Gu Hongyu, was not useless. So, the arrangement of the group was made. Lin Zhonghao, Qin Jiala, Sun Yang and Gu Hongyu went to help Directorly with his research. Chen Chen and Zhang Qing went to the training room together, and the remaining Wang Yiling could assist in the research in the institute and learn a lot at the same time. After finalizing the arrangement, several people took the elevator downstairs and went to the restaurant on the ground floor to eat. Directorly did not join them. The old man arrogantly pressed the switch of the wheelchair and returned to the research room alone. Qin Jiala also asked Zhang Qing about this. It's okay. Zhang Qing smiled and replied, if Directorly is hungry, he will come down to eat. He is like this. Once he starts doing research, he can't stop. At the beginning, when Zhang Qing was transferred to this institute, he still couldn't stand this old man. Because regardless of his ability, Mr. Li's temper is really bad. Once the research is not to his liking, or if others do a bad job, he will throw things and scold people. He is really a difficult old man. But after getting along for a long time, it can be found that although the old man has a bad temper, at least he is not a bad person. And it is certain that he is dedicated to researching better things. Although the overall learning atmosphere of the institute is very strong, there are also many people in the cafeteria. Most of the lunch today is vegetarian, including a dish of stewed tofu with Chinese cabbage. Zhang Qing did not eat with them, so Sun Yang expressed his dislike very directly. This is too vegetarian. Usually, when they were in other shelters, there would be some meat, and most places would have chickens or cattle and sheep. The tofu in front of him looked quite tempting, cut into white and tender cubes, rolling on the emerald green leaves. But no matter how good it looked, it was just a piece of tofu. Chen Chen scooped a spoonful with a spoon, put it in his mouth, chewed it twice, and said in surprise, "This is delicious." Sun Yang was very suspicious. "Are you saying this to trick me into eating?" "Who tricked you?" Chen Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Sun Yang's childish thoughts, and scooped another spoonful from the plate. When he ate again, his eyes narrowed. Sun Yang saw that Chen Chen looked very real, so he took a bite with some doubt. Unexpectedly, this ordinary-looking dish tasted so good. How should I put it? Although the seasoning was not much, the original fragrance of the two food ingredients was created. The bean fragrance of tofu and the fragrance of green vegetables were perfectly blended together. It's really delicious. Sun Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and finally overturned his thoughts before eating without logic. The spoon flew like flying, constantly attacking the few remaining dishes on the plate. "How is it? Are you used to it?" Zhang Qing was very fast, and had finished his meal and came over. Sun Yang's mouth was full of vegetables, and he nodded desperately. "This is so delicious. How did you do it?" He could swear that this was the best vegetarian dish he had ever eaten. Compared with this dish, meat dishes were not that important. Zhang Qing smiled slightly. "This is a specially invited chef. This city in the northwest region is very remote, and the location of the institute is not good, so the researchers are not very motivated. So we can only find a very good cook and comfort everyone verbally. The cook here was originally in the northwest base, but was transferred here because his cooking was so delicious." Ah! Hearing this, Qin Jiala couldn't help but look at the researchers around him, who were eating desperately. They seemed to enjoy the delicacies in front of them. It seems that this decision is very correct. At least everyone is eating happily. After eating and drinking, everyone returned to the dormitory to rest for a while, and prepared to go to Directorly. Before leaving, Chen Chen was reluctant to leave his friend. "Lulu, you must be careful." Qin Jiala was amused by his friend's expression, Director Lee is not a bad guy. Why are you so scared? Why is he not a bad guy? Chin Chin seemed to be furious, the attitude and tone of his speech, and I can't explain it clearly, anyway that feeling, it makes me shudder. Chin Chin felt scared the first time he saw this little old man. Good boy, you really think too much, Qin Jiala said. No matter what Chin Chin thought, they had to go to the old man's laboratory. Pushing the door open and walking in, they found that it was just as they imagined. All the instruments and equipment were complete and placed in a very regular manner. In the center of the laboratory, there was a round table, about 10 centimeters high, and I didn't know what it was used for. Gu Hengyu had been in the laboratory for a long time, waiting with surging emotions. After seeing Qin Jiala and the others come in, he immediately put a finger on his lips and made a hushed gesture to them. Director Lee is writing a research report. Let's wait a moment. Research report? Qin Jiala looked over curiously. In her impression, aren't research reports written by students or assistants? Why is Director Lee responsible for both research and report writing? For this question, Gu Hengyu can answer. The researcher you saw this morning is actually one of Director Lee's assistants. Director Lee doesn't really trust what his assistants write, so he has to do almost everything himself. Of course, the price of doing everything himself is that the old man's time seems to be more valuable than others. Once there is something unpleasant or unexpected, Director Lee will feel that it is beyond his expectations, so he will be furious. After hearing this, Qin Jiala felt that he still knew too little about those scientific research staff. Director Lee's back, leaning in front of the computer, looked thin and tired. There is no doubt that Director Lee looked so thin that only bones were left. The protruding bones of his shoulders could almost be seen through his work clothes. They waited for about half an hour. During this time, no one spoke. They respected Director Lee's work and tried not to disturb him. Half an hour later, Director Lee finally finished his work. He shook his arms, turned around and saw several people sitting together, and immediately scolded them. What are you all doing sitting there? Can't you see I'm busy? Qin Jiala shuddered at the sudden scolding, and didn't know what to do. Gu Hengyu had already jumped up quickly, got a glass of water from the water dispenser, and grabbed a small white bag, tore it open quickly, poured the powder in it, stirred it, and handed it to Director Lee. Director Lee glanced at Gu Hengyu sideways, praising his quick reaction, but he said nothing, just slowly drank the cup of tea. What on earth did Gu Hengyu put in it? Qin Jiala thought, could it be sugar? Chapter 234. Qin Jiala looked at the serious laboratory, and saw Director Lee seem to be fiddling with something. The old man was holding an extra-large syringe in his hand, and the needle tip was still shining with cold silver light, which looked very scary. What is that? Qin Jiala asked calmly, but there was still a hint of fear in his tone. Such a thick syringe, could it be prepared for himself? The old man laughed strangely, and the laughter was like rough sandpaper scraping against each other, which was very harsh. Don't worry, the old man said, this is for absorbing the potion, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Jiala was relieved after hearing this promise. Stand on the platform, Director Lee ordered. Qin Jiala walked up to the small platform in the middle of the room, waiting for her next instructions. Director Lee came to the operating table, tapped it a few times, and pressed a series of operating keys. From above Qin Jiala's head, the ceiling suddenly opened, revealing a black device. A transparent cylindrical protective cover descended from both sides of the device, but it lacked seals on both sides, and fell from the top of the head to the bottom, just locking Qin Jiala in. Qin Jiala, shock. What's going on? She originally thought that she might just stand on it to do some small investigations, or draw blood or something. But now, the situation seems a little wrong. Who would lock the experimental subject in a pipe? Qin Jiala had a bad premonition in his heart. Qin Jiala hammered one hand on the transparent wall, and looked at Director Lee inquiringly. Director Lee said nothing, and did not seem to be willing to explain the current situation. This scene was not only Qin Jiala who felt something was wrong, but even Gu Hengyu, who trusted Director Lee very much, stood up from the stool, took a few steps forward, and said hesitantly, Director Lee, this is not good, right? What are we going to do now? Director Lee looked at the operating table slowly, on which there was a perspective view of the scene in front of him. From the picture, we can see that Qin Jiala is being locked up inside. Gu Hengyu, Director Lee, what exactly are you doing? What data are you testing? In fact, we can just draw blood samples. Not enough. The old man's face darkened, and his expression finally changed a little. Do you know why people with special abilities won't be infected? Gu Hengyu felt his heart pounding, and he had a vague premonition that Director Lee seemed to be carrying out a very important, but extremely dangerous operation. Perhaps this experiment could indeed verify something, but at this moment, the one who was forced to carry out this experiment was his most trusted companion. Qin Jiala stood silently in the transparent pipe. She couldn't hear any sound from outside. She could only see Lin Zhonghao and the others standing up, as if they were yelling at Director Li. Sun Yan looked particularly excited, with his sleeves rolled up, wishing he could rush up and punch Director Li. Really too impulsive. Qin Jiala patted the transparent pipe hard, trying to get them to pay attention to her. But just like the people inside couldn't hear the sound outside, Lin Zhonghao and the others couldn't hear any sound Qin Jiala made. How could this happen? Qin Jiala felt a little weak in her legs, so she simply squatted down slowly. Although the pipe was very narrow, it was just right for her to sit down by herself. Outside, Lin Zhonghao's face turned cold, and he said to Director Li, "Director Li, I don't know how Mr. Zhang communicated with you. But I reiterate now that we are only here to connect with the task, and it has nothing to do with your experiment. If you don't tell us the details, we will be rude." After hearing these threats, Director Li did not feel angry, but laughed and said, "How dare a little kid threaten me?" He glanced at Lin Zhonghao and said nothing. Sun Yan was furious when he saw this old man. He didn't look like a good person, and now he was acting mysteriously, which made him unbearable. He didn't know why, but he felt that this old man was hiding a lot of things. Sun Yan glanced back, and he almost had a heart attack. I don't know when, a puff of smoke began to rise in the transparent pipe where Qin Jiala was imprisoned. The smoke was white and lightly permeated the pipe. Sun Yan didn't know what it was, but his first feeling told him that it must not be a good thing. Qin Jiala also felt very painful in the completely closed pipe. She first noticed these things in the pipe because they slowly rose from under her feet, and she didn't know which air vent they came from. Qin Jiala panicked immediately and hurriedly blocked the air vent with her fingers. But how could a person's fingers block it? The smoke that seemed to be there, and not there, ran out of more air vents, like the scene in Alice in Wonderland. But Qin Jiala didn't have Alice's curiosity to explore at this moment. She tried to hold her breath and slow down her breathing so that she could inhale less. But what exactly is this smoke? Could it be something that can kill people? Qin Jiala was horrified when she thought of this. But she quickly overturned this idea. If Director Li wanted to kill her, he should have had several opportunities to approach her. There was no need to kill her in such a blatant way at this time. As time went by, Qin Jiala felt more and more uncomfortable, unable to breathe in her throat, as if something was blocking it. Her whole body went limp, and one hand was weakly placed on the pipe wall, tapping it gently. In her mind, she wanted to hammer it hard, but her strength was rapidly draining away. To outsiders, it seemed that she had only touched it lightly with her hand. Qin Jiala's face turned purple, which was very scary, and dark marks began to appear on her exposed skin. She could clearly hear her heartbeat, thump, 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 not strong, but calling for help. During the last period of time when her brain was awake, she tried desperately to awaken the strength in her body and get out of this terrible experience. However, the smoke must be toxic. In just 2 minutes, Qin Jiala was almost unconscious. Sun Yang suddenly saw Qin Jiala submerged in the smoke. He ran over like crazy. Sister Lele. Others also reacted quickly and ran over there. Chen Chen threw a backhand punch directly at Director Li's face. Although she was very angry, she still controlled the strength of the punch and didn't go too far. Even so, Director Li's face was twisted by the punch, and he staggered to the ground. Chen Chen didn't let Director Li stay on the ground for too long. She stretched out her hand and lifted Director Li up. She said in a cold tone, "You'd better tell me quickly, what is the gas in there? What happened to Lele?" Ahem. Director Li coughed reluctantly. In his current state, he couldn't stand up at all. Only Chen Chen's hand holding his collar could prevent him from falling to the ground. Speak. Chen Chen was so angry that he wanted to punch Director Li in the face again. You don't, ahem, want to know. Director Li said this with a crazy light in his eyes. You don't understand. How many important things you have at hand. After Director Li finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with saliva, and spurted out. Chen Chen was indeed frightened by the blood. She thought she had controlled her strength, but she didn't expect that this punch still hurt the old man. Over there, Lin Zhonghao and the others were trying to open the pipe. But I don't know what material this pipe is made of. It doesn't look like metal, but it is much harder than metal. Lin Zhonghao directly pulled out a knife from his back. This knife was on everyone's body. It's just that the others didn't bring them here. Lin Zhonghao has always been vigilant, carrying his own weapons at all times. No. No! Director Li still had blood foam on his lips, But after seeing Lin Zhonghao's actions, he insisted on crawling over regardless of the wound on his face. He stretched out a hand and said tremblingly, "No." Sun Yang was angry and felt very incredible. At this time, "Are you still thinking about your damn experiment?" Director Li's eyes burst into a strong light, and he insisted, "It has nothing to do with the experiment. She has the future of mankind." The effect of this sentence was huge, and everyone was shocked by the emotions that burst out of this old man. Lin Zhonghao could feel that the so-called future of mankind was not just something Director Li said casually, and it seemed that he did have his basis. However, even if what Director Li said was true, Lin Zhonghao and the others could not care about anything else. These people all felt that even if Qin Jiala really had some magic medicine, they would never let anyone die. Lin Zhonghao's face turned cold, and he was about to swing the long knife in his hand without any hesitation. Crack! Several ice spikes appeared out of thin air from the transparent pipe, piercing the transparent pipe directly. Lin Zhonghao and the others were stunned, watching what happened in front of them, and even forgot the movements of their hands for a while. These ice spikes were like leaves of some plants, with strong penetrating power. Where they were penetrated, some spider web-like cracks appeared faintly on the transparent pipe. Bang! The transparent pipe suddenly exploded, and a cold airflow burst out from it. The force was so strong that it directly knocked over several people standing in the front. Gu Hengyu sat on the ground with one foot, shielding himself with his arms. Because there were also small pieces of ice in the wind and waves, he was afraid of being scratched by the ice. Lin Zhonghao was the first to react and ran to the front. "Jialo, what's going on? Are you okay?" In the pile of debris, ice and snow covered every inch of the ground. If everyone didn't know that it was just a room, they might really think that they had entered some kind of ice and snow world. Qin Jiala curled up, her arms tightly entangled together, completely surrounding herself. Her face was also covered with a light layer of frost. The corners of her mouth had begun to turn white and purple due to the low temperature, and she looked very fragile. Lin Zhonghao rushed forward, stepped over the residue, and hugged Qin Jiala tightly in his arms. "What is going on?" Qin Chen looked at the scene in front of him in shock, completely speechless. Director Li also slowly recovered at this time. He held the operating table with one hand and slowly climbed up. But because he still couldn't use his strength, half of his body was leaning on the operating table. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and revealed an unfathomable smile. It seems the experiment was successful. Qin Jiala was able to survive those gases. It turned out that the energy in his body was very huge, maybe even more than he imagined. When he thought of this, Director Li felt very excited. He waited for so long just to see this moment. He was right. Qin Jiala's body might contain a glimmer of hope for humanity to defeat the virus. Enough. Sun Yang clenched his fists and trembled all over. He just squatted down and took a look at Qin Jiala's physical condition. He found that he might have just gone into shock, but his heart was still beating. "What are you thinking, old man?" Sun Yang shouted angrily. "Do you really want her to die?" Doctor, what happened?" Some people broke in from outside. They heard some noise outside, but Director Li once said that no matter what kind of noise they heard outside, it was because he was doing an experiment, so don't come in to disturb him. These people were used to the strange noises in Director Li's laboratory, so they didn't come in at the first time. However, the noise inside was getting louder and louder. Several people thought that even if they broke in like this and would be scolded by Director Li, they had to take a good look to see what happened. As a result, as soon as I entered the door, I saw this scene. Those people who had just arrived at the institute were at one end of the laboratory. One of them was half squatting on the ground, holding someone in his arms. I don't know if he was unconscious. There was no movement at all. The others stood aside and looked at them as if they were facing a great enemy. What happened? And the mess on the ground? It seems that the laboratory has experienced an explosion or something. In short, the ground is a mess. "Doctor?" One of the young men who came in first exclaimed and found the doctor standing aside. Chapter 235. Their Director Li looked horrible. One side of his face was swollen, his hair and collar were messy, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been beaten. How could this happen? The young man leading the group was the assistant of Director Li, who was scolded by Qin Jiala and others outside not long ago. I don't know why he appeared here at this time. But this assistant obviously didn't take the lesson that Director Li had given him in the morning to heart. He still rushed over eagerly, helped Director Li up, and said worriedly, "Doctor, are you okay?" Qin Jiala hadn't woken up yet. His face was pale. Without a trace of blood, he lay fragilely in Lin Zhonghao's arms, his eyes tightly closed. The others were very angry, all standing together, surrounding Lin Zhonghao and Qin Jiala in the middle, glaring at the group of people who had just broken in. Director Li was now the villain in their minds, and if these researchers in front of them wanted to protect that old man, they would of course become their enemies. What did you do to the doctor? The young researcher glared at Lin Zhonghao. When they met before, he had already regarded Lin Zhonghao as the leader of their team, so now that something happened, of course, he had to find Lin Zhonghao to confront him first. What did we do? Qin Chen glanced at them with disdain. She was originally a very optimistic and cheerful girl, and she looked very kind, but at this time, she was full of anger towards these people, and it was impossible for her to talk to them in a nice way. When she decided to show her indifference, she could also become very mean. Why don't you ask your director? Our companion is now in a coma, and we don't know how his physical condition is. Shouldn't you be responsible? Yes. Sun Yang next to him also helped Qin Chen to say this. He originally thought that this group of people would ask what happened after they came in, but he didn't expect that they would go directly to the old man and even turn their spearheads to them. You need to give us an explanation, and send our companion to treatment as soon as possible. What's wrong? After hearing the report, Zhang Qing rushed over and strode in. He was even more surprised when he saw the mess in front of him, and the situation of two groups of people confronting each other. Wait. Is he dazzled? Why did he see that Lin Zhonghao was still holding the unconscious Qin Jiala in his arms? Zhang Qing glanced at the group of researchers opposite, who were obviously very nervous. The young leader, after seeing the look Zhang Qing gave him, pursed his lips and looked very reluctant, with an obvious attitude of non-cooperation. Zhang Qing frowned. He had not been in this institute for long, but he knew very well that although Director Li was very fierce to his assistants on the surface, he was very partial to them in his heart. Rather than saying that he was partial, it was better to say that Director Li was a person who cherished geniuses. The leading researcher was a genius among geniuses. So Director Li regarded him so important, right? And now, this scene of confrontation between the two sides. No matter what Director Li was doing in secret, he was sure that Qin Jiala must have been injured by some experiment, which led to his current state. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards Lin Zhonghao and the others with a blank expression. After seeing this scene, the members of the action team, who were all a little nervous, were relieved. A few seconds ago, they had been worried whether Zhang Qing would consider their situation. After all, the other party was still a member of the institute, and it seemed that he had a good relationship with Director Li, but if Zhang Qing wanted to bend his elbow inward, they couldn't say anything. But fortunately, Zhang Qing finally chose them. He walked to Lin Zhonghao, stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Jiala's wrist. He checked it for a while, and was immediately surprised by the cold temperature from his fingertips. What's going on? Superpower riot. Lin Zhonghao, superpower riot is. Zhang Qing's expression became serious. He took out the communication from his pocket, pressed a few keys, and then put the communication to his mouth to make a call. Others could not hear what was said on the other end of the call. They only knew that Zhang Qing said quickly, I know, okay, send someone over as soon as possible. Zhang Qing closed the communication and said to Lin Zhonghao seriously, Qin Jiala's problem is not serious, don't worry. I think it may just be an ordinary supernatural riot. He had seen similar situations before, and it would be fine if he rested and recuperated. The communication just now was to the medical team here. Regardless of what happened here, the most important thing is to save the people first. Supernatural riot. Hee hee. While they were talking, Director Li laughed. Every laugh he made seemed to come from his throat, not like a normal person's laughter from the bottom of his heart, like a crow flying out of a dark forest, screaming to warn people who are about to enter the forest. Can't you see it? Director Li's eyes were sinister, with a little madness from the experiment just now. She is the person we have been looking for. She may be able to help us crack the virus. Gu Hengyu suddenly shuddered. He found that he seemed to have lost sight of this director. Maybe he was really powerful, had rich professional knowledge, and maybe even more experienced, but now, he had become a complete old madman, and what he said sounded incredible to him. Zhang Qing's face turned cold. Director Li, maybe you should go and rest. He really didn't understand why Director Li insisted so much. The most important thing was that these young people in the action team were assigned tasks by the headquarters. As a result, on the first day, this old madman knocked someone out. How could he explain this? Qin Chen shouted. No! This man hurt Lei under the banner of experiment. How can we just let it go like this? She thought Zhang Qing was a reasonable person, but she didn't expect that he would say such things now. Is he evading responsibility? Zhang Qing frowned. He didn't expect these young people to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that if he came forward, the matter might be resolved. Looking at Director Li's face, he knew that he must have suffered a lot. However, it would not benefit anyone if he continued to be so stubborn. Listen to me. Zhang Qing had no choice but to say, believe me, Qing Jiala will be fine. Director Li is old, and he still has the current research results in his hands. Even the country dare not do anything to him. Zhang Qing's implication was that Chen Chen should stop caring about it. Qing Jiala was only the leader of an action team after all, but the person opposite him was a national treasure-level doctor. The two really couldn't be compared. Chen Chen bit her lower lip tightly, looking like she wanted to get angry, but Zhang Qing's words also made her hesitate. Lin Zhonghao stepped forward at this time and gave the two people a way out. Forget it, let's leave it like this for now. But we must know why Director Li did this afterwards. Instead of lecturing others, it is better to quickly figure out the reason for doing so. Zhang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a more sensible person here who knew not to bother with him at this time. He turned his head and waved to the researchers seriously, meaning that they should take Director Li away to treat his wounds. It seemed that Director Li was not seriously injured, so they should be able to treat it themselves. The young researcher also understood what Zhang Qing meant by this gesture. He did not dare to delay any longer and took Director Li away with the others. Zhang Qing heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. No matter what, let's solve this matter first. Gu Hongyu, Mr. Zhang. Director Li. Gu Hongyu was angry and a little sad. He finally found a teacher who might help him improve, but this happened. Qing Jiala was hurt. He didn't know what to do next. Can he continue to trust him like this? Zhang Qing replied, I don't know what to say, but Director Li has always been like this. When we talked about doing experiments before, we were never as crazy as today. I don't know what Qing Jiala cares about, and he can't even forget the state of injury just now. Lin Zhonghao's eyes are cold. Even if it's an experiment, don't do it on people. He doesn't care about the future. He knows that the most important thing now is to keep Director Li. After he perfects the sample, he will quickly complete this task and hand it over to the headquarters. Zhang Qing sighed, this matter. I am also responsible. Sorry, I really didn't know that Director Li would do such a thing. If he had known that this old man was so crazy, he would have stopped him. Although Zhang Qing didn't say it, he had his own reasons for being friendly to the little ghosts in front of him. Later, the medical team arrived quickly. When they came, they were slightly surprised by Qing Jiala's condition, probably because they had never seen such a violent riot of superpowers. Chen Chen asked nervously, she'd be fine, right? The medical team nodded, don't worry, it'd be fine. Although they are in a research institute, there are a few people with special abilities, all of whom have special abilities in their brains. They have also experienced special abilities riots, which is already handy for them. The medical team laid Qing Jiala on the ground and began to mix various liquid medicines. Zhang Qing saw that they were all very nervous and comforted them. Don't worry too much. The people here are transferred from the main base and are very experienced. Main base. Lin Zhonghao frowned suddenly when he heard these three words. He had not been very interested in this main base since a long time ago. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this place symbolizes the center of home now, with the best technology and medical level. It is said that the environment of this base is very strict, and the entry of outsiders is strictly verified, and no one who may carry the virus will be allowed to enter. For those other survivors, this main base is even more noble. After entering the base, as long as you work hard, it can be said that it is very safe. Before the virus is resolved, there is nothing to worry about. But these three words weighed heavily on their hearts. Since the headquarters attaches so much importance to this place, including medical staff and security personnel, it means. Lin Zhonghao suddenly felt that his head began to hurt like a needle, and he could not continue to think. After professional treatment by medical staff, 4 black cloth bags were tied to Qing Jiala's limbs. Chen Chen looked at those things curiously, and wanted to reach out to touch them, but was immediately stopped by the medical staff. It's for heating, he said, it will be very hot. Chen Chen quickly withdrew his hand, as if the teacher had discovered his little tricks in school, smiled awkwardly, and said, so, that's it. The medical staff wore masks and seemed to have little patience, but still tried to explain to Chen Chen, her body temperature is too low now. If she relies solely on other physical methods to raise the temperature, it will be too slow. If this temperature is transmitted to the heart or brain, it will not work. So we try to use a faster method. The things worn on Qing Jiala's hands will increase the temperature in a short period of time, penetrate into the skin, and increased the temperature of the human body. After this thing was invented, it was basically not used. These medical staff did not expect to encounter it at this time, but fortunately there are still some here, which can be used. Sure enough, after wearing these things, the frost on Qin Jiala's body has slowly begun to melt and turned into water and flowed down. The medical staff said, after her body temperature rises, take her to change clothes. If she is wet all over, she might catch a cold. Lin Zhonghao nodded and gestured to Qin Qin, meaning that this kind of work was left to her. Qin Qin nodded, indicating that he understood. How long will it take? The medical staff looked at the time and said lightly, 10 minutes. Qin Qin thought, fortunately Wang Yilin is not here now. If he is here, he will definitely be able to study these things for a long time. Zhang Qing, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Lin Zhonghao, many things can't be ended by saying I didn't expect it. This sentence of his put half of the blame for Qin Jiala's injury on Zhang Qing. But it makes sense. If Zhang Qing hadn't asked them to accompany directly to do these experiments, I'm afraid they wouldn't be like this now. What's more, as the contact person for their mission this time, Zhang Qing actually has a certain responsibility. Zhang Qing's face was a little embarrassed. This. Chapter 236. At this tense moment, Qin Jiala suddenly woke up. She moved her arms, slowly opened her eyes, and looked around in confusion. Qin Qin squatted nervously beside her, holding Qin Jiala's hand, and felt that there was no longer that kind of cold and unusual temperature from her body. Lele, are you okay? She had to make sure that Qin Jiala was a normal person now. What if she'd lost her memory, or became a fool because of this superpower riot? Qin Jiala insisted on moving and said, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, and had no strength in my body. No, it's not that I have no strength. It's better to say that there is a force running rampant in my body, as if it wants to break through my skin and clamor to go to the outside world. This colliding force made Qin Jiala feel very uncomfortable, and she frowned tightly. Jiala? Lin Zhonghao noticed that Qin Jiala's face was not right, and thought that she felt uncomfortable because her body had not recovered yet. Qin Jiala wanted to say that she wanted to vomit, because the familiar nausea had rushed directly to her throat. She wanted to cover her mouth and control herself from being so embarrassed, but how could she control her physiological reaction? Qin Jiala's body trembled violently, and she vomited with a wow. Oh my god! Everyone watched Qin Jiala spit out a large mouthful of black blood, and the corner of her clothes stained by the blood immediately turned black. Qin Qin was almost frightened. Her friend seemed to be in good condition just now. Why did she have such a situation now? In her eyes, vomiting blood was a very serious matter. Lin Zhonghao was calmer. He pulled the medical staff and asked seriously and anxiously, why is this happening? Didn't they say she is fine? The medical staff also seemed to be panicking. They had done a small examination before, and the various examination data on the girl in front of them showed that she was fine. But why? They had seen many cases of superpower riots before, and they were able to get enough control after the inspection personnel arrived. But why was there an exception now? Zhang Qing said calmly, carry him to the operating room. It's cleaner there. Give him a thorough check first. Gu Hengyu, directorly. He suddenly said this, and no one understood what was going on. All they could see was that Gu Hengyu's face suddenly became very ugly, his lips tightly pressed together, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Directorly. Gu Hengyu said with difficulty, he did this experiment. He must know something. Since even the medical staff can't solve the problem, Directorly must be able to understand it. He has been engaged in this research for a long time, and his understanding of superpowers must be no less than that of medical staff. Yes. Qin Qin slapped his head. Send Lele to the operating room first, and then we will find Directorly. Damn, this Directorly must have a big secret. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let him disappear so quickly. I would have caught him and asked him clearly. They quickly sent Qin Jiala to the operating room. Qin Jiala fainted again after spitting out blood, and his face looked even worse than before. On the way, he suddenly saw Wang Yilin running over. He was running out of breath, and immediately braked when he saw his companions. What's going on? I heard. Directorly seemed to have had an argument with us. Then, Wang Yilin saw Qin Jiala on the stretcher, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he immediately took a breath. Qin Jiala? What happened to her? What happened? Wang Yilin quickly thought of what he had heard, that the team members had a conflict with Directorly, and said nervously, no way, that old man is so powerful? He thought that Qin Jiala and Directorly had a fight, but he didn't expect that it was Qin Jiala who was injured and unconscious. I heard that Directorly was fine except for a minor injury. Chin Chin rolled his eyes in anger. I explain it to you later. After they sent Qin Jiala to the operating room, everyone else left. Although everyone wanted to stay in the operating room to help or see Qin Jiala's condition, the medical staff firmly refused them, saying that the patient needed a quiet environment. Several people had to go outside, and Wang Yilin surrounded them anxiously. What happened? Why was Qin Jiala injured? He now urgently wanted to know the truth of the matter. Lin Zhonghao briefly introduced the whole story to Wang Yilin. After listening to it, Wang Yilin felt angry and incredible. How could he do such a thing? Are you kidding me about human life? What on earth are those gases? Even he found it incredible. This Director Li was so crazy. Did he not care about Qin Jiala's life or death? After sending Qin Jiala back to the operating room, Zhang Qing opened the communication and contacted Director Li. To their surprise, Director Li was almost waiting for this communication, and could not wait to answer it. Director Li in the video looked very haggard. He was lying on a chair. The researchers only left the young assistant. Director Li was holding an ice pack and applying it to his face. Others could only see the other half of Director Li's face. Ahem. How is that girl? Director Li asked. He spoke in a strange way, probably because the injured half of his face was too painful. When he spoke, the corners of his mouth would pull the muscles of his face, causing him pain. Sun Yang looked furious. If it wasn't uncivilized, he would have cursed. Zhang Qing saw that Sun Yang wanted to get it off his chest, so he immediately rushed in front of him and said, after Qin Jiala woke up, he vomited blood and passed out again. He is still in the operating room. Director Li, I respect you as a national doctor, so I didn't let these kids do anything impulsive. But now, we'd better be honest with each other. His words were quite threatening, and even the assistant next to Director Li could hear it. The assistant frowned tightly, and looked at the other end of the video call unhappily. Zhang Qing didn't care what this little assistant thought of him. He didn't even glance at him. Those gases. Director Li said slowly, I developed a concentrated mist virus. What? This fact made everyone's eyes widen, and they couldn't believe what they heard. Zhang Qing was even more angry. Do you know what you are talking about? What virus? How dare you bring the virus? For a moment, Zhang Qing felt that he did not have the ability to speak clearly, because he felt that Director Li had too many questions to ask. Lin Zhonghao, have you researched a real virus? This question hit the nail on the head. Even Director Li's assistant may not know about this matter, but just looked at Director Li with a very surprised look. Yes. Director Li laughed strangely, as if he had received some reward. He did not feel any regret for the wrong things he had done, and still said very proudly, yes, I said it. Except for those culprits, I am the only one in the country who can do this. Of course, what he researched is not a real virus, but from the current level, it is very close. Zhang Qing's face was very ugly. Do you know what you are talking about? The country's task for you is to study serum, but you secretly created a virus? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? No wonder this old man stays in the laboratory day after day and never lets anyone in. What do you know? Director Li glanced at Zhang Qing with contempt, which made Zhang Qing even more angry, but Director Li didn't care. Only by understanding the opponent first can you defeat the opponent. Just like leading troops to fight in ancient times, if you don't understand the opponent, how can you attack? Although others were very angry about Director Li's behavior, they had to admit that what he said made sense. Chin Chin, then why did you release the virus on Lei? Is it because she is a superpower that she will not be infected? Now, whenever she thinks of Qin Jiala being surrounded by a real virus, she can't help but tremble. Director Li was silent for a few seconds, and then he said, I think elemental superpowers have genes that can resist viruses. This conjecture is the first time for others to hear it. Zhang Qing, do you have any basis? Director Li smiled lazily. That concentration of virus is equivalent to dozens of zombies biting her at the same time. If she didn't have strong genes in her body, how could she not be infected by the virus? Qin Jiala was not the first elementalist he had met. There was one before, but it was obvious that the experiment failed. As for what happened to that person later, Director Li didn't intend to mention it. Anyway, even if he said it, it would only waste everyone's time and increase panic. Zhang Qing fell silent. He originally thought that Director Li was just out of the blue, but now it seems that he should have been prepared for it. If Qin Jiala is really that special, should this matter be told to others? Well, but it's just my personal guess now. Director Li changed the subject and suddenly talked about another aspect. How is she now? Chen Chen said unhappily, in a coma. Director Li didn't seem to be worried at all, but smiled and said, it's okay, she will be fine, it's just a matter of time. After the call ended, Director Lee's assistant said to him, "Doctor, what you just said." Although he was nominally Director Lee's assistant, he found that he actually knew nothing. For example, as mentioned just now, does Qin Jiala really have that kind of magical power? When the assistant thought of this, he actually began to worry vaguely. If Qin Jiala has such a secret, then who is she? Will other people who know this do something terrible to her? The assistant turned his head to look at Director Lee, and found that his eyes were deep and gloomy with an indescribable feeling. Even though he often followed Director Lee, he rarely saw him with such an expression. The assistant couldn't help but be startled and quickly shifted his sight. Although Director Lee said so, when they returned to the operating room and saw Qin Jiala's pale cheeks on the screen outside, they couldn't help but worry. Chen held both hands on the window, his eyes anxious. Lin Zhonghao and Zhang Qing stood together and said, "Mr. Zhang, no matter what the result is this time, I hope you can keep it confidential." Zhang Qing knew that Lin Zhonghao was referring to what Director Lee had just said, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The boy in front of him was so cunning that he even thought of this, including the threatening feeling he exuded now. It seems that if he didn't promise here, something might happen. Fortunately, Zhang Qing himself didn't care much about what the future of the world would be like. He decided to throw out his chips at this time, and make a deal with the young people in front of him. "Do you know why I was sent here?" Zhang Qing asked with a wry smile. Lin Zhonghao frowned slightly, wondering why Zhang Qing brought up this matter at this time. Was it important? Or did he just want to change the subject? Zhang Qing seemed to not notice Lin Zhonghao's expression, immersed in his own little world, and continued, "In fact, I was supposed to go out and kill zombies and fight bloody battles like you. But because I made a small mistake in my original organization, I was sent here. Everyone knows that there will be no danger here. This crazy Director Lee has developed a drug for mutant plants. If this area is cleared, there will be no danger at all. Researchers like them can continue their research here safely, and nothing will happen." Zhang Qing also knew that being sent here might be a punishment for himself, but he was still unwilling to accept it. He didn't believe that such a capable person like himself would fall to such a level. Until the attack some time ago, Zhang Qing had not expected that Director Lee actually had something important in his hands. Although the most important things were not taken away, the project of the Institute was still damaged. After this incident, Zhang Qing received an order from above, saying that he was not doing his job well. Zhang Qing gritted his teeth secretly, and he was actually very uncomfortable. Until he saw Lin Zhonghao and the others coming over. Chapter 237. Zhang Qing secretly wondered if Lin Zhonghao and his group were the helpers sent by God. When he needed help the most, they actually came. He could see that the young men in front of him were extraordinary and must be quite capable. Among them, there were even 3 people with special abilities. Zhang Qing wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to avenge his previous shame and wipe out this hateful cute company in one fell swoop. This great achievement would definitely make up for the small mistakes he made. Therefore, facing the incident that just happened, Zhang Qing was able to remain calm and find the balance between the two parties, trying not to offend either side. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhonghao actually said such words in person, asking him not to leak them out, which still surprised him a little. Because this means that the two parties are already standing on the same platform and can communicate fairly. Zhang Qing did not hide his greed and said directly, "I hope you could also do me a favor. Let's make a deal with each other." Because they had just met each other, trust had probably not been established for a while. So, it was not just Lin Zhonghao who did not trust Zhang Qing, but vice versa. Seeing the ambition in Zhang Qing's eyes, Lin Zhonghao could not help but frown. What is it? Faced with such a request, of course, he could not agree to it first. He must first know what he was going to do. Zhang Qing directly proposed this matter. "You and our two sides work together to solve this company." He didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he might as well put forward his request to save everyone from guessing. Cube Medical? Lin Zhonghao was slightly surprised. To be honest, he really didn't expect Zhang Qing to make such a request. This is different from what he said before. Originally thought that as long as he could resist this attack, he didn't expect. "Do you have any personal grudges?" Lin Zhonghao was a little confused. Apart from personal grudges, he really couldn't think of any other reasons. "Not really." Zhang Qing hesitated for a moment, but still said, "This matter is very important to me. If it is done well, I will definitely be able to return to my original position." He already has 3 stars on his shoulders. Maybe just this one thing can make him rise to the top. Zhang Qing didn't want to hide his ambition, especially in front of his partners. Although Lin Zhonghao looked young, he could feel that this young man was not that simple. What Lin Zhonghao didn't understand was why Zhang Qing had to go to such great lengths to return to his original position. Maybe he had no ambition, or maybe they had different positions. But it didn't sound difficult, and it might be worth considering. The most important thing was that Qin Jiala was in a dangerous situation. When they heard Director Li's words, they were the only ones there, which meant that as long as Zhang Qing didn't tell anyone, no one else would know about it. Lin Zhonghao was a little annoyed. If they had known it would turn out like this, they should have contacted Director Li privately and stopped Zhang Qing from getting involved in the matter. Zhang Qing was full of confidence. He could foresee that Lin Zhonghao would not say no to his request. However, Lin Zhonghao did not agree immediately, but said, "I can't decide this matter myself." He also wanted to ask Sun Yang and others for their opinions. If they disagreed, it would be useless for him to insist on his own way. Zhang Qing nodded with a smile on his face. Of course, if there is a result. Lin Zhonghao, I will tell you. This is too dark. In the lounge next to the operating room, Sun Yang slammed the table and said indignantly. Unfortunately, the table was too fragile. The thin layer of glass on it was slapped by Sun Yang, revealing several cracks. This showed that Sun Yang had indeed used a lot of strength, which was enough to show that he was angry. Gu Hengyu looked at Sun Yang speechlessly. Since this kid joined the action team, he could clearly see the youthful aura of not admitting defeat in him, but he was always so bluffing, often scaring people. Can you calm down? Aren't we discussing this? What are you discussing? Sun Yang blew his beard and glared. Both people in this institute are not good people. One wants to kill Sister Lele, and the other wants to take advantage of the situation. What kind of institute is this? Why does it sound so wrong? Could it be a black organization? Qin Chen was anxious. Keep your voice down. What if there is surveillance here? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Zhang Qing's men heard it? They definitely say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Gu Hengyu waved his hand. There's nothing wrong here, I've checked it. Unless there's a very small pinhole camera, but I don't think anyone would be so perverted as to install one in a lounge like this, right? Lin Zhonghao, we have no other choice. Regardless of whether what Director Li said is true or not, if this statement is spread out, someone might have some improper thoughts and want to attack Qin Jiala. It won't be like that. Sun Yang immediately said nervously, with so many of us, can't we protect her? Besides, Sister Lele is also very powerful. Qin Chen thought that what Lin Zhonghao said made sense. Qin Jiala is indeed powerful, but she is not a Superman. Even if she is a Superman, she will have her own weaknesses. Maybe being on guard can prevent it for a while, but there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. There are only a few of them. They can't take turns to protect Qin Jiala 24 hours a day, right? Even if it was her, she probably wouldn't be willing to do it. Just thinking this, Wang Yilin said everything she was thinking. It's impossible. Although Qin Jiala is very powerful, she is not omnipotent. As long as others have this idea, they can always find an opportunity. Sun Yang was choked. He couldn't find a place to refute, and he had to say that Wang Yilin made sense. But, Sun Yang was not convinced. He didn't like Zhang Qing. Sister Lele was already injured, and he was making these unreasonable demands at this time, which was really too much. No way. Gu Hengyu said slowly, we had to agree. At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly knocked, and a little nurse with long hair walked in. She had her hair loose, and brought the smell of her perfume in as soon as she entered the door, which was a rose scent that made people feel drowsy. Her eyes were locked on someone in the room, and then she smiled sweetly and said, the patient has woken up, you can go and see him. It turns out that Qin Jiala has woken up. Everyone was very happy. Sun Yang and Gu Hengyu were the first to run out. Lin Zhonghao was about to leave, when he felt a strange sight behind him. Lin Zhonghao turned around, and his eyes met Qin Chen's. Lin Zhonghao, what's wrong? He was so familiar with this strange expression on Qin Chen's face. Usually, there were things that Qin Chen noticed, but he didn't realize. Although I am in a hurry to check on Qin Jiala's condition, but... Qin Chen looked at Lin Zhonghao, and then looked at the strange-looking nurse at the door. Really, a nurse is a nurse. Is it necessary to pull the collar down so low? With such a height difference, wouldn't she be able to see everything if she lowered her head? Qin Chen was a little angry. Why is it that even at this doomsday, a woman's eyes always fall into Lin Zhonghao's collar, and Lin Zhonghao didn't realize it at all? Qin Chen was very upset for his friend. This kind of mentality is like liking a certain couple. You watch these two people get to know each other, their feelings warm up, and finally they are together. After watching this process, you will decide that these two people must be together, and all other people who want to break them up are not good people. Lin Zhonghao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Chen looked at him like this, and he couldn't leave. What's going on? Qin Chen sighed. Seeing that Lin Zhonghao didn't understand what was going on, she couldn't explain it now, so she could only say, let's go first. Lin Zhonghao was confused. When he walked to the door, the nurse deliberately tilted her body, her hair naturally slid down her shoulders, and the strong perfume on her neck was about to emit. Unfortunately, Lin Zhonghao seemed to have not noticed it at all, and hurriedly left the door without even a glance. The nurse was stunned. She had never expected that she would be treated like this. It was like she was slapped twice in the face. Qin Chen walked to the nurse, glanced at her collar with contempt, and said very bluntly, "You'd better save it." The nurse's face was blue and white, partly because she was angry, and partly because she didn't achieve her goal, and was ridiculed for a while. Qin Chen mastered this kind of contemptuous look very well, and didn't give her a chance to breathe. He just glanced at her coldly, making her feel very uncomfortable. She always thought she was good-looking, and she knew how to dress up, so she was always sought after by men. After coming to this place, she didn't expect that all the men here were dull and old-fashioned. Even if they were interested in her, she didn't bother to pay attention. I didn't expect such a handsome guy to come these 2 days. She dressed up specially, but she didn't expect the handsome guy to be unmoved. What's going on? The little nurse was almost angry to death. Just when she wanted to refute Qin Chen's words, the man had already walked away. She could only stamp her feet fiercely and said, "What's so great? I don't believe it." With her charm, could she not be able to do anything to a man? In the operating room, Qin Jiala had indeed woken up. Her face was not as pale as before, but she looked quite lively and in good spirits. When Lin Zhonghao and Qin Chen arrived, Qin Jiala was already holding a cup of hot water in her hand, drinking it in small sips. Lulu. Qin Chen was so excited that he rushed over and hugged Qin Jiala. "Are you really okay?" Qin Jiala nodded with a smile on his face. "Not only am I okay, I feel very good." The supernatural power in her body was completely renewed. She had never felt such energy in her body before. It was surging and boiling, like a plant that had drunk enough water. Every vein on the leaves was filled with vigorous vitality. No way. Qin Chen released the hug and looked at his friend in surprise. He found that the healthy look on his friend's face was indeed not fake. "How can this be?" Qin Jiala shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe the gas opened the ren and do meridians in my body at some point. It's hard to say. After all, there are often such plots in martial arts novels, such as the protagonist suddenly hits his head, and then opens a certain hidden superpower in his body." "Nothing happened?" Qin Jiala asked. She wanted to know that nothing unexpected happened when she was unconscious. But it seems that everyone is worried, so something must have happened. Lin Zhonghao, one thing. Lin Zhonghao recounted the entire conversation just now, including Zhang Qing's proposal to them, and the inferences made by Director Li. "What do you think?" Lin Zhonghao asked. Although he didn't think Qin Jiala would really care about what Zhang Qing thought, this was a team activity after all. After listening, Qin Jiala was silent for a while, and said nothing. But not long after, she had digested all the news by herself, and said to her companions, "If this is the case, then let's help Zhang Qing." But Sun Yang was the first to raise objections. "Sister Lele, can you trust someone who takes advantage of the situation? He is in your hands." This is what he couldn't get over. What if this person secretly planned something bad and ended up pitting Qin Jiala? "I know." Qin Jiala interrupted Sun Yang very patiently. "But if you ask me, Zhang Qing's attitude is very sincere. Since he has stated his purpose, it is equivalent to showing us a trump card. Such a cooperative opponent can be trusted." Hearing that even Qin Jiala said this, Sun Yang felt that he had no choice. "Then what should we do?" Sun Yang said reluctantly. "Didn't he ask us to go find him after we get the results?" Qin Jiala said very calmly, "Just go." Everyone looked at each other, and had to agree. Qin Jiala suddenly smiled and said, "Besides, Cuter Medical is not a good person. We are doing this half to punish evil and promote good." Originally, Zhang Qing only told them to stop this group of people and protect the most important samples, but now he has changed his mind, but it will not delay the final result. Chapter 238. Since no one objected, the matter was finalized. Lin Zhonghao contacted Zhang Qing and told him about this. Zhang Qing had long expected that Lin Zhonghao and the others would agree. It was a sure win for both reason and emotion. He laughed heartily on the other end of the communication, with a little bit of the joy of guessing. In this case, please pay more attention in the next few days. It was unclear when the other party would attack, But what was certain was that they could not give up even a little bit before they completely dealt with this group of people. Just as Lin Zhonghao was about to hang up the phone, Qin Jiala sat on the bed and gestured to him with his fingers, as if he wanted to tell him something. Lin Zhonghao was puzzled for 2 seconds, and suddenly he understood what Qin Jiala wanted him to say. So he asked, "We met someone who attacked us at night on the way to the institute." Lin Zhonghao described what happened that night, and Qin Jiala breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Zhonghao said. She just wanted to know the identity of the people that night. At first, they wondered if they were from the M organization, but after thinking about it, and seeing what happened here, they thought, could it be that the people from Cud Medical knew about their existence and didn't want them to help, so they took action? If it wasn't them, Qin Jiala really couldn't think of who else would have struck them at this time. Under the current situation, the world has basically stabilized. Zombies and various mutated plants and animals have formed one faction, and the other faction is the survivors. Because there are too many zombies, they have no good way to deal with them. Although large weapons can kill zombies, they will also damage the environment in which they live. Once nature has been irreversibly damaged, it will take a very long time for it to recover naturally. Are humans going to live underground like this for the rest of their lives? Zhang Qing on the other side hesitated for a while, and said, "According to what you said, it may be someone from Cud Medical. Have you had contact with them before? Otherwise, why would they find you?" He couldn't guess the other party's intention. Lin Zhonghao answered vaguely, "We fought once." Zhang Qing, maybe they thought you were a threat, right? What happened to that person later? Was he dealt with? I hope you can do a good job of cleaning up the mess. This group of people is very cunning. After saying a few simple words, Lin Zhonghao ended the call. He could tell that Zhang Qing probably didn't know the other party's background. He thought too simply, and only regarded this company as a springboard for him to restore his original identity. Zhang Qing might not know anything about the other structures of Cud Medical. Qin Jiala saw Lin Zhonghao's face, and knew that this call would not produce any results, and he couldn't help but feel very disappointed. If there is no clue, let's just focus on the current matter for the time being. Wang Yilin suggested, "What do we need to do now?" "Patrol." Lin Zhonghao answered his question. Zhang Qing said that the other party is likely to take advantage of us and attack when we don't expect it. Director Lee's samples are almost finished, and the other party may launch a sneak attack in the next few days. We need to be prepared at any time. Okay. Since there was no result for what he wanted to ask, Qin Jiala accepted this fact very naturally. Instead of dwelling on the past problems, it is better to start now. Do we have a specific division of labor? Lin Zhonghao, one person guards one place. He turned to Gu Hengyu. The map here should have been sent to you. Open it and take a look. Gu Hengyu scratched his head and turned on the watch on his wrist. His watch was different from others, with some additional projection functions. A small red dot appeared on the small square screen. Gu Hengyu clicked on the small red dot, which was the panoramic map of the institute. He quickly clicked on the screen and projected the map in the air. The light blue lines are straight and powerful, forming the structure of this small research institute. This map is very comprehensive, including every pipeline, every storage room, even if it is only a few square meters, are marked in detail on it. Interestingly, even some plants in the room are written on it. Although I don't know what these are used for, it seems that this map is indeed complicated enough. So detailed. Qinshan sighed. It seems that Zhang Qing really wants our help. Even such an important map can be taken out, which means that they are already regarded as teammates. Sun Yang hummed reluctantly twice. Even he had to admit that Zhang Qing was indeed on their side. Gu Hengyu enlarged the map and turned it to a suitable direction. Lin Zhonghao said, "Wang Yilin and Gu Hengyu should stay in the laboratory. You know the situation. Well, maybe you will be better at getting along with researchers." Wang Yilin smiled and nodded. "Leave it to me." When he was at the base, he had been with those old-fashioned researchers. Lin Zhonghao continued, "Other places." His finger passed through the middle of the map. Because of his finger, the light blue lines were directly reflected on people's skin after being penetrated. It looked very interesting. Sun Yang, stay on the dormitory floor. As a mobile staff, tell us if there is any situation. Sun Yang pouted. He felt that his task seemed too easy. There are only dormitories down there. What important situation can there be? Besides, when it comes to mobility, isn't it just a universal brick? It's the kind that can be moved wherever it's needed. Qin Jiala, your ability is suitable for defense. If there is a need to evacuate, you must protect these researchers. Sun Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Qinshan stays in the materials room, Jiala in the weapons room, and Zhang Qing, and I will guard Director Li and his laboratory," Lin Zhonghao said. "The samples in the laboratory are more important, and protecting Director Li is also important, so he plans to go with Zhang Qing. As long as they can guard Director Li's side, the pressure in other places should not be too great." Everyone nodded. Lin Zhonghao, "Let's decide this first. Everyone must stay in the position where they are supposed to patrol, and don't move around. We don't know the number of the enemy, and we don't know how they will attack. All we can do is defend. However, from the perspective of defense alone, they already have an advantage." After resting at night, everyone gathered outside the next morning. Zhang Qing rarely changed into a military uniform, which should be the clothes he wore when he was working before. The base color is black, but the cuffs, collar and buttons have golden piping threads. It seems that the Special Operations team not only looks at the ability of the members, but also highlights the spirit in the clothing. After Zhang Qing changed into the military uniform, he looked completely different. Yesterday, he was just a middle-aged man with a lot of momentum in his casual clothes, but today he looks like a soldier. Chen Chen smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang looks very special today. This military uniform is so handsome." Zhang Qing smiled slightly. "This is just considering that we need to integrate our postures now. Maybe we can feel it after changing clothes." During this time in the institute, Zhang Qing did not relax his training at all. Not only physically, but also mentally, he was ready to rush to the front line sooner or later, so this military uniform was not out of place at all. "Have you finished your division of labor?" Zhang Qing asked. Lin Zhonghao nodded. "That's good." Zhang Qing's face showed a determined look. "We must succeed this time." However, when everyone started their work with great ambition, they found that the work of guarding these places was too boring. Qin Jiala did praise it for a while, when he came to the weapons room. Although it is just a research institute, the country still attaches great importance to this place. Not only are there some rare machetes, but also some guns that have never been seen before. It's just a pity that there is no ammunition nearby and no targets to shoot. Otherwise, Qin Jiala would definitely try out all the weapons here one by one, but now, these guns can only be hung on the wall as a decoration. This feeling of excitement lasted only about an hour, and after an hour, Qin Jiala began to feel bored. Although the weapons hanging on the wall here are indeed very exciting, it is a very disappointing thing to just put them there without any place to use them. Even if Qin Jiala is responsible, this kind of aimless waiting is really boring. Not only did she think so, Chen Chen and the others also expressed the same opinion during lunch. A room full of materials. I don't know what they are. I can only stare at the labels. Chen Chen looked at the ceiling, chewing rice, and said dully, "Mine too." Sun Yang was full of resentment. "There is no one in the dormitory downstairs. I just wandered around in the corridor all morning. It was so boring." He now hoped that the person from Cuter Medical could come quickly, otherwise he would really have nothing to do. At least let him have a good fight. Gu Hingyu and Wang Yilan were not idle. There were many equipments in the institute that they had never touched before. Wang Yilan and Yijin established good relationships with these researchers in the morning, and they could use some simple equipment. The morning seemed like playing, and time passed quickly. Qin Jiala and Chen Chen were a little resentful. It seemed that their bodies had become accustomed to the tense state before, like a taut string. Now they suddenly wanted to relax, but they felt uncomfortable all over. At this time, Zhang Qing came over and greeted them with a smile. "How is it? It must be boring to guard here, right?" "It is indeed very boring, but no matter how boring it is, it cannot be said." This is a point that everyone knows very well, so they can only shake their heads. "It doesn't matter, I know everything." Zhang Qing smiled mysteriously. "I used to work as a guard. After standing for a day, I felt sore in my waist and back, so I closed my eyes and fell asleep when I went back. Who would have thought that even just standing still would make people so tired?" Zhang Qing talked a lot, all about his previous work experience. Qin Jiala yawned secretly, not because she thought it was boring, but because she would get bored if she heard too many stories like this. Zhang Qing noticed this very keenly, so he simply said, "Everyone has worked hard, and after this is done, I will not treat you unfairly." "Will not treat you unfairly?" Qin Jiala noticed what Zhang Qing said. She didn't know what Zhang Qing was referring to. Was there something else in this institute that was important to them? However, since Zhang Qing could mention it, she thought it must be something expensive. Not only Qin Jiala, but also Lian Qinshan and Sun Yang noticed this. After Zhang Qing left, Sun Yang immediately said impatiently, "What will he give us? Isn't it money?" The paper money that ordinary people used to be most enthusiastic about now seems to be just a pile of waste paper. Maybe it's okay to use it for warming the fire. Chinchilla, I don't think so. Everyone knows that money is the least valuable thing. She thinks that the more likely possibility is that it might be some ammunition or something like that. Wang Yilin, I think it might be some medicine. They have a lot of medicines that work very quickly, and the side effects of pain relief are also very small. These are all what he found in the laboratory today. Chin put down her chopsticks. She was full. No matter what, we still have to continue in the afternoon. After finishing the meal, everyone returned to their seats. Chinchilla was sitting on the only chair in the weapons room, with a very traditional paper book in front of him. There were horizontal lines in it, recording the time and people who had borrowed weapons. Chinchilla was reading this book to kill time, and heard a faint sound of footsteps coming. Someone came in. Chinchilla suddenly looked up. She saw a young man wearing a researcher's clothes, a hat on his head, and a small box in his hand. You are? Chinchilla asked. She felt very strange looking at the young researcher in front of her. This strange feeling did not come from his appearance, but could be judged from his temperament. Chinchilla closed the notebook in her hand, and put it aside. She couldn't help but stand up, staring at the young man in front of her, and asked again, What are you doing here? And why is this man carrying a box? All this looks really weird. Chinchilla sensitively felt that there seemed to be something different about this young man, and she decided to ask clearly. Chapter 239. Chinchilla looked at the young man, who was still standing at the door, and stood up very vigilantly. The young man was wearing a staff hat with a long brim that slightly covered his eyes. Chinchilla could only see his lips and chin. The man was holding a cardboard box in his hand. He looked like a checker in the warehouse behind the supermarket. He looked like he was in the wrong place. The young man raised his head a little and said dryly, I came here to get something. His posture was really strange, and Chinchilla couldn't help but worry. And there were only weapons here? What else could he take here? It must be the weapons on the back wall. And he had such a big cardboard box in his hand. Who would take so many weapons? Who sent you, Mr. Zhang? Chinchilla asked with great vigilance. She didn't think Zhang Qing would let someone she didn't know come here, and she hadn't received any news about taking away weapons. All these circumstances indicated that the young man in front of him was either lying or had other intentions. The young man nodded mechanically, yes. Seeing his action, Chinchilla couldn't help but become more suspicious. Just from this one action, this young man was already very suspicious. His body movements were too stiff. When he spoke, the rest of his body seemed to be frozen and motionless. Of course, unless he had some problems. Chinchilla approached step by step, like a hunter in the jungle, slowly approaching his prey. She wanted to stabilize the young man in front of her. After she found out what the problem was, she couldn't let him run away. Can you tell me what his specific requirements are? After approaching the young man, Chinchilla suddenly heard some strange sounds. The sound seemed to come from the young man, similar to the crackling sound of an electric current. Chinchilla's face was turned. How could a normal person make such a sound? She took a quick step forward and raised her hand to take off the young man's hat. With a pop, the hat on his head fell off. The cheeks that had been covered by the hat were thin and fair, and the hair was slightly long, with the ends of the hair hanging down at the collar of the clothes. It turned out to be a girl. Chinchilla was a little surprised. At first, she thought it was a man because of the voice and the clothes she was wearing. Then, she found something wrong. The eyes of the girl in front of her were not the normal black pupils with brown, but emerald green, emitting an inorganic light. Chinchilla accidentally met the girl's eyes, and broke out in a cold sweat. There was no emotion in the girl's eyes, which were cold and made people feel numb and fearful. Mr. Zhang said that he wanted me to go to the weapons room and take away something. The girl didn't seem to be very good at speaking, and she spoke in a disjointed way to express what she wanted to say. Chinchilla, apart from being a little weird, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. If there is something wrong with the eyes, maybe this is also her hobby? Nowadays, many girls choose to make some patterns on their contact lenses in order to look good. There are all kinds of colors, and they look really good when they wear them. Chinchilla didn't say anything, so she had to let her pass. She planned to observe and see what was different about this girl. The girl didn't say anything, holding the cardboard box, and turned to walk towards the wall full of weapons. But when she turned around, her originally green eyes suddenly disappeared in a moment, leaving only the whites in her eye sockets. Chinchilla was horrified and thought she had seen it wrong. When she looked carefully, there was nothing, just normal. Hey, wait a minute. Chinchilla still couldn't ignore the uncertainty in her heart. She felt that it was better to be nosy than to make a mistake in such a small matter. Chinchilla stretched out a hand and grabbed the girl's shoulder. But when her hand just went up, the weird girl suddenly turned around, as if she had torn off the skin that had been covering her body in an instant, and pounced on her fiercely. Ah! Chinjiala was caught off guard and dodged back in a hurry, only to dodge the girl's punch. Sure enough, something was wrong. Chinjiala frowned as he looked at the girl who was attacking him frequently. While resisting, he thought to himself, "Is this the infiltration plan of Cud Medical? Isn't this a bit too easy? Did the other party only send this one person?" Chinjiala didn't dare to be careless, because he had no weapons in his hands, and when he was barehanded, he always couldn't let go. She went around the girl's back, took a scimitar from the wall, and swung it forward. The scimitar was extremely sharp, and its blade energy was also extraordinary. It rubbed the girl's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on her thin face. Chinjiala watched the wound he had caused, and saw red blood flowing. It turned out that this girl was indeed a human. Looking at her various performances, Chinjiala thought that this might be a humanoid monster, but this blood could not lie. The girl's face was scratched, but she seemed to feel nothing. She opened her work clothes and took out a small pistol from it. It was a bit bad. Although Chinjiala was very confident in her skills, she couldn't say how much advantage she could get when she was using a knife and the other party was using a gun. Even if she was fast, it was a real hot weapon. "I have to be careful," Chinjiala secretly warned himself in his heart. The girl was not slow in her action. While pulling away, she quickly shot at Chinjiala. Bang bang bang. Chinjiala jumped to the left, shortening the distance between the two people as he jumped, and the bullets left several black holes on the floor. Because it was not easy to shoot at a short distance, and the knife in his hand could also come in handy. Chinjiala touched the ground with his toes, and came to the girl in a few jumps. She raised her leg and kicked the girl. The force of this kick was not light. Even if it was a man, it would hurt for a long time if he was kicked in the stomach. The girl was thin to begin with, and she didn't seem to have much strength. She was kicked out and fell to the ground. Is it solved? Chinjiala stood there, not sure. From the girl's injury just now, it can be seen that she doesn't know why. She seems not afraid of pain, and doesn't care whether there are wounds on her body. So how much damage can this kick cause her? The girl was like a wounded little animal, lying on the ground, face down, motionless, and really looked like she had lost the ability to move. Just when Chinjiala wanted to walk over, the girl straightened up from the crawling posture on the ground, raised her head, and shot directly at Chinjiala with a fierce look in her eyes. Chinjiala was startled, but fortunately she had been prepared, and it was no problem to dodge these bullets. The girl took advantage of the time when Chinjiala dodged, quickly jumped up from the ground, adjusted herself, and started another round of attack. But Chinjiala could see that the girl was obviously not as fast after the kick just now. And she herself was also miraculous. She did not have any aversion to this girl. Obviously she already knew that this girl was not a good person, and might be sent by that rubbish medical company. Chinjiala was surprised at her attitude, but she didn't do anything more. She looked up and said, "Hey, I see you are exhausted. Why don't you stop? I won't kill you." As long as the girl can tell everything. She looked like she had only been trained for a short time, and her every move seemed like it, but it was obvious that she was willing but not strong enough. The girl didn't stop her movements after hearing this. The pistol ran out of bullets, so she quickly pulled out a new one from her waistband and loaded it. Chinjiala gritted his teeth in hatred. Why was this girl so stubborn? Until the next time the two of them attacked, Chinjiala used the same trick to close the distance. However, this time, she saw tears in the girl's eyes. The girl had a fair face, but she was too thin. Her cheekbones were clearly visible, and there was a little bruise under her eyes. Her face was covered with dust from the fight just now. At this moment, Chinjiala saw clearly that the girl's eyes were full of tears. For the first time, there was a kind of human emotion in her green eyes, but this emotion was pleading and pain. Chinjiala was calm, and his hand slowed down a little. "Kill! Kill me!" The girl squirmed at first, and these words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. It was extremely difficult to say, and every word was bloody. Chinjiala, shock. What happened to make this girl beg? And she had seen clearly just now that the girl's eyes were indeed filled with pain and despair, as if all hope in life had disappeared, and Chinjiala had become the driftwood that helped her get ashore, or the straw that saved her life. The girl raised the gun again, but this time, her arms were shaking. She seemed very reluctant to point the gun at Chinjiala, but she had to do it. She was like a puppet being pulled by a string, struggling to resist, but at the same time doing things against her will because she couldn't resist. Chinjiala was really scared. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She looked around, But in this empty weapon room, there was only her and the girl in front of her. No one else was controlling her. So what was going on with her current state? Kill me. The girl begged again, tears in her eyes had overflowed, dripping down like money, looking sad and beautiful. Qinjiala realized that this girl was controlled by someone. She had been doing things she didn't want to do. But she didn't know where the other party was hiding, and how he was controlling her. Qinjiala couldn't find the answer to this question at all. Please. The girl opened her mouth once, but she was controlled and couldn't make a choice, so she could only shoot. Qinjiala took a deep breath, and a faint blue light came out from his palm. Several ice cones shot out, one of which accurately pierced the girl's heart. The girl stood still, and the pistol slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground. Her knees weakened, she knelt on the ground, tilted backwards, and fell down. Qinjiala was also stunned for a moment. The attack just now was purely impulsive, probably because she didn't want to see the girl crying and being controlled again. Qinjiala slowly walked over and helped the girl up. Her eyes were still open, but the pupils had turned into normal brown-black. Qinjiala was stunned for a few seconds, then reached out and gently closed the girl's eyes. For some reason, she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Qinjiala sighed and sent a communication request directly to Zhang Qing. It seems that Zhang Qing should be fine, because he quickly answered the call, and his voice was a little nervous. What's wrong? Qinjiala, I met a girl here. Yes, I suspect she was sent by Cube Medical. No, it's been solved now. Yes, there is only one person. Zhang Qing said earnestly, but we didn't ask anything. Will the other party only send this one person? Judging from his tone, he must be regretting that this person died soon. Because he didn't ask for more useful information, he got nothing now. Qinjiala rubbed his eyebrows and said, I don't think there is no gain this time. This girl is controlled by someone. She looks very strange. I suspect that the other party may have a similar superpower. It doesn't look like a scientific result, so Qinjiala inferred that this is probably the effect of superpowers. Superpower. Zhang Qing was very angry. I knew they must have some trump cards, but I didn't expect it to be this. For this kind of superpower, it can be said to be the trump card of a certain organization. Because as long as the other party does not show it, no one can know what this person's ability is. And the surprise becomes a special combat method. Maybe? Qinjiala was a little disappointed. She didn't expect the other party to take such action, and the girl just now did bring her some touches. Zhang Qing continued, Wait there first, I will send someone to bring the girl's body over right away. Qinjiala felt a little uncomfortable. She forced herself not to think too much, let alone recall the girl's tearful eyes. What are you going to do? Zhang Qing didn't understand the meaning of Qinjiala's words for a moment. Of course it's for research. What else can I do? Chapter 240. If I had known this would be the result. Qinjiala sighed and said nothing. No matter how innocent the girl in front of him was, she was also an opponent sent here. Although Qinjiala didn't like Zhang Qing's behavior, she didn't have the position to stop him. Then let's do it. Qinjiala whispered, I stay here, you can send someone over. Zhang Qing indirectly should be very happy now, right? Finally found a subject to study, touched the corner of Cube Medical's clothes, and found someone who might have superpowers. After hearing all this, Directorly was of course very happy. He yelled at Zhang Qing to quickly send someone to take away the body. He said he wanted to take a good look at what kind of supernatural power this was. Lin Zhonghao was standing in the laboratory. Seeing this scene in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. He could imagine what Qinjiala felt on the other end of the phone. Zhang Qing might be a special operations team member who was used to sitting, and he simply ignored life out of habit. However, the two of them were so anxious. Lin Zhonghao still couldn't help but said, Directorly, is it necessary to be so anxious? Directorly rolled his eyes, which made him look even weirder, especially since the wound on his face hadn't healed yet, which made him look even scarier. Why, are you feeling sorry for it? I'm telling you, kid, you feel sorry for it a lot in the future. These people may not be good people, they're just pawns of Cube Medical. Instead of feeling sorry for it now, you might as well think about your future. Only by studying it well now can you avoid such things from happening to you in the future. Lin Zhonghao didn't need to listen to what Directorly said next to guess what he meant. In the weapons room, Qinjiala sat on the ground, guarding the body that was gradually getting cold. She thought there might be more enemies next, but unexpectedly, after 10 minutes, no one showed up. She thought of two possibilities. One was that Cube Medical didn't intend to send a second person to die. The second was that the other party realized that this might not be a good attack point, so they simply stopped. However, Both possibilities point to a big question. How did the other party know the situation here? Only if they knew the situation here first could they make the same judgment as the above two. Could there be a spy? Qin Jiala pursed his lips and dared not think about it anymore. Luckily, the people sent by Zhang Qing arrived here quickly. There were 2 people in total, both wearing masks on their faces and carrying a stretcher in their hands. The stretcher was the most normal one, with 2 metal rods and a large blue cloth in the middle. Qin Jiala took a look and doubted whether such a thin cloth could bear the weight of a woman. The 2 staff members were very skillful and quickly put the body on it. While they were doing it, Qin Jiala was more careful. She observed carefully to make sure that the eyes of the 2 men were normal. Since there is a possibility of controlling people now, we must be careful, and maybe the people around us may also be controlled. Fortunately, these 2 people are normal, and Qin Jiala felt a little nervous when observing them closely. Then we leave first. One of the staff members said so. Qin Jiala nodded with some concern. She originally wanted to ask directly how he would deal with the body, but she thought that if she asked, she might get an uncomfortable and very bloody answer, so she simply decided not to ask again. Qin Chen was looking at the pool of purple potion on the ground with a sad face, worrying about what he should do, and had no idea what was going on outside. Just now, she had nothing to do, so she opened the cabinets one by one, but she found that all the medicines stored here were things she had never seen before. Although she was originally a liberal arts student and had never taken a chemistry class, she couldn't be unfamiliar with any of them, right? She opened them one by one with great curiosity, and as a result, one of the bottles of medicine gave off a strong odor the moment she opened it, which made her quickly take the things in her hand away, but she didn't expect that this action was not done well, and the medicine spilled out directly. The glass medicine bottle was thin and brittle. When it hit the ground, it broke into pieces. Of course, the medicine inside also spilled out, and the strong stench was even more reckless. Qin Chen pinched his nose and squatted on the ground to look at his good deeds. He couldn't help thinking that if Lei knew, he would be angry. After all, they came to protect this place. But now not only did they fail to protect it, they also destroyed the things inside. What should I do? Qin Chen felt that he was in a big trouble and squatted on the ground inside. After thinking for a few minutes, Qin Chen even tried to find another medicine bottle to replenish it. But after the medicine on the ground was spilled, it quickly evaporated and dispersed in the air, leaving only the stench, which lingered for a long time and remained in the room. What should I do? Qin Chen sighed. Forget it. Why not call Wang Yilin first and ask what this thing is? Qin Chen felt that if it was Wang Yilin, he would definitely not tell tales and blame himself. Thinking this way, Qin Chen took out the communication from his pocket, but found a small icon on the screen, a red exclamation mark, and it was still jumping. Qin Chen stared at the icon and vaguely remembered that it meant that there was no signal at the moment. Is the signal not very good in this place? Qin Chen stood up from the ground in confusion and felt dizzy for a moment. Maybe it was because he squatted on the ground for a long time, and his legs were a little numb. The incandescent lamp above his head was a little dazzling. The dazzling white light made Qin Chen unable to open her eyes, but when she came to her senses, she found that something was wrong on the ground. On the shelf in front of her, there was a row of medicines. When illuminated by the light above her head, the shadow should be backwards, but now, in front of the row of shelves, another shadow suddenly appeared. Qin Chen calmed down and controlled herself not to panic. Then she took a deep breath, took out a gun from her waist, and walked over quietly. This should be the attack that Zhang Qing mentioned, although I didn't expect it to happen at this time and place. And why did the other party seem to have only one person? Qin Chen no longer hesitated, holding the gun and slowly walked over. When she got close to the rack, she felt that she could even hear the other person's breathing. She held her breath, then immediately dodged over and finally saw the black shadow. Qin Chen didn't have time to think, and fired 2 shots at the black shadow. Pa! Something fell to the ground. Then, the black shadow that was originally a person, now seemed to have no bones, turned into a pile of clothes and fell to the ground, as if Qin Chen had shot only a clothes rack. How? How is it possible? Qin Chen found it unbelievable. But everything in front of him showed that this person might just be an illusion. A bare skull was revealed from under the black clothes, rolling along the floor to Qin Chen's feet. She looked at everything in front of her with a look of collapse, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind coming from the left side of her body. Qin Chen was a person who had experienced so many actual battles, so he could fully perceive this movement. She took a step back, opened her feet, and saw a man rushing towards her. Qin Chen fired a shot. Who are you? The man dodged the shot easily. He was wearing a large robe that covered his entire body. When he stood firm, it was discovered that his face could not be seen at all. He could only feel that he was quite tall. "Do you think I will tell you?" To Chin Chin's surprise, the man's voice did not seem to be concealed, but to be honest, his voice sounded pretty good and very steady. Chin Chin's face turned cold. "If you don't tell me, I will treat you as an enemy." Although she was 90% sure that the man in front of her was not a good person. Dressed like this, and not showing his face, the weird skull just now was probably made by him, just to trick her into taking action. "Okay." The man didn't seem to take Chin Chin seriously at all, then go ahead. Chin Chin was not stupid enough to shoot at this man directly. From the few times he hit her just now, it was clear that if she hit him directly, she would most likely not even be able to touch the corner of the man's clothes. Chin Chin thought for a second, then quickly grabbed a bottle of potion from the cabinet next to her, and threw it at the man. She had no idea what was in the bottle, but she knew that as long as the man could dodge the bottle, it would be like creating a perfect opportunity for her to attack, giving her the opportunity to shoot. Chin Chin thought so, and fired 2 shots in a row. "Oh!" The man seemed a little surprised. He originally thought that the person guarding here was just a small character, but now it seems that the small character also seems to have some small character uses. He spread out his robe and rolled it casually in the air. The 2 bullets shot by Chin Chin seemed to disappear out of thin air, but in fact they were rolled away by the robe. Impossible? Chin Chin was shocked. She had never seen such a trick before. Could this also be a superpower? But what kind of superpower is it? Could it be controlling the robe? The man was amused by the expression on Chin Chin's face. Hey, we are fighting now. Is it really okay for you to make such an expression? How should I put it? It's as if both sides have already prepared to start, but were attracted by the other side's tactics, so they stopped attacking. Alex, you should be faster. We don't have much time to waste. Behind the 2 people, someone appeared from nowhere. He was also wearing a black robe. His voice was deep and terrible, and it resonated in the room with a strong resonance in his chest. I don't know how long he has been watching here, but now, he doesn't seem to have any intention of helping, but the words just now must be said to the man in front of him. Chin Chin gritted her teeth angrily. She could feel that the 2 men in front of her were not easy to mess with. Their strength was definitely above hers. So what she had to do now was definitely not to resist head-on, but to find a way to get out first and find help. Chin Chin secretly glanced at the door and found that it was not closed, and the 2 people had no intention of blocking her way out, so she couldn't help but feel surprised for a second. Chin Chin did the same thing, and threw out 2 more bottles to delay time. The man smiled, and his body hardly moved, but just leaned to the side, and the 2 glass bottles hit the wall behind him, shattered, and the potion flowed down the wall. "Oh my, I thought you were pretty strong. Why don't you resist now?" The man's voice was full of laughter. Only a fool would resist an opponent who is much stronger than himself. Chin Chin complained in her heart, turned around, and sprinted towards the back door. Just when her fingertips were about to touch the door handle, a gravity suddenly came from her back. The force was so strong that it pressed her to the ground. Chin Chin felt her chest being squeezed. The person holding her down obviously used enough force to ensure that she could not stand up. She felt her neck being strangled, and the air was draining from her body bit by bit. "Be gentle to the lady, you powerful monster." Alex came over unhappily, muttering in dissatisfaction. "If you strangle her to death, how can we ask questions?" He looked at Chin Chin on the ground, who was being controlled and couldn't move at all, and his face was flushed. The man with a deep voice shook his head. "No. If you let her go, she will tell the truth." Alex rolled his eyes, obviously not wanting to talk to this person anymore. He turned to look at Chin Chin, smiling, and said, "Madam, it seems that you know a lot. If you can tell us, we can let you go." Chin Chin gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his back and throat. He pressed one hand under his stomach, close to the floor, and moved his fingers with difficulty, slowly moving towards his shirt pocket. She remembered that her communication should have been placed in the pocket of her shirt. If she was lucky enough, the communication should not have been damaged now. She said Qinjiala's number as the first one, and she could talk to Qinjiala by pressing 2 keys. And Qinjiala was so smart that he would know that she was attacked just by hearing the voice here. Chapter 241. I think you may not have thought it through yet. The man still had a smile on his face. If Chin Chin could turn his head at this moment, he would be able to see the corners of his mouth raised. This is the arc of this smile, which looks too unreal, as if he is smiling for the sake of smiling. "As long as you answer a few questions, we won't hurt you." The man said this, throwing out his olive branch, trying to lure the ignorant passers-by into being deceived. Chin Chin did not speak, but moved his fingers under his clothes with difficulty. The man who was holding her back was too strong, and her back hurt so much, but this pain was not as scary as death. If she didn't ask for help quickly, who knew if the two lunatics in front of her would do something terrible? Chin Chin bit her lower lip and kept trying. In Alex's eyes, she acquiesced to what the man proposed, so she said happily, "Okay, then I ask the first question now. Do you know Chinjiala?" the man asked. Chin Chin was shocked, and his moving fingers stopped involuntarily. What happened? How did these people know this name? Did the information leak out? The man was even more surprised when he saw Chin Chin's expression. They just randomly chose a place far away from the main control room today, thinking that they could catch someone to ask, but they didn't expect to catch someone who was related to their target this time. Alex's voice rose 2 degrees, sounding a little ethereal, which was a proof of his happy mood at the moment. It seems that you really know him. How is it? Where is Chinjiala now? Tell me quickly. Chin Chin moved his shoulders, rolled his eyes, and said, "You ask your companions to reduce some of the strength first. I'm about to." Gasp for breath. Of course, half of what she said was true. On the one hand, it was because she was really gasping for breath, and on the other hand, it was because, under such a suppressed situation, it was difficult for her to move her fingers freely. Alex paused, as if judging how many points in this sentence could convince her. But he still nodded to the gloomy man behind him, and said, "Move aside." He could see that the girl lying on the ground seemed to be really uncomfortable. Forget it, he was always very tolerant of ladies. "No," the gloomy man said in a muffled voice, "she is a very important suspect. We can't let her go." Alex raised his eyebrows, and although he was also smiling, there was not much smile in his voice. "Hey, don't forget, I am the main person in charge of this operation. No matter who you are, you have to listen to me now." He said the following words almost word by word, just to emphasize his current position. He had to let this blockhead know that he was the main person in charge. The man who suppressed Chin Chin had to loosen his grip a little, but his grip on her did not change. This was enough. Chin Chin gritted her teeth, and the hand that could move freely slowly found her pocket and fumbled around. Strange, why was there nothing in her pocket? Did she remember it wrong? Chin Chin was suddenly flustered. "Hurry up, ma'am. You should be free of those worries now," Alex urged impatiently. "Wait, what are you doing?" Chin Chin's movements were too big just now, his right hand rubbing on the ground. Such movements were easily noticed. Alex saw something wrong, so he asked. Chin Chin laughed dryly, but he didn't cover it up very successfully. It sounded like he was spitting in his throat. "No, nothing. I'm waiting for you to ask questions." Alex was silent for a second, then his voice gradually became colder, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. "You can answer now." Chin Chin felt uneasy, but she knew she couldn't show it at this moment, so she pretended to be calm and said calmly, "I know, they are the kids who just came to the institute." "How could I not know?" "You're lying." Alex didn't smile anymore, and there was almost frost on his face, which made him look cold enough. The man who was holding Chin Chin down also noticed that Alex was angry. This was really terrifying. Even in the company, I hadn't seen Alex get really angry for many times. This girl was really capable. The most important thing was that when he got angry, he would be very scary. Not only would the person who made him angry be in trouble, but even the people around him would suffer. Chin Chin also felt the low pressure coming from the man, and held his breath and dared not speak. At this moment, her finger suddenly touched a hard object, which was only a corner of the object. It was a communicator. Chin Chin was so excited that she wanted to call Chinjiala right away. But she couldn't be too arrogant now, because the man in front of her seemed to have sensed something for some reason. Alex said coldly, "You are lying. You and Chinjiala should be more than just acquaintances." It can be seen from the girl's reaction. If it was really someone he didn't know, he would first think about who the name Chinjiala could match. And this girl thought of it right away. Clearly she was so familiar with him. It was really too abominable. He still trusted this girl, but he didn't expect that she was just like other dishonest little mice, just pretending to be nice under his nose. Chin Chin was frozen by the cold breath coming from the man, and her finger was already on the call button, so she only had to wait for Chinjiala to answer the call, and she would be able to understand the situation here after hearing the voice. "Hello?" Chinjiala saw the call from her friend, and stopped what she was doing. She didn't know why Chin Chin chose to send the request at this time. Was it because he heard what happened just now? In any case, Chinjiala answered the call. But when she heard no sound from the other end, Chinjiala was stunned. Logically, she wouldn't think that Chin Chin would be distracted while working and chat with her in such a childish way, right? Could it be that something happened? Qinjiala couldn't help but hold her breath and waited quietly for the news from the other end. Next, she heard a man's voice. She had never heard this voice before. It was very unfamiliar. Moreover, when this voice came through the electric current, it was unusually cold. Since you are so uncooperative, I am afraid there is nothing I can do. Qinjiala's heart beat faster. Who is this man? Why did he speak like this? Where is Qin? Where is she? What position is she in? Qinjiala was alert and found that this man should not be a good person. Maybe he was in the same group with the girl just now. They chose the same time and attacked in different places in order to catch them by surprise. Qinjiala stood up from the chair and walked quickly to the door, ready to press the alarm button. If I pressed this button, the entire institute would be lit with red light, which would at least have a certain deterrent effect on the man, right? If he could stop threatening Qin. Before she even got there, Qinjiala heard a scream. It was Qin's voice. What did he do to her? Qinjiala was terrified and couldn't help but think of some very scary scenes, which made her even more worried. She walked quickly to the door, used all her strength, and slammed the red button. In an instant, the red light in the weapon room flashed, and the red lights hidden in the cracks in the wall finally played their role. Qinjiala was also startled. She just heard Zhang Qing say that the red button here can trigger an alarm, but she didn't expect it to be this kind of alarm. Forget it, now that it's lit, everyone else should have received it, right? Qinjiala sent Qin's location to everyone and asked them to gather in the materials room as soon as possible. Alex might still have a smile on his face, but after seeing Qin's non-violent and non-cooperative attitude, the violent factor hidden deep in his heart came out arrogantly at this moment, clamoring to teach this girl a lesson. He has always been a person who will do whatever he thinks of. At this moment, of course, he just followed his brain and stepped on Qin's arm. Ah! Qin was almost unable to make a sound due to the pain. The second half of her scream was also held back by herself. She felt uncomfortable no matter what she did, and her attention was all drawn to her forearm. Her calf was trembling like a spasm, on the one hand because of the pain, and on the other hand because of the fear. Just a moment ago, a very terrifying aura came from this man, which made her shudder. It was the first time she was so scared. Even when she was chased by zombies, she was not so scared. Fortunately, the call has been made, and Qinjiala should have known what happened here. If nothing unexpected happens, she will notify others to come here soon. No matter how powerful these two men are, they will have to admit defeat, right? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention that there are so many people here. While she was thinking this, a flashing red light appeared in the material room. What's going on? Alex frowned and looked at the red light above his head. The red light was too dazzling, making him feel very uncomfortable. As long as he felt uncomfortable, he would have a violent impulse to cause damage to something. Is it you? Alex squatted down immediately, grabbed Qin's hair roughly, and pulled it back hard, forcing Qin to raise her head. Are you doing something? Qin was in so much pain that tears fell. It felt like needles were piercing her scalp. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, and her expression was very ferocious. The man who didn't speak was also frightened at this moment, not because of the red light, but because of Alex. The momentum that suddenly burst out from him was really impossible to ignore. He suddenly understood why Alex was asked to take action this time. There was indeed a certain reason. This man had uncontrollable cells. In fact, there was no need for Qin to answer. Alex had already got the answer. He sneered and took the communication from Qin's hand. This is it, right? He stared at the small communication, and there was no emotion on his face. Not only Qin couldn't judge what he was going to do, but also the people who acted with him couldn't see it. Then, Alex smiled slowly. His expression changed so quickly that before Qin realized it, he had already grabbed the communicator and threw it forward fiercely. The poor communicator hit the wall and fell back to the ground, breaking into pieces. Qin. At the moment the communicator hit the wall, she couldn't help but replace the communicator with herself. In her imagination, she was as fragile as the communicator, and the man behind her was violent, and he could also throw her around like this. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Alex slowly lay down and whispered in Qin's ear, given your uncooperative attitude, I'm afraid we will have to take you away. What? Take you away? Qin was stunned. When she realized what these words meant, she began to struggle desperately, trying to escape from Alex's restraints, but a knife-handed strike hit her neck, and Qin's body softened and she fainted silently. Alex stood up and sneered at the red lights on the wall. Qinjiala and his team arrived at this place almost 10 minutes later. The only thing to blame was that there was no elevator between the two adjacent floors, so they could only run on their own two legs. Qin Jiala was not familiar with the terrain here, so it took some time. But when she arrived, the place was empty, as if no one had been here at all. Except for the broken bottles and potions on the ground, and the broken communications, there was nothing else. Qin Jiala panted and walked several steps in this small material room, but no matter how hard she looked, the people who were originally here disappeared. Lin Zhonghao and his team arrived here only 1 minute later than Qin Jiala. When they arrived here, they saw Qin Jiala standing on the ground, staring at the communication on the ground, not saying a word, and with a blank expression on her face. Jiala. Lin Zhonghao only needed to take a look to know what happened. Should the opponent take advantage of the chaos and take Qin Chen away directly? Qin Jiala raised her head blankly, not knowing what to say. There was no expression on her face, no anxiety, and no panic. Lin Zhonghao really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He stepped forward and hugged Qin Jiala in his arms, patting her back, as if comforting a child, very gentle. Chapter 242. Qin Jiala's tears flowed silently, rolling down her face like beads that had broken off a string, pattering down. The most heartbreaking thing was that she was still suppressing her tears without making any sound. She was crying completely silently. But all the sadness in her body came out at once. This scene would make anyone feel distressed. Gu Hingyu and the others also wanted to go up and comfort her, but they were stopped by Wang Yilin. Gu Hingyu blinked and asked with his eyes, "Why?" Wang Yilin sighed, feeling anxious about Gu Hingyu's EQ. He whispered, "Can't you let me feel sad for a while? Really, how can you not read the eyes at all? They are obviously a couple sticking together, but you have to go up and interrupt?" Gu Hingyu was stunned for a moment, and still didn't understand what Wang Yilin said. "Then can I go over now?" He still thought he was very considerate. Qin Jiala must be very sad at this time, and he had to go up to help. Wang Yilin was about to answer this question when Qin Jiala had already recovered. She wiped the tears from her face, but her eyes and nose were still red, and it was obvious that she had been in pain for a while. But she still insisted, they must not have gone far, everyone start checking, and they must not be let go. She thought for a while, although the other party left quickly, they must not have gone too far now. From the time they rushed here, they were just a few minutes slower than the other party. How far can the other party run in a few minutes? No one can answer this question. Zhang Qing has already ordered everyone to stop their work and start trying their best to find the missing Qin Chen. At the same time, Zhang Qing and Qin Jiala also thought of the same question. Why can the other party come here without them knowing? Qin Jiala and his team members came to the monitoring room, where the responsible personnel had begun to broadcast every corner of the institute at the moment, looking for any suspicious figures. Qin Jiala stared at the screens in front of her. All of them showed the area being monitored at the moment. She could see many people coming and going, all looking for something. Qin Jiala felt something was wrong. She stared at one of the screens, tapping her fingers quickly, and asked, "Does the monitor have a blind spot?" The staff member moved uneasily in his chair when he heard this. Qin Jiala knew from this person's reaction that something must be wrong. She frowned, and she was getting serious. Zhang Qing was also with him. He thought he was also responsible for the accident that happened to Qin Chen. Obviously, Qin Jiala and his team didn't need to work so hard, but because of his request, one person was missing at this moment. From Qin Jiala's attitude, it can be seen that the girl who was taken away should be a very important person to her. So Zhang Qing looked at the staff sternly and said coldly, "Hurry up and tell me, now is a very important time. This person is really something." He knows that his reaction has betrayed himself, but he dares not say it. After this is done, he must find someone who can do the job. Under so many eyes, the staff had to say, "Yes. It's right here." He pointed his finger at the screen, made a gesture between two of the screens, and said, "It's about 3 or 4 meters away. We can't detect it." Qin Jiala took a deep breath and swallowed the fire that wanted to erupt in his heart back into his stomach. Since there is a loophole, why not fix it? She said this purely to vent her anger. Even if the person didn't say it, she could guess the real reason for not fixing the loophole. Either because they don't care at all, or because they are too lazy to do it. In real life, many people and many places have problems. In fact, they know what's going on, but they may just be too lazy to correct it. They just let the mistake happen, and then it happens again, until the loophole is so big that others can't ignore it, and then they can take some action. Everyone understood this, but Zhang Qing still felt that Qin Jiala's question was like a question to himself. He had been in charge of the security of the institute, but he had no idea about such a loophole. Zhang Qing felt that someone had slapped him in the face out of thin air, making him unable to raise his head. Gu Hengyu leaned over to take a look and said, "There is indeed a problem. But if the other party wants to use this loophole to leave, the possibility is small, but it is not impossible." Zhang Qing immediately said to his men, "Find this place and search it thoroughly inside and out. Don't miss any details." Even he himself felt angry when such a mistake happened under his nose. Qin Jiala, who else knows this loophole? It seems that Zhang Qing really doesn't know, but Qin Jiala didn't put the identity of the suspect on him. Last night, they investigated carefully and let Gu Hengyu access some internal websites of the country, and more or less found some information about Zhang Qing. Then, they found out that everything Zhang Qing said was true, including the fact that he made a mistake and the unit he was in, etc., all of which were true. However, the reason why he was sent here was something no one had expected. They were like a group of gossiping old ladies, gathered in front of the computer, talking to each other, staring at the small column of information on the screen in a daze. Qin Jiala, it's not that it's not serious. Wang Yilan, it's just a little unbelievable. Chen Chen touched his chin. I really didn't expect it. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be very upright. When Qin Jiala thought of this, he thought of his friend, who was still unsure whether he was safe or not, and suddenly felt as if his heart was grabbed by someone. Zhang Qing was indeed trustworthy, so the fact that he wanted to return to the army should also be true. Qin Jiala would not think that at such a critical moment, it was Zhang Qing who was responsible for the task, and it went wrong. The staff member did not dare to lie anymore, and stammered, telling everything. Except for the few people in charge here, there should be no others. Lin Zhonghao, bring all the people in charge here, and we ask them one by one. This is a stupid method, but if you want to find out who told the loophole, you have to do it even if it's a stupid method. Not long after, Zhang Qing's men reported the current progress. We have searched everywhere. There is really no trace of anyone. In fact, that place is too remote, and few people go there. Zhang Qing secretly glanced at Qin Jiala's face, and found that his face was very pale at the moment. He was very thin to begin with, and now he looked like a paper man, as if he would faint in the next moment. Zhang Qing only took a glance and felt really bad, so he could only get angry at his subordinates. Have you searched everything? I want you to search even the cracks in the tiles. His subordinates were also very aggrieved. They couldn't have searched more carefully, but they couldn't find it. Should they be blamed for this? We almost dug up the wall to find it, the leader said with a frustrated face. Then, no need to look for it. Qin Jiala's face was pale, and he interrupted what Zhang Qing wanted to say next. I already have an idea in my mind. We have saved every minute to find them, but still can't find them. There is only one possibility. They have gone back, Qin Jiala said. When this sentence came out, everyone felt particularly heavy in their hearts. Everyone knew what Chen Chen might encounter after being taken back. The other party had too many methods, including this silent attack, which was definitely not thought of casually, not to mention that there was another person who could control others. How many things do they still not know about Cud Medical? Lin Zhonghao thought for a while, and then said, there must be someone here who is helping them secretly. Otherwise, the other party would not know these details, let alone who was arranged where to deal with the attack this time. Qin Jiala nodded. Lin Zhonghao said everything she wanted to say, and she thought so too. Zhang Qing frowned and found that things had far exceeded her expectations. He thought it might be just an ordinary attack, but he didn't expect it would involve such a big case. The staff who was in charge of the surveillance just now came back and stood at the door and stammered, that person is outside. In the empty room next to the monitoring room, Qin Jiala sat on a chair, with helplessness and anger between her eyebrows. She asked just now, but she found that she got nothing at all. The people here didn't know anything. Just by feeling, she knew that no one would lie at this time. But if they can't get any results here, how else can they find them? Qin Jiala sighed so many times today that he asked again, then let me say it again, are you sure you didn't tell anyone about these things? Everyone shook their heads, and one of them said, this is not a good topic to talk about. If it is told, it might be exposed, so if other people knew about it, and if one of them didn't think highly of them and told Director Li or Zhang Qing, they would be in danger. If it's more serious, you might even lose your job. Zhang Qing sneered. Now you know it might be exposed? Why didn't you deal with this problem earlier? After being scolded, the poor staff member didn't dare to speak. Qin Jiala stretched out his fingers and rubbed his temples. She was starting to have a headache now. She couldn't find any clues anywhere. The only possible clue had been cut off at this moment. Where were they going to find Chen Chen? Got it! Wang Yilin had just gone out to help with the inspection, and now he rushed back in ecstasy. He started shouting loudly before he even reached the door, and the people inside could hear his footsteps. Wang Yilin stood at the door panting, holding a piece of white paper in his hand. He had one hand on his knee, and it was obvious that he had just run over and was out of breath. What's wrong? Qin Jiala stood up from the chair and stared at the note in Wang Yilin's hand. She had a hunch that Wang Yilin must have discovered something, and this discovery was related to the note in his hand. You? Take a look for yourself. Wang Yilin panted, sat down on the chair next to him, and handed the note in his hand to Qin Jiala. Qin Jiala took it and looked at it, and found that it was a torn map showing a certain place in the city. And this place was circled in red pen, as if afraid that others would not see it. Qin Jiala pinched the note and asked, "Where did you find it?" Wang Yilin is better now, and his face is not as ugly as when he ran over just now. It was in a flower pot. I saw it when I turned the soil. To say that this note was really malicious, Wang Yilin did not intend to miss any clues, and opened all the places that could be opened, but still found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly had an idea and found this flower pot that he had never thought of investigating. So, under the surprised eyes of others, Wang Yilin borrowed a shovel and shoveled off a layer of soil in the flower pot, and finally found a corner of this note. When he first found it, he had to sigh. I wonder what the person who hid the note was thinking. Did he want others to find it or not? Qin Jiala looked at the map in his hand with surprise. Could it be that this place? Wang Yilin nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the place on this note might be the location of Cuter Medical. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of why this place was torn off separately and circled with a red pen. Qin Jiala's tears were about to come out again. She stepped forward and hugged Wang Yilin tightly. Thank you. If you hadn't found this, we might not have a clue now. We would still be confused in this room, like before. Zhang Qin took the note and said hesitantly, but I've been to this place before, and I didn't see any survivors. This place? Will there really be anyone? He couldn't help but wonder if this was another diversion by others. Qin Jiala wiped his eyes. No matter what, I have to go and see this place. What if it's there? She didn't want to miss any opportunity to eradicate this organization. Chapter 243. Zhang Qin frowned. You want to go now? Now is not a good time. He doesn't think Qin Jiala can still stay awake at this time. In this state, she will definitely have many abnormal or unreasonable behaviors. Of course. Qin Jiala nodded. I can't wait even a minute. When she thought that Qinshan might still be in the hands of those people, she felt that she couldn't bear it. How would those people deal with her? Will they impose some severe punishment on her? She felt chilled at the thought. Zhang Qin opened his mouth, almost spitting bubbles out of his mouth like a fish, but he closed his mouth again, as if he didn't know what to say. Lin Zhonghao, who was standing behind Qin Jiala, said this. But what are you going to do? This is not an easy thing. If you want to get in, you must be able to. Qin Jiala took a deep breath. She understood the intention of the people in front of her to stop her. This will be a very dangerous mission, and she knows it very well. But if she really doesn't want to go because of the danger, what should Qinshan do? Qin Jiala shook his head firmly. No matter what, I have to go now. Maybe there will be a way for us to sneak in there. If you think it's dangerous, I can go alone. She was not angry. She knew that it was too much to take her companions to that dangerous place because of her impulse, and she was ready to go alone. Gu Hingyu's eyes widened. Qin Jiala, what nonsense are you talking about? Even Sun Yang, who always believed in Qin Jiala, felt that this was not right. Yes, Sister Lele, what you said is too much. Since she is our companion, of course we have to go together. Gu Hingyu nodded desperately. Yes, Qinshan has been with us for so long. Here. When he said this, he patted his chest very vigorously, making a popping sound. I have long regarded her as my family. Qin Jiala couldn't help laughing when he heard this. If Qinshan could hear what Gu Hingyu said, she would be very happy. I didn't expect that these two people, who usually fight and scold each other, actually have a good relationship. Wang Yilin also nodded firmly. Yes, Qin Jiala, it's too strange for you to say that. We will definitely go with you. Although he has joined here for a short time, he has already developed his own feelings for this small group. Even if he knows there are difficulties, he still wants to go. Qin Jiala opened her mouth, and some hot liquid was rolling in her eyes. She couldn't say anything for a while, but now she was very moved. Lin Zhonghao, okay, since everyone is going, let's make some plans now to avoid encountering some unmanageable difficulties. Qin Jiala blinked, not knowing what Lin Zhonghao was referring to. What plan? Does this operation still need a plan? She thought they would just go there, start fighting, and that would be it. Lin Zhonghao rubbed his brows. Of course it's an action plan. You don't think we can just rush over and rush in, right? The number of people on the other side, the geographical location, etc., are all mysteries. Are we just going to walk over like this? Qin Jiala waved his hand. I thought about this question. Since their people dare to send the address in detail, it proves that they must want us to go there too. Otherwise, what's the point of leaving a map? Lin Zhonghao's face was not relaxed at all. Yes, and I think their intentions must be on you. On me? Qin Jiala felt that this sentence was a bit funny, and the corners of his mouth pulled apart unconsciously. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, if the target was her, why didn't he just arrest her, but took Qinshin away? Lin Zhonghao said seriously. Do you still remember what Director Li said? Qin Jiala was stunned for a moment. Words. Could it be that Lin Zhonghao was referring to the words about himself being able to become a savior? She originally thought that those words were nonsense, but she didn't expect Lin Zhonghao to take it to heart. Lin Zhonghao crossed his arms. Maybe someone knew about these things, so they wanted to take you with them. In addition, the other party did not take Qin Jiala away this time, maybe because they found the wrong person, or they knew they couldn't take him away, so they took Qinshin away, and the final result could be the same. Qin Jiala made a stop gesture. Stop, that's nonsense. I don't feel that there is anything worth caring about, let alone how they knew about this. Lin Zhonghao did not answer this question directly, but instead fixed his eyes on someone. Zhang Qing immediately acted as if he had been electrocuted, shivering all over, and said in a very obvious way, I didn't. I have always respected our agreement very much, and I would never tell anyone about this. The remaining staff member, who did not leave, was looking at Zhang Qing with a very strange look. He had never thought that he would see Zhang Qing's expression like this. He was a very serious person, but now? Zhang Qing noticed this strange look, and his eyes suddenly became stern. He glanced at the innocent staff member fiercely and said, Get out if you are fine. What are you doing here? The staff member felt very wronged. They were the ones who wanted to interrogate him, but they didn't let him go. Of course, he didn't dare to leave. If Zhang Qing hadn't spoken suddenly, Qin Jiala and the others might not have noticed that there was someone here. After watching the poor staff member walk out, Qin Jiala spoke up and cleared Zhang Qing of suspicion. I believe Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qing was immediately touched. Thank you. Qin Jiala. He has no motive to do this, and doing so will only put him in greater trouble. Zhang Qing is probably thinking about how to get back to his job, so how can he have the energy to deal with them? So Zhang Qing doesn't need to say anything about this problem. She can solve it herself. Lin Zhonghao was a little worried. Then what should we do now? Qin Jiala stood up, with both hands on the table at this moment. We just need to go there quickly. No matter what conspiracy the other party has, it is more important to rescue Qinshin first. Lin Zhonghao sighed, knowing that he could no longer convince her. What can be done now is to set off quickly, then find that place, and then act according to circumstances. They packed up all the weapons they needed, brought the water they needed for 2 or 3 days, and set off. Of course, Zhang Qing also had to take them a distance. Because the place on the map was a bit far, he could take Qin Jiala and the others to a relatively close place, and then leave. Zhang Qing seemed a little worried. He smoked at least 5 cigarettes along the way, making the whole car smoky, and the choking nicotine smell was really unpleasant. Finally, Qin Jiala couldn't bear it anymore, patted Zhang Qing on the shoulder, and asked him to put out the cigarette. Huh? What's wrong? When Qin Jiala patted Zhang Qing's shoulder, the man looked as if he didn't realize it and asked in confusion. Qin Jiala rolled his eyes and said, Please, put out the cigarette. We are almost suffocated to death. For non-smokers, the smell of secondhand smoke is really bad, and it's not their fault. Oh. Zhang Qing reacted and quickly put out the cigarette but then flicked it and threw it out of the window. Sorry, I didn't react. I'm really sorry, I'm used to it. When I was on a mission before, I always felt anxious. Usually, Zhang Qing would smoke a cigarette to relieve the anxiety. Although he knew that smoking was not good, he had already developed this habit, and it was not easy to change it. What are you so nervous about? Qin Jiala couldn't help asking. Sitting in the car was boring anyway, so they might as well chat like this, and time would pass faster. Zhang Qing, although I'm not the one going, I will also feel sad, especially in this tense situation. Do you know the situation on the other side? You don't know, so if you fail. If Qin Jiala and his team fail, it will be very bad news for Zhang Qing. Not only will he lose a capable assistant, but the higher-ups will definitely blame him. He heard that Qin Jiala and his team are amazing. In the previous missions, they only exceeded the target and never failed. If I fail here, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to my previous unit. Qin Jiala glanced at Zhang Qing and knew what he was thinking without asking. On the one hand, she admired Zhang Qing's ambition, and on the other hand, she felt helpless about his persistence. Zhang Qing, these two sides look different. He looked at the scenery outside the window and said so. Different? Qin Jiala looked over curiously. Outside the window, the yellow earth was flying, the ground was so dry that it cracked, and the cold wind was blowing in the air. If you stand outside at this time, your nose will definitely be frozen red. I remember this place. Zhang Qing waved out the window. When I came here before, the greenery here was quite good. Although there were those unfortunate mutant plants, it was still a normal urban environment. Of course, when Zhang Qing came here, the infection here might not have been that serious. Yes, Qin Jiala also sighed, the city was still very beautiful before. Who would have thought it would become like this? Everyone in the car was thinking about this question silently, and everyone was praying in their hearts that this disaster would pass quickly, not only for themselves, but also for the environment they once relied on for survival. This is it. Zhang Qing stepped on the brakes and stopped on the side of the road. Qin Jiala glanced out the window, but there is nothing here. It was bare except for some damaged buildings. Could Cuter Medical be located on the facades of these dilapidated buildings? It won't work if we go any further. Zhang Qing said, we might be detected. You know, we have to hide our actions as much as possible and not be discovered. Such a large organization should have some things to detect. If they go any further, they will probably be seen. They have reached the edge of this map. Qin Jiala understood and stopped insisting. Okay, then we get off here. Everyone got off the bus to pack their things, and Zhang Qing followed. Looking at these young people, Zhang Qing felt a little uncomfortable, although he didn't know what he was feeling. Take care. Zhang Qing could only say this in the end. He couldn't accompany Qin Jiala and the others, because no one could say for sure whether this was a conspiracy of Cuter Medical. Maybe when Qin Jiala and the others left, the other party might send other people to attack the institute. Therefore, he still had to stay at the institute. We will. Qin Jiala nodded. Zhang Qing drove away, and the dust raised by the exhaust pipe dissipated in the air. Gu Hingyu stood there blankly. Where should we go? There was no destination in front of them, which was different from any of their previous missions. Qin Jiala frowned and looked at the mess of cement pipes and bricks on the ground, feeling that they had come to a deserted place. The research institute is at one end of the city, and Cuter Medical is at the other side. Is this a coincidence? Thinking of this, Qin Jiala said, just go straight ahead and see what you see. Without a destination, we can only walk and look. The environment is really bad. Occasionally, there is a cold wind, and everyone can shiver. The cold wind here seems to have life, knowing where people are most vulnerable, and it just wants to go there. It has not been 10 minutes since he came out, and Qin Jiala's nose has turned red, and he feels the taste of lust in his mouth. There are traces here. Wang Yilin found something. There are some sands on the ground, scattered here and there, probably because they were not noticed during the construction and were not cleaned up later. Now there are more footprints on the sand. Although it is not very clear, but it can still be seen. Go in this direction, Qin Jiala said as he looked at the footprints on the ground. They passed some small obstacles. This was obviously an unfinished building. There were still gaps in many places. Sharp stones were hidden in the sand. If you accidentally fell, you must be careful when you get up. I seem to hear something, Qin Jiala suddenly said alertly. Gu Hingyu closed his eyes. Are you sure you didn't hear my panting? This is an uphill slope. The road is not only very steep, but also very difficult to walk. Chapter 244. This is a vast desert, as if the most barren places in the entire city are concentrated here. All that comes into view is yellow earth and flying sand, scattered buildings, and few houses that are still intact. Most of the houses have been destroyed and collapsed in natural disasters, turning into fragments of reinforced concrete. And in this deserted place, on the middle road, there are a few young people walking. The leading man and woman, holding mineral water in one hand and the other hand in their pockets, seem to be unprepared, but if someone suddenly attacks them at this time, they will definitely take out the guns they have prepared long ago from their pockets and fight back mercilessly. The remaining young men walked behind them. One of them was holding a black box with an antenna on top. The box made a regular beep sound, and a blue light flashed on it. The two men next to him were carrying bags that looked heavy and filled with a lot of stuff. Qin Jiala, the man with the black box spoke first, dragging his voice and looking a little reluctant. Do you think it's a mistake? There is no Cuter Medical here, it's just a cover. Before he finished speaking, Gu Hengyu received a look from Sun Yang next to him, which meant that he should stop talking. Qin Jiala was already anxious. If this place was not what they were looking for, and they had made such a long trip in vain, Qin Jiala would probably be furious. Gu Hengyu pursed his lips and secretly glanced at Qin Jiala, but he could only see the tip of her small and delicate nose, which was now red from the cold wind outside. "We have no other way," Qin Jiala said calmly. Although she said this calmly, the tremor in her voice still exposed her. She was just not sure whether what she was doing was right, so she was so anxious. Wang Yilan gently comforted, "It doesn't matter, even if this place." Buzz, boom, a very strange sound suddenly came from the sky, a bit like the sound of a plane about to fall, but it didn't sound like it when you listened carefully. Qin Jiala squinted her eyes and looked at the sky. The sky was white, with a little bit of light blue floating above it, and there were very few clouds. She could see a black dot in the distance, which was getting bigger and bigger, and was about to press on their heads. In Qin Jiala's heart, the nervous drum suddenly beat. "Hurry up, find a place to hide." "Gu Hengyu, what on earth is that?" "Sun Yang, isn't it a plane?" Qin Jiala became angry. "Your plane is so small, I'm afraid it's the private weapons of Qid Medical. Let's hide first." She had learned before that the private weapons of these companies usually have their own monitoring devices. If they appeared on the main road for no reason, they would probably be seen by the higher-ups. Several people panicked, but Lin Zhonghao saw a few hollow cement cylinders not far ahead and immediately asked everyone to hide inside. Qin Jiala ran over first. The cement cylinder looked big, but they were all wearing thick clothes. If everyone wanted to get in, it was not as easy as it looked. Qin Jiala was relatively small, so he was able to get in easily. Lin Zhonghao behind him was taller, so it was a little difficult. Gu Hengyu ran the slowest. When he arrived in front of the cement cylinder, he was surprised to find that his companions had already filled up all the places inside, leaving no extra space. "This won't work," Gu Hengyu yelled, holding the black box in his arms and trying to squeeze in. How could this be possible? He didn't want to be discovered. Qin Jiala had no choice but to huddle together with the others. She was almost lying on Lin Zhonghao's body. She could feel the man's warm breath falling on her ears. Qin Jiala's face flushed instantly. She felt helpless and had to vent her anger on Gu Hengyu. Qin Jiala pushed Gu Hengyu and said, "Quick! Find a place to hide yourself. Just don't be seen." Gu Hengyu was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He hammered the useless cement cylinder at the door, trying to vent his anger on the object. But the result was that, in addition to the pain in his hands from being hammered, he had to find another place to hide. Gu Hengyu stood on the ground anxiously, looking left and right, and finally saw an abandoned metal trash can beside the flower bed in front of him. The trash can was very large, and was placed on the side of the road. He ran over and hid behind the trash can, trying to use the huge trash can to cover his body. Qin Jiala, She had no choice but to watch Gu Hengyu hiding in that ridiculous place. What happened? Did he think it was a few-year-old kid playing hide-and-seek? The private plane flew over their heads quickly. Fortunately, nothing was found except for the huge roar. Qin Jiala could only guess that the metal trash can was big enough, or that the plane above was not very good at detecting, so nothing was found. The private plane left with a huge roar and flew slowly over their heads. This was very challenging. They huddled in the cement cylinder, not daring to say a word. When the roar of the plane gradually faded, Qin Jiala realized that the danger was gone. They struggled to climb out of the cement cylinder again. Wang Yilan and Lin Zhonghao didn't look too good. For them, who were both taller, huddling in there was really not something worth remembering. It was as if your body was rolled up by the cement cylinder, and it was folded together. It was so uncomfortable. Gu Hengyu also stood up from the trash can with a dusty face. Qin Jiala couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Hengyu's face. "What's wrong with your face?" Gu Hengyu's face was black, and he didn't know what was on it, but some places could see the original whiteness, which was really funny. "Don't mention it." Gu Hengyu wiped the things on his face viciously. The trash can seemed to have been burned by fire, and there were traces of burning all over it. "I didn't know until I got closer." But in order to avoid being discovered, he could only try to get close to the unfortunate trash can, so his face must have been rubbed with a lot of things. Qin Jiala couldn't help laughing. "Hurry up and wash it off with water." She threw the half full of mineral water in her pocket to Gu Hengyu. Just as Gu Hengyu unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and began to wash his face in a very embarrassing way, Lin Zhonghao stretched his body and said, "But, since there is a plane here, it must prove that Qid Medical is nearby. Otherwise, why would the plane fly to this deserted place?" Yes. Qin Jialan nodded solemnly. Everyone, be prepared. We don't know what we will encounter yet. Maybe some people in the team are naturally lucky. Not long after they walked, they saw a few people standing not far away. They were all wearing black clothes. There was a truck parked next to them. There were some cardboard boxes on the train, probably some goods that needed to be transported. There were two people discussing below. Qin Jiala and the others hid aside, paying attention to what was happening in front of them. Are they from Qud Medical? Qin Jiala asked. Looks alike. Lin Zhonghao replied. The clothes they wore seemed to be the same as the ones they met the night they stayed at the convenience store. Besides, if it wasn't someone from that company who would appear in this place, Wang Yilan, look at the things in that car they should be transporting, right? It turns out that Qud Medical can also adapt to this method to transport the materials it needs internally. This is a good opportunity. Qin Jialan narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people in the distance. We can replace them and transport the goods in, and we can also be transported in. This is simply a good opportunity sent from the sky. But they only have 2 people. Gu Hingyu said, we have 5 people now. It's just transporting goods. Qin Jiala didn't care. No one will remember this number all the time. No. Gu Hingyu asked suspiciously. At this point, we have no other choice. Lin Zhonghao frowned and said, it must be very difficult to get into Qud Medical. If they want to succeed, they have to seize the opportunity in front of them. As for whether the extra 3 people will be asked, that can only be left to fate. If they are asked, they will react accordingly when the time comes. It's decided. Qin Jiala said, seize this opportunity, and don't let them have a chance to inform others. Go! Qin Jiala rushed forward and stabbed a man's chest with the ice spike in his hand. The man had an extremely horrified expression on his face. He held the ice spike in his chest with both hands and fell down in disbelief. His companion was horrified and screamed. He took out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Qin Jiala. However, before he fired, Lin Zhonghao came over. He quietly walked behind the man and punched him in the temple, hitting him hard without mercy. The man fainted on the spot. Not bad, Qin Jiala nodded confidently. This is another perfect cooperation. God, she really loves this feeling. It is really a very pleasant thing to work with teammates who understand your thoughts. Wang Yilan kicked the fainted man below and said, do you need any other treatment? Qin Jiala hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, well, I'm afraid they will go there and tell it after they wake up. If this person wakes up and finds that the car and clothes are gone, he will definitely know that it is because they have sneaked into Qud Medical. If they go to complain again, they will be in trouble. Okay. Wang Yilan sighed, took out the small medicine box on his body, and injected a little poison into the unconscious person. This poison is very mild, and will penetrate into the body without knowing it, and finally die suddenly. Although it sounds trivial, it is indeed very effective. Gu Hingyu watched Wang Yilan's actions from the side and sighed. This reminds me again that I must not provoke some medical students. Their methods are really terrible. After doing this, they changed the clothes of the 2 people. Gu Hingyu and the other 3 looked at each other and said, what about our clothes? There are only 2 people, but they have no clothes. How can they get out? That's easy. Qin Jiala said, just say that we picked you up on the way, and you have nowhere to go. Gu Hingyu widened his eyes. Isn't this reason too much? And it's too suspicious to say it like this, right? Will anyone really believe it? Gu Hingyu now doubts whether Qin Jiala did it on purpose, just to make them look bad. Why so much trouble? Qin Jiala waved his hand. It's just 3 people. Qud Medical should not care so much now. As long as our acting is more realistic, no one will doubt it. She firmly believed in this. Okay. Gu Hingyu and the others got on the car with great grievance, if there is any problem. Qin Jiala said obediently, even if there is a problem, I will not leave you guys there. With Qin Jiala's assurance, Gu Hingyu and the others felt more relieved. As for the car, of course, it was driven by Lin Zhonghao. The cargo in the car should be some food and water. Gu Hingyu and the others unceremoniously opened a box, which turned out to be a box of instant noodles. This person took out a bag very rudely, crushed it, and started eating. Qin Jiala turned around and glared at Gu Hingyu. Why did you start eating? Gu Hingyu looked calm and said, you don't understand this. In order to confirm that there is no problem with these supplies, it is very normal to open them up a little and take a look. Qin Jiala shook her head. She suspected that Gu Hingyu came up with such a method just for his own consumption. They started the car and slowly drove forward, which was the route that the plane just passed. It's really possible to merge the company in such a place, Wang Yilan said while looking out the window. It's open and quiet here, and will not be disturbed by zombies, provided that the area is cleared. And in such a remote place, there will be no idle people coming here. Even if the government and military want to intervene, they don't know where to intervene. I think I see it. Qin Jiala said that she saw several tall buildings in front of her. Could it be that they are almost there? Qin Jiala's heart couldn't help but beat. Chapter 245. In an uninhabited area, no one can be seen within a few dozen meters. Lin Zhonghao drove the truck with the other 4 people in the car, and was driving forward. Qin Jiala tugged at her clothes, and said uncomfortably, "It's too uncomfortable to wear this. This uniform is made of unknown material. It looks like plastic, similar to the feeling of a raincoat, but it feels like paper." Although it is separated by her clothes, the collar is against the exposed skin of her neck, and it feels uncomfortable no matter how she wears it. Wang Yilin, could it be that you are allergic to this material? Many times, people are allergic to things that they never thought of. Sometimes, things that have never been seen before may also cause the body to have allergic reactions. Maybe? Qin Jiala shook her shoulders and said, "This place is quite far away, and I don't know how long it will take to get there." As she spoke, she took out an ID card from the pocket of this black dress. This ID card is similar to the ID card in modern society, a 1-inch photo with the name and affiliation written next to it. Steve. Qin Jiala looked at the name, and didn't know how to complain. The 2 men just now were both men. No matter which one of them was replaced, it would not be good for her. Qin Jiala stared at the ID card. The 1-inch photo on it was also a man, with a beard on his chin and fierce eyes. It looked like he was not easy to mess with. She thought of the 2 men who were knocked to the ground cleanly just now. To be honest, she didn't see anything about those 2 men that was worth spending more time on. "Gu Hengyu," Qin Jiala said, "why don't you change into this outfit? The identity on it is a man. I don't fit in. Even if the name and surname on it can be changed, what about the photo?" After thinking about it carefully, it would be better to leave this opportunity to Gu Hengyu, who has been eager to try. As for the question of whether the face looks like the real one, she thinks Gu Hengyu can adjust it himself. Okay. Gu Hengyu agreed very readily. The 2 people exchanged positions in the car with great difficulty, and changed their coats by the way. But the photo on the ID card, Qin Jiala said, you have to change it. Although the gender is not a problem, the key is that Gu Hengyu and Steve look too different. Don't worry about this. Gu Hengyu patted his chest carelessly, took out his microcomputer, stood up the ID card, and inserted it sideways into a groove next to the computer. The computer screen beeped and a frame popped up. Gu Hengyu's 10 fingers flew quickly on the keyboard. What was surprising was that the keyboard of this computer was already very small, but even so, he still acted like a normal computer, as if these small keyboards were not enough to cause a problem. Qin Jiala sat in the back, watching Gu Hengyu's operation with great interest. He watched him scan the ID card twice, and then modify the photo on it back and forth, as if he was photoshopping. Sun Yan was dumbfounded in the back. Can it be like this? Qin Jiala nodded very honestly. This is the first time I know about it. After the modification, Gu Hengyu took out the ID card and handed it to Qin Jiala with some pride. Take a look. Qin Jiala took it and saw the photo on it, and was immediately shocked. The photo on the ID card was actually similar to Gu Hengyu himself. That's amazing. Qin Jiala praised sincerely. Gu Hengyu took it back a little embarrassedly. The ID card became hot, probably because of the modification just now. I can only modify it slightly. For example, the exchange between men and women is a bit too much. Qin Jiala understood. After about 10 minutes, they finally saw a different scenery ahead. Lin Zhonghao continued to drive the car forward, and they saw a big crack on the ground. This crack is absolutely impossible to cross by human strength. There is a wide suspension bridge on this crack. A thick iron chain is tied to the suspension bridge to maintain its balance. On the other side of the suspension bridge is a new land. They can't see it clearly now. They can only see an iron gate, like a wall, surrounding the area over there. This is it, Qin Jiala said firmly. They are willing to spend a lot of money. Gu Hengyu was amazed. This shouldn't have been built after the virus broke out, right? Just looking at the suspension bridge outside, and the iron gate, you can tell that this kind of large project takes a lot of time, and includes a lot of engineering. And the suspension bridge is also very wide. Lin Zhonghao can easily drive up with this truck. The suspension bridge is made entirely of metal, and the bridge deck seems to be made of a material similar to steel. There are no guardrails on both sides, so the car is a little shaky when it goes up. How did this crack appear? Qin Jiala asked curiously. Has it always been there? She looked through the car window, at the scene below. The cracks were so dark that no one could see the bottom. No one knew what was underneath. Maybe it was the earthquake a while ago. Wang Yilin just took a look and turned his head away. He felt dizzy when he looked at the darkness below. After the virus outbreak, the number of various natural disasters has obviously increased. So, if this place was caused by an earthquake, it wouldn't be so strange. Lin Zhonghao drove the car slowly and stopped in front of the iron gate. Several people got out of the car, but they didn't see any mechanism on the iron gate. No one was there, and there was no place to enter by swiping a card. How do we get in? Gu Hengyu asked blankly. Just when they were at a loss, a small window suddenly opened on the iron gate, the size of 2 palms, and it shook for a while, revealing a face. Wow! Qin Jiala was startled and took a step back. But she was standing right at the edge of the crack. She stepped back and missed a step. Her body leaned back involuntarily, and she fell down with irresistible force. Jiala! Lin Zhonghao glared, stretched out his hand, grabbed Qin Jiala's wrist, and pulled her up without thinking. Qin Jiala felt that she had experienced ups and downs during this period of time. She experienced the fear of falling off the cliff, and was pulled back to the real world in a few seconds. Almost instantly, she broke out in a cold sweat, and held Lin Zhonghao's hand tightly, not daring to let go. The person in the iron gate looked at her with a very strange look, as if he didn't understand what was going on here. Who are you? The tone of the sentence was very aggressive, but it was no wonder. Qin Jiala and the others did look strange enough. Gu Hengyu quickly smiled and handed over his ID card. We are here to deliver goods. The person in the iron gate did not take the ID card directly, but scanned Gu Hengyu up and down with a look of scrutiny. It is estimated that he did not see anything abnormal. After all, he was still wearing the uniform of Qud Medical. But the man seemed a little skeptical. A delivery man? Gu Hengyu held up the small ID card and felt his palms begin to sweat. If the man in front of him found something, they were on the edge of the cliff. If they fell, their bodies would probably be smashed to pieces, right? The man in front of the iron gate finally took the ID card and compared it with the photo on it. He looked back and forth several times and found nothing wrong. Qin Jiala and the others were watching from the side, and they were also nervous. Fortunately, I just checked the photos above, otherwise, I would definitely be exposed now. The gatekeeper finally let go of Gu Hengyu, who was almost unable to stand at this moment, and turned his eyes to Qin Jiala, nodding his chin at Qin Jiala. What are they doing? Gu Hengyu, they. Qin Jiala's face was calm. We are ordinary people from the original Northwest base, and we came out because we couldn't stay there. The gatekeeper was nervous when he heard the words Northwest base. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't open the door now, he would definitely want to come up and pull Qin Jiala's collar to check him carefully. Lin Zhonghao's hand was still on Qin Jiala's shoulder. He was ready. If the people here insisted not to let them in, they would have to force their way in. Perhaps because the heart that almost fell off the cliff just now was still hanging in his throat. Qin Jiala looked pale now, but he was not panicked. Gatekeeper, why leave? Qin Jiala quickly answered. In the Northwest base, the gap between ordinary people and superpowers is too big. We are oppressed all day long. I heard that there is a shelter here, so I came here. She spoke very evenly, without any ups and downs, and even with a hint of dissatisfaction, which was in line with her current personality. After hearing these words, the gatekeeper laughed strangely. This is not a refuge, but... He looked at Qin Jiala with a very critical eye and continued, for someone like you, it's almost like a refuge. He meant that he disliked Qin Jiala because she was too thin and a woman, and looked like she couldn't do anything, so there was a hint of contempt in his words. Gu Hengyu clearly understood this contempt, and looked at Qin Jiala with lingering fear. Fortunately, Qin Jiala looked very calm, without any anger of being looked down upon. Gu Hengyu couldn't help but secretly applaud Qin Jiala in his heart. This performance was really wonderful. The gatekeeper said, wait a moment. His face disappeared from the small window on the iron gate, and Qin Jiala gave Gu Hengyu a look, meaning that he should listen carefully to how this person opened the door from behind. Maybe they can use it in the future. Gu Hengyu immediately understood what Qin Jiala meant, and listened carefully, but he could only hear a series of beeping sounds. However, it should be the password being entered. It seems that this door also needs a password to be opened. With a bang, the iron door opened. Like the ancient city gate, it was pushed open from the middle. The gatekeeper, wearing the same black clothes, walked out slowly. Who is responsible for delivering the goods? Lin Zhonghao quickly said, it's me. The gatekeeper said, send everything in carefully, don't damage it. The situation is urgent recently, so pay attention to other people's eyes. Lin Zhonghao didn't say anything more, and prepared to leave with Gu Hengyu. When he left, he secretly pinched Qin Jiala's palm while the gatekeeper wasn't paying attention, telling her not to panic. Since the gatekeeper didn't turn them away, it means that Cuter Medical is still very short of people, and it's possible for them to get in, but they must be very careful. Qin Jiala nodded slightly. Gu Hengyu and Lin Zhonghao got in the car and left. The gatekeeper began to look at the three people in front of him with a very annoying look and said, "So, it's you three? You are lucky. We are short of labor right now. As long as you are willing to work, and don't try to be clever, you will definitely have enough to eat." Qin Jiala and the others nodded quickly. The gatekeeper was too lazy to talk nonsense. The cold wind was howling outside. The night was coming, and the sky was getting dark. The wind seemed to carry something else, sweeping over from the other side of the suspension bridge. Go to Building C to find the person in charge. They will tell you what you need to do," the gatekeeper said, "but remember one thing, there is a curfew after 12 o'clock. No matter what you have to do, don't come out." Qin Jiala and the others nodded in a very obedient manner, and they couldn't be more obedient. The gatekeeper was very satisfied with the three of them. He shuddered, drove them in, and then closed the door. The first building that caught my eye was about 150 meters high, with dozens of floors. There was a group of plants next to it, which was about to form a small forest. There is a letter B on this building, which is probably like what the gatekeeper said just now. It is tentatively determined to have 3 floors, ABC. Sun Yang muttered quietly, "Wealthy and powerful. Isn't it rich and powerful?" Qin Jiala sighed in his heart. If there are really 3 buildings, each of which is almost the same height, it can be equivalent to a small industrial zone. Unfortunately, although the buildings here are beautiful, the ground is still the same as outside, with dust floating, and only a small path is sloppily laid down. The 3 of them walked along the path, and before they had gone far, they saw another building behind Building B that was about the same height, but not as impressive, with C written on it. "That's where we're going," Qin Jiala said. Wang Yilan whispered, "Each building should have its own responsibilities." Chapter 246. Qin Jiala turned his head curiously. "How do you know?" Wang Yilan shrugged. "It's usually like this. Each building has its own area of responsibility. This is more efficient. If there is any problem, you can find the corresponding department." Although he never said it, he had interned in such a company before. He worked there for half a year, but it was not his interest, so he returned to his old job. Of course, he hadn't been there for long when the virus broke out. Fortunately, Dr. Song was his mentor at that time. The two of them were relatively lucky. After wandering outside for a while, they found a place to settle down, and were finally rescued by the base. After the virus broke out, doctors and other professions were actually the most in short supply, so he also went to the base. In short, Wang Yilan knew a little about this kind of place, better than Qin Jiala and other college students who were still in school and didn't know what was happening outside. "Okay." Qin Jiala shrugged, "I hope everything goes well." Apart from this, she didn't know what else to say to wish them well. After Lin Zhonghao and Gu Hengyu drove in, they didn't know where they went, but now they couldn't find it at all, and they didn't have the free time to look for it. As they walked forward, Qin Jiala and the others saw a long line of people coming out from behind Building C. Someone opened it. Qin Jiala said very vigilantly. The long line of people wore the same clothes and looked particularly creepy when walking in the dark. It was unknown what they were doing. They didn't even have anything to light up. They should be assassins trained by Cud Medical here, Sun Yang whispered. Just like the person they met before, in the dead of night, he drugged all of them sleeping in the convenience store, wanting to get rid of them without anyone noticing. These people should be mercenaries raised by Cud Medical here to protect the safety of this place. The 3 of them didn't need to discuss it, and they thought of one thing at the same time. If they can avoid these people, they should avoid them now. If these people figured out something, they would be in trouble. Qin Jiala and the other 3 all quickened their pace in tacit understanding, trying to get into the building as quickly as possible, but who knew that before they got there, the group of people had already deviated from the original route and were walking towards them. Hey, what should we do?" Sun Yang said nervously, and couldn't help but quicken his pace a little bit. Now, he just wanted to run into the building as quickly as possible. "You can't run." Qin Jiala pulled Sun Yang anxiously to stop him from doing what he was doing now. If you run forward like this, they will be even more suspicious. After all, a person who speeds up when he sees them is too suspicious. Sun Yang still has too little experience and needs more practice in this regard. He was pulled by Qin Jiala and had to stop, watching the dark team walk in front of him. The 3 buildings here are all brightly lit, and with the lights on the buildings, they can see the group of people coming over clearly. There was no way out. This group of people had obviously seen the three of them. They couldn't run away at this moment, and could only stand here. Wang Yilin squeezed out a few words from his teeth and gritted his teeth to warn Sun Yang. Don't say anything stupid. Leave everything to us. He was really scared. He would hear something bad from the mouth of this silly boy Sun Yang. Sun Yang shut up very aggrievedly, and didn't dare to speak. The long line of people stopped not far from them. Two men came out of the line, stood in front of them, and asked unceremoniously, "Who are you three? How did you get in?" Qin Jiala noticed that each of them had a black object on their waists. She knew it was a pistol. It seems that the conditions of Cud Medical are indeed good. At least the people here should meet the standards for carrying weapons. Wang Yilin had to smile and said, this. We came from the Northwest base to seek refuge. We have already explained the details to the brother who is guarding the door. You can ask him. One of the men was very rude, looked at Qin Jiala with contempt, and said, with a woman? Qin Jiala couldn't get angry, but here, in order to relax the vigilance of these two people, she had to pretend that she was just an ordinary angry woman, so she had an angry expression on her face and pursed her lips. Ha ha ha, the man saw this scene and immediately laughed. What's the matter? Still feel unconvinced? I tell you, women here can only do odd jobs. Do you know why? Because they are incompetent? Incompetent? Sun Yang sighed in his heart. If these men knew that if Qin Jiala really took action, it would not be impossible to kill a group of them, they might not make such a hasty decision. By that time, the two men would probably never show such contemptuous expressions on their faces again. Qin Jiala did not say much, but just watched the two men contact the gatekeeper and began to confirm the matter. They both explained in a gibberish, and finally confirmed that there were really three unlucky guys. No! The other man was still a little confused. Since you are here to seek refuge, why did this guy run away when he saw us? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took out a gun from his body and pointed it at Sun Yang's chest, as if he would never give up until he got the answer. It's bad, Qin Jiala sighed in her heart. She knew that Sun Yang's little movements just now were definitely noticed by these people. She looked at the gun in the man's hand nervously. She would not let Sun Yang get hurt. If she really couldn't hide, she would have to fight hard. Fortunately, among the three people, there was Wang Yilin, who was more suitable for dealing with such things. When he saw the tense scene, he immediately turned into a good man who tried to smooth things over, saying repeatedly, "No! This kid was just too nervous and didn't come here. Don't get me wrong, he was injured before, and his brain is not working well." The man holding the gun in front of him didn't know what to say at this moment. A woman with no special features, a boy with a not very good brain, and the rest was this young man. Although he looked quite capable, he was too weak in appearance. He especially wanted to know how such a small team got out of the dangerous environment outside, or were these unlucky guys in front of him just lucky? The man shook his head, smacked his lips, and said with sympathy on his face, "Forget it, I won't bother with you. But you must know that if you dare to hide anything here, the consequences will be very serious." The other man also said, "Yes, the adult is very scary. There is an adult here in Cud Medical. It is not like those traditional companies, where there are chairman and general manager. Everything here, the center of power, is in this adult." The two men have not actually seen this adult, but they have heard a little from others. According to rumors, the fact that Cud Medical can have such a status today, and can be on par with the military base in the end times is all due to this adult. Of course, there are other rumors that this adult is also a superpower, and his ability is very rare, but now, no one can know. Those who have seen the adult will say that he is very scary. But as for what kind of horror, they can't explain it clearly. Auntie? Qin Jiala finally spoke and asked a question. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The man said fiercely, just go to Building C and find the person in charge of the logistics department, and then the person in charge will tell you everything else. He will also tell you what work you do. Wang Yilin nodded, indicating that he had memorized it. One more thing, when Wang Yilin and the others wanted to turn around and leave, the man spoke again, don't come out after 12 o'clock at night. What exactly do they want to tell us? After the three people entered the building, Qin Jiala was still thinking about this question. She wanted to know, what was the meaning of these people repeatedly emphasizing not to go out at night? Wang Yilin didn't care too much. Maybe there will be zombies coming out at night. This place is not as safe as it looks. He noticed that the security measures here are very good. When he just entered the gate, he saw several surveillance cameras, and there were some detection equipment placed ostentatiously. He also learned a little bit from learning from Gu Hengyu. I don't think so. Qin Jiala said firmly, Didn't you notice that they all emphasized the number 12 o'clock? This must contain some mystery. Maybe. Wang Yilan answered absent-mindedly. He really didn't care much about what Qin Jiala said. Every region has its own problems. Maybe the night here is very scary. Moreover, he was busy communicating with the responsible personnel here, and had no time to think about these things. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman, who gave them a brief introduction to the layout here in a friendly manner. Building A is responsible for administration, and those big shots often appear there. If you have nothing to do, you'd better not go there. The person in charge said tactfully. This is not what she said. The last person who wanted to break in casually, now even the body cannot be found. Wang Yilan understood the implication of the lady's words, and nodded immediately to thank her for her kindness. The person in charge actually felt that Wang Yilan was quite pitiful. The two people he brought with him, one was a woman who seemed to have no mind on this, and the other was a big boy who didn't care about anything. It was hard for him to bring these two people back. Thinking of this, the lady's face had 2 more wrinkles, and the corners of her mouth widened. Let you manage the warehouse first. Starting tomorrow, you will get everyone's needs from other buildings, and then distribute the goods according to the needs. When Wang Yilan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. This is exactly the task they have dreamed of. It is not too laborious, and you can secretly investigate other places while working. You can also take this opportunity to look at other places. Maybe you can find some clues about Qinshen. Then I leave it to you. Wang Yilan couldn't help but smile as he said this. The warehouse of Qud Medical is indeed very large, with a capacity equivalent to that of 7 or 8 supermarket warehouses. Cardboard boxes are placed together in different categories, and can be stacked from the ground to the ceiling. Wang Yilan and his team were assigned here. There are several other people here who also manage these places. There are young people, middle-aged people, and even an elderly person with gray hair. Wang Yilan led 2 disobedient children over and greeted these people. New here? One of the young men took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, lit it, looked at them critically, and his eyes fell on Qin Jiala. There is also a woman. It's really strange. Wang Yilan quietly moved 2 steps from his original position, trying to block Qin Jiala with his body. This is my childhood sweetheart. We grew up together. The young man laughed, exhaled a puff of smoke, stood up, walked in front of Wang Yilan, raised his hand, and pushed the person away. Qin Jiala, shock. She almost couldn't hold back the energy in her body, and rushed over to punch the man. But she thought of Wang Yilan's earnest advice to them when he came in, telling them not to show their true colors and maintain their image of knowing nothing. Wang Yilan staggered. This really wasn't an act. The young man in front of him obviously had some experience, and there was still some strength in his attack. The young man laughed, weakling. Just like that, you 3 dare to come to such a place? Do you know where this is? Qin Jiala, isn't it just a shelter? Ha ha! The rest of the people laughed after hearing this, as if they were laughing at Qin Jiala's naivety and childishness. Shelter. Qin Jiala frowned slightly. She didn't understand what this person meant. Otherwise, what kind of place could this place be for ordinary people? There is nothing here, only the most basic food and housing. Let me tell you. The young man in the lead said, this is the future control center of the country. Chapter 247. After the young man finished speaking, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Puff. Qin Jiala made a sound similar to a leak. This really can't be blamed on her. She really couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiala couldn't hold it back any longer, and let her laughter burst out, breaking through this small warehouse. What the hell are you talking about? What a mess. The man in front of him didn't look like a middle school student. Why did he speak so immaturely? Do you still think you might be a great hero who can save the world? What are you laughing at? The young man looked at Qin Jiala and was angry. He felt that this little woman in front of him really didn't know how high the sky was, and how deep the earth was. Did she think she was so great? Dare to laugh at him? It's okay, it's okay. Qin Jiala laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. It was the first time she heard someone make such a big fuss. Even the military headquarters probably wouldn't dare to make such a big talk, right? Sun Yan also found it funny. Although he was not as direct as Qin Jiala, he still tried to be polite and said, you have to have evidence to say such things, right? Otherwise, how can you say this without any evidence? Evidence? The young man said disdainfully, what can I say to a bunch of you who know nothing? I'm afraid you won't understand even if I tell you. Really, 3 bumpkins came from nowhere, and they don't seem to have any common sense at all. Do they really think they have simply come to a shelter? But it's no wonder, they originally came from those military bases. Even if they really don't understand, it's not their fault. After all, He himself had been here for a while before he gradually understood the huge system of Qd Medical. If someone dared to speak to Sun Yan like this in the past, he would definitely be angry. But thinking that the man in front of him was just a poor warehouse manager, and the people he had seen might not be as many as the zombies he had seen, he became more tolerant. People on both sides secretly despised each other in their hearts, and they actually reached a strange harmony. Take them to see where they live. The young man hooked his finger at the crowd behind him, and the only girl came out from the crowd. She was wearing a short down jacket that only reached her navel. The material of the down jacket was also strange, all shiny, and the zipper was pulled high, almost covering her chin. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans underneath. Qin Jiala was very skeptical. In such a cold and windy weather outside, is this girl really not afraid of the cold? Her waist was almost completely exposed. She was chewing a piece of bubble gum in her mouth, making a smacking sound. She walked in front of Qin Jiala, and could see that she had heavy makeup on her face. Her eyes were completely black, and the mascara was clumping on her eyelashes. "Let's go," she said while chewing bubble gum, and Qin Jiala could smell the fruity fragrance from her mouth, which should be the effect of the bubble gum. Qin Jiala and the other three followed the girl forward, and took a last look at the young man who returned to the crowd. He lit another cigarette, put it to his mouth, and smoked while laughing. "You like him?" The girl raised her eyebrows. You couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad in her tone, but she was asking questions. She saw Qin Jiala staring at her, and thought she was really interested in him. How is that possible? Qin Jiala didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's good. Hearing Qin Jiala's words, the girl finally felt relieved and smiled, because he's mine. When she said this, Qin Jiala couldn't help but stare at her mouth. If she saw it right, there seemed to be a tattoo on her tongue. A girl with a tattoo on her tongue. Qin Jiala couldn't help but stand in awe. Although this girl's taste was really unbearable, she actually liked the big-mouthed man outside. The girl led them to a corner of the warehouse, where there was a corridor with some rooms on the left and right. The girl briefly introduced it, and said that only the room on the left was for girls to live in. Why? Qin Jiala couldn't help but be curious. In the shelters she had been to before, although the ratio of men to women was not very different, at least there were quite a few women. Why was it that not only was there discrimination against women here, but even the number of women had decreased? Many died. When the girl said this, she was still smiling, not afraid at all, as if she was talking about a piece of gossip that everyone knew. She asked Wang Yilan and Sun Yang to return to the dormitory, took out the key from her pocket, and opened the door. Inside was a very ordinary dormitory, with 3 narrow beds, very crowded together, and 2 small cabinets, with almost no room to step. Qin Jiala blinked and said nothing. But the girl only took a glance and could guess what Qin Jiala wanted to say. Do you dislike this place? I heard that you came from the Northwest base. The conditions there must be good, right? Although Qin Jiala's current dress was heavy and rustic, she could tell from this girl that she must have lived a life of ease before. Not bad. Qin Jiala answered very cautiously. She had no idea what the girl in front of her wanted to do. If she wanted to criticize the military and the government, she should not say too much. Don't lie to me. The girl sat down on the bed, and the wire bed made a creaking sound. The parts below were already overwhelmed. I can tell from your appearance what you are here for. I can tell you that now we can only start from the most basic. Are you happy sleeping in such a place? Qin Jiala looked silently. The surrounding walls were also light yellow. Who knows what had been stained on them, and now they looked greasy. And the bed here actually had holes burned by cigarette butts. Why are you asking me? Qin Jiala went with the flow. I just followed them out. You are a little girl. Why did you come to such a place? After being asked so many questions, it was time for her to get some information in return. The girl was not angry because of this. She seemed to have expected Qin Jiala to ask this question. She took off her outer down jacket, revealing the black short bottoming shirt inside. I said it before, I followed Ashu because I like him. The girl raised a happy smile on her face, and pointed outside with her thumb. Ashu? It should be the man who spoke wildly just now, right? Qin Jiala guessed secretly. If you were asked, what do you think I used to do? The girl asked, I mean before the disaster. Qin Jiala pursed his lips. Bad girl, right? There was no way. The girl in front of him didn't look very old, but the aura of her whole body didn't seem like she had been to school properly. Right. The bad girl pointed her thumb at Qin Jiala. I have no parents and no home. After I met Ashu, he took me and took care of me. We wandered the streets, slept under bridges, and ate food from trash cans. The girl looked calm, without any shame or embarrassment on her face, as if she was just talking about something normal. This was the first time Chinjiala had met a homeless person. He might have met one on the road before, but he never took it seriously. In recent years, the control of homeless people on the street has become more and more strict. It seems that they also have their own set of survival rules. I didn't choose it, but I encountered zombies. The girl recalled what she encountered that day and couldn't help laughing. We haven't watched many movies, so we don't know what it is. We only know that they are some immortal, man-eating monsters. Finally, it was the adult here who saved us and brought us to this place. The girl said it simply, but it is not easy for a normal person without weapons to react so calmly without knowing about zombies. Chinjiala knew without the girl saying more that there must be some unknown danger. That adult? Chinjiala frowned. This term was not the first time he had heard it. What is his name? Besides, what is the mystery? It makes so many people miss it. We don't know either. The girl smiled bitterly and said, we only know that the adult's name is not for us to know. Here, remember, this name can't be mentioned too much. Just remember that it was the adult who created this place. What? Chinjiala couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She didn't want to be kidnapped by someone whose name she didn't even know. Do you know about the superpowers? If you are from the base, you must know about this, right? The girl suddenly asked. Chinjiala's heart suddenly beat faster. Yes. Wow. The girl clasped her hands together. If possible, I also want to have this ability. Just think about it. With this extra power, you will be much more powerful than those ordinary people. Isn't this a good thing? Yes, when you are powerful, you will have more things to do. Chinjiala thought secretly in his heart. The company seems to be very short of manpower now. The girl said, I heard that some people who are good at fighting have been recruited into the team. Why? Chinjiala thought of the team that interrogated them for a long time when they came back just now. What are they going to do? Not sure. The girl stretched her body. But it must be something big, right? Chinjiala fell silent, thinking carefully about the discussion she had with the girl just now. From these words, she should be able to get some useful clues. If Cube Medical is very short of manpower now, then maybe they captured Chin to supplement their combat power, but after so much effort, they only captured one person. Isn't it a bit out of pocket? Chinjiala couldn't figure this out. The girl walked into the washroom next to her and washed her face hurriedly, removing all the heavy makeup on her face. When she came back, Chinjiala could see her originally fair and tender face in the dim light. What are you staring at me? The girl wiped the water droplets off her face and asked curiously. I didn't expect that she would be a pretty girl even without makeup. Chinjiala said secretly in her heart. But of course, she didn't say this out loud, but changed the subject. I saw these 3 beds. Where is the other person? The girl shook her hair. When she washed her face just now, her hair was stained with water. Now when she shook it, water droplets would drip down. Didn't I tell you dead? Dead? Chinjiala said incredulously. The girl saw her like this, not knowing whether she was gloating or not, and chuckled. Not really, it's just because she disappeared some time ago. But missing here is the same as being dead. How can we find people if they have evaporated? This? Chinjiala didn't know what to say for a moment. Was she going to doubt the security level here first? Why did the girl's expression make it seem like it was normal for a few people to disappear here? Some people will always run away. The girl said, either they feel it's unsafe here or... Whatever, I won't leave unless she leaves. You are devoted to that man, Chinjiala secretly complained. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The girl glanced at Chinjiala. There are so many strange things here. Have you seen the plants nearby? Those are mutant plants, infected with viruses. Maybe someone ran there and became the nutrients of the plants. Why do you keep those plants? Chinjiala asked. Why don't you get rid of them all? Ha ha, the girl laughed. What fantasy are you talking about? If there were such things, humans would not be afraid of zombies now. Have you stayed in the base for too long and don't know what's happening outside? She looked at Chinjiala with sympathy, as if Chinjiala really knew nothing. Chinjiala did not answer, but calmed down. It seems that not all people here know the situation outside. Some of the senior officials here should know that the serum against plants has been produced. Soon, this battle will become a struggle between humans and monsters. Forget it, she should just concentrate on gathering intelligence here. Chinjiala did not take off her clothes, but lay on the bed wearing them. Thinking of Lin Zhonghao and the others who had no contact at all, Chinjiala couldn't help but worry again. Although she knew that they might be in a state where they could not be contacted, it would be good to know a little news. At least it would make her less worried. Chapter 248. Lying on this bed, Chinjiala tossed and turned, and could hear the creaking sound of the wire bed, which was disturbing, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she struggled. The little girl next to her, whose cells were made of something unknown, fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes, and Chinjiala could still hear her snoring. Ah! Chinjiala sighed deeply, and simply got up from the bed. Anyway, she couldn't fall asleep lying like this, so she might as well get up and look around. This room is really small enough, and you can see all the scenes at a glance, including the 3 beds crowded together, the 2 small cabinets at the head of the bed, and the dirty iron plate on top, with some moldy sliced bread on it. Chinjiala looked at the girl, who was still sleeping at this moment speechlessly. Her shoulders rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing. How could such a beautiful girl not know how to clean up? This room is really too messy. Although Chinjiala is not a neat person, he can't stand it at this moment. She stretched out her hand, then retracted it. It was nothing important anyway. She would only stay here for a few days. If she couldn't do it, she would just have to bear it. She walked to the window again and opened it a crack. The cold wind outside seemed to have finally found the entrance to the house, and couldn't wait to get in. Chinjiala's face had just warmed up a little, but now it had to be dried by the cold wind outside. She looked at everything outside quietly. Even at this time, there were still some lights on the opposite building B. It seemed that someone didn't rest at this time. This scene was actually a bit warm at first glance. Although this is a strange place, the light is always familiar to humans, and will bring a touch of warmth to people unconsciously. However, this touch of warmth is fleeting. Just when Chinjiala felt a little cold and wanted to close the window, a faint scream suddenly came from outside. The sound seemed to float in from outside along with the wind. If Chinjiala hadn't opened the window, she might not have noticed it. However, she heard it, so how could she ignore it? Chinjiala immediately opened the window, letting the cold wind blow in, and stretched her head out to see what was going on. But she was now on the 3rd floor, and no matter how she looked, the road outside seemed to be pitch black, with nothing. After the scream came, it quickly disappeared, and everything seemed to float in the air and melt with the wind. This is impossible, Chinjiala believed in and relied on her hearing very much. After catching this sound, she would never let it go. The girl lying on the bed turned over and rolled up the quilt, seeming to feel even more uncomfortable, probably because Chinjiala opened the window and made the room colder. Hey, Xiaofeng, wake up! Xiaofeng was the girl's name. She just told Chinjiala proudly that she didn't remember the other parts of her name. The only thing she remembered was the word Feng. Xiaofeng turned over in bed again and sat up impatiently. What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? It's okay if she doesn't sleep, but don't disturb her sleep. You know, she's been busy in the warehouse all day. Chinjiala's face was full of anxiety, and he didn't care whether the girl was sleeping or not. I heard screams outside. What's going on? Xiaofeng's face was stunned for a moment, then she pretended to be nonchalant and said, Oh, screams. Could I have heard it wrong? Don't just make it the sound of the wind. She has heard too many screams. Could she confuse them with the sound of the wind? Chinjiala thought of Qinshin, who was still missing, and became even more anxious. No, I heard it clearly. If you heard it, you heard it. Chinjiala's hand on Xiaofeng was too strong, which made her feel a little painful, so she shook it off uncomfortably. What? Do you want to go down and take a look? I'm telling you, I'm advising you now, it's past 12 o'clock. If you don't want to be my second missing roommate, just stay here and don't go anywhere. Xiaofeng said the last few words word by word, as if to warn Chinjiala. Chinjiala was stimulated by the girl's cautiousness. He was used to her unstable and smiling appearance, but this was the first time he saw her so serious. Why? Don't you want to know? No. Xiaofeng frowned and said, I want to live more, I don't want to die. She finally had a stable life, and the people she loved and friends were around her. She wished she could stay at this time, and never make any mistakes again. But she found that the girl named Qin in front of her was not honest at all. She didn't sleep at night, and was still talking about screaming. Whether the sound existed or not, it was not what she wanted to worry about. What if the scream was made by your friend? Chinjiala continued to ask relentlessly, would you still think so? Xiaofeng obviously knew something, but she had been hiding it from her. Chinjiala had to use some provocation to make her say it. Sure enough, Xiaofeng was very angry after hearing what Chinjiala said. She sat up from the bed and pushed Chinjiala hard. What are you talking about? Are you sick? Persecution delusion. If you want to meddle in other people's business, then go ahead. I won't stop you. Chinjiala was pushed by her suddenly and stumbled directly to the bed behind. The two of them were so loud that they woke up the people in other dormitories. The man named Ashu pushed the door open with a bunch of keys in his hand. He stood at the door and said angrily, "What are you doing so late at night?" Sun Yang and Wang Yilan followed him nervously. Before Qin Jiala had time to defend himself, Xiao Feng had already shouted, "It's this woman. She didn't sleep, but she wanted me to sleep too, and she said there was a scream outside." Qin Jiala corrected seriously, "I really heard it." However, Xiao Feng was now furious and didn't listen at all. She turned her head and made a face at Qin Jiala. Ashu's face changed when he heard the scream. When he said these three words, his tone changed a little, but he still insisted, "No such thing. The security of Cube Medical is very good. I don't care what you heard, now be quiet, don't make any more noise. If you do this again, I will notify others to take you away." "That won't do. If they are taken away, they are likely to expose their identities. The most important thing for lurking here is to cover their vests, and not be discovered by others." Qin Jiala finally received a real threat, and had to shut up. Wang Yilan and Sun Yang were very interested in the screams. Judging from their expressions, they also wanted to go into the house to discuss with Qin Jiala, but they were blocked by Ashu's eyes. "No one is allowed to come in. I don't care what you say, but leave it for tomorrow." Wang Yilan and Sun Yang had to leave with disappointed expressions. Qin Jiala let out a long breath, glanced, and saw that Xiaofeng next to him was still glaring at him, and he felt even worse. She didn't do anything. Could this bad girl not look at her like that all the time? She had no choice but to go back to bed and count numbers, and it took her a long time to fall asleep. During the day, she was woken up by Xiaofeng's impatient shouting, "Get up quickly, really, it's so bright. Why don't you get up?" Qin Jiala opened his eyes dazedly, and found that he slept well, if he put aside the unpleasant things in the first half of last night. "You and your three friends are in a group." Xiao Feng pouted, "Go to Building B to do the survey. Remember the needs of each department. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, you will suffer when you make the revisions." Although she was very rude, Xiao Feng still told Qin Jiala in detail what she should do today. In the process of speaking, some sarcasm and ridicule were inevitably involved, but Qin Jiala pretended not to hear it. "What is Building B for?" Qin Jiala asked. She only hurriedly learned yesterday that Building C was responsible for logistics, Building A was for administration and laboratories, and what about Building B? Probably some training rooms, where people who have trained well will be selected to join the Central Force. Xiao Feng said, "You must know the Central Force." "Oh, I forgot you are a newcomer. The Central Force is the highest army here." Of course, there were people who went in directly without being selected. These are usually introduced by someone or famous mercenaries. After saying this, Xiao Feng looked at Qin Jiala very critically. "Looking at your physique, you should not be able to fight, right? Don't go there to join in the fun. It's quite chaotic. Don't meddle in other people's business." Chaotic? Qin Jiala didn't know what Xiaofeng meant by this chaos, but she didn't ask any more questions. From Xiaofeng's words, she still got some information. This mysterious unit is under the general manager here, that is, that adult. In other words, as long as you can get close to this unit, or sneak in, you will have the opportunity to get in touch with what's going on in Building A. Qin Jiala curled his lips, feeling that this matter would become very complicated. After Xiao Feng left, Wang Yilan and Sun Yang came over quickly. They were so fast that Qin Jiala had an illusion. She suspected that the two had been staying here, waiting for Xiao Feng to leave, and then came in. Qin Jiala glanced at Wang Yilan. "What are you doing?" Wang Yilan stood in the room and took a look at the environment they lived in. In Qin Jiala's urging eyes, she slowly asked, "What was the scream you said you heard last night?" "I don't know." Qin Jiala said helplessly, "I think the reason why there are so few people here may have been found. That is, people always disappear here." "Disappear?" Sun Yang's voice was strange. Could it be? He made a throat-cutting gesture on his neck. He and Wang Yilan also thought about it yesterday. This after 12 o'clock. Thing is too unbelievable. The most likely guess is that something will appear here after 12 o'clock. This thing is not only very dangerous, but also cannot be seen by people. Qin Jiala frowned. "It's just a possibility. Now I have a new idea, that is, we all sneak into Building B and see how the Central Force gets in. If what Xiao Feng told me is correct, then this team should be able to get in easily." Qin Jiala is very confident in his skills. Central Force. Wang Yilan and Sun Yang were still confused. This was the first time they heard this term. Qin Jiala was so disappointed that he wanted to punch each of them in the head. "I've given you so much time. Don't you know how to find out some information?" She has been on duty for so long, but she doesn't even have this awareness. Is she such a failure as a team leader? Wang Yilin and Sun Yang really felt wronged. There was an old man living in their dormitory. Once he entered the dormitory, he began to sleep soundly. Despite the loud noise last night, he still slept soundly and was not woken up at all. On the contrary, the two of them couldn't sleep at all because of the snoring, and they stayed up intermittently until dawn. Forget it. Qin Jiala rolled his eyes and told all the news he had heard. Sun Yang was a little excited. So, as long as we enter this team, we will have a chance to break through? He had been eager to try and wanted to know the secret. You can say that. Qin Jiala nodded pertinently, but she dragged her eyes and turned her eyes to Wang Yilin. Wang Yilin may not be able to do it. There are too many mercenaries here. You may not even be able to beat the mercenaries, let alone enter the Central Army. I really don't want to say this, but Wang Yilin's physical fitness is really not good, almost the bottom of the team. Wang Yilin was a little frustrated. Although he had realized this a long time ago, it still felt a little hurt to be brought up in person. Then I will do logistics here and support your work, Wang Yilin said. At the same time, you should also inquire more about the news here. Qin Jiala thought, there are many things here that cannot be understood now, and you need to do it. It would be best if they could find out why they were not allowed to go out at night, and the location of Qinchin, who was taken away before they met that adult. It was really difficult for them to do so many things alone. The remaining thing was to find the location of Lin Zhonghao and Gu Lingyu. After they came in yesterday, no one knew where they were sent to. Until now, there has been no news. Chapter 249. Their first day of work was actually very simple. Qin Jiala didn't know how to do the warehouse work, but after talking to Xiao Feng for a few words, she had a general understanding. The CUD medical base is composed of various departments, which is actually similar to the military base. There are administrative, military, and various logistics, which is what they are doing now. To put it bluntly, these departments need to determine their own needs, and then submit their needs when the people from the logistics department go to investigate, and then allocate according to the needs. I understand. Qin Jiala nodded repeatedly. Xiao Feng on the opposite side looked disdainful, looking at Qin Jiala as if she were a young lady from a paradise. In her impression, after this girl came, she was not only too curious, but also didn't know the most basic common sense. In this era, being curious is not an advantage. Although Qin Jiala didn't know what Xiao Feng was thinking, from her expression, he knew that she must be criticizing him in her heart again. Qin Jiala didn't say much, knowing that the girl's opinion of him would not be resolved in a short time. Take this. The young man named Shu said, handing Qin Jiala a very thin tablet. There are software on it. Fill it out yourself. Qin Jiala looked down and saw that there were only a few software on the screen that emitted a light fluorescent light. In addition to those that came with the system, there was also a red icon. This should be what is needed for statistics, Qin Jiala thought secretly, and replied, I know. After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave. But Ah Shu stood up from where he was sitting, holding his coat in his hand casually. Wait a minute, I go too. Xiao Feng was staring at him with her eyes almost popping out. She didn't understand what Ah Shu meant. When new people came here before, Ah Shu never said that he would go with them. Could it be that this Qin Jiala was really that special? Jealousy is always terrible. Almost in an instant, Xiao Feng's heart had lost every bit of good feelings for Qin Jiala. A feeling of disgust arose spontaneously, like a fire lit on the grassland, burning immediately. Ah Shu. The girl's eyes were full of pleading. She didn't know whether she should say these words, but if she didn't, she would definitely feel more uncomfortable. What? Ah Shu frowned impatiently, and shook off Xiao Feng's hand wrapped around his arm. You. Forget it, I'm just going to do training. The straight man who didn't have too many twists and turns in his mind, after seeing Xiao Feng's attitude, finally thought that he might. I should explain it. Training? Oh, it's training. Xiao Feng's expression changed so quickly, almost instantly, from cloudy to sunny. Qin Jiala was watching from the side and was amazed. He couldn't help but sigh that people who fall in love are really sensitive. The atmosphere between the two of them was so strange that even Sun Yang, who usually wouldn't notice it, smelled a hint of something unusual. He lowered his head slightly and whispered in Qin Jiala's ear, What's going on between the two of them? What else can it be? Qin Jiala opened the app on the tablet and familiarized himself with the interface. It's just that kind of relationship. Sun Yang's expression was full of disgust. He felt that it would be better for him not to ask just now. However, Qin Jiala was not concerned about these things. She seemed to have heard Ah Shu say training just now. Did he also plan to join the army here? Qin Jiala thought of this question and asked directly, "What do you mean by training just now?" Ashu said succinctly, "Everyone who meets the conditions here can participate in the training and strengthen their physical fitness. Of course, the conditions mean that those who are too old or have serious diseases cannot participate. Everyone else can participate. This is not mandatory. It all depends on your own wishes. However, most men and women still want to participate. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to become stronger for free? Is that so?" Qin Jiala thought thoughtfully. "If I can perform well in this training, will I have a chance to be promoted to the central team? If so, I have to seize this opportunity and don't let it slip away." Ashu looked at Qin Jiala with amusement. "What? You want to participate too?" "Yes," Qin Jiala said confidently. She didn't want to hide her intentions. "The people here are pretty good. Isn't it okay?" Ashu laughed and thought Qin Jiala's confident expression was a little cute. He touched his nose with his hand and said with a smile, "That's fine. But are you sure you can bear it? The training here is no joke. The reason why he doesn't go every day is because the injury he suffered in the last training has not healed yet. The training here is to train people to death, as if to hone their ability to resist beatings. Everyone present is a human sandbag. Those who don't have any basic skills can only let them beat them and learn lessons. He broke his calf last time, and it hasn't healed completely today, but time is running out, so he still wants to go and see, otherwise he won't make any progress during this period." Qin Jiala smiled dryly. She wanted to tell the boastful man in front of her that she was the one who had seen big scenes. What would the devil training he mentioned be like? It couldn't be more severe than the previous training in the army, right? Qin Jiala guessed like this. Ashu glanced at Qin Jiala, who stopped talking, knowing that she was still holding her breath and refused to admit defeat. But he didn't want to say more. Anyway, when they got to the training ground, he let this fearless girl see it. Maybe she would give up. The two of them had their own thoughts, so they set off. When they went out, Qin Jiala was surprised to find that there were quite a few people in Building C, although she had not seen them when she came here yesterday. Maybe everyone came back early to rest after work during the day, and these people could be seen walking out one after another. Qin Jiala saw very clearly that the bruises on the faces of the men in front of her had not disappeared. She became more and more interested in the training here. To get from Building C to Building B, you need to pass through a small garden. This small garden must have been left untidy for too long, and the weeds in it are about to grow out of the iron fence. If pedestrians are too close to the small garden, they will often touch the branches extending from the railings. Fortunately, these plants are normal, and will not suddenly move and grab pedestrians' faces. However, there are also stupid pedestrians, who may trip without seeing the ground. Ouch! Sun Yang stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He hadn't paid attention to the ground just now. He didn't know when a few crooked branches appeared on the ground, breaking out of the soil and exposed on the ground. He was angry and kicked them childishly in the morning. "Why don't you get rid of these plants?" Qin Jiala didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you scolding other people's plants? It's just growing on the ground. You just need to watch it carefully." Ashu glanced at him and saw every move of Sun Yang. In his eyes, Sun Yang is just a child who has not grown up, very naive. "This small garden has never been demolished," said Ashu. "I don't know why. Look around here. Are the plants still the same as before?" Qin Jiala looked around, and it was true. In this small city island, although the environment is not as good as before, it can be seen that the environment here has not been damaged too much by human beings. Could it be that adult? Or an ecological and environmental protection worker? Qin Jiala couldn't help but wonder. Although it didn't seem like it, how could such a person do such a bad thing? But I have to say that the environment around here is indeed quite good. They walked side by side, and Ashu was on Qin Jiala's right. About what happened last night. As they were walking, Ashu suddenly spoke. Qin Jiala was tired of hearing these words. She thought that Ashu would definitely target the matter again and asked her not to ask too much. So she became annoyed and interrupted Ashu's words directly. "I won't go out and say anything." "Ashu, I'm not going to say that. I want to ask, did you really hear the scream?" Qin Jiala didn't expect Ashu to ask this. She thought that they were all very secretive about what was happening here. "What do you want to do?" Ashu stretched out his hand and rubbed his brow. "I just think that this kind of disappearance can't happen again." Qin Jiala shrugged. "It's best if you can think this way. It's just a pity that it's not the same as what Xiao Feng thinks, right? How did these two people get together? Besides, since there is this question, why didn't you ask it directly last night? Maybe if you look for it after the scream, you will definitely find some clues." Ashu listened and suddenly laughed. This sudden sound made Chinjiala feel a little dangerous. What are you doing? Ashu, you are not really here to take refuge, right? Since last night, he had a feeling. Who would care so much about the outside voices? Even if they really care, didn't they learn some experience outside before? Don't care about things that you shouldn't care about. But this girl is different. Compared with other normal girls. Ashu couldn't explain this feeling, but he was sure of it. Chinjiala didn't say anything. Even if she refuted it now, Ashu might not believe it, right? Sure enough. Seeing Chinjiala didn't say anything, Ashu was more certain in his heart. Who are you? What are you doing here? No need to tell you. Chinjiala said coldly, of course, I also advise you not to spread this matter everywhere. Knowing more will not benefit you. Ashu was scolded by Chinjiala, and he was still puzzled. He stepped forward and grabbed Chinjiala's wrist tightly. What are you doing? Chinjiala said angrily, let go quickly. She didn't like being held in such a way. She felt very insecure, and it made her very uncomfortable. Wang Yilin and Sun Yang also turned their heads over. Sun Yang became even more angry and rushed over. Hey, let go. What are you doing in broad daylight? The young men following Ashu were also stunned when they saw this scene, but they couldn't bear to see Ashu being threatened by others, so they all walked over. Ashu lowered his head and said very close to Chinjiala, please look at the reality clearly, Mississippi. It's not your turn to threaten me here. Chinjiala was stunned, and the action of turning his head to get away from Ashu also stopped. Ashu let go of Chinjiala's wrist and walked straight forward. Sun Yang said poo to Ashu's back and quickly asked Chinjiala, Sister Lele, are you okay? Chinjiala looked dazed. Nothing. She rubbed her wrist and kept thinking about what Ashu had just said. It sounded like he was warning her, but what was he warning her about? Chinjiala originally thought that Ashu was just an ordinary street homeless man who came here by luck and saved his life, but if he was just an ordinary homeless man, how could he say those words just now? Chinjiala thought about these questions and walked forward slowly with Wang Yilin and the others. Now they could see the entrance of Building B. The white door was tightly closed, and 2 guards stood at the door. Ashu had obviously gone in. This guy was really something. No matter what, he was still their leader, but he walked in without saying a word. Was he really angry? Chinjiala's wrist turned red, so she simply pulled down her sleeve to cover her wrist and walked a few steps faster. She had to negotiate with the 2 guards first. Behind several people, at the bottom of Building C, Xiaofeng stood there with a lonely look, watching several people walking away in the distance. Her eyes were empty, and she could not see anything. She was wearing very thin clothes, without a coat, and she didn't know when she stood there. Behind her, the old man came out tremblingly, wearing a very old black jacket. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Why don't you go back quickly? It's time to start working. The cold wind was blowing outside, and he was still wondering what was going on with this girl. He just stood outside and watched for what seemed like a long time, but he didn't go in. The old man was very puzzled and planned to come out to take a look. Xiaofeng seemed to wake up from a dream, blinked, and slowly raised a smile on his face. It's okay, I go back now. Chapter 250. Chinjiala and the others had no idea what happened next. Wang Yilin and Sun Yang talked their mouths off and negotiated with the guards, and finally they were allowed in. The white door opened silently. Wow! I have seen many training rooms in the base, but I can still clearly feel that the training room of Cube Medical has put in more effort. Not only money has been invested, but also a lot of manpower has been invested in management. In front of them is a hall, which is very spacious and big enough inside. Unlike ordinary halls, this place is obviously much higher than those halls. There are many silk threads hanging from the air, and at the end of these silk threads, there are white balls tied. All these balls are training rooms here. Although the silk threads look very thin, and sometimes you can't even feel the existence of these silk threads, they are very good at hanging the training room in the air and maintaining the order of the training room. Chinjiala saw Ashu in the distance. He was talking to someone. With a glance, he saw Chinjiala and the others had arrived, so he hurriedly apologized to the person he was talking to and ran over again. Chinjiala breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ashu at least knew that he shouldn't abandon her at this time, which gave her some confidence. You really came. Ashu said this calmly, with the corners of his mouth raised, and the smile on his face was so faint that it was almost invisible. Chinjiala frowned slightly. Did Ashu think that he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence? He was obviously mocking them, thinking that they would leave when they were in danger. I said I would come. The training room here needs to be booked in advance. Ashu said, I can help you make an appointment, but now you can go to watch the shooting competition. Qin Jiala, shooting competition? Did she hear it right? Will there be competitions here like in the club? Generally speaking, when someone wants to challenge, or two people agree, the shooting competition can start. Shu explained slowly, today's game is about to start, follow me. He led Qin Jiala and the others forward and came to the wall on the left side of the hall. When they were about to get close, a rectangle appeared on the wall and suddenly opened to both sides, and the voices inside suddenly came out very enthusiastically. Qin Jiala leaned over and took a look. There were a lot of people inside. It was estimated that they were all here for training, but they came here to watch the game. Separating the crowd was a small platform in the middle, which should be the stadium. There were two men wearing black clothes and black masks standing on the platform, both holding guns in their hands. A long distance away from them, there were two very standard targets hanging on the wall, with a white dot in the center. Qin Jiala stared at the man on the right. Why did she feel that this man's figure was very familiar? It seemed like she had seen him somewhere before. Although his whole body was covered tightly, she just had this feeling. This was really weird. Shu noticed this and raised his eyebrows to look at Qin Jiala. What? Are you in love with her? He thought Qin Jiala was not the kind of person who would be easily moved. Qin Jiala knew that Shu was trying to provoke him again, so he didn't say anything, just turned his head away, indicating that he didn't want to communicate with this person anymore. Shu laughed again and didn't say anything. Sun Yang, however, stood behind Qin Jiala. His body was about to collapse into a string. He didn't know what he was nervous about, but his intuition told him that Shu seemed to always want to touch Qin Jiala. The game started soon. The pistols held by these two people were the same. Qin Jiala took a closer look and found that they were using pistol models that were originally banned in China. This type of model has a very high lethality. If it is used against people who originally cannot use it, it may cause great harm. As for the recoil of the gun, it is also very harmful. But unexpectedly, this has become a unified gun that Qud Medical allows people to use. Qin Jiala narrowed her eyes. Her special ability strengthened her five senses. If she just stood outside the crowd, she could see everything that happened on the stage. Shu said to Qin Jiala, "Don't you want to come closer? A normal person standing in this position should not be able to see clearly." Qin Jiala shook his head. "I can't." Shu had to shrug and said that he needed to go to the front. Wang Yilan suddenly said, "I will go with you." He planned to see what this person was thinking. He always felt that this Shu was not a good person. They squeezed into the crowd with difficulty, and soon disappeared in the black mass. Qin Jiala narrowed her eyes, and looked at the two people on the stage. They were very skilled in changing bullets, loading bullets, and firing them quickly after loading bullets. Their movements were very standard. It was hard to believe that they were just mercenaries here. Qin Jiala had been observing the person who she felt familiar with. Not only was she familiar, but now she felt more and more weird watching his movements. This skill and movement. Wang Yilan and Shu, who had already squeezed into the crowd, were also paying attention to everything happening on the stage. Wang Yilan didn't quite understand it, as he didn't know much about shooting. But Shu was analyzing the two people's movements carefully in his mind. In his mind, he had completely broken down the movements of the two people into countless small details. After the analysis, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. The strength of these two people can be said to be superior. No, even stronger than superior. All the unnecessary movements were removed, and what was left was their mastery of shooting movements, which had completely become their own movements. The one on the right is very powerful. Shu said so. However, he did not say who would win the game. Maybe even he himself did not know the result. The two people above had already shot a round, and the results were almost the same, with only a slight difference. The game fell into a stalemate until the person on the left seemed to be distracted in the next round, and the bullet was slightly off the center of the target. The game came to a temporary end, and a man walked up to check the bullet hole on the target. As a result, he was very surprised to find that the target on the right had only one hole on it. At this moment, white smoke was emitting slightly, and the smell of gunpowder could be smelled by the nose, and the bullet hole was still hot. This shows that this person's strength is very high. In several consecutive rounds of competition, he was able to accurately shoot the bullet into the same precise position. This requires not only talent, but also persistent efforts. Ding! The bell of the game rang, and the one on the right won the championship without any suspense. After the game, the one on the left took off his mask. He had blonde hair, which was fluffy, and a few strands of hair stood on his cheeks because of sweat on his face. "Hey, you are really awesome," the young man with blonde hair said, Who are you? The one on the right did not take off the mask even after the game was over. I'm just a mercenary. Stop kidding. The blonde-haired man came over carelessly, stretched out a hand, and tried to pat the man on the shoulder. The man on the right dodged sideways and dodged the hand. The blonde-haired man missed the target, but fortunately he did not feel embarrassed, and a curious expression appeared on his face. Mercenaries cannot have such skills. You are lying to me. He said this with certainty, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with the duties of a mercenary, so he made such a judgment. The man on the right was still very cold. He nodded, and seemed not to say anything more. He even wanted to walk away. The man with golden hair did not want to stop there. He followed him relentlessly, chattering, "Hey, you beat me after all. Why don't you react at all?" The man on the right was annoyed, turned his head, and said bluntly, "Are you so great? Maybe you should find some opponents who are not so weak." This sentence made the golden-haired man stunned. The man on the right thought he had solved a big problem and turned around to leave, but he saw a familiar figure under the audience. The two people's eyes met in midair. Qin Jiala was so surprised that she took a step back. Did she see it wrong? Those eyes were obviously Lin Zhonghao. Qin Jiala quickly adjusted her state. After calming down, she and Lin Zhonghao exchanged glances from a distance. Soon, Qin Jiala figured out why Lin Zhonghao was here. Apparently, he had the same purpose as her, to get into the Central Army and get close to here. Qin Jiala sighed, but unfortunately, she couldn't directly contact Lin Zhonghao now, which would expose both of them. The golden-haired man was still following behind Lin Zhonghao. The match between the two of them had ignited the passion of everyone at the scene, and everyone was looking forward to how this young man would perform. Some people even recognized him. "Look, that golden-haired guy, isn't he?" He deliberately lowered his voice for the next few words, pretending to be mysterious. Everyone standing near him heard it, and couldn't help but discuss it in a low voice. But for Lin Zhonghao, this guy was nothing, just a madman who was addicted to competing with others. The golden-haired guy kept pestering him. "Hey, why don't you show any reaction?" Lin Zhonghao turned around. They had now entered the rest area of this area. Except for a few people, there was no one else. Lin Zhonghao tore off the mask on his face. If he was not afraid of being recognized, he really didn't want to wear it. It was stuffy and hot after putting it on. There were not many people here, so he should be able to take it off. The golden hair took a step back, with a teasing expression on his face. "Oh, you finally let me see who you are? If nothing else, you are still quite handsome. You promised me a promise," Lin Zhonghao said with a straight face. "What promise?" Jimao asked stupidly. "As long as I beat you, you will let me enter the Central Army." Although Lin Zhonghao was very impatient, he had fought for this opportunity, and he didn't want to waste it. Ha ha ha. Jimao stood there stupidly for a long time before he realized what this person was talking about. "So it's for this kind of thing. Come on, with your strength, isn't it a simple thing to get in?" Although they just competed in shooting, his judgment of people has always been very accurate. Lin Zhonghao must be very good at physical skills. Since he has such strength, it seems that he doesn't need to say anything more, right? Lin Zhonghao frowned. He knew that this golden-haired man had some power here, so he agreed to this request. "Is it possible?" The golden-haired man wiped the tears from his laughter and nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. Is this the only request? Nothing else? You know, the Central Army has several branches." "Nothing else. I hope you can do it as soon as possible." Lin Zhonghao solemnly explained, found a lounge, and slammed the door on the golden-haired man's nose without any hesitation. It's not that he didn't want to be polite, but this golden-haired man was too annoying. Not only did he pester him to tell him about his situation, but he also pestered him wherever he went. Lin Zhonghao was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not show too much strength, but just hide it a little, maybe there would be less trouble. The golden retriever stood outside the door. Now he touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't expect that he would be reduced to a tool one day. This man was too mysterious. He used his connections to investigate, but the result was a mystery. He called himself a mercenary, but it was obvious that this person's identity was definitely more than just a mercenary. His movements were neat and skillful. Without long-term practice, he would definitely not be able to do this. The less he explained his identity, the more curious he became. If a domestic mercenary wants to have such strength, it should have taken a long time of hard work. And if he has such a level, he should not be unfamiliar with him. He can't be from abroad, right? Golden Hair seemed to think of something else, and his expression suddenly became serious. However, the most important thing now should be to help him complete the matter of entering the Central Army, right? Golden Hair grinned. Inside the door, Lin Zhonghao simply took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked out. I just met Qin Jiala. She actually came to watch the game. She must have the same idea, right? The two of them must change their identities here, so they have to pretend that they don't know each other at all, so as to conceal their identities.